Why do we Earthlings need extraterrestrial guardians? With the support of the system, any villain from Dragon Ball wishing to obliterate our planet must first seek my consent. Chapter 1. Have I crossed over? Hao Chun is a 33-year-old office worker. From childhood to adulthood, he has approached every endeavor with utmost caution. The reason for this is rooted in his unhappy upbringing. His father, a chronic alcoholic, would resort to violence against Hao Chun and his mother whenever he was inebriated. Ultimately, one fateful day, his mother could no longer endure the torment and chose to leave this wretched household. Due to a series of unfortunate circumstances, she did not take Hao Chun with her, and thus, she departed. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, yet his mother failed to return. Fear gripped Hao Chun's heart. He dreaded the thought of never seeing her again. After her departure, his father did not reform, but rather intensified his reckless behavior. One fateful night, intoxicated and wandering into the street, he was struck and killed by an oncoming vehicle. Hao Chun's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. The trials he faced as a child dealt him an unprecedented blow at the tender age of 8 or 9. On one hand, he wished fervently that he had never had such a father. On the other, he mourned the loss of the man who had caused him so much pain. His mother had left because she could no longer tolerate Hao Chun's father, and now that he was gone, she could not allow her son to live devoid of maternal love. Thus, it seemed that Hao Chun began to navigate a semblance of normalcy in his life. However, calamity is often drawn to the most unfortunate. In the second year after his mother's return, she too departed this world due to an accident. He became increasingly withdrawn, reluctant to engage with others. Many remarked that Hao Chun bore an invisible armor, completely encasing himself. As time passed, he unknowingly traversed through middle school, high school, and university, stepping into the realm of adulthood. Yet, he remained as averse to social interaction as he had been in his youth. Despite being 33 years old, he had never experienced the pangs of romantic love. Hao Chun was not unappealing. He held a respectable job, and many of his colleagues harbored affections for him. In his childhood, he found solace in comic books, whether it be the domestic Old Master Q series or the Japanese classics like Doraemon and Dragon Ball, all of which captivated his imagination. Now, he reveled in the likes of Naruto and One Piece, classic anime that had stood the test of time. Though Naruto concluded years ago, he currently followed One Piece. Yet recently, he felt the narrative dragging, lacking the fervor that animated his childhood favorites. Am I growing old? He mused with a hint of self-deprecation. After watching the latest episode, Hao Chun stretched lazily. Glancing at the time, it was quite late. He turned his gaze to the night sky, allowing his true self to surface. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he realized he had crossed into his 30s, having spent half his life already. Throughout this brief life of his, he has always felt a profound sense of loss. He yearns for companionship, for a blissful home to call his own. Yet he harbors a deeper fear that in a single night, all these cherished desires might dissipate into nothingness. Thus, he has cloaked himself in a protective barrier, permitting no one to intrude upon his existence. Each night, as Hao Chun gazes up at the starry sky, tears involuntarily cascade down his cheeks. Properties matching detected. Binding in progress. Effective in 30 seconds. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Hao Chun's ear. Initially, he dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination and continued to sit by the window, lost in the vastness of the sky. As the 30 seconds elapsed, Hao Chun collapsed as if rendered unconscious. Chirp, 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 chirp. Amidst the cacophony, Hao Chun opened his eyes to find the dawn's light flooding in. Just as he was about to glance at his phone to check the time, he was taken aback by the sight of a monkey before him. The monkey, too, was fixated on him, and thus began an unexpected exchange of glances between the two, one human, one primate. Where am I? Wasn't I just asleep at home? Why am I on the grass? Hao Chun's mind swirled with confusion. The voice. My voice just now? Why did it sound like a child's voice? In a moment of realization, he recalled that his earlier cry unmistakably bore the timbre of a young child. Lowering his gaze to his hands and feet only served to solidify his conviction. He had transformed into a child. Living a life of disguise every day must be exhausting for you. From now on, you may pursue anything your heart desires. Chapter 2. The System. Who is speaking? The inexplicable voice startled Hao Chun, who had yet to fully comprehend the situation. He glanced around, finding no one present. Could it be? Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the monkey perched in the tree. The monkey had been observing Hao Chun as well, and upon meeting his gaze, a bead of cold sweat trickled down its brow. Hey, where are you looking? How could I possibly be a mere monkey? The voice echoed again, and this time Hao Chun understood. The sound resonated directly in his mind. Who are you? Where's this place? Did you bring me here? Bombarded by questions. It was indeed a perplexing situation. I am an observer from your original world. In that realm, there exist many observers like myself. We lack physical forms and merely observe the denizens of this world. We randomly select individuals and transport them to various realms. These worlds are virtual, conceived by your own reality, such as cinematic universes or animated realms. You currently find yourself in the virtual world of Dragon Ball. I have observed you for quite some time and sensed your aspirations, which led me to choose you. In this world, you are not devoid of resources. I shall provide you with various forms of assistance. However, it will not be without cost. I will issue you diverse tasks based on specific events, and rewards will be granted upon their completion. After hearing this, Hao-san remarked, so you are essentially a system, akin to those in adaptations I've seen in my own world. That interpretation is acceptable. I possess no inherent title. You may call me as you wish. Now, I shall elucidate how to utilize my capabilities. The system provided Hao-san with a detailed explanation, and upon its conclusion, he grasped the general concept. What time is it in the Dragon Ball universe? He inquired. There are still 2 months remaining before the commencement of this world's events. In other words, in 2 months, Bulma will embark on her quest for the Dragon Balls and encounter the child version of Son Goku. Contemplating this, Hao-san asked, System, must I adhere strictly to the main storyline of this world? Is it possible to forge my own path? Certainly, but I would advise against such a course, as your arrival alters the trajectory of the protagonist, Son Goku. Though the protagonist's fate is not directly tied to yours, deviations from the narrative may lead to unforeseen consequences, such as the butterfly effect. After a moment of contemplation, Hao-san resolved not to interfere with the plot and instead proceed as it was originally intended. After all, his advantage in this world lay in his foreknowledge of the storyline. Upon hearing the system's words, Hao-san exhaled in relief. Although his circumstances in his original world were less than ideal, it was still his own reality. In this realm, he might experience things he had never encountered before. After uttering this thought, a shiver ran down Hao-san's spine. Others may be unaware, but he understood all too well. In the first narrative, while the initial events appeared harmless, the resurrection of King Piccolo marked the beginning of fatalities among the main characters. In the narrative of the warrior, instances of near-total annihilation frequently arise. Although the Dragon Balls offer a means of resurrection, the potential for uncontrollable factors looms ominously. At this juncture, Hao-chan hesitates to ponder any further. The thought of perishing and relying on the Dragon Balls for revival is daunting, especially considering the possibility of being forgotten should the entire group face destruction. In this realm, the solitary path to survival lies in becoming stronger. Only through immense strength can one influence the unfolding of events. Now, having introduced the premise, I shall extend to you a special reward for your entrance into this world. These rewards are entirely random, perhaps augmenting your attributes or bestowing new techniques, all contingent upon your fortune. Upon concluding this exposition, a small gift package materializes in Hao-chan's mind. Here it comes, the inaugural free lottery. Having perused numerous adaptations of manga, Hao-chan realizes that his own journey is but a variant of those tales. Without a moment's hesitation, he opens the package. Congratulations. You have attained a 10-fold increase in combat power. A 10-fold enhancement in combat power? Hao-chan muses in confusion. System, reveal my attributes. Name, Hao-chan. Age, 8 strength, 11 agility, 11 intelligence, 11 chi, 10 effort value, 0 combat power. 10 What on earth is this? Chapter 3, weak or strong. System. Others are soaring through the skies and traversing dimensions, and yet my 10-fold increase results in a mere combat power of 10? What is the meaning of this? I recall that even in his base form, Frieza possessed a combat power of 530,000. Hao-chan protests to the system. A combat power of 10 implies that prior to the enhancement, his strength was a paltry 1. The protagonist, Sun Wukong, made his debut at the age of 12 with a combat power around 10, only surpassing limits through relentless training. At the tender age of 8, he now possesses a combat power level akin to that of Sun Wukong in his early days. Realizing this, Hao-chan comprehends that he is currently situated within the narrative of the first Dragon Ball saga, where combat powers are notably low, only gaining significance upon the arrival of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong is a Saiyan and will inevitably transform into a Super Saiyan, resulting in exponential increases in combat power. Glancing at his rear, indeed, there is no tail. System, am I a human from Earth? Indeed, you are a bona fide Earthling. Do not fret. Although you are merely an Earthling, with my support, surpassing a Super Saiyan will not pose any difficulty. At this revelation, Hao-chan's eyes gleam with excitement. Indeed, he possesses a unique advantage. This already places him on par with Sun Wukong. The system affirms, precisely, as long as you fulfill your tasks punctually, you will receive various rewards. Furthermore, as your combat power escalates, the rewards will become increasingly substantial. Hao-chan, reassured by the system's words, feels a wave of calm wash over him. Suddenly, his stomach emits a growl. Relaxed, he realizes he is quite hungry. Surveying his surroundings reveals nothing but a dense forest. Looking up, he spots an abundance of fruit on the tree where a monkey is perched. The tree stood tall, and the monkey, startled by Hao-chan, had climbed to an impressive height. Hao-chan approached the base of the tree, gazing up at the fruit above. Just a moment ago, he had augmented his combat power tenfold. Perhaps this elevation was trivial for him. With this thought in mind, he began to stretch his legs. The monkey, observing Hao Chun, felt a sense of security in its lofty perch, unperturbed, and began to enjoy a piece of fruit. At that moment, Hao Chun leaped powerfully upwards, his body seemingly defying gravity as he soared straight toward the tree. In an instant, he reached the monkey's level. The monkey, engrossed in its meal, was startled by the sudden appearance of a person, nearly losing its grip and tumbling down. Conversely, Hao Chun, in his inaugural leap, miscalculated his strength and overshot his target. Fortunately, it wasn't a disastrous miscalculation, and he began to descend. Seeing the person descending, the monkey quickly scampered away. Just then, Hao Chun landed on the tree, close enough to catch a whiff of the fragrant fruit. Unable to resist any longer, he grabbed a piece with each hand and stuffed them into his mouth. "Delicious," he exclaimed, revealing his genuine hunger. Before long, Hao Chun was satiated. With food in his belly, his mind felt considerably clearer. It wouldn't be long before the narrative unfolded, and he realized he must first locate the protagonist of this tale, Sun Wukong. After requesting the coordinates of Sun Wukong from the system, he discovered that he was quite near the Monkey King's abode. With his destination confirmed, Hao Chun dashed toward Sun Wukong's home like a gust of wind, disappearing from sight in no time. At that moment, a monkey's head peeked from behind the tree, gazing in bemusement at the direction in which Hao Chun had vanished. The monkey thought to itself, "What a peculiar encounter today." Chapter 4. The first meeting with the protagonist upon receiving the coordinates of Sun Wukong's residence. Hao Chun hastened toward his destination. Thanks to the attribute boosts provided by the system, Hao Chun moved with remarkable speed. In less than an hour, he arrived at Sun Wukong's home. Upon seeing the dwelling, Hao Chun was overwhelmed with nostalgia. Having only seen Sun Wukong's little house in illustrations and animations, he never imagined he would witness it in reality one day. "Is anyone home?" Even though he knew this was Sun Wukong's abode, Hao Chun refrained from barging in. Instead, he politely knocked on the door. Afterward, he sat down on the grass beside Sun Wukong's home. Before long, Hao Chun heard a commotion in the distance. He quickly sprang to his feet, directing his gaze toward the source of the noise. Indeed, it was Sun Wukong. Spotting the main character of Dragon Ball, Hao Chun felt a swell of excitement in his chest. After all, Sun Wukong was one of the pivotal figures of his childhood. Without a second thought, Hao Chun sprinted toward Sun Wukong, who was dragging a massive tiger behind him. It seemed to be his dinner. Upon noticing someone approaching, Sun Wukong immediately became alert. In these remote wilds, aside from his grandfather, he had seldom encountered anyone else. "Hey, who are you? Are you trying to steal my food?" Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong drew forth the staff from behind him and assumed a defensive stance. Noticing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Hao Chun hastily halted. Alas, he had become overly excited and completely forgotten the innocence of Sun Wukong's character from his youth. In his early days, Sun Wukong was remarkably naive, harboring no skepticism towards anything. If one spoke, he would wholeheartedly believe. One could only commend his grandfather, Sun Wufan, for his exemplary upbringing. No, I merely ventured out for some fun and ended up lost. I was overjoyed to see someone had arrived, and I had no intentions of stealing your food." Hao Chun quickly explained to Sun Wukong. Although he possessed equal combat capabilities as Sun Wukong at present, there was no need for unnecessary conflict. Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, Sun Wukong's expression softened immediately. "Oh, you are lost? Are you unable to find your way home? Then you can come to my place for a while." Indeed, Sun Wukong's simplicity shone through. Upon hearing someone was lost, he warmly invited Hao Chun to his home without a thought as to whether the other was friend or foe. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you. My name is Sun Wukong. What is yours?" Sun Wukong began to introduce himself. Hao Chun, you don't have a tail?" "Aha, I don't have a tail. Though we are both human, sometimes there are differences, which is perfectly normal." Hao Chun could only concoct a vague excuse, for it was not prudent to divulge that he was an extraterrestrial. "I see." Noticing Sun Wukong still musing, Hao Chun quickly shifted the topic. Along the way, Sun Wukong happily shared stories of his life with his grandfather. As Hao Chun listened, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within him. Although Sun Wukong had lost consciousness and inadvertently harmed his grandfather during his transformation into a giant ape, these moments were what he longed for. Observing the melancholy on Hao Chun's face, Wukong inquired, "What troubles you? You seem unhappy." Realizing his emotional lapse, Hao Chun swiftly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just reflecting on how I have never seen my family since childhood, which makes me a bit sad." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scrutinized Hao Chun closely. He was slightly shorter, perhaps younger than himself. While he still had his grandfather, Hao Chun had never known his family, which struck Wukong as truly pitiable. Resolutely, he decided to invite Hao Chun to live with him, to share in his life. Moved by the sincerity on Sun Wukong's face, Hao Chun felt tears nearly welling in his eyes. "Thank you, Wukong." Thus, Hao Chun found a home in this world, and his family became the anime's protagonist, Sun Wukong. Upon returning home, Wukong opened the door. and after stepping inside, he greeted a Dragon Ball that was positioned directly across from him. Hao-Tsun, upon hearing Wukong's words, understood that he was speaking to the 4-star Dragon Ball left to him by Sun Wufan. In no time, Bulma would arrive due to this Dragon Ball, and at that moment, the narrative would officially commence. Chapter 5, Wukong's Surprise. Hao-Tsun, you should rest for a while. I will go chop some firewood, and soon we shall feast on barbecued meat. With a cheerful smile, Wukong turned to Hao-Tsun. Hao-Tsun was well aware of Wukong's prodigious appetite and his lack of discerning taste. As long as the food was cooked, he would consume it regardless of its flavor. Wukong, you handle the tiger while I chop some firewood. Seeing the enthusiastic invitation from little Wukong, Hao-Tsun felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly made his request to chop wood. However, Wukong merely stared at him blankly. His expression pure and innocent as he remarked, "Can you chop wood? It requires considerable strength." "Not a problem. Having lived independently since childhood, I possess a bit of strength." Hao-Tsun understood that Wukong did not look down on him, but rather believed he might lack the necessary power. Upon hearing this, Wukong burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha. Then you go ahead and chop wood, and I'll take care of tying up the tiger." With that, the two began their respective tasks. Spotting an axe beside the house, Hao-Tsun picked it up and surveyed the area. He soon came across a dead tree that could be embraced by 3 people, which was perfect for firewood. As Hao-Tsun approached the thick tree, Wukong kindly advised, "Hao-Tsun, that tree is too thick. Perhaps you should choose another." Before he could finish his sentence, however, Hao-Tsun had already swung the axe down. With a loud crash, the tree fell. Wukong stood there in astonishment. "Hao-Tsun, you are incredibly strong." After expressing his surprise, Wukong exclaimed. Hao-Tsun scratched his head and replied, "I've been on my own since childhood, so I've developed some training. Otherwise, I would encounter many dangers." Upon hearing Hao-Tsun's words, Wukong's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. He joyfully rushed over to Hao-Tsun, grabbing him as if to ensure he wouldn't escape. "Really? Me too. I've been training under my grandfather. After he passed away, I had to train by myself. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. You also practice. Now we can train together." Son Goku, being a Saiyan, had an innate love for combat. Although he had lost his more violent tendencies after falling from a cliff and hitting his head, the essence of his battle-loving spirit remained unchanged. Now that he had encountered someone like him who also practiced, he exhibited extraordinary joy and excitement. Seeing Son Goku's happiness brought a smile to Hao-Tsun's face as well. After all, Son Goku was the protagonist of Dragon Ball, the pinnacle of combat prowess, and training alongside him would certainly be beneficial. "Great. Starting tomorrow, we will train together." With that, the two resumed their barbecue preparations. Before long, the large tiger was perfectly roasted, emanating a tantalizing aroma. Although there were no seasonings, the scent was enough to make Hao-Tsun's mouth water. "All right, it's time to eat," Wukong declared, tearing off a tiger leg and handing it to Hao-Tsun. The leg was nearly as tall as Hao-Tsun himself. Seeing the delicious meat, Hao-Tsun wasted no time and began to devour it ravenously. Observing Hao-Tsun's hearty appetite, Wukong laughed with delight and soon joined in, eating heartily himself. Perhaps it is due to Hao-Tsun being a human from Earth that he does not possess the same voracious appetite as a Saiyan. After finishing a tiger leg, he felt utterly stuffed. Yet, upon glancing at Goku, he observed him continuing to devour food with great zeal. It was only after consuming the entire tiger that Goku contentedly wiped his mouth. Noticing Hao-Tsun's gaze, Goku assumed he was still hungry and immediately expressed his apologies, saying, "Hao-Tsun, are you still hungry? It's all my fault. I momentarily forgot about you and ended up eating the leftovers. Tomorrow, I will hunt 2 tigers for you." Realizing Goku had misunderstood, Hao-Tsun quickly clarified, No, Goku, I am quite full. I am merely astonished by your remarkable appetite." Goku laughed heartily. "I've always had a big appetite since childhood, especially after training. My hunger is insatiable." Hao-Tsun mused to himself that Saiyans truly are extraordinary beings. Having satisfied their hunger, the night grew late, and the 2 children chatted joyfully in bed for quite some time before gradually drifting off to sleep. That night, Hao-Tsun slumbered deeply and sweetly, as if he suddenly grasped the essence of happiness. Chapter 6, Training. The following day, as dawn broke, Goku awoke and glanced at the still sleeping Hao-Tsun, prompting him to rise. "Hao-Tsun, it's time to get up. We must have breakfast before starting our training." Truly, the mightiest warrior of Dragon Ball, rising so early to train. Hao-Tsun, not one to linger in bed, immediately rose upon hearing Goku's call. Their breakfast consisted of various fruits from the forest, foraging as they walked. And once they had eaten their fill, they commenced their morning training, running. Hao-Tsun understood that in the early stages of Dragon Ball, running drills were indispensable. Even during their time with Master Roshi and King Kai, running was a fundamental part of their training. The only distinction lay in the added weight one must carry. If he wished to enhance his strength from this moment forward, he needed to begin incorporating additional weight. "System, do you possess any methods to assist us in increasing our own weight?" he inquired. The system responded that with every 5 points of combat power gained through personal training, 1 effort point would be unlocked, which could be exchanged for equivalent equipment. It appeared that despite having a system, one could not simply grow stronger without effort. Thus, he resolved to begin his self-improvement. With this thought, Hao Chen approached a large tree. Goku, noticing Hao Chen's sudden movement, halted as well. What's wrong, Hao Chen? Are you still hungry? Hao Chen felt speechless. Goku seemed to think only of training and food, assuming he was going to pick fruits. No, Goku. I have heard that increasing one's weight during training can significantly enhance the effects. I used to carry a log while running. With that, Hao Chen delivered a powerful punch to the tree before him. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled. Following this, he struck down the center of the tree, splitting it in two. Goku, you carry this half. After we finish running, you will truly feel the difference. Upon concluding his words, Hao Chen hoisted half of a tree onto his back. Wukong, noticing this, unhesitatingly lifted the other half onto his own shoulders. Thus, the two continued their vigorous run. By midday, both Wukong and Hao Chen were drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, their tongues lolling from their mouths. At last, they reached their destination, at which point they discarded the trees from their backs and collapsed onto the ground. The only sounds that filled the air were their heavy breaths. Phew, Hao Chen. This method is indeed far more exhausting than my previous training runs, Wukong exclaimed. Hao Chen remained silent, at a loss for words. After all, this was his inaugural training session in the realm of Dragon Ball. Though he had observed much in his own world and understood that such exertion would expedite his combat prowess, he had not anticipated it would be this grueling. I can't go on, Hao Chen. I'm starving. I'm going fishing. You can start a fire for our lunch of grilled fish. The mere mention of grilled fish made Hao Chen's stomach grumble in agreement, prompting him to gather firewood. Before long, he had amassed a sufficient pile of wood and glanced over at Wukong by the riverbank, unable to suppress a laugh. Just as in the animated series he had watched, Wukong had stripped down completely, utilizing his tail as a fishing tool. Due to Wukong's enormous appetite, even the smallest fish would not suffice for his hunger. Thus, his tail attracted only those monstrous fish capable of swallowing a monkey whole. As Hao Chen chuckled at the sight, a massive fish suddenly leapt from the water, catching Wukong off guard and sinking its teeth into his tail. The Saiyan's tail was a vulnerability. Once firmly grasped, it rendered him powerless. In that moment, Wukong lost all strength and was dragged into the river. Wukong, Hao Chen shouted, rushing forward to save him, but the fish was too swift, eluding his grasp. Mission issued. Rescue son Wukong from the jaws of the great fish. Mission difficulty, complete. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Failure, Wukong perishes, resulting in a complete deviation from the storyline of this world. Chapter 7, the first mission. What is happening? A mere fish could potentially eliminate the protagonist of Dragon Ball? This must be a jest. Although this was only his second day in the Dragon Ball universe, after half a day of camaraderie, he had already come to regard Wukong as family. No one shall harm his family. With this thought fueling his determination, he sprinted after them. Fortunately, the river flowed in a singular direction. Hao Chen raced along the bank, observing the shadow of the great fish, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Meanwhile, Wukong, trapped underwater with the fish clamped onto his tail, felt utterly drained but managed to glimpse Hao Chen. He reached out a hand in desperation. Yet his strength had abandoned him, and his hand fell limply back. As Hao Chen closed the gap to the fish, he leapt into the air, lunging toward the beast. The fish, taken aback by this unforeseen assault, failed to evade him, and Hao Chen landed squarely upon it, gripping the massive creature tightly. The great fish began to thrash wildly, yet it could not shake off its rider. In the water, the fish held the advantage, while Hao Chen clung desperately with both hands and feet, exerting all his strength merely to avoid being thrown off, leaving him no energy to counterattack. At that moment, Wukong began to choke on water. If a solution wasn't found soon, he would be in peril. You filthy fish. Hao Chen cursed inwardly, disregarding everything else. He opened his mouth and bit down on the fish's head. Although the fish had tough skin and thick flesh, it could not withstand the full force of Hao Chen's bite. In pain, its mouth involuntarily opened. Wukong felt his tail release, his body regained strength, and driven by instinct, he swam upward with all his might. After a strenuous effort, he finally clawed his way onto the shore, gasping desperately for fresh air. Hao Chen, son Wukong called out as he swam and searched the river, yet he still could not find his friend. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wukong climbed back onto the bank, filled with frustration, tears streaming down his face. His first true friend was in danger, risking everything for his sake. Just as he prepared to leap back into the river, he spotted a figure approaching from a distance. Squinting, he realized it was none other than Hao Chen. Hao Chen, Wukong shouted, rushing towards him. Indeed, it was Hao Chen, and he bore the great fish upon his back. Hao Chen, you're all right. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Ha! Wukong grasped Hao Chen's hands, dancing with joy. Witnessing this scene filled Hao Chen with even greater happiness and elation. Where did you run off to? You scared me half to death. Wukong, still tear-streaked, inquired about Hao Chen's ordeal. It turned out that the moment Hao Chun bit down on the fish's head, causing it to release Wukong, the system had notified him that his task was complete. He could have swum up directly, but the system issued another task: defeat the giant piranha. Task reward: 1 lottery draw. Task failure: deduct 5 combat points. Task difficulty. Upon hearing this new task, swimming up became impossible, and so Hao Chun engaged once more in battle with the giant piranha. Being in a child's body, with short arms and legs, he found it difficult to maneuver for an offensive, and could only bite the fish's head while grappling with his hands. By chance, he managed to grasp one of the fish's gills. Sensing danger, the fish began to thrash about wildly, inadvertently dragging Hao Chun to another location. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chun began to pull at the gills. The fish struggled for only a short while before falling still. Logically, this fish posed no threat to someone of Sun Wukong's combat prowess. However, today's training included Hao Chun, who had proposed weighted training, which caused Wukong to expend a degree of his stamina. Coupled with hunger, his reactions lagged, leaving him vulnerable to the giant piranha. No wonder the system warned me that my presence could introduce uncontrollable factors. Had I not appeared, Wukong would have continued his training methodically, and such a situation would never have arisen. Chapter 8. The New Lottery. Ha. It's all good, it's all good. Upon hearing Hao Can's tale, Wukong exclaimed joyfully. It seems I must redouble my efforts in training. I am still too weak. True to his nature, Wukong was contemplating ways to enhance his combat prowess even at this moment. Booyaloo. Just as he finished speaking, a rumble emanated from Wukong's stomach. Hao Can chuckled at Wukong's expression, and soon, the two made their way to the pile of firewood they had prepared earlier. After all, filling their stomachs was of utmost importance. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Hao Can merely sliced off a small portion and sat down to eat, while Wukong leapt onto the large fish, devouring it ravenously. As Wukong savored his meal, Hao Can began to communicate with the system. Just moments ago, he had completed 2 tasks, earning 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. Gazing at the 2 small packages in his mind, Hao Can first opened one. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Kamehameha. This skill's power increases with the enhancement of energy attributes. The higher the energy, the greater the strength. Seeing that he had drawn the signature skill from the Dragon Ball series, Hao Can felt a surge of excitement, nearly jumping from his seat. It is well known that although the Kamehameha was conceived by Master Roshi, this technique encompasses the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative. Just recall the phrase, "Do not clash with the Sun family," and one will remember how Wukong and his son elevated the Kamehameha's power to its zenith. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Can immediately opened the remaining package. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Rapid Learning. This skill grants a chance to instantly learn observed techniques and methods. This skill can be upgraded by spending effort points. The current probability is 10. Rapid Learning? A chance to instantly acquire observed skills and techniques? Hao Can scrutinized the skill description. Although the current probability stood at a mere 10%, it could be upgraded. If it were to reach 100%, he could learn any technique he had witnessed instantaneously. This was nothing short of a super cheat. After opening both packages, Hao Can began to examine his attributes. Name: Hao Can. Age: 8 strength, 12 agility, 13 intelligence, 11 energy, 10 effort points, 0 combat power. 17 His combat power had surged by 7 points. System: will my combat power really increase this rapidly? Hao Can questioned, puzzled that merely training for one morning had resulted in such a significant boost. The increase in combat power is calculated based on your base attributes and skills. Currently, your attribute enhancement contributes 2 points to combat power, while the skill contributes 5 points. Now it made sense. It was indeed the acquisition of the Kamehameha that had resulted in such a considerable rise in his combat power. System: can I view the attributes of others? Naturally, but each inquiry requires the expenditure of 1 effort point. Hao Can fell silent, taken aback that merely checking someone else's attributes would cost effort points. The pressing issue was that he currently possessed not a single effort point. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? When it comes to warriors, nearly everyone is equipped with instruments to assess combat power, yet you still demand a fee. What I provide you is a comprehensive overview of the opponent's attributes, including specific stats and skills. Simply checking combat power should not incur any effort points. After hearing the system's explanation, Hao Can finally understood. Then just help me check Goku's current combat power. Son Goku, combat power 13. Indeed, he is truly the protagonist of Dragon Ball. With the same training, Hao Can only managed to increase his combat power by 2 points, while Goku managed to raise his by 3. Had it not been for his fortunate lottery win of the Kamehameha technique, Goku's combat power would have surpassed his own by the end of the morning. No wonder, during their training with Master Roshi, Krillin and Goku initially seemed comparable. Yet as time progressed, the gap between them widened significantly. How enviable. Chapter 9. Elevating Limits. System: besides completing tasks, is there any other way to rapidly enhance combat power? The Saiyan bloodline is unparalleled by Earthlings. Although the narrative had yet to formally commence, Hao Can already felt a sense of urgency. given his current rate of improvement. He feared that by the later stages of the story, he might become a mere tool like Krillin. In the world of Dragon Ball, there exists nothing else. Combat power is paramount. Once you begin to accumulate effort points, you can exchange them for various skills, including the enhancement of your physical limits. Enhancing physical limits? What does that entail? Hao-Chun asked, perplexed. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the physical limits of various races differ significantly. Mighty beings like the Frieza clan and the Saiyans, contrasted with the weaker Earthlings. This disparity in racial limits leads to vast differences in combat power. By elevating one's physical limits, one can transcend these racial constraints, thereby increasing their combat power. By exchanging with me, you can infinitely enhance your physical limits. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Hao-Chun's eyes lit up. The prospect of infinitely enhancing his physical limits implied that his combat power could also be boundlessly increased. This meant that he needed to acquire effort points and subsequently exchange them. Currently, the sole method to obtain effort points was through personal training to boost combat power. With this thought, Hao-Chun abruptly stood up and called out to Goku, Goku, let us continue our training. Wow! Hao-Chun's sudden exclamation startled Goku, causing him to tumble off the large fish he was perched upon. What just happened, Hao-Chun? Goku asked as he climbed back up, a generous piece of fish still in his mouth. We're still too weak. We must accelerate our training. Hao-Chun exclaimed excitedly. Although Goku didn't quite grasp the reason behind Hao-Chun's sudden fervor, he was equally eager to train and grow stronger. Thus, he hastily finished the remaining fish meat. Hao-Chun, then let us continue our training. Together, we shall become even stronger. Let's do this. With their resolve solidified, the two hoisted the round logs once more and resumed their training. From that day forth, two children would appear in the forest every morning, sprinting with logs taller than their own bodies. In the afternoons, they would sometimes lift boulders, and at other times, engage in playful combat. Occasionally, their silhouettes could be seen at night. The reason they were only occasionally visible after dusk was known to no one but Hao-Chun. If a full moon were to rise and Wukong transformed into a giant ape, Hao-Chun knew he would likely be crushed in mere moments. Thus, whenever Wukong expressed a desire to train at night, Hao-Chun would warn him of the giant ape's nocturnal prowling, preventing him from venturing outside. On rare occasions, when he could not dissuade Wukong, he would first go out to observe the moon, ensuring utmost safety. Thus, day by day, Hao-Chun and Wukong continued their training. And before they realized it, nearly 2 months had passed. System, please check my current attributes. During these 2 months, Hao-Chun and Wukong had devoted themselves entirely to training. Hao-Chun could sense his own growth and strength, yet he had not taken the time to assess how much he had improved. Taking advantage of Wukong's fishing moment, Hao-Chun accessed the system. Name, Hao-Chun. Age, 8 years. Strength, 27. Agility, 31. Intelligence, 23. Chi, 20. Effort points, 2. Combat power, 30. His combat power had increased by 13 points compared to 2 months ago, and his effort points had risen by 2 as well. System. Now let me check Wukong's combat power. Son Wukong, combat power, 28. Indeed, the gap between them was narrowing. Hao-Chun felt speechless. Despite his relentless efforts during training, the disparity seemed to diminish further. System, can I exchange my effort points now? Detection complete. You have acquired effort points. Exchange available. Items are as follows. A plethora of items flooded Hao-Chun's mind, encompassing everything imaginable from the Dragon Ball universe. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. Since the others were not immediately useful, he clicked on the race category. To his surprise, the only option available was Earthling, with nothing else listed. It appeared that the system did not permit any alteration of race. Upon selecting Earthling, a section appeared for enhancing physical limits. Enhance physical limit level 1, 1 effort point. Only 1 effort point required? Exchange. Hao-Chun clicked without hesitation. After a brief wait, he felt nothing. The enhancement of physical limits would not directly bolster his combat power. He had anticipated a flash of golden light surging into him, dramatically elevating his strength. It seemed he had overestimated the process. Chapter 10, the story begins. With 1 effort point remaining, Hao-Chun pondered what else he could exchange. The array of items was vast, and he felt dizzy from the options. What I truly need is a way to increase my physical burden for training at any moment. Carrying logs during practice is rather inconvenient. Perhaps I should explore gravity suits first. After careful consideration, Hao-Chun began to search for gravity clothing in his mind. The gravity clothing could adjust its size according to the wearer's physique and could be used for a lifetime. The gravity could be modified without limit. Furthermore, the attire possessed a transformation feature, allowing it to change style based on the wearer's needs. It required 5 effort points to acquire. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Hao-Chun was eager to redeem this outfit. Unfortunately, he currently had only 1 effort point remaining, needing an additional 4 points, which meant he had to increase his combat power by 20 points to meet the requirement. It seemed there were no immediate solutions available, so he decided to wait until he accumulated the necessary effort points. With that thought, he exited the system. At that moment, Goku had also caught a giant piranha. It must be noted that through months of companionship, Hao Chun had been influenced by Goku's innocence, becoming increasingly cheerful and lively. After walking for a while, both Hao Chun and Goku heard a sound approaching from behind. Hao Chun immediately recognized it as the sound of a car. Goku, having lived in the mountains his entire life, had never seen a car, let alone a person. Hao Chun, what is that sound? Goku asked, puzzled. This startled Goku, who thought it might be some kind of monster, momentarily lost in thought. As Hao Chun saw the car speeding towards them, he quickly grabbed Goku and leapt upwards, effortlessly evading the vehicle. However, due to its excessive speed, despite hitting the brakes, the car lost control and crashed into the hillside. Hey, what kind of monster are you? Are you here to steal my food? Once Goku regained his composure, he mistakenly assumed it was an unfamiliar species attempting to snatch their prized fish. Just as he contemplated launching an attack on the car, Hao Chun intervened. He explained to Goku that this was a commonly used mode of transportation by humans, not a monster. No sooner had he finished speaking than a person emerged from the vehicle, with green hair and dressed in a pink dress. It was none other than Bulma. Encountering Bulma here signified that the plot of Dragon Ball had officially commenced. Hao Chun jogged over to help Bulma up and inquired, "Are you alright?" Bulma glanced at Hao Chun, feeling a wave of relief. Had she collided with a child, it would have been troublesome. "I'm fine, thank you." She then turned to observe Goku, who was circling the car, examining it with curiosity, resembling a country bumpkin. After a moment of investigation, Goku approached to closely scrutinize Bulma. "Hao Chun, is she also a human? Why does she seem so different from us?" "She appears rather weak," he remarked. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma was equally perplexed. Who was this rustic individual who couldn't even discern whether she was human? "Of course, I'm human. I'm just a girl, which is why I might seem weaker." "Ah, so you're a girl?" "My grandfather only told me about girls and instructed me to be gentle with them when I met one." Hao Chun comprehended Bulma's confusion and proceeded to elucidate his growth journey from childhood to the present, which enabled Bulma to finally grasp the situation. "And what about you?" After listening to Hao Chun's explanation regarding Goku, Bulma's curiosity about Hao Chun's background was piqued. Hao Chun reiterated what he had previously told Goku, adding that his wanderings had led him to various cities and encounters with different people. "Hao Chun, she is a girl. Let us invite her to our home and offer her hospitality." Goku, unaware of the nuances of being gentle with a girl, suggested inviting Bulma over. Naturally, Hao Chun did not object, and the trio set off towards his home. As per the narrative, upon discovering Bulma's name, Goku laughed incessantly, which infuriated Bulma to the point where she contemplated tearing him apart. Throughout this, Hao Chun maintained a solemn demeanor. Bulma's arrival signified the commencement of the story, prompting Hao Chun's mind to replay the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative, meticulously filtering out perilous events. By familiarizing himself with the plot and augmenting his strength, he aimed to seize the initiative in every circumstance. Chapter 11, Dragon Ball. Before long, the three arrived at Goku's residence. Upon entering, Bulma's eyes were drawn to the 4-star Dragon Ball prominently displayed in the center of the room, and she excitedly picked it up. This caused Goku to panic. "Hey, put my grandpa down." "Your grandpa? You mean this Dragon Ball is your grandpa?" Hao Chun was well aware that Bulma's journey was primarily to seek out the Dragon Balls. Bulma began to explain the significance of the Dragon Balls to Goku, attempting to entice him and Hao Chun to join her in the quest for them. "Goku, let us embark on the adventure of finding the Dragon Balls with Bulma. Along the way, we might acquire various training knowledge that could expedite our growth and strength." Bulma turned her gaze towards Hao Chun, intrigued. Just moments ago, she had intended to use the notion of training to persuade the two. Yet this little imp had voiced it himself. The mention of training instantly invigorated Goku, who, without a second thought, readily agreed. After offering Bulma some food, Hao Chun and Goku began to tidy up, preparing to set off with her. Bulma, however, could only manage a few bites. The unseasoned, fire-cooked food was beyond her palate. Yet she felt too embarrassed to express her discomfort, considering it was their first time hosting her. Soon, the two finished packing, and Bulma produced a small box from her pocket. Hao Chun immediately recognized it as the first piece of advanced technology from the Dragon Ball universe, the Capsule Corporation's Universal Capsule. Regardless of the object's size, with this capsule's aid, it could be conveniently reduced in size. Master Roshi's room functioned this way, allowing him to relocate effortlessly. The inventor of this remarkable capsule was none other than Bulma's father. Bulma had inherited her father's brilliant intellect, leading her to invent numerous gadgets, the most notable being the Dragon Radar. With a click, the small capsule transformed into a car. Although Hao Chun had encountered this phenomenon in various animations, witnessing it firsthand was a marvel that left him in awe. In contrast, Goku was taken aback, beginning to suspect that Bulma might be some sort of monster. Once everyone had boarded the vehicle, Bulma was eager to showcase the prowess of technology to Hao Yin and Goku. With a decisive press of the accelerator, the car surged forward in an instant. Goku, having never encountered something that could travel so swiftly, was momentarily awestruck. Indeed, Bulma served as Goku's guiding light. Without her, he might have spent his entire life secluded within the mountains. Hey, Bulma, slow down. The roads here are treacherous, Haoyan called out, mindful of the dangers inherent in reckless driving, having come from a different world. Before Bulma could respond, the vehicle suddenly soared into the air. She had overlooked the steep descent in her pursuit of speed. Fortunately, the car landed safely, though it left Bulma and Haoyan quite shaken. In contrast, Goku remained unfazed, even reveling in the thrill. Bulma, momentarily dazed, concocted an excuse and dashed off into the distance. Haoyan understood she was seeking a restroom. Suddenly, he recalled that Bulma's first peril had arisen from a similar situation, where she had been abducted by a colossal dinosaur while searching for a place to relieve herself. Although she had been rescued by Goku then, any disruption in the current scenario could lead to complications. With that thought, Haoyan sprinted towards Bulma. Hey, Haoyan, are you in need of a bathroom too? Goku, witnessing Haoyan's sudden departure, assumed he was merely in urgent need. After running a few paces, Bulma's scream pierced the air, and soon Haoyan spotted the enormous dinosaur. He propelled himself into the air with a mighty kick directed at the creature's face. The dinosaur, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing against a distant boulder. The dinosaur, in sheer terror, gazed at the still youthful Haoyan and stammered, "A monster," before fainting. Hey, Bulma, are you alright? Haoyan called, turning his attention to her. To his surprise, Bulma, startled, was seated on the ground, having not yet managed to put on her shorts. Upon noticing Haoyan's gaze upon her, she turned to him and exclaimed, "Ah, Haoyan, you pervert." Her furious outburst startled several nearby large creatures, some of which began to flee in panic. Chapter 12. The Fried Rice Trio. Hey, Bulma, why are you so upset? This time, as Bulma took the wheel, she was far more cautious than before. Goku, observing Bulma's sullen demeanor, inquired with confusion. Bulma remained silent, directing her ire towards Haoyan. If you dare to speak of this, you'll regret it. Haoyan, aware of his transgression, awkwardly scratched his head. Although he was merely 8 years old in this world, he was indeed a bona fide adult. He could not behave as Goku did. Seeing Haoyan's expression of guilt, Bulma chose not to press the matter further. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky, prompting Bulma to find an open space to park the vehicle. Traveling at night poses significant dangers. Thus, we shall rest here for the evening and resume our journey at dawn. After uttering this, she retrieved her box of miraculous capsules. As the smoke dissipated, a splendid dwelling emerged. Each time Goku witnessed this spectacle, he was utterly astonished, while Haoyan had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Bulma was the first to step inside the house, followed closely by Haoyan, with Goku eventually joining after a moment of contemplation. Upon seeing the well-equipped interior, Haoyan couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Indeed, the technology of the Dragon Ball world is incomparable to that of his own. Not long after, Bulma prepared dinner. You entertain me at noon. Tonight, I shall treat you. These dishes are my specialty. Please, do not hold back. As Haoyan gazed at the array of food laid out before him, he finally understood why Bulma maintained such a splendid figure. The spread consisted solely of fruits and vegetables, devoid of any caloric offerings. Haoyan was fine, as he occasionally indulged in a similar diet in his own world, but Goku was not accustomed to such fare. Having relied on hunting for sustenance since childhood, fruits were merely snacks for him, insufficient to satiate his hunger. True to form, after just a couple of bites, Goku expressed his desire to venture outside in search of more food. Haoyan hastily consumed his meal, still feeling unsatisfied, and suggested accompanying Goku on his quest. These two boys are truly peculiar, Bulma murmured softly as she watched their departing figures. Haoyan and Goku scoured the woods for quite some time. Perhaps due to the dimming light, they found little in the way of wildlife. At that moment, Goku spotted a pile of stones and pounced upon it. Ha ha ha, Haoyan. I found something, he exclaimed, extending his hand towards Haoyan, revealing a centipede nearly the length of Haoyan's arm. My goodness. Haoyan suddenly recalled that in his previous life, Goku had once pinched a centipede in an anime. Observing Haoyan's reaction, Goku inquired, Haoyan, do you not enjoy eating centipedes? Ha ha ha. I prefer devouring meat in large quantities. You can keep that for yourself. Ah ha ha ha. With that, he wandered off in another direction. Goku glanced at the centipede in his hand, thinking it must be too small for Haoyan's liking. Hence he had relinquished it to Goku. Resolving to find larger game for their dinner, Goku followed after Haoyan. It must be said, Goku's kindness and innocence are truly commendable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The first group of antagonists Goku encountered in the Dragon Ball world resembled the trio known as the Pilaf Gang. Though their powers were minimal, they certainly caused Goku considerable trouble, even unleashing the formidable King Piccolo in the first saga. The leader, Pilaf, harbored dreams of world domination and sought the power of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his aspirations. It would not be long before Pilaf's lackeys, Mai and Shu, would encounter Goku in their quest for the Dragon Balls. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Goku's voice rang out. Hey Haoyan, look up at the sky. There's a large bird. Let us catch it for dinner. Following the direction indicated by Wukong's finger, Haoyan glanced over and, indeed, spotted an aircraft. It was evident that Ashura and Xiaowu were aboard. considering the considerable trouble these three had caused Wukong. A sinister thought began to brew within Hao Chen's mind. Should he eliminate them right here? Chapter 13. To kill or not to kill. After the plot commenced, Wukong's first transformation into a giant ape was triggered by being confined with these three in an underground glass chamber, where he was exposed to the full moon. Therefore, Hao Chen contemplated the notion of dispatching Ashura and Xiaowu before seeking out Pilaf, who had already acquired a Dragon Ball. With Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, locating him would be a simple task. Before he could ponder further, Wukong tugged at Hao Chen, propelling him toward the aircraft. Xiaowu, is this the Valley of Dragons? It appears rather terrifying, Ashura remarked, eyeing the scattered animal remains with trepidation. Xiaowu, equally startled by the grim sight, began to search diligently. Although Ashura was frightened, the thought of King Pilaf sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to join the search. Not long after, Wukong and Hao Chen emerged, with Wukong leaping directly in front of the aircraft, while Hao Chen landed before Xiaowu and Ashura. The sudden appearance of the two startled Xiaowu and Ashura, causing them to shriek and collapse in fear. Upon witnessing their fainted forms, Hao Chen abandoned his initial intent to eliminate them. Firstly, although these three had not committed any egregious acts, they were essential for advancing the plot. Secondly, killing them might give rise to new adversaries, potentially spawning unforeseen narrative developments. Most importantly, having frightened them into unconsciousness upon their abrupt entrance rendered Hao Chen reluctant to take further action against them. What is this, not a bird? Wukong exclaimed, prodding the aircraft with his Rui Jingu Bang, only to realize it was not a bird at all. At that moment, low growls began to resonate around them, and Hao Chen turned to discover a pack of wolves had materialized. It seemed the multitude of animal bones surrounding them was the handiwork of these wolves, likely drawn by the earlier screams of Ashura and Xiaowu. Wukong, upon seeing the wild wolves, felt not fear but exhilaration. For him, the roles of predator and prey were yet to be determined. As he pondered this, he leapt into the fray, engaging the wolves in combat. Hao Chen, however, refrained from joining the battle. These wolves were but trivial adversaries to Wukong. Instead, he seized Ashura and Xiaowu, guiding them toward the aircraft. Upon reaching the aircraft, he gently set them down. Having decided to spare their lives to facilitate the progression of the narrative, he felt compelled to act as a benefactor. It would be unwise to leave them amidst the bones, vulnerable to the wolves' discovery, with dire consequences likely to ensue. After completing this act, Hao Chen turned to observe Wukong, who had just finished dispatching the fierce pack of wolves, now lying defeated at his feet. Seeing Hao Chen watching him, Wukong flashed a peace sign, exclaiming, "Ha, Hao Chen, tonight we can feast on roasted wolf meat." Ha! With that, he hoisted the largest wolf onto his shoulder and bounded over to Hao Chen. At that moment, Wukong also noticed the two unconscious individuals and inquired, "Who are they? Why are they sleeping here?" Upon reaching the doorstep of Bulma's house, Wukong intended to call her out to join them for a meal, but Hao Chen stopped him. Earlier, Wukong had startled himself by holding a giant centipede in front of him. If Bulma were to see it, she would likely faint from fright. Consequently, the two decided to split up once more. Wukong would handle the wolf, while Hao Chen went in search of firewood. Having walked only a short distance into the woods, Hao Chen sensed that someone was trailing him. Without hesitation, he leaped toward his follower. "Is it you?" Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ones following him were none other than the recently fainted Ashio and Xiaowu. The sudden appearance of the child startled them once again. At that moment, they comprehended the depth of this child's capabilities. Just as they were about to explain themselves, the child spoke first. "I know what you intend to do. As long as you refrain from any outrageous actions, I will not interfere. However, should you overstep and threaten the lives of those dear to me, I will eliminate you first. This includes your leader, Pilaf." Hearing that this child was aware of King Pilaf sent chills down Ashio and Xiaowu's spines. Who are you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. Simply remember my words, Hao Chen stated before walking away, disappearing from sight in no time. Left in the forest, Ashio and Xiaowu stood in a daze. Chapter 14. Master Rashi. By the time Hao Chen had gathered all the firewood, Wukong had already skewered the wolf. He ignited the fire and placed both the wolf and the centipede over the flames to roast. Once the enticing aroma began to waft through the air, Hao Chen ventured into the house to invite Bulma out. When Bulma appeared, Hao Chen had already moved the centipede to the side, fearing that its sight would ruin her appetite. However, instead of eating, Bulma brought some spices and sprinkled them over the wolf meat. "Bulma, what are you doing? Why are you putting those strange things on the meat?" Wukong, having never encountered spices before, was perplexed by Bulma's actions. "Fool, these are spices. Adding them to food makes it more delicious." Bulma snapped, noticing Wukong's skeptical expression. Observing their banter, Hao Chen merely smiled, tearing off a leg of the wolf and taking a bite. "Oh my, this is absolutely delicious." Hao Chen's excitement was not exaggerated. Since arriving in this world, he had spent so long with Wukong, indulging in simple sustenance without the delight of seasoned food. Hearing Hao Chen's praise, Wukong tentatively took a bite as well. Indeed, it tastes so much better. He exclaimed. Bulma, I didn't realize you were such a great cook. Of course. Bulma replied with pride. I am indeed a perfect girl, embodying both beauty and intelligence. Upon hearing Goku's compliment, Bulma instantly succumbed to her vanity. Before long, Hao-san and Goku had tidied away all the food, and the two retreated to the room for a refreshing bath. Having traversed dimensions, Hao-san was elated to enjoy the luxury of a hot shower after washing in the river for so long. In contrast, it was Goku's first experience with a bathtub, and he felt quite unfamiliar with using shampoo and body wash. Just as they were reveling in their bathing, Bulma entered, inquiring, Do you need me to help wash you? Goku, unfazed, chatted openly with her, while Hao-san, feeling bashful, submerged himself in the tub, refusing to emerge despite Bulma's coaxing. Observing his bashfulness, Bulma chuckled to herself. What a cheeky little brat, still feeling shy. Meanwhile, Hao-san internally grumbled. What a joke. I am over 30. How could I possibly allow a girl to bathe me? After their cleansing rituals, Hao-san and Goku settled down for a restful night's sleep. Fortunately, there were no incidents of Goku invading Bulma's room, ensuring that her modesty remained intact. The following morning, both Hao-san and Goku awoke refreshed, donned their clothes, and prepared to venture out for training. Upon stepping outside, Hao-san began to search eagerly, for he was familiar with the storyline and knew that Master Roshi's sea turtle had wandered into the vicinity. As fortune would have it, he spotted the turtle napping in the corner. Hello, Mr. Turtle, what brings you here? Hao-san approached, giving the turtle's shell a gentle pat. Goku, noticing Hao-san conversing with what appeared to be a stone, hurried over. The turtle stirred awake, turning its head to regard Hao-san and Goku. Before it could speak, Goku exclaimed, Bulma, is that you transformed into a turtle? What nonsense are you spouting, Goku? Came Bulma's voice from behind. Hao-san couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Just as in the narrative, the turtle had become lost while foraging for mushrooms, straying further from its path. Goku, ever eager, insisted on escorting the turtle to the sea. Initially, Bulma thought it a waste of time, but after Hao-san suggested, perhaps there will be unexpected rewards, she relented and led the turtle towards the shore. Their journey proceeded smoothly, marred only by an ill-fated bandit whom Hao-san dispatched with a swift strike. Before long, they arrived at the beach. This was Hao-san's first visit to the seaside, whether in this world or the last, and the vast expanse, devoid of any other soul, brought him a sense of tranquility. The turtle expressed profound gratitude for their assistance, requesting they wait while it swam off into the distance. Hao-san understood that it was going to summon Master Roshi. It was here that Goku had acquired his Nimbus Cloud and, additionally, a Dragon Ball. After a brief wait, a stylish old man appeared, riding atop the turtle's back. Drawing closer, Hao-san squinted, and it was unmistakable. Who else could it be but Master Roshi? Chapter 15, Hao-san's Contemplations. Who knows? Pilaf believes this is merely an excuse concocted by the two due to their failure on the mission. He insists that they must be duly punished. Indeed, it is the formidable King Pilaf. Though the little rascal is not of age, his strength is unfathomable. I sense that had we uttered a single wrong word at that moment, he would have eliminated us. Not only that, he is aware of your name and instructed us to convey a message. Do not harm his friends. Otherwise, silence. I do not wish to hear your justifications any further. Pilaf dismissed their words entirely, ready to unleash his fury once more, when a phone call interrupted him. Upon concluding the call, Pilaf's mood somewhat lifted as he learned of the whereabouts of a Dragon Ball, which was in the possession of a certain Master Roshi. To be fair, Pilaf's intelligence-gathering skills are quite commendable, yet he seems to attract increasingly troublesome adversaries with each encounter. Pilaf had always believed that their failure to acquire the Dragon Ball was due to the incompetence of his subordinates. So this time he resolved to personally seize the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi, setting off with Asu and Xiaowu. As for Hao-san and his companions, they successfully met with Master Roshi. True to the narrative, Master Roshi presented Goku with the flying Nimbus. When Bulma spotted the 7 Dragon Balls adorning Master Roshi's neck, she was about to express her excitement, only to be halted by Hao-san. Bulma looked at Hao-san in confusion, who merely smiled back before stepping forward to perform for Master Roshi. He spoke of how the Dragon Balls were reminiscent of those left by Goku's grandfather, of having grown up without family, of Goku being Gohan's grandson, and of needing a spiritual anchor, among other things. In no time, he had Master Roshi moved to tears, resulting in the Dragon Ball being gifted to Hao-san. Had it been Bulma, it would have been improbable to obtain this Dragon Ball without allowing that old lecher a moment's advantage. At that moment, Master Roshi also discerned the considerable strength of Hao-san and Goku, extending an invitation to both. Goku felt that since he had promised to accompany Bulma in the quest for the Dragon Balls, he must first see this task through before visiting Master Roshi. As for Hao-san, he was not particularly invested in collecting the Dragon Balls. However, he harbored concerns that on the night the Dragon Balls were gathered, Goku might transform into a great ape and stray from the narrative. He dared not take that risk, thus deciding to follow Bulma in collecting the Dragon Balls before heading to Master Roshi. Ha ha ha, Hao-san, Bulma is not a good child. she fell off the nimbus. Just as Hao-san was deep in thought, Goku's laughter rang out, for the nimbus can only be ridden by those of pure heart, free from malice, and as a result, Bulma had plummeted. How infuriating. Bulma found herself utterly helpless against the nimbus, cursing softly under her breath. Hao-san, why don't you give it a try? Goku extended the invitation to Hao-san. Unsure if he could ride the nimbus, Hao-san considered himself not a bad person, yet acknowledged that at times, his thoughts could be rather dark. Nevertheless, if he could ride the nimbus now, it would undoubtedly enhance the group's impression of him. Fear not. As Hao-chun grappled with his thoughts, the system's voice resonated. You need not consider this factor. You are not of this world. And all that is bound by limitations shall not affect you. Upon hearing the system's words, Hao-chun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In the Dragon Ball world, numerous restrictions existed, but now, none of these would constrain him. This was indeed a remarkable advantage. With this realization, he leapt onto the flying nimbus, causing everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. Especially Master Roshi, who was taken aback by the sight of two individuals riding the nimbus, something that had never occurred before. Ha! Goku, wait here for a moment. I wish to take a ride on the nimbus. Upon hearing Hao-chun's declaration, the others merely attributed it to his youth and the excitement of his first ride, choosing not to intervene. However, Hao-chun's intentions were far from mere amusement. His objective was Master Roshi's island, as he anticipated that the trio of Pilaf would soon arrive. Since he did not plan to confront them directly, a little strategic harassment was in order. Chapter 16, The Misfortunes of Pilaf. With the dual support of the system and the nimbus, it did not take long for Hao-chun to locate Master Roshi's island. After surveying the area, he found no sign of Pilaf and his companions. It appeared they had not yet arrived, so he decided to wait a while. Hao-chun began to circle the small island, which was indeed quite diminutive. A complete lap could be accomplished in less than a minute. It was truly an idyllic spot for retirement, devoid of conflict. Hao-chun mused about finding a similar island in the future, where he could fish and enjoy leisurely pursuits. What bliss it would be. At that moment, a plane appeared on the horizon. Instantly recognizing it as the aircraft piloted by Ash and Xiaowu during their previous encounter in Dragon Valley, Hao-chun concealed himself to avoid alerting them. Should they recognize him, Master Roshi's island would likely be compromised. Is this truly Master Roshi's residence? It seems rather small. Pilaf complained upon disembarking, noting that even the restroom of his castle was larger than the island itself. Before Ash and Xiaowu could respond, voices emerged from behind the house. Hey, why did it take so long to arrive? I'm nearly asleep over here. The trio turned towards the source of the voice, and were immediately struck with terror. It's you. What are you doing here? Pilaf, on the other hand, was unaware of the formidable presence before him, as he had never encountered Hao-chun before. Do you know him? Pilaf, he asked that little brat. The one who nearly killed us. Upon hearing this, Pilaf scrutinized Hao-chun, then burst into laughter. You two fools dare to deceive me with this little brat? You claim he nearly killed you? Ha! Who are you calling a little brat? You, Shorty, are even smaller than I am, yet you have the audacity to label me as such. Hao-chun retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. As a middle-aged man, being referred to as a little brat was irksome to him. You little brat, how dare they call me a shorty? Upon hearing Hao-yan's mockery, Pilaf could no longer contain himself. He seized the sidearm from Xiaowu, aiming to shoot at Hao-yan. Just as he was about to take aim, he realized that Hao-yan's previous position was now vacant. Hey, you two, did you fail to convey my message to him? Hao-yan's voice resonated from behind Pilaf. In that moment, Pilaf no longer dared to underestimate this little brat. It seemed that Ashu and Xiaowu had spoken the truth. Nevertheless, he still wished to make a valiant effort. Swiftly, he redirected the gun, exclaiming, Die, brat. Yet, the instant he pulled the trigger, no gunfire erupted. Can this thing even kill anyone? Hao-yan remarked, exerting force in his hand. To the astonishment of the trio, the firearm in Hao-yan's grip gradually crumpled into a ball of iron. What else do you have? Show it all. Hao-yan tossed the lump of scrap metal at Pilaf's feet, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Ah, my lord, you jest. Ha, we were merely joking with you. It must be said, Pilaf was quite adept at navigating social situations, swiftly altering his tone. Observing Pilaf and his companions laughing nervously, Hao-yan decided against further tormenting them. I understand your intentions, and I shall not interfere. However, I have informed your subordinates that they must not harm my friends. If any of them face danger, I will hold you accountable. Upon hearing Hao-yan's words, Pilaf was taken aback, increasingly sensing something amiss. His ambition was to conquer the world through the Dragon Balls, and if they were in the hands of Hao-yan's friends, they would certainly not be given away easily. Hao-yan discerned Pilaf's ulterior motives. I know your dream is world domination. That is of no concern to me. You may attempt to steal or seize the Dragon Balls. With your abilities, it should not be insurmountable. But remember, my friends must not be placed in peril. Upon hearing this, Pilaf's expression shifted dramatically. Of course, my lord. Yet, I wonder who your friends are? You shall find out in due time. The Dragon Ball of Master Roshi is no longer in his possession. You may seek it elsewhere. With that, Hao-yan summoned the flying nimbus and soared towards Goku. leaving Pilaf and his companions exchanging bewildered glances. Alas, the unfortunate Pilaf remained unaware that Hao Yian's friends would be the greatest obstacle on his path to world domination. Chapter 17. A brief farewell to the others. This is fantastic, Goku exclaimed, sharing in Hao Yian's joy. Hao Yian understood that they were approaching the small village where Oolong resided. Oolong was a harmless little pig, not malevolent aside from his slight lechery. Most importantly, Oolong's inherent strength was merely a notch above that of an ordinary human. However, his shape-shifting abilities were quite impressive. Goku was more than capable of handling this matter. Hao Yian's departure was motivated by a desire to enhance his own strength while ensuring the safety of Goku and the others. Importantly, he wished to first visit a place, Korin Tower. Korin Tower is of great significance as it connects to the sacred temple, and it is here that Goku has once trained. Currently, the location of Hao Yian and his companions is not far from Korin Tower, a fact Hao Yian discovered moments ago while consulting the system regarding Master Roshi's island. Hao Yian understands that given his current strength, ascending Korin Tower would be quite a challenge, let alone competing with Korin the cat for the sacred water. However, he believes that simply climbing will enhance his combat abilities considerably. Upon hearing Hao Yian express this thought, Goku initially intended to accompany him, but both Hao Yian and Bulma dissuaded him. Ultimately, after Hao Yian assured them he would not encounter danger, Goku relinquished his desire to join. After completing his preparations, Hao Yian dashed towards Korin Tower. The two locations were in close proximity, and soon enough, Hao Yian beheld the towering structure of Korin Tower rising majestically into the clouds. From a distance, it appeared as if Korin Tower pierced the heavens without end, and one could easily convince others of its infinite stature. With the sight of the tower before him, Hao Yian quickened his pace. Approximately half an hour later, he finally arrived at the base of Korin Tower. Gazing at this architectural marvel within the Dragon Ball universe, Hao Yian was momentarily entranced. "Who are you?" A voice inquired from behind him as he continued to observe the tower. Turning around, he instantly recognized the speaker, Korin Tower's guardian, Korin. He cradled an infant in his arms, presumably his son, Upa. "Ah, greetings, uncle. My name is Hao Yian. I am a practitioner." Upon seeing this magnificent tower, I rushed over to take a closer look. Simultaneously, he utilized the system to examine Korin's attributes. Korin's combat power was measured at 60, precisely double that of Hao Yian. After listening to Hao Yian's words, Korin glanced at the tower, reminiscing about his youthful experiences of climbing it. He invited Hao Yian to sit, and began to recount the history of Korin Tower. While Hao Yian was already aware of the tower's origins, he patiently listened to the tale. Upon learning of Hao Yian's intent to climb, Korin advised against it, expressing concern for Hao Yian's youth and the potential dangers of falling midway. However, seeing Hao Yian's resolute determination, he refrained from further discouragement. After hosting Hao Yian for a lunch, he watched as Hao Yian began his ascent of Korin Tower. Korin observed Hao Yian gradually disappearing from view, silently wishing him good fortune. Yet, before long, a figure plummeted from above. Fortunately, Korin reacted swiftly and caught him. As expected, it was Hao Yian who had fallen. The entire surface surrounding Korin Tower was exceedingly smooth, allowing only the decorative elements of the tower to serve as footholds. Hao Yian had slipped and consequently tumbled down. "Hao Yian, with your current strength, you cannot ascend. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider and attempt this again after honing your skills for a few more years," Korin urged once more. Yet, Hao Yian remained resolute, unwilling to heed the advice. Hao Chen was acutely aware that scaling the tower was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Yet he yearned to fortify his will through the arduous ascent of Korinta. With that thought in mind, he leapt from Bra's embrace and once more commenced his climb up the Korinta. Chapter 18. The objective, Korinta. Having learned from his initial experience, Hao Chen approached the climb with heightened caution this time. Although his pace was somewhat sluggish, he ascended to a significantly greater height than during his first attempt. Steadiness was the key to victory. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had already elapsed in his climb. At this juncture, Hao Chen paused briefly to rest. The continuous exertion had left his limbs in excruciating agony. He turned to glance downward, but the obscuring clouds rendered it impossible for him to discern how high he had climbed. After a short respite, he resumed his upward journey. As darkness enveloped the sky, his strength began to wane. It appeared that he had reached his current limit. After uttering these words, Hao Chen began his descent. Unlike Wukong, he could not afford the luxury of sleeping mid-ascent. He lacked the protagonist's halo, and a fall from such heights could yield dire consequences. Below, Bra tended a fire. Occasionally glancing up at the Korinta, his concern for the boy's safety palpable. Several hours later, after lulling Yuba to sleep, Bra heard a commotion outside and emerged from the tent. To his alarm, he found Hao Chen sprawled on the ground. Assuming the boy had fallen from the tower, he rushed over to investigate, only to discover that Hao Chen, though somewhat exhausted, bore no injuries. "Hao Chen, how did you come down?" "I climbed down. I simply have no strength left," Hao Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Bra's anxiety dissipated. He lifted Hao Chen and brought him to the fire, first offering him a bowl of water, followed by the food he had prepared for the evening. Starving, Hao Chen devoured the provisions with fervor, finishing them in mere moments. Once satiated, drowsiness swiftly overcame him. After expressing his gratitude to Bra, he lay down on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. Bra, observing the boy's weary state, smiled softly and carried him into the tent, placing him beside Yuba. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, Hao Chen awoke. Beside him, Bra and Yuba were still asleep. Gently, he stroked Yuba's small face before stepping outside the tent. Grateful for Bra's care, he resolved to hunt in the morning and, once well fed, continue his ascent of Corinta. After swiftly preparing, he placed one of his catches over the fire to roast. The enticing aroma roused Bra, who emerged from the tent just as the meat was ready. "Uncle Bra, I've prepared breakfast. Today, I shall continue my climb of the tower. I will eat first. You both take your time," Hao Chen declared, tearing off a leg of meat to tie to his back, enough sustenance for 2 meals. Having completed his preparations, he dashed toward Corinta before Bra could respond. That child, Bra could only sigh, turning his attention to the breakfast that Hao Chen had prepared. As it turned out, Bra woke up just as Hao Chen left. He was unaware of Hao Chen's intentions, but it soon became clear that Hao Chen was embarking on a hunting expedition. Evidently, Hao Chen possessed considerable strength. After contemplating this, Bra turned his attention to Corinta. "You must strive harder, my child." On the other hand, after a night of rest, Hao Chen felt revitalized and full of energy, enabling him to ascend the tower with remarkable speed. Drawing from his previous experiences, he navigated the climb with newfound ease. Unbeknownst to him, noon had arrived. Although his hands and feet ached, the discomfort was significantly less than the previous day. At this moment, Hao Chen also sensed a twinge of hunger. He retrieved the roasted wolf leg he had secured on his back and indulged in a hearty meal atop the tower. After a brief respite, he continued his ascent. Time passed, and darkness enveloped the sky once more. Despite his thorough preparations for this climbing endeavor, Hao Chen found his stamina waning, approaching its limit. Regrettably, he understood that one cannot achieve greatness in a single breath, so with the last remnants of his strength, he began his descent. On Bra's side, he frequently checked on Corinta throughout the day, wondering if Hao Chen had returned. Yet, the tower remained eerily silent. Perhaps this child had succeeded. As he pondered this, a sound emerged from below the tower. Bra glanced down to see none other than Hao Chen himself. "Uncle Bra, I can go no further." Chapter 19. The immortal Kalen, just like the previous day, Bra once again provided Hao Chen with water and food. After devouring the provisions, Hao Chen promptly fell asleep. Bra gazed at the child in his arms, marveling at the determination of someone so young, who was so fervently dedicated to training. Perhaps he had his own compelling reasons to grow stronger. The following morning, Hao Chen arose, and his routine mirrored that of the day prior: hunting, preparing food, carrying provisions, and climbing the tower. The only difference was that his pace had quickened. After hunting in the morning, he consulted his map to check the locations of Yukong and Bulma, discovering they were nearing Oolong's position. This indicated that the storyline involving Oolong would likely commence in the next day or two, followed closely by the arrival of Yamcha. Yamcha, after all, was one of the pivotal characters in the early to mid stages. Perhaps due to the slow enhancement of his combat abilities, Yamcha became less involved in battles as the story progressed. He could afford to miss Oolong, but he must not overlook Yamcha. Therefore, he needed to intensify his efforts in ascending the tower. With his convictions propelling him forward and the narrative unfolding, Hao Chen's speed of ascent unconsciously increased. Hours later, as lunchtime approached, he paused briefly to rest before beginning his meal, unaware that he had already reached the same point of exhaustion as the previous night in a mere half-day's time. After finishing his meal and regaining his composure, Hao Chen charged once more towards the summit of the tower. Time slipped away, and the night had long enveloped the land. Today marked the longest duration Hao Chen had spent climbing the tower. Several times, Hao Chen felt confident that today he would succeed. However, the summit of the tower loomed too high. Despite his perseverance, he resolved to return the following day for a more assured attempt. Having made this decision, Hao Chen began his descent. The day had grown considerably late compared to the previous one. Even Bra believed that Hao Chen must have reached the pinnacle. Nonetheless, Bra prepared water and food for him. When Hao Chen returned and saw the provisions, warmth flooded his heart. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he fell asleep by the campfire. What a delightful child he is. The voice that echoed from the Kalen Tower belonged to the Kalen deity. Since the moment Hao Chen began his ascent, the deity had taken notice of him. Initially, Kalen thought him merely an inexperienced youth, but as the days passed, Hao Chen continued to climb higher and higher, piquing the deity's curiosity. With the dawn of the next day, Hao Chen prepared himself and set off once more towards the towering heights of Kalen Tower. By the time Bra emerged, Hao Chen had vanished from sight. "Ha! The weather today is splendid, perfect for climbing Kalen Tower," Hao Chen mused as he ascended. Indeed, the weather was far more favorable than in previous days, sunny and breezy, uplifting Hao Chen's spirits considerably. Unbeknownst to him, the day gradually darkened. At this moment, Hao Chen had yet to consume any of the food on his back. The continuous days of climbing had significantly enhanced his overall strength, and he sensed a marked improvement in his abilities. He retrieved the provisions from his pack and consumed them eagerly. With renewed vigor, he continued his ascent. Hours passed, and once again, Hao Chen approached his limits. Just then, he looked up and was thrilled to see the tower's summit. How wonderful! The sight of the pinnacle ignited a surge of energy within him. Though his speed was not swift, he steadily drew closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Finally, exhausted yet triumphant, Hao Chen reached the top of Kalen Tower. Ha ha! I did it! With that exclamation, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Little did he know, as he slept, a white cat had approached him. This cat was none other than the Kalen deity. Observing Hao Chen with astonishment, the deity marveled at the sight of a mere child having scaled the tower. Ha ha ha! Sleep well. Tomorrow promises to be an intriguing day. Chapter 20, The Gravity Garment. The following morning, Hao Chen awoke. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings and recalled that he had finally reached the summit of Kalen Tower the night before. Ha ha! You're awake? A voice resonated through the room, prompting Hao Chen to walk towards it. There, he beheld a plump white cat standing upright, holding a wooden staff. Instantly recognizing him as the Kalen deity, Hao Chen inquired, "Who are you?" Although he knew the answer, he masked his knowledge. "I am the cat sage," replied the Kalen deity, licking his paw with a hint of amusement. As Hao Chen observed the actions of the god of Karen, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to reach out and pet him. However, he ultimately restrained himself. "Are you here to drink the super holy water?" Upon hearing this, Hao Chen promptly clarified, "No, Master Karen, I merely wish to strengthen my will by ascending the Karen Tower. I have no desire for the super holy water." Hao Chen was well aware that the so-called super holy water was nothing more than plain water. Only the super divine water could enhance one's combat prowess. Yet, the side effects of the super divine water were exceedingly severe. Of those who had consumed it, only Goku had survived, and he dared not partake. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Master Karen was struck with confusion. Every individual who ascended the tower did so for the super holy water. How could this child refuse it? Contemplating this, he employed his mind-reading abilities to scrutinize Hao Chen. To his bewilderment, his abilities bore no fruit against Hao Chen. He could not penetrate the thoughts of the boy before him. This only deepened Master Karen's curiosity, prompting him to float closer to Hao Chen for a more thorough examination. Just as Hao Chen was observing Master Karen, a voice resonated in his mind, heralding the successful activation of the rapid learning skill. "Congratulations, you have learned the air dance technique." Astonished, Hao Chen began to inspect his attributes. Name, Hao Chen. Age, 8 years. Strength, 59. Agility, 61. Intelligence, 33. Chi, 47. Effort points, 5. Combat power, 59. Skills, Kamehameha, Rapid Learning Level 1, 1100, Air Dance Technique. His combat power had indeed surged to 59. Moreover, he had accumulated 5 effort points, which could be exchanged for weighted clothing. System, exchange for weighted clothing. The system confirmed. Successful exchange for weighted clothing, cost, 5 effort points. Instantly, Hao Chen felt his attire transform into something new, though its appearance remained unchanged. Noticing Hao Chen's prolonged silence, Master Karen inquired with curiosity, "Child, if you do not desire the super holy water, then what is it that you seek?" Reflecting on this question, Hao Chen decided that since he had made the climb, he might as well request a few senza beans, an extraordinary aid indeed. "Master Karen, I climbed for an entire day yesterday, and I am famished. Could you spare me some food?" Master Karen chuckled at Hao Chen's plea, his earlier doubts dissipating. It appeared that he was merely a naive child. He floated over to a jar, retrieved a bean from within, and tossed it to Hao Chen. "Here, consume this bean. It will sustain you for the entire day." Without hesitation, Hao Chen swallowed the senza bean. Almost instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his body, eliminating any sense of hunger. "Wow, this is incredible. What is this bean?" "Hee. This is a senza bean, cultivated with great care by myself." "Thank you so much, Master Karen. Might you grant me a few more senza beans? This way, I won't have to constantly seek food during my training," Hao Chen earnestly requested. After a brief moment of hesitation, Master Karen retrieved 3 additional senza beans from the jar and handed them to Hao Chen. Though he could not decipher Hao Chen's thoughts through his mind-reading abilities, he felt an innate assurance that Hao Chen was not a malevolent individual. Thus, he ultimately resolved to bestow upon Hao Chen 3 celestial beans. Upon receiving the beans, Hao Chen bowed respectfully to the immortal Carlin before making his way towards the exit. He arrived empty-handed, consumed a celestial bean, and prepared to depart as if he were merely on a leisurely vacation. "Indeed, dear Cat Immortal, I am currently assisting a friend with certain matters. Once I have fulfilled my obligations, I shall return to pay you another visit." With those words, Hao Chen leapt through the exit, leaving behind the bewildered Carlin, who stood at the threshold, pondering the true intentions of this mischievous little sprite. Chapter 21. The journey continues. After leaping from the pinnacle of the tower, Hao Chen prepared to descend further along its structure. At that moment, he activated the system within his mind. Having donned a gravity suit, Every step for Houtzen became a form of training. System, elevate the gravity suit to 40 kilograms. A low hum resonated as the weight increased, causing Houtzen's body to feel considerably heavier. Yet, with a combat power of 59, he managed to maintain control. Consequently, Houtzen began his descent. After what felt like half a day, he finally beheld the ground below, where he spotted Bra chopping wood while UPA played nearby. Judging the distance to be adequate, Houtzen leapt from the tower. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground, startling both Bra and UPA. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Houtzen, though Bra was perplexed. Despite Houtzen's young age of 7 or 8, the impact of his landing seemed disproportionately immense. Unbeknownst to him, Houtzen's attire alone weighed a staggering 80 pounds. Houtzen greeted the two warmly. Houtzen, you appear to be in fine form today. This is the game I caught this morning. You should eat some. No, thank you, Uncle Bra. I have already dined at the Cat Immortal's abode. Bra stood in stunned silence upon hearing Houtzen's declaration. You scaled the tower's summit and met the Immortal? Indeed, Uncle Bra, Houtzen confirmed. Bra was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that a child of such tender years could, in a mere 4 days, ascend to the pinnacle of Carlin's tower and encounter the legendary Immortal. While Bra remained in shock, Houtzen utilized the system to begin searching for Goku and the others. He discovered that they were already in the company of Oolong and moving in a specific direction. Observing that the three had commenced their journey together, it indicated that they would soon reach the narrative involving Yamcha. After expressing his gratitude to Bra for his hospitality over the past few days, Houtzen employed his flight technique to hasten towards Goku and the others. Bra, witnessing the boy who had struggled to climb the tower just days prior now effortlessly soaring through the air, could not help but exclaim, "What a prodigy." As Houtzen glided towards Goku, he reviewed his combat attributes within the system, perplexed by the inexplicable nature of his powers enhancement. He felt as though there were elusive increments of combat strength that he could not fully comprehend. Just as he pondered this mystery, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Due to the elevation of one's chi, the potency of your abilities is significantly enhanced, thereby augmenting your combat prowess. After listening to the system's elucidation, Houtzen finally comprehended the situation. In the later stages, the majority of offensive techniques are driven by chi. Thus, the higher the chi, the greater the combat strength. After soaring through the skies for a while, Houtzen suddenly felt his stamina waning. His current combat power was still relatively low, compounded by the burden of a gravity suit, which imposed considerable strain on his body. After resting briefly, Houtzen refrained from using the sky dance technique once more and opted instead to run earnestly, wearing the gravity suit. Even a simple walk served to incrementally fortify his physique. I wonder how much my combat power surpasses Goku's now, Houtzen muttered to himself. Due to Houtzen's influence, Goku's combat power at this juncture was considerably higher than it had been in the original narrative. Presently, he faced these early adversaries with little difficulty. Thus, Houtzen resolved to pursue a course of self-improvement. As a bona fide Earthling, he could not augment his power through transformation like Goku. He could only rely on diligent training to grow stronger gradually. At the very least, he could not find himself, like Krillin and Yamcha, rendered ineffectual in the later stages of the saga. This was Houtzen's planet, his home. He would never permit anyone to disrupt his sanctuary. Chapter 22, Convergence. Where am I? It feels as though I've wandered into a desert. From a distance, a voice of complaint echoed, unmistakably belonging to Bulma. Ahead, a figure led the way. It was none other than Son Goku. Trailing behind was a small pig, the very same Oolong who had caused mischief in the village. The overall temperature was exceptionally high. Only someone like Goku, who had trained from a young age, could tolerate such conditions, while an ordinary person would struggle immensely. I can't go on. I can't take another step. Goku, let us rest here for a moment. Bulma and Oolong, having spotted the shade of a massive rock, collapsed in exhaustion and soon fell asleep. Observing their state, Goku refrained from further comment and prepared to search for sustenance. For Goku, rest was secondary. Going hungry was an absolute no-no. Just then, a cloud of yellow sand billowed in the distance, drawing nearer. Upon closer inspection, Goku discerned a vehicle approaching their location, and aboard that vehicle was Yamcha, the very person Houtzen longed to encounter. At this moment, Yamcha had taken on the guise of a desert bandit, specializing in robbing travelers passing through this arid expanse. Little did he know that this robbery would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Houtzen examined the map and discovered he was quite close to the trio, with Yamcha's position aligning with Goku and the others. It appeared that Goku and Yamcha were already engaged in combat. It remained to be seen whether Goku, hindered by hunger, could hold his own against Yamcha. With that thought, Houtzen ceased running and instead activated the sky dance technique, propelling himself at full speed towards Goku and the others. Before long, Houtzen spotted several individuals. But as he waited, he found Goku standing firmly on the ground while Bulma remained asleep. Oolong, likely awakened by the commotion of their battle, was peeking from behind a rock, observing Goku and the others. Meanwhile, Yamcha had been knocked unconscious by Goku. leaving his companion poor gazing at Goku with a mix of fear and confusion. At that moment, Goku noticed Hao Chun and joyfully ran over to him. Hey Goku, what transpired here? Who are they? Humph. They came to steal, but they are pathetic. I knocked him out with just one punch. Upon hearing Goku's words, Hao Chun realized that Goku's strength had significantly exceeded that in the original story due to his presence. With Yamcha possessing only a combat power of 9, there was no way he could be a match for Goku, whose power approached 30. It was no surprise that he was knocked out with a single blow. Hao Chun approached to examine Yamcha closely, confirming that he was merely unconscious and in no peril. In contrast, Puar, fearing for Yamcha's safety, positioned himself protectively in front of him. Well, if he's fine, could you take him away? Hao Chun said to the bewildered Puar. He then turned to Goku. Goku, are you hungry? I came to find you all without having eaten. Upon hearing this, Goku's stomach growled in agreement. Soon, Goku instructed Oolong to look after Bulma and set off with Hao Chun to search for food. As they journeyed, Goku remained curious about Hao Chun's whereabouts over the past few days. To avoid disrupting the narrative, Hao Chun fabricated a story about having been a wanderer in his childhood, where an elderly man had once cared for him. He had just visited the vicinity of his grandfather's home. Goku, intrigued, insisted that Hao Chun bring him along next time to visit this old man. The two had developed a tacit understanding. One would gather food while the other chopped wood to kindle the fire. In no time, a delightful aroma filled the air. Bulma, drawn from her slumber by the enticing scent, awakened. Just then, Hao Chun noticed Oolong staring intently at him and addressed the little pig. Oolong, you must have some universal capsules for shelter, right? Oolong was taken aback by the inquiry. However, Bulma overheard and promptly delivered a playful smack to Oolong's head. You silly Oolong, why haven't you brought out the capsules? Oolong, rubbing his head, reluctantly retrieved a capsule from his pocket. Who is this kid? How does he know I have capsules? Chapter 23. The first confrontation. As evening descended, Yamcha awoke in his cave. Master Yamcha, you're awake. As he sat up, a sharp pain coursed through his face. That wretched little brat. He dared to mar my face. I shall not let this go unpunished. At that moment, Yamcha's anger reached its zenith. Being defeated by a mere child had severely bruised his pride. Master Yamcha, while you were unconscious, another child appeared, and he seemed quite formidable. After Puar spoke, Yamcha was left in shock. Are all these little brats so powerful nowadays? In light of the circumstances, let us resort to cunning. Once darkness descends, we shall launch a surprise attack on them. With the plan firmly established, Yamcha revealed a sly grin. Just wait, you little rascal. Meanwhile, Hao Ian and his companions were comfortably resting in the RV of Oolong. Although they could not match the luxury of a proper house, the vehicle was nonetheless well equipped. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Hao Ian expressed a desire to take a stroll outside and stepped out. He was acutely aware that the night would not be tranquil. Besides Yamcha, Pilaf's minions, Axiu and Xiaowu, were also planning to seize the Dragon Balls that very night. As expected, the moment he stepped outside, he sensed a commotion in the distance. Axiu and Xiaowu were maneuvering their robots, gradually approaching. Lord Pilaf, we have located the target. Excellent. Let us proceed as planned. At the command, Axiu and Xiaowu retrieved remote-controlled explosives. It turned out that Pilaf intended to eliminate everyone with a blast before claiming the Dragon Balls for himself. Just as they were about to set the countdown, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Hey, what are you doing? You. How could you be here? Xiaowu and Axiu were on the verge of panic. Every time they initiated their schemes, this little brat appeared. Me? I live here. What brings you here? What is this? Upon finishing his sentence, Hao Ian snatched the time bomb from Axiu's grasp and shot a menacing glance at both him and Xiaowu. Are you planning to blow me up? Hearing the threatening tone in Hao Ian's voice, the two could no longer maintain their composure and fled in a frenzy. Observing their frantic escape, Hao Ian burst into laughter. These fellows are truly amusing. At that moment, he sensed another disturbance from a different direction. Is that you, Yamcha? Hao Ian did not bother to conceal himself and leaped directly in front of Yamcha. Originally, Yamcha's plan was to have Puar lure Goku out while he sneaked in to steal the capsules, so he had been exceedingly cautious. Unexpectedly, the sudden appearance of a figure startled him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not the little brat from the afternoon, but rather Puar, who quickly recognized this was the child who had appeared earlier. Are you here to rob us again? Perhaps you should reconsider, as you are no match for Goku. You insolent brat. What did you say? I was merely careless this afternoon. Upon hearing Hao Ian's words, Yamcha was incensed, incredulous that he could be outmatched by a child. Dragon Balls. What are Dragon Balls? Hao Ian then took the opportunity to explain the function of the Dragon Balls in detail. He did this intentionally, as the original plot hinged on Yamcha learning that the Dragon Balls could grant wishes, which prompted him to ally with Goku and the others. Initially, his wish was to never see a woman faint again, but at this point, he had yet to encounter Bulma and was contemplating wishing for boundless wealth instead. So, it is true. Such a remarkable phenomenon exists in this world. Little brat, why did you divulge this to me? Do you not have a wish of your own? I certainly possess aspirations, and my desire is to continually grow stronger, a goal I shall attain through my own diligent efforts. Such audacious bravado from this little imp. I am eager to witness the extent of your strength. With that, Yamcha lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Haoyin. To Yamcha's astonishment, not only did his strike fail to reach Haoyin, but it was effortlessly intercepted by Haoyin with but a single finger. Care for another attempt? Chapter 24, Yamcha joins. How is this possible? Both Yamcha and Puar were utterly flabbergasted. This child, appearing even younger than the imp from earlier that afternoon, had managed to block his attack with merely a finger. It seems you possess some skill. Perhaps I should take this more seriously. With that, Yamcha assumed a fighting stance, undoubtedly preparing to unleash his most formidable technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. Little brat, you should know that receiving this attack could lead to your demise. Brace yourself. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha charged at Haoyin with impressive speed, exuding an aura reminiscent of a ferocious wolf, capable of instilling immense pressure upon his opponent. Yet, a subtle smile crept across Haoyin's lips. A wolf? Merely a meal to me. At that moment, Yamcha had already closed in on Haoyin, unleashing a flurry of punches at an astonishing rate, resembling a barrage of bullets. However, to Yamcha's disbelief, no matter how rapid his strikes, he failed to land a single blow on Haoyin. In contrast, Haoyin exhibited an air of remarkable calmness, effortlessly evading each punch with ease. This little brat is even stronger than the one from earlier. Ultimately, Yamcha concluded, Little brat, what is your training regimen? Well, both Goku and I are orphans. Our days consist of little more than eating, sleeping, and training. Currently, we are searching for the Dragon Balls while honing our skills. Upon hearing Haoyin's words, Yamcha felt a stir of emotion. Until today, he had never encountered failure. To be bested not once, but twice by two children on the same day had severely shaken his confidence. I wish to join you in your training. A sense of triumph surged within Haoyin. His intention in mentioning the Dragon Balls was to capture Yamcha's interest, but he had not anticipated this unexpected outcome. Yamcha, after his defeat, expressing a desire to join their ranks. Those familiar with the story know that initially, Yamcha contemplated seizing the Dragon Balls for his own wishes at a critical moment. However, through a series of events, he gradually formed deep bonds of friendship with the group, and he also overcame his peculiar tendency to faint at the sight of women. Of course, the more companions, the merrier. Haoyin felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yamcha's words. He then took Yamcha by the hand, eager to introduce him to the others. As Goku and Oolong were alerted by the commotion at the onset of the skirmish, they rushed out to investigate. Witnessing Haoyin leading Yamcha, they were left perplexed. Hey everyone, he wants to join us in our training. By the way, what are your names? I am Yamcha. I am Puar. Puar? Oolong. Puar and Oolong were classmates, and as they exchanged playful banter, Bulma's voice drifted over from the RV, asking what Goku and Haoyin were doing outside. The group turned to see Bulma, freshly bathed, draped in nothing but a towel, while the others remained relatively composed. Yamcha visibly trembled, his legs instinctively retreating. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Hey, Yamcha, are you alright? Haoyin, aware of Yamcha's peculiar disposition, inquired nonetheless. I am fine. I'll come back tomorrow morning. He stammered, hastily grabbing Puar and fleeing the scene. Wait, who's that handsome guy? Bulma exclaimed, instantly smitten upon seeing Yamcha. He's our new ally, Yamcha. Haoyin replied to Bulma. Upon hearing this, Oolong expressed his concern. Haoyin, is that wise? He is the one who plans to rob us this afternoon. Haha, don't worry. He'll be fine. Haoyin reassured, and the others remained silent, trusting Haoyin's judgment. Goku was well aware that if Haoyin deemed it safe, there would be no objections. As night descended, Oolong contemplated drugging everyone to sneak into Bulma's room and take advantage of the situation. However, when he presented Haoyin with a drink laced with sleeping pills, he felt as though Haoyin could see right through him. Feeling guilty, he opted to go to bed instead. Yet, even without Yamcha's interference that night, he found himself unable to sleep, as Haoyin's penetrating gaze haunted his thoughts. Chapter 25, Flame Mountain. The following morning, everyone awoke, except for Oolong, who bore dark circles under his eyes. After a while, Yamcha and Puar arrived in a vehicle. However, when Goku and Bulma invited him to join them, Yamcha declined outright. The mere sight of Bulma rendered him weak, and he dared not approach her closely, opting instead to follow behind the group. The others said nothing, apart from Bulma, who longed for a closer interaction with Yamcha. What a big fool, she lamented throughout the journey. Before long, they felt the temperature rising dramatically. Haoyin glanced outside and noticed flames raging in the mountains ahead, painting the sky crimson. It seemed they had arrived at Flame Mountain, the domain of the Bull Demon King. Bulma activated the Dragon Ball radar, confirming the Dragon Ball's location within Flame Mountain. Without a thought for the potential danger, she pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the inferno. Bulma, are you really sure about going to Flame Mountain? The Bull Demon King resides there. We could be killed. Oolong protested as they drew closer to the ominous mountain. What is there to fear about the Bull Demon King? We have Goku, Haoyin, and a dashing new ally. all formidable fighters. Listening to Bulma, Hao Ian and Oolong were instantly rendered speechless. With his current strength, Hao Ian thought he might not even be a match for the Bull Demon King. Before long, they arrived at the village of the Bull Demon King. Indeed, the entire village was engulfed in raging flames. After a thorough inspection, they discovered that there were only a few human skeletons scattered about, with no living soul in sight. It seemed that everyone had fled, unable to endure the harsh environment. Bulma activated the Dragon Ball radar and confirmed that the coordinates were coming from a distant castle. The surrounding fire was too intense, so they could only rely on Goku's Nimbus to venture in and search. They entrusted Goku with the task. Not long after Goku departed, Hao Ian sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. He turned to find a massive axe hurtling towards him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, leaping upward just in time for the axe to cleave into the wall beside Bulma. Bulma and Oolong were instantly terrified, fleeing to a safe distance. Yamcha and Puar, trailing behind, also hurriedly took cover. System, assessed the opponent's combat power. Bull Demon King, combat power 70. Indeed, it was the Bull Demon King, boasting a formidable combat power of 70. Who are you? Are you here to steal my treasures? The Bull Demon King inquired first. Hao Ian was acutely aware that with his current capabilities, he was no match for the Bull Demon King. Moreover, this was Goku's future father-in-law. No, uncle. We previously encountered the Turtle Hermit, who informed us that his disciple was here. We happened to pass by and wished to pay a visit. Hao Ian began to weave his story as he noticed Bulma and the others had retreated to a safe distance. Turtle Hermit? You mean Master Roshi? You actually know Master Roshi? Upon hearing that the child before him was acquainted with his teacher, the Bull Demon King excitedly approached Hao Ian. As the Bull Demon King drew near, Hao Ian could not help but swallow hard. The Bull Demon King's gigantic stature made it feel as though a single step could crush him. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Hao Ian, it's too fiery inside. I can't get in. Goku, lost in his thoughts, had failed to notice the unfamiliar figure standing next to Hao Ian. Huh. The Bull Demon King, hearing someone attempting to enter his castle, was about to erupt. Uncle, this is Son Goku. His Nimbus was gifted to him by the Turtle Hermit, Hao Ian explained, noticing that the Bull Demon King was now scrutinizing Goku closely. Upon seeing that Goku was indeed standing on his Master Roshi's Nimbus, the Bull Demon King became convinced that these two children genuinely knew his teacher. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received such a gift. Seeing the group engaged in cheerful conversation, Bulma and the others cautiously approached. Before long, the Bull Demon King requested Goku to fetch Master Roshi to help extinguish the flames. Initially, Goku wanted Hao Ian to accompany him, but Hao Ian declined, citing that he could travel faster alone. He knew that once Goku departed, he would first encounter his future wife, Chi-Chi, and he did not wish to be a third wheel. Upon hearing this, Wukong prepared to set off on his own journey. Just before his departure, the Bull Demon King earnestly requested Wukong to seek out his daughter. Soon, he would witness Master Roshi employing his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Although Hao Chen had mastered the Kamehameha with the aid of the system, he found himself at a loss when it came to explaining how he had done so to others. Now, much like Wukong, he could unleash the Kamehameha after merely observing it once. Onlookers might merely perceive Hao Chen as exceptionally gifted, having learned it instantaneously. Chapter 26, Kamehameha. Wukong had already set off for some time. Bulma and Oolong were comfortably resting in the vehicle to escape the heat. Meanwhile, Hao Chen sat on the ground chatting with the Bull Demon King and Yamcha. Through their conversation, it became evident that the Bull Demon King had amassed a considerable amount of treasures, which had resulted in numerous enemies, making him exceedingly cautious of approaching strangers. Now, after a celestial fire had reduced his castle to ashes, he began to understand the sentiments of those whose treasures he had plundered. Thus, he resolved to refrain from wrongdoing in the future. Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi descended on a flying turtle. After chastising the Bull Demon King, he began to prepare to extinguish the flames. Is this old man truly that formidable? The Bull Demon King seems to hold him in great reverence. Oolong inquired, perplexed. Master Roshi is one of the greatest martial artists of our time. His true prowess is beyond your imagination. Yamcha replied to Oolong. From the outset, Master Roshi had not taken advantage of Bulma, and at this moment, he had no intention of imposing conditions upon her in light of extinguishing the fire. Once everything was in place, Master Roshi assumed his stance. He channeled the energy within him throughout his entire being, and in an instant, his frail figure transformed into that of a muscular giant. This spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. Kamehameha, with a powerful thrust of his hands, the energy within him morphed into waves of light, surging forth from Master Roshi's palms and soaring towards the Bull Demon King's castle. The moment the Kamehameha collided with the castle, a blinding flash erupted, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes from the brilliance. A few seconds later, the light faded, and the surrounding flames were extinguished by the immense power of the Kamehameha. Not only were the flames snuffed out, but the Bull Demon King's grand castle was also reduced to mere nothingness by this singular strike. Oh dear, I may have overdone it. Master Roshi remarked awkwardly upon witnessing the aftermath. It's quite all right, Master Roshi. The castle can be rebuilt, as long as the fire is out. No one dared to underestimate Master Roshi any longer as they gazed upon the ruins before them. This old man is astonishingly powerful. Once we locate the Dragon Balls, I must train under him. Wukong, having witnessed Master Roshi's might, was already preparing for the next step. Wukong, that technique Master Roshi just performed was incredible. How did he do it? Hao-Chen began to guide Wukong. It seems like this. Wukong mimicked Master Roshi's stance, gathering his energy and thrusting forward. As a result, a small Kamehameha was unleashed, demolishing a nearby wall. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd turned their attention and discovered, to their astonishment, that Wukong had remarkably grasped the Kamehameha technique after merely observing it once. This child is truly a genius, mused Master Roshi silently. Hao-Chen, I actually learned it. Would you like to give it a try? Wukong exclaimed excitedly, glancing at his own hands as he addressed Hao-Chen. Hao-Chen, equally taken aback by Wukong's feat, marveled at the undeniable talent of the protagonist from Dragon Ball. If it were not for his own system, he would have found it impossible to compare himself to Wukong. With this thought in mind, he decided to scan Wukong once more using the system. Wukong, power level 37. Has he already reached 37? Hao-Chen mused, realizing that mastering the Kamehameha had indeed enhanced Wukong's combat prowess. With this in mind, Hao-Chen assumed his own stance. As the spectators remained in awe of Wukong's instantaneous mastery of the Kamehameha, they were suddenly startled to see Hao-Chen also preparing to execute the technique. Could it be? That child? Master Roshi pondered, just as he witnessed Hao-Chen push his hands upward, unleashing a wave of light that surged skyward. At this moment, the crowd could no longer contain their astonishment, especially Master Roshi. His signature move had been effortlessly learned by two young children in an instant. What extraordinary beings were these children? After the technique was completed, Hao-Chen observed his own hands. Although he had previously mastered the Kamehameha with the aid of the system, this was his inaugural usage, leaving him quite astonished. Nevertheless, having showcased his ability before others, he resolved that he would no longer need to conceal his talents. This technique would become a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Ha ha, Hao-Chen, you're amazing. You learned it so quickly. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously feeling joy for Hao-Chen. After all, they had been encouraging each other and progressing together for quite some time. In Wukong's world, jealousy was a foreign concept. Hao-Chen, touched by Wukong's sincerity, made a silent vow. Regardless of the formidable foes they might face in the future, he would stand by Wukong's side. Chapter 27. The final Dragon Ball, the blaze had been extinguished, and Bulma activated the Dragon Radar, promptly searching through the ruins of the castle for the Dragon Balls. Great! I found it, she exclaimed joyfully after a brief moment. She had already collected 6 Dragon Balls, leaving just one more to find. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Hao-Chen suddenly recalled that the last Dragon Ball was indeed in Pilaf's possession. He had nearly forgotten about Pilaf, who had been relatively quiet of late. It seemed imperative to confront Pilaf this time. Once everything was prepared, the group bid farewell to Master Roshi and Ox King, setting off to locate the final Dragon Ball. Before parting, Chi-Chi called out to Wukong loudly. Everyone was puzzled as to how Wukong's mere encounter with Master Roshi had led him to engage in discussions of marriage with the Ox King's daughter. After some lighthearted banter, Bulma activated the Dragon Radar and directed them toward the location of the last Dragon Ball. Pilaf, King Pilaf. As Pilaf continued to indulge in his dreams of becoming the ruler of the world, the voice of Xiao Wu abruptly stirred him awake. He felt quite irritable. Yet he understood that typically, they would not dare to disturb his slumber. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Wu's report, Pilaf was instantly alert. That little rascal was approaching us with the Dragon Balls. Although Pilaf felt a twinge of fear regarding Hao Yan's strength, he suddenly perceived that Hao Yan was not as intimidating as the prospect of world domination. Since he was here, let us deal with him right now. You all, prepare yourselves. With Pilaf's command, Asu and Xiao Wu hurried off to make ready. Grasping his 1-star Dragon Ball, Pilaf erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. My ambition to conquer the world is about to be realized. Meanwhile, as they readied themselves, Hao Yan gradually caught sight of Pilaf's castle. In such desolate surroundings, the construction of such a grand castle spoke to Pilaf's considerable resources. Here it is. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the final Dragon Ball lay within that castle. After Bulma completed the scan with the radar, she beckoned the others to disembark and prepare to enter the fortress. To everyone's bewilderment, upon entering the castle, they found it devoid of any inhabitants. In the center of the castle stood only a large screen. Hao Yan, observing this scene, immediately surmised that Pilaf was up to his usual tricks. However, he felt no urgency, for with his and Goku's current abilities, they had no reason to fear any of Pilaf's antics. Ha ha ha, welcome to my castle. The screen flickered to life, revealing Pilaf's image. All attention was drawn to the screen. I present you with a choice. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may spare you. Otherwise, Pilaf's menacing tone incited Bulma's fury. There's no way I'm giving you the Dragon Balls. If that's the case, Pilaf declared, pressing a button. Instantly, The ground beneath Goku and the others gave way, and they fell as expected. Pit traps were a common tactic employed by many villains throughout the early to mid stages of the Dragon Ball saga. Naturally, Hao-Yin was aware of this. And the moment the ground opened, he leaped to safety elsewhere. Pilaf, it seems you truly have a short memory. Observing that Hao-Yin had evaded the trap, Pilaf began to feel anxious. You little brat. This is my territory. With that, he resumed manipulating the buttons in his hand. Suddenly, various weaponry and mechanisms emerged around them, launching a frenzied assault on Hao-Yin. Before long, the monitors were engulfed in thick smoke. Ha ha ha, I've taken care of him now, ha ha. Pilaf, believing he had succeeded in vanquishing Hao-Yin, leaped with joy. Hey, are you unaware of the law that smoke means no harm? It seems I need to enlighten you. Hao-Yin's voice suddenly echoed from the monitors, sending Pilaf, who was previously elated, into a frenzy. You little pest. Don't worry. I'm coming over to find you now. We'll have some fun when we meet. After speaking, Hao Chun smashed the surveillance device and began searching for Pilaf's whereabouts. As the screen went blank, Pilaf was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 28. The Emergence of the Dragon. Pilaf the Great. There were no Dragon Balls found in their vehicle. They must be on their person. Just as Pilaf was still sweating profusely, Ash had meticulously examined the vehicle that Bulma had driven several times. Pilaf suddenly recalled that Bulma was carrying a bag on her back, which likely concealed the Dragon Balls. You all, hurry and release the smoke from the cellar. At this moment, Pilaf was solely focused on gathering the Dragon Balls. He understood that he was no match for Hao Chun. But once he collected the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish, Hao Chun would be powerless against him. After making arrangements, Pilaf clutched the one-star Dragon Ball and dashed deeper into the fortress. You little brat. Once I fulfill my wish, I shall have no fear of you. Meanwhile, Hao Chun opened the system map and easily pinpointed Pilaf's location. He was in no rush, leisurely making his way toward Pilaf while admiring the castle he had constructed. It must be said that Pilaf had a commendable aesthetic sense in architecture. He might consider entrusting his future renovations to him. If Pilaf were to know that Hao Chun was contemplating his future decor, he would likely be infuriated. After all, he was a king preparing to conquer the world. Yet someone was preoccupied with his potential interior design. As Pilaf ran, he kept glancing at the small surveillance monitor in his hand, noting that the red dot representing Hao Chun was steadily trailing behind him, unhurriedly closing the distance, no matter where he attempted to hide. That little brat. How does he seem to know my location? Could it be? Pilaf mused, casting a glance at the Dragon Ball cradled in his arms. He believed that Hao Chun was somehow using a device to detect the Dragon Ball's locations, completely unaware that Hao Chun was simply pursuing him. Pilaf the Great. We have collected the 6 Dragon Balls over here. Excellent. Bring the 6 Dragon Balls outside the castle immediately. I shall be there shortly. The message transmitted through the intercom ignited Pilaf's excitement. Just one final step until his dream of world conquest would be realized. In mid-sentence, Pilaf suddenly quickened his pace toward the castle's exit. Unbeknownst to Hao Chun, Bulma's Dragon Balls had already been seized by Ash and Xiao Wu. He merely observed that Pilaf was hastening toward the outside, mistakenly believing that Pilaf was attempting to escape. As he reached the corridor, Hao Chun glanced out the window and discovered Ash and Xiao Wu had successfully obtained Bulma's Dragon Balls, placing them on the ground. While Pilaf rushed toward the last remaining Dragon Ball. Not bad, they've managed to snatch Bulma's Dragon Balls in such a short time. Just then, the night sky darkened even further. A sudden storm erupted, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, as the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground radiated brilliant light. This extraordinary spectacle astonished Pilaf and his companions, and even Hao Chun found himself captivated. Such supernatural phenomena were utterly absent in his own world. At that moment, Hao Chun even reached into his pocket, contemplating capturing this astonishing scene with his phone. However, he quickly realized that he was uncertain whether Oolong would make it in time, having requested a girl's panties. If he failed, Pilaf might indeed conjure an entirely new narrative and dominate this world. With this thought in mind, Hao Chun leaped out of the castle, concealing himself behind it. At that instant, a beam of light shot upwards from the Dragon Ball's location. Gradually, a colossal green dragon emerged from the radiance. The dragon's exterior bore a striking resemblance to the dragons of Hao Chun's world. Its enormous eyes fixed intently on Pilaf and his companions. Was it you who summoned me? A thunderous voice resonated from the dragon's mouth. Yes, it is I. Pilaf exclaimed eagerly. Speak your wish. With the dragon having manifested, Pilaf prepared to articulate his desire. Hao Chun opened the system map and discovered that Oolong and Puar, contrary to the storyline, had not escaped. They were still within the castle alongside Goku and the others. Though Pilaf's quest for world domination was of no concern to him, any deviation from the established narrative was unacceptable. Given the circumstances, he resolved to intervene. Just as Pilaf was about to proclaim his wish, he declared, I want to make the entire world Kamehameha. In that crucial moment, Hao Chun unleashed the Kamehameha wave. While Pilaf and his companions were still immersed in their boundless fantasies of the future, the Kamehameha struck them directly, launching them into the air, transforming them into radiant stars. The dragon, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily bewildered. Nonetheless, it remained indifferent to the identity of those before it. It merely awaited the utterance of a wish. Hurry up. Declare your wish. I can fulfill any desire. Chapter 29, The Wish. Hey, quickly, state your wish. Faced with the dragon's inquiry, Hao Chen suddenly felt at a loss. His intention was merely to prevent the narrative from diverging. He never contemplated what wish he might make. Surely he could not, like Oolong, frivolously request a girl's panties. Do you have no wish? If not, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing the dragon's insistence, Hao Chen grew anxious. Wait, dragon, I have a wish. His mind raced through various possibilities. Wealth, power, women. Ultimately, he dismissed each in turn. Wealth held no value for him. Power was of no interest, and as for women, he had a singular character from Dragon Ball he admired, yet he had yet to encounter her, so there was no urgency. After much contemplation, he recognized what his wish should be. Dragon, please, within your capabilities, elevate my fighting power to its maximum. The dragon pondered for a moment. That is quite simple. Subsequently, a beam of light emanated from the dragon's eyes, enveloping Hao Chen. In a brief moment, the light faded away. Your wish has been granted. Now farewell. As the Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, they spun in circles before transforming into stone and scattering in all directions. Hao Chen initially intended to assist Goku in intercepting the 4-star Dragon Ball, but ultimately relented. This was because Goku, after participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, would embark on another quest to seek the 4-star Dragon Ball, thus leading to the saga of the Red Ribbon Army and even the subsequent Android arc. Once the Dragon Balls had completely vanished into the heavens, Hao Chen began to examine his attributes through the system. Name: Hao Chen. Age: 8 years. Strength: 200. Agility: 200. Intelligence: Ki: 200. Effort value: 1. Combat power: 200. Skills: Kamehameha, Rapid Learning Level 1, 1100. Flight technique. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Upon reviewing his combat power, Hao Chen felt no significant surprise. After King Piccolo summoned the Eternal Dragon and wished to regain his youth, it was estimated that his combat power would be around 260. However, he effortlessly vanquished the dragon. Thus, Hao Chen surmised that the dragon's combat power must approximate 200. Making a wish upon the dragon necessitated staying within the bounds of its capabilities. Exceeding those limits would render such wishes impossible. With his current combat power, he realized he was invincible before King Piccolo's unsealing. Clenching his fists, Hao Chen felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Yet, he understood that his current state was still far from his aspirations. Hao Chen had never merely aimed to surpass Goku by a small margin. During the Frieza saga, Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan amplified his combat power by 50 times, while Hao Chen could only incrementally enhance his own strength through diligent training. Now, with the dragon's assistance bolstering his combat power to 200, the 40-kilogram weighted clothing felt utterly weightless to him. System: adjust the weighted clothing to 200 kilograms. With the command issued, an immense gravitational force suddenly enveloped him. However, Hao Chen found it entirely manageable. With his current combat power of 200, bearing the weight of 400 pounds posed no challenge. With everything in readiness, Hao Chen commenced his search for Goku and the others. Indeed, due to a slight deviation in the storyline, Pilaf's smoke had become denser, leaving everyone still in a state of unconsciousness. He carried the unconscious individuals outside, allowing them to breathe in the fresh air, and soon they began to awaken. Bulma was the first to regain her senses. The Dragon Balls. They've been stolen. Fear not, Bulma. I sent those intruders flying. Their wish has not been fulfilled. Upon hearing Hao Chen's reassurance, the group finally exhaled in relief. But what wish did they make? And what has happened to Goku? Bulma was poised to inquire further when her gaze fell upon Goku behind Hao Chen. Oh no. How could I have forgotten this? At the sound of Bulma's voice, Hao Chen suddenly recalled that on the very day the Eternal Dragon had appeared, Goku had seen the full moon and transformed into a great ape. Originally, Hao Chen intended to prevent Wukong from witnessing the full moon tonight, as Wukong's combat power had significantly increased compared to the original narrative. With a tenfold enhancement, Hao Chen harbored concerns for the safety of his companions. However, upon the emergence of the dragon, his attention was entirely captivated, and he completely forgot about Wukong's transformation. Everyone, quickly hide. Follow my instructions in a moment. Chapter 30, The Giant Ape. Hearing Hao Chen's urgent shouts, the group immediately grew tense. Clearly, Wukong's condition was no trivial matter. Without hesitation, everyone concealed themselves. Aya! Wukong's entire body began to convulse, his eyes turning blood red, and his physique rapidly expanded, his face gradually contorting into a monstrous visage. Now's the time. Hao Chen dashed towards Wukong, intent on severing his tail before the transformation was complete to halt the process. Wukong seemed to sense this, and as Hao Chen approached, Wukong swung his right fist toward him. Unable to dodge in time, Hao Chen was sent flying by a single blow. By the time he managed to rise, Wukong had fully transformed into a giant ape. Is that Wukong? Bulma was utterly astounded at the sight of Wukong as a giant ape. Not only Bulma, but others were also filled with terror at Wukong's transformation. Oolong even wet his pants in fright. At that moment, the giant ape noticed Hao Chun, who had been knocked down, rising again and charged toward him. There was no other option. Hao Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. System. Adjust gravity to 0. Previously, he had set the gravity suit to 200 kilograms, which had limited his combat power to around 40, allowing the transforming Wukong to strike him effortlessly. Skin Wukong's combat power. Giant ape, Sun Wukong. Combat power 370. Currently, Hao Chun's combat power had restored to 200. Facing the giant ape with a power of 370, a direct confrontation was futile. Now Wukong's only weakness lay in his tail. This was the only avenue of attack. As he contemplated, the giant ape had already charged in front of Hao Chun. With a raised hand, it swung a fist down at him. The increase in size had greatly enhanced its strength, and the ground trembled under the force of the blow. Just in the nick of time, Hao Chun leaped into the air, but unexpectedly, a second fist from the giant ape came crashing down. Unable to evade, he was struck squarely and sent hurtling toward Pilaf's castle. Boom. The tremendous force of the punch sent Hao Chun crashing into the castle. Bulma and the others, witnessing Hao Chun being struck down, were at a loss. In their minds, Hao Chun had always been the strongest. Now, seeing him defeated plunged them into despair. Kamehameha. Just as despair enveloped them, Hao Chun's voice resonated from within the castle. Ki blast. Hao Chun unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards the giant ape. The giant ape noticed this and opened its mouth, unleashing a dark red energy wave that surged towards Hao Chun. Oh no, the super mouth cannon, a technique of the Saiyan giant ape, possesses immense destructive power. With Hao Yan's current Kamehameha, he simply could not compete. At the moment of collision between the two energy waves, Hao Yan was once again sent flying. Damn it, how could I possibly match the Sun family's power? He mocked himself, struggling to rise once more. At that moment, Hao Yan was covered in wounds. He retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and hastily consumed it. The instant it entered his stomach, his body was restored to its peak condition. It appeared that he could no longer confront him head-on and would have to resort to cunning instead. With that, Hao Yan leaped to the hiding spot where Bulma was concealed. Hao Yan, are you all right? The others, astonished to see Hao Yan unscathed despite being knocked back several times, were taken aback. I'm fine, Hao Yan replied, offering no further explanation. Goku's current vulnerability lay in his tail. However, his combat power was too overwhelming for Hao Yan to handle alone. Yamcha, you run in the opposite direction of Goku and use your Wolf Fang fist to divert his attention. I will take this opportunity to sneak around and grab his tail. Once the plan was set, Yamcha unleashed the Wolf Fang fist, significantly enhancing his speed as he dashed away into the distance. On the other side, the giant ape, having seen Hao Yan disappear after being blasted away, was preparing to wreak havoc elsewhere when he spotted Yamcha. Instantly, he shifted his focus and charged towards Yamcha. Despite the enhancement from the Wolf Fang fist, Yamcha could not outrun the colossal beast. The distance between man and ape gradually diminished. Now, at that moment, Hao Yan, concealed nearby, seized the opportunity, leaping from the rubble to grasp the giant ape's tail. With all his might, he began to apply pressure to the tail. Sure enough, within moments, the giant ape slumped down. I've got him under control. Bulma, transform into scissors and cut off Goku's tail. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately morphed into a massive pair of scissors, and with one swift snip, Goku's tail fell away. After struggling for a moment, the giant ape collapsed entirely. At this moment, Goku was left entirely bare, his clothes destroyed from the transformation. Bulma and the others gathered around, only to discover that Goku was sound asleep. They exchanged glances, astonished that such an adorable Goku could transform into such a monstrous creature. Chapter 31, Individual Goals. A night had passed. During this night, aside from Goku and Hao Yan, everyone else had been restless. Witnessing Goku's transformation into a giant ape left them shaken, fearing he might turn into a beast once more. As dawn broke, all but Goku and Hao Yan were up early. Bulma observed both Goku and Hao Yan. Recalling Hao Yan's account of Goku's past, and realizing that Goku's grandfather had been trampled by a monster, it seemed that the one responsible for his grandfather's death was indeed Goku. Contemplating this, she gazed at Goku's innocent face and decided it was best to remain silent. Before long, Hao Yan and Goku also awoke, with Goku enthusiastically greeting everyone with a cheerful good morning. It appears that he has completely forgotten the events of last night, and the others have tacitly chosen not to mention it. Bulma activated the Dragon Radar, only to find no trace of the Dragon Balls. Goku, you can now go train with Master Roshi. In a year, when the Dragon Balls reappear, you will be able to seek out the 4-star Dragon Ball left by your grandfather, Hao Chun remarked. Hearing this, Goku immediately prepared to head to Master Roshi's place. Hao Chun, what about you? Aren't you coming with me to see Grandpa Roshi? I won't be going. I have other matters to attend to, Hao Chun replied. Goku felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. With Hao Chun's current strength surpassing that of Master Rashi, he had no intention of training under him again. By the way, when I was wandering, I heard about a tournament called the World Martial Arts Tournament that takes place every 5 years, gathering the finest martial artists from around the globe. It seems this year it will be held. Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, Goku and Yamcha's eyes lit up. Both were passionate about training, and the prospect of such a competition invigorated them. Yamcha, you can accompany Goku to train with Master Rashi. With guidance from a martial artist like him, your skills should advance significantly, Hao Chun suggested. After considering Hao Chun's advice, Yamcha decided to set off with Goku to see Master Rashi. However, Bulma appeared discontented. After everyone had made their plans, they began to depart one by one, leaving only Hao Chun, Bulma, and Oolong behind. Hao Chun, where are you headed? I too shall go to a place to train, but it is currently not suitable for Goku and the others. Once they grow stronger, they will be able to join me, Hao Chun explained. Bulma, I will visit you when I have the chance. With that, Hao Chun took his leave. Hey, Hao Chun, come over to my house to play when you have time. Their farewells were tinged with sadness. Bulma watched Hao Chun depart, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, I promise. Setting the gravity suit to 200 kilograms, Hao Chun prepared for his next endeavor. Following the storyline, Goku would train with Master Rashi for 8 months, during which no significant events would transpire. Now, with Yamcha accompanying Goku and Krillin joining them from Master Rashi's, the 4 of them represented the pinnacle of current strength, and it was unlikely they would encounter any danger. Meanwhile, Hao Chun's destination was clear, the sacred land atop Korin Tower. After a while, Hao Chun finally arrived at the base of Korin Tower. Gazing up at its heights, he recalled the frenzied climb he had previously undertaken. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of Bulla, likely out hunting. Wasting no time, Hao Chun began his ascent. Due to the weight of the gravity suit, he could not fully unleash his strength, so his climbing speed remained unchanged from before. However, Korin, atop the tower, immediately recognized Hao Chun's presence. Ah, this child has returned. Chapter 32, The Super Sacred Water. After nearly half a day, Hao Chun finally ascended to the summit of Kalinta. The cat sage was somewhat puzzled, sensing that this young man's strength seemed to have diminished since their last encounter. Greetings, cat sage. It is I, Hao Chun, returning to pay a visit. Upon seeing the cat sage, Hao Chun took the initiative to greet him. The cat sage retrieved a celestial bean from a jar and tossed it to Hao Chun, inquiring, it's you, young man. What brings you here this time? With a serious demeanor, Hao Chun replied, I seek your guidance in my cultivation. Following his declaration, he performed a deep bow of 90 degrees. Surprised by Hao Chun's unexpected request for assistance, the cat sage momentarily hesitated. Do you wish to grow stronger? Indeed, cat sage. Hao Chun's resolute response prompted the cat sage to employ his mind-reading technique once more. However, like before, it was as if his thoughts had sunk into the abyss, revealing nothing of Hao Chun's mental state. How peculiar. The mind-reading technique appears to have no effect on him, the cat sage pondered. At that moment, Hao Chun produced a small multi-purpose capsule from his pocket, pressed a button, and tossed it aside. As the smoke dissipated, 3 buckets appeared on the ground, each brimming with fish. Cat sage, I was uncertain of what to bring you this time, but I caught some fish along the way. I hope they suit your palate. The sight of so many fish left the cat sage momentarily speechless. What a good child, he exclaimed, before seizing a fish and devouring it with delight. In an instant, the fish was consumed entirely. Then, cat sage, will you guide my cultivation? At that moment, the cat sage, resembling a playful kitten, began to lick his paw. In response to Hao Chun's inquiry, the cat sage gestured towards an exquisite water bottle placed at the center of the tower. That is the legendary super sacred water. Drinking it will amplify your combat prowess several-fold. Understanding the implications of the cat sage's words, Hao Chun realized that this was his opportunity to remain here for training. However, the essence of the training was not merely to consume the super sacred water. Thank you, cat sage. With gratitude, Hao Chun approached the location of the super sacred water. Just as he reached out to grasp it, a fleeting shadow passed, and the spot where the super sacred water had been was now empty. Cat sage, what does this mean? It won't be so simple for you to drink the super sacred water, the cat sage replied. If you wish to partake, you must seize it with your own strength. Hao Chun had anticipated this. He understood that the so-called super sacred water was nothing more than ordinary boiled water. The true method to enhance his abilities lay in the ongoing competition with the cat sage, which would sharpen his skills and attributes. Then be prepared, cat sage. With that declaration, Hao Chun lunged toward the cat sage. Several hours later, Hao Chun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Clad in a 200-kilogram gravity suit and having engaged in intense exercise with the cat sage for hours, he was utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the cat sage exhibited no signs of fatigue, even pausing to lick his paw once more. Young man, you still have a long way to go. Upon hearing the words of the cat sage, Hao Chun remained unperturbed. If he were to adjust the gravity suit to 0, he could likely seize the ultra-holy water in the blink of an eye. Mission initiated. Obtain the ultra-holy water within 1 minute. Mission difficulty, high. Completion reward, 1 lottery draw. Failure consequences, combat power reduced to 0. The latest task materialized in his mind, demanding the retrieval of the ultra-holy water within a minute. With the dire consequence of total combat power depletion upon failure, it was evident that he must exert his utmost strength. System, set gravity to 0. With the command issued, Hao Chen instantly felt an overwhelming lightness enveloping him. Cat Sage, I am about to launch another assault. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from his spot before the Cat Sage could react. The Cat Sage was momentarily astonished. How had the boy's speed increased so dramatically? He hadn't even perceived it. Before the Cat Sage could recover from his shock, Hao Chen had already appeared before him. The Cat Sage instinctively dodged. As he prepared to leap backward, Hao Chen swiftly maneuvered beside him and effortlessly snatched the ultra-holy water. You brat. You. In less than a day, Hao Chen had secured the ultra-holy water. No, to be precise, he had obtained it effortlessly and without resistance. Who exactly is this child before me? Chapter 33, The Sanctuary. Child, who are you? How did your strength escalate so suddenly? The Cat Sage. Witnessing Hao Chen's unexpected surge in power and his inability to penetrate the boy's mind with his telepathy, harbored deeper suspicions. My telepathy has never failed, yet I cannot fathom you. Observing the Cat Sage's growing skepticism, Hao Chen felt compelled to recount his adventures with Goku, Bulma, and others in their quest for the Dragon Balls, and how he had wished to enhance his combat power through the dragon. Upon hearing this, the Cat Sage opened a jar atop the tower and indeed saw the previous adventures of Hao Chen and his companions. Given this, why was your strength so low before? It does not appear to be a deliberate concealment. That is due to the attire I was wearing. At this moment, Hao Chen ceased to feign ignorance. The more he concealed, the greater the Cat Sage's suspicion would grow. It was better to be forthright. System, adjust the gravity suit to 200 kilograms. Feeling the gravity return, Hao Chen removed his garments. With a thud, his clothes hit the ground, producing a resounding noise. The Cat Sage stared intently at the suit, reaching out to grasp it. To his astonishment, he discovered the suit's considerable weight. Turning to Hao Chen, he remarked, I never anticipated you would don such a weighted training suit, which you can adjust at will. So, during our training this afternoon, the gravity was set to this level? Why, then, did you suddenly exert your full strength? Truly, the Cat Sage was no fool. It seemed he was not easily deceived. Indeed, Cat Sage. It is because I have been wearing this high-weight suit since I augmented my strength. Earlier, I sought to test the limits of my current strength, wondering if I could seize the super holy water. Thus, I temporarily released my weight. Hearing Hao Chen's remarks posed no contradiction. The demeanor of the Cat Sage softened somewhat. Young one, unleash your full power now. Upon hearing the words of the Cat Sage, Hao Chen did not hold back. In an instant, he unleashed his entire strength. A powerful aura emanated fiercely from his body. Upon sensing Hao Chen's might, the Cat Sage broke into a cold sweat. Observing the Cat Sage rendered speechless by his astonishment, Hao Chen reigned in his aura. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Upon hearing the Cat Sage's words, Hao Chen scratched his head sheepishly. In that fleeting moment, he devised a perfect explanation. Cat Sage, I am not from this world. I hail from the future. After Hao Chen spoke, the Cat Sage was even more taken aback. No wonder my telepathy has no effect on you. You are from the future? To Hao Chen's surprise, the Cat Sage immediately accepted this revelation. So much had transpired today that left the Cat Sage in shock. He struggled to process it all. Subsequently, Hao Chen recounted various events from the future, such as Piccolo's resurrection, the Saiyan invasion, the fusion of Piccolo and God, and the androids. Initially, the Cat Sage harbored doubts about Hao Chen's words. But upon hearing that he knew of Piccolo and God, he became convinced. However, God had cautioned him before my arrival, urging me not to divulge the future trajectory of this world to others, lest it provoke unforeseen consequences. I was only instructed to enhance the strength of Earth's warriors. Upon hearing Hao Chen's statement, the Cat Sage fell silent, retreating to a nearby spot to sit down. Hao Chen, too, chose not to speak, sitting opposite the Cat Sage. At that moment, the Cat Sage's mind raced with thoughts. So, in the future world, everyone perished, he mused to himself. Suddenly, he looked up at Hao Chen. Young one, with your current strength, I can no longer guide your training. You must seek another place. Hearing the Cat Sage's words, Hao Chen surmised the destination the Cat Sage intended for him. Is it the Divine Temple, Cat Sage? Upon hearing Hao Chen mention the Divine Temple, the Cat Sage no longer harbored any doubts about him. Chapter 34, The Shock of God. Indeed, it is the Divine Temple. With your current strength, only God can guide your training on Earth. Upon hearing the Cat Sage's words, Hao Chen did not feel rushed. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the Cat Sage. Please wait a moment. With that, Hao Chen began his descent down the tower. The Cat Sage was bewildered. How could he instruct him to go to the Divine Temple when he was running down? Before long, Hao Chen returned, unencumbered by gravity gear. He could now ascend the Korin Tower in less than half an hour. After arriving, he opened another multifunctional capsule, which contained even more fish. Indeed, Hao-Chen descended this time with the intention of providing more fish for the cat immortal, fully aware that it is the creature's favorite delicacy. In Hao-Chen's own world, he held a deep affection for this cat immortal, who, despite lacking formidable strength, had consistently offered assistance to Wukong and others during critical moments. Observing the abundance of fish that Hao-Chen had gathered, the cat immortal's fondness for him deepened. Just as the cat immortal prepared to present a gift to Hao-Chen, he noticed Hao-Chen had picked up the previous container of super holy water. Hao-Chen, that bottle of water. I am aware, cat immortal. It is merely ordinary water and will not enhance one's power. This child knows everything, thought the cat immortal. Rest assured, cat immortal. This water will prove invaluable in the future. Upon hearing Hao-Chen's words, the cat immortal refrained from further inquiries, understanding that although Hao-Chen hailed from a future world, it was prudent not to interfere with many matters. Turning around, he retrieved a small cloth bag, opened a nearby jar, and took a handful of celestial beans, presenting them to Hao-Chen. The cultivation in the realm of the divine is exceptionally arduous. This pouch of celestial beans will be of assistance to you. Hao-Chen accepted the beans with both hands, bowing gratefully to the cat immortal. At that moment, he recalled certain events from later in the narrative and addressed the cat immortal. Cat immortal, please keep a vigilant eye on your celestial beans. A few years hence, an individual will ascend the tower, unaware of the bean's significance, and nearly consume all of them. In the latter part of the tale, the warriors frequently suffered casualties, a significant factor being the insufficient supply of celestial beans from the cat immortal. This scarcity arose after Yakalob climbed the tower and, in a fit of rage, wasted a considerable amount of beans. Thus, Hao-Chen felt it necessary to forewarn the cat immortal to be cautious of Yakalob when the time came. With all preparations complete, Hao-Chen employed the sky dance technique and soared towards the temple. This child can indeed fly, the cat immortal marveled. Astonished by the events of the day, never before had he experienced such a multitude in his several hundred years of life. After contemplating the numerous buckets of fish before him, a smile crept across his face. What a remarkable child. Hao-Chen, exerting all his strength, utilized the sky dance technique as he ascended towards the temple. No thunder appeared in the sky, indicating that the deities had indeed overheard his dialogue with the cat immortal. Before long, Hao-Chen arrived at the temple, yet found it devoid of the deities and Bobo. This is Hao-Chen. I come to intrude, he proclaimed with unwavering confidence. As his words echoed, two figures emerged from the temple. One was clad in green, adorned with a white cloak bearing the character for deity upon his chest. The other, draped in black, bore a resemblance to an Indian. These two were none other than the deity and Bobo. Are you the one called Hao-Chen, the youth from the future? Indeed, great deity. Observing the balanced demeanor of the young man before him, the deity felt reaffirmed in his previous conversation with the cat immortal. Nevertheless, he cautiously probed. What has the future become? Hao-Chen comprehended the deity's inquiry and began to recount how, after ascending to divinity, the deity had separated his malevolent aspect. It would not be long before the evil incarnation of Bic would return once more. Continuing on, after Goku's demise, the celestial being, as his guide, led him to seek the Kai for training. Ultimately, he revealed to the celestial being that he was, in fact, a Namekian. Witnessing Hao-Yen not only recount Goku's history but also mention the Kai and even disclose his lineage left the celestial being, much like the cat sage, utterly astonished. He promptly employed telepathy to delve into Hao-Yen's mind, yet, akin to the cat sage, he gleaned no information regarding Hao-Yen. Child, you have been narrating Goku's experiences. What role do you play in the future? Chapter 35, Hao-Yen's Resolve. I am merely a bystander trailing behind Goku and the others. Upon hearing the celestial being's inquiry, Hao-Yen realized that, although he was well versed in the storyline and could articulate it effortlessly, he had not assigned himself a role for the future. Consequently, he recounted Krillin's experiences as his own, explaining to the celestial being how his lack of strength often necessitated protection from Goku and others. Ultimately, in the future world, he was the sole survivor. In the realm of the afterlife, the future celestial being facilitated a conversation through divine communication, enabling Hao-Yen to construct a time machine to venture into the past, striving to alter the future. In the future, I have always been the one in need of protection. Now, I aspire to be the one who protects everyone. At the very least, I no longer wish to hide behind others. Upon hearing Hao-Yen's words, the celestial being was thoroughly convinced. He perceived Hao-Yen's determination reflected in his eyes. Child, your strength is nearing invincibility on Earth. No, Hao-Yen exclaimed, stirred by the celestial being's statement. Noticing the sudden intensity in Hao-Yen's tone, the celestial being regarded him with curiosity. Before long, extraterrestrial beings will pose a constant threat to Earth and even the entire universe. To quantify, if my current battle power is 200, the enemy's power exceeds hundreds of millions. Some foes, let alone the Kai, could easily overpower even the Supreme Kai. Upon this revelation, the celestial being could no longer restrain his expression. The Kai? The Supreme Kai? They are no match for them. Celestial Lord, please assist me in enhancing my battle power. With that, Hao Yin deeply bowed to the celestial being. Rise. I consent to your request, the celestial being stated earnestly. This is my attendant, Bobo. For now, you shall train under him. After speaking, the celestial being entered the divine temple alone. Hao Yin then bowed to Bobo, saying, I humbly ask for your guidance, Mr. Bobo. Bobo is perhaps the most enigmatic figure in Dragon Ball. While his battle power is reputed to be high, he rarely intervenes when the protagonists and Earth face peril. Conversely, when deemed weaker, he can still engage in combat with Super Saiyans. Come at me, Hao Yin, Bobo said with a smile. A test of strength, is it? Then here I come. At that moment, Hao Yin did not increase the weight of his gravity suit. He unleashed all of his current power. In an instant, he was before Bobo, delivering a flying kick aimed at Bobo's head. Unexpectedly, Bobo merely raised his hand, effortlessly blocking Hao Chen's full-force strike. Hao Chen quickly reacted, soaring over Bobo's head and aiming a kick at the back of his skull. To his astonishment, the kick passed right through Bobo's figure, an illusion. Just as he contemplated this, Bobo suddenly appeared before him and delivered a punch directly to Hao Chen's face. Caught off guard, Hao Chen was sent flying. As he got up, clutching his face, he felt the tremendous force of that blow. It was even heavier than a punch from Goku after his transformation. Hao Chen mused. He charged at Bobo once more, but no matter how many times he attacked, Bobo effortlessly neutralized each of his advances. Before long, Hao Chen would find himself hurled away again. All right, Hao Chen, that's enough. Bobo extended his hand, halting Hao Chen, who was about to charge again. I have gauged your strength. It is time to begin your training. Bobo noticed Hao Chen's attire. Not only was his physical endurance commendable, but he was also struggling to breathe. Observing Hao Chen's condition, Bobo smiled and explained. The Heavenly Palace is situated high above the clouds, where the oxygen is sparse. Coupled with your current gravity, it may take some time to acclimatize. At that moment, Hao Chen recalled the staggering altitude of the Heavenly Palace, which was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Even the height of Korin Tower was daunting for most, let alone the Heavenly Palace above it. Realizing this, Hao Chen sat down, entering a meditative state to regulate his breathing. In no time, his breaths became steady, and he gradually adapted to the environment. This child, he has acclimated so swiftly. The Heavenly God had been observing Hao Chen and was astonished by his progress. Once Hao Chen had stabilized, he accessed the system, recalling a task completed during his contest with Master Rashi for the Super Sacred Water. At that moment, a gift pack awaited claim. System, open the gift pack. Congratulations. Combat power increased by 100 times. Chapter 36, a new task. Combat power increased by 100 times? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hao Chen leaped from the ground in excitement. Bobo, perplexed by the sudden display, gazed at him in confusion. Hao Chen, have you recovered? Oh no. Just stretching a bit, haha. Hao Chen scratched his head, realizing he had lost his composure, and sat down to communicate with the system again. System, check my attributes. Name, Hao Chen. Age, 8 years. Strength, agility, intelligence. Key, effort value, 2. Combat power, 20, 103. Skills, Kamehameha. Rapid learning level 1, 1100. Flight technique. His combat power had surged to 20,000. Upon seeing his attributes, Hao Chen was nearly ecstatic, feeling as if he might soar into the sky. This lottery truly afforded him a qualitative leap. Even in Vegeta's ordinary state, he now possessed the strength to contend. Task issued. In the span of 6 months, embark on a journey to Namek to seek the Grand Elder, who will aid you in unleashing your potential. Task difficulty, not specified. Task reward, double potential enhancement. Failure of the task results in the complete nullification of combat power. Prerequisite task, elevate your limits to level 5. Currently, it stands at level 1. Task difficulty, not specified. Task reward, skill, chi circular slash, ignores all defenses. Failure of the task incurs a 10-fold deduction of combat power. Should the prerequisite task remain unfulfilled, both tasks will be deemed failures by default. Before he could revel in the thrill of his accomplishments, the system's tasks emerged. This time, there was an additional prerequisite task, enhancing his limits. System, what precisely does this enhancement of limits entail? Hao Yin inquired, perplexed. Previously, he had expended 1 point of effort to elevate his limits by 1 level, yet he felt no discernible change. Even his combat power remained stagnant. Thereafter, he had not delved into the intricacies of this enhancement. The newly issued task required him to elevate his limits by 4 levels in one go, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Enhancing your limits will augment your combat power threshold. The system elucidated. For an average Earthling, upon reaching their limits, combat power typically stabilizes around 250,000, with no further enhancements possible. With each elevation of limits, your maximum combat power increases 10-fold. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Hao Yin finally grasped the significance of enhancing limits. It became clear why later Earth warriors largely abandoned their training. Once their combat power reached its limits, no amount of effort would yield further improvements. Now, Having elevated his limits by 1 level, it implied that his current maximum combat power could reach approximately 2.5 million. System, check the enhancement of limits. Enhancement of limits, level 1, upgradable. The next level requires 2 points of effort. Current effort points, 2. The first level necessitated only 1 point of effort, while the second level demanded 2. Upgrade to level 2. Upgrade successful. Current enhancement of limits, level 2, upgradable. The next level requires 3 points of effort. Current effort points, 0. As before, the enhancement of limits bore no immediate effects or sensations. Now, with his combat power amplified 100 times, he felt no strain even while donning a gravity suit weighing 200 kilograms. To swiftly acquire sufficient effort points, Hao-Yan needed to intensify his training. System. Adjust the gravity suit to 1 ton. The weight was increased from 200 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. Once the adjustment was complete, Hao-Yan attempted to gauge the pressure exerted by the gravity. Upon feeling that he could adapt, he began to contemplate the tasks ahead. The coordinates for Namek could be directly queried from the system. However, to reach there, a spacecraft was essential. Wait, the spacecraft. Bulma. An epiphany struck Hao-Yan as he recalled the advanced technology from Bulma's family. Constructing a spacecraft was no trifling matter. With this thought, he sprang to his feet, immediately soaring towards Bulma's direction at full speed. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he took flight, the force he unleashed instilled terror in both the god of the universe and Bobo, prompting the god to rush out in alarm. Bobo. Was that overwhelming aura just now emitted by Hao-Yan? Bobo was drenched in sweat. Yes, indeed. I cannot fathom why, but his presence and combat prowess are far more formidable now than when he clashed with me earlier. Upon hearing Bobo's words, the deity fell into silence. In the brief respite, Hao-Yan's aura had escalated nearly tenfold. Such an oppressive sensation was unprecedented in his life. Subsequently, the deity positioned himself at the outermost edge of the temple, meticulously scrutinizing Hao-Yan. Chapter 37. The deity's spaceship with Hao-Yan accelerating. It wasn't long before he reached the city. This marked Hao-Yan's inaugural encounter with the urban landscape of the Dragon Ball world. The entire metropolis was exceptionally thriving. Although he initially intended to explore, he ultimately decided to seek out Bulma due to the pressing nature of his mission. Having made up his mind, Hao-Yan effortlessly located Bulma's position on the system's map. Bulma. Hearing her name called, Bulma looked around but saw no one. I'm up here. At that moment, Bulma glanced upward and recognized a familiar figure. Hao-Yan? Upon realizing it was indeed Hao-Yan, Bulma waved enthusiastically. Hao-Yan, you can fly? Having never witnessed anyone utilize the sky dance technique before, Bulma was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Hao-Yan soaring through the air. I just learned how to do this. You're incredible, Hao-Yan. You can actually fly. Can you take me for a ride? Every child harbors a dream of flying, and Bulma was no exception. Although she could pilot an aircraft, it was merely a machine facilitating her flight. Absolutely. Hao-Yan descended, scooping Bulma up in a princess carry, and ascended into the sky. At that moment, being just a child himself, his small stature made carrying Bulma appear somewhat awkward. However, his immense strength rendered the task effortless. This is amazing. The feeling is just exquisite. Throughout the journey, Bulma was filled with exhilaration, as it was her first experience of true flight. Before long, Hao-Yan and Bulma arrived at her home's courtyard. Bulma's father, engaged in feeding small animals, was startled to see the two descend. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to his tasks. Hao-Yan, meanwhile, directly conveyed his purpose to Bulma. Initially, she believed constructing a spaceship would not pose a significant challenge, but upon hearing Hao-Yan's urgency, she grew concerned about the feasibility of completing it in a short time frame. Since Bulma had yet to delve into such matters, starting from scratch, even with her father's assistance, left her uncertain about ensuring the spaceship's flawless construction. At this point, Hao-Yan felt disheartened. If Bulma was unable to assist, he was at a loss as to whom to approach next. Wait, the deity. The deity arrived on Earth aboard a spaceship. After conducting a thorough search within the system, he indeed discovered the deity's spaceship. Bulma, I know where we can find a spaceship. Really? If a spaceship were to exist, I could collaborate with my father on some research, and it should be relatively easy to construct. Upon hearing Hao-Tsun's words, Bulma was filled with confidence as well. With that, Hao-Tsun lifted Bulma into his arms and soared towards the ship of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai had yet to notice Hao-Tsun's trajectory, but Bobo's expression changed dramatically. Supreme Kai? Hao-Tsun's path seems to lead to the ship you used when you arrived on Earth. Upon hearing Bobo's words, the Supreme Kai was equally astonished. Even he could not recall how he had come to Earth, yet this child seemed to possess that knowledge. At that moment, the Supreme Kai was utterly convinced that this child had journeyed from a future world. In his haste, Hao-Tsun flew at breakneck speed. Several times, Bulma found it overwhelming and buried her head in Hao-Tsun's shoulder. We've arrived. As time passed, Hao-Tsun and Bulma finally located the Supreme Kai spaceship. The vessel had landed in a forest, and perhaps due to the passage of time, Its exterior was covered in moss. Bulma retrieved a universal capsule she had prepared in advance, and upon opening it, Houtzen placed the spaceship inside. The enormous vessel vanished from sight. "It's done," Bulma proclaimed confidently. After hearing her words, Houtzen harbored no doubts. After all, Bulma's father was one of the few geniuses in the Dragon Ball world. With this spaceship, it would not be long before they could construct a new one. Even if they could not build a new vessel, they could still utilize this one. Upon seeing the spaceship, Bulma's father was immediately captivated. Indeed, the sight of an uncharted domain ignited the insatiable curiosity of these scientific enthusiasts. Before departing, Bulma handed Houtzen a walkie-talkie. "I made this myself. As long as you're in this world, you can communicate regardless of the distance. Once the spaceship is ready, I will contact you, Houtzen." Accepting the walkie-talkie, Houtzen placed it in his pocket. "Thank you, Bulma. If you require my assistance, feel free to call on me anytime. I will come as swiftly as I can." At that moment, Houtzen was immensely grateful to Bulma. Originally, Bulma wished to explore the city with Houtzen, but he declined, eager to enhance his combat abilities and acquire experience points. "I will come by a few days before I set off, so we can spend some quality time together." After exchanging pleasantries, Houtzen flew towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Watching Houtzen's figure fade away, Bulma reminisced about their first encounter. In just a few short months, he had grown to such an extent. Chapter 38, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. The entirety of Houtzen's journey to find the spaceship after leaving the Supreme Kai's temple was observed by the Supreme Kai. He had many questions he wished to pose to Houtzen and thus awaited his return outside the temple. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai, Houtzen greeted him. "Houtzen, I have something to inquire," the Supreme Kai said calmly. Hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Houtzen obediently stood before him. "What is the true extent of your power?" Houtzen was perplexed by this inquiry. Upon arrival, had Mr. Bobo not just tested me? Why, then, the renewed inquiry. Observing Houyen's expression, the god of heaven remarked, "I have been observing your previous battle with Bobo. Given your utmost efforts at that time, you could not possibly rival him. Yet, the formidable aura you exhibited upon departing for the city was capable of effortlessly annihilating any individual on this planet." Upon hearing the divine words, Houyen recollected the urgency that had driven him to seek Bulma for the construction of a spacecraft, inadvertently unleashing his full potential. Despite the constraints of the gravity suit, his combat prowess had already reached 20,000, and the aura he released left all in awe. In that fleeting moment, Houyen devised a response. "Lord God, in my world, humanity has devised time-traveling spacecraft. Initially, I was meant to arrive as a complete being. However, for reasons unknown, my soul was transmitted here, while my body vanished." The god of heaven inquired further, "In my world, while my combat strength may not rival that of Goku and the others, I can easily contend with extraterrestrial beings possessing a battle power of 100,000. Yet, from my current perspective, I cannot fathom the terror of foes with battle powers in the hundreds of thousands or millions." Houyen, he commanded, "Release all your current limitations and display your maximum combat aura." At this, Houyen ceased further explanations. He understood that he must reveal his true capabilities for the god to grasp the ferocity of future adversaries. System, adjust gravity to 0. As the weight of gravity lifted, Houyen began to gather energy. In an instant, a tremendous aura erupted from within him, a surge 100 times greater than that experienced atop the Korin Tower. In that fleeting moment, even Master Roshi sensed it. Who is this? Is it emanating from the goddess temple? It is terrifying. The powerful impact was felt not only at Korin Tower, but also by the distant Bulma, who sensed the overwhelming force. The god of heaven and Bobo, closest to the source, were immediately brought to their knees, struggling for breath under the weight of this aura. The god lay upon the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his face, gasping for air. In that moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant. "Houyen, what is your combat power?" the god queried. He sensed the limitless energy within Houyen, but could not comprehend its magnitude. "If your battle power is 200, then mine stands at 20,000, Houyen replied, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Are the foes we shall face in the future so fearsome?" "No, my lord," he continued. "The enemies awaiting us will possess combat powers thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater than mine. However, rest assured, in the future, we shall all find our means to grow stronger without the necessity of artificially enhancing each other's combat prowess. In a distant future, the divine being conveyed to me that my sole responsibility is to ensure that everyone adheres to the narrative trajectory without interference. Should formidable adversaries discover Earth prematurely, no force could thwart their advance." Hastily, Houtzen addressed the divine being, expressing concern that knowledge of the enemy's strength might prompt interference in the natural progression of Goku and his companion's story. Thus, he hastily devised a rationale to prevent any disruption of the plot. "I understand this," the divine being replied. "However, given your current capabilities, I have little guidance to offer. You mentioned that your strength may be restored over time. Here, I possess a location most suitable for your cultivation, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber." Chapter 39, The Golden Training Ground. The hyperbolic time chamber, a remarkable feature of the Dragon Ball narrative, allows 1 year spent within its confines to equate to merely 1 day in the outside world. However, this extraordinary artifact is not to be used without limitation. An individual may only enter for 2 days throughout their lifetime. Exceeding this temporal boundary results in the complete disappearance of the exit to the outer world. Nevertheless, Houtzen felt little trepidation regarding this constraint. Empowered by his system, he remained unaffected by any limitations imposed by the Dragon Ball universe. Initially, Houtzen intended to bolster his strength within the temple before seeking the divine being's assistance to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Unexpectedly, the system granted him a lottery that magnified his power 100-fold. The divine being guided Houtzen to the entrance of the chamber, a place he had witnessed countless times in anime, now manifesting before him, stirring a deep sense of wonder within. Thank you, revered divine being. I shall proceed within. Wait, Houtzen, this chamber has restrictions, the divine being cautioned. Fear not, divine being. I have trained in the future world. I am well acquainted with the limitations. Observing Houtzen's confident demeanor, the divine being recalled that this young man hailed from a future realm. As Houtzen stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, the divine being pondered the nature of the adversaries that could forge such determination in a young soul. Inside the chamber, the gravity is 10-fold that of Earth, and the environment is exceptionally harsh. During the day, temperatures can soar to around 50 degrees Celsius, while at night, they plummet to approximately -40 degrees. The sole advantage lies in the absence of concerns regarding sustenance and water sources. Upon entering, Houtzen found himself momentarily overwhelmed. It was no wonder that Goku, as a child, could not endure even a month in such conditions. As an adult, he felt a twinge of doubt in the face of this environment. Yet, contemplating the myriad formidable foes looming on the horizon, he resolved to persevere. As he had articulated to the divine being, with his current strength, he would be akin to an ant in the future. The only recourse was to enhance his power. With this thought, Houtzen's spirit settled into a profound stillness, and he began to fully immerse himself in the experiences offered by the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, the divine being and Bobo stood at the temple's entrance, gazing at the moon. Bobo, how did you come to know that I arrived on Earth via spacecraft? The celestial being unintentionally overheard Bobo mentioning his spacecraft today, suggesting that Bobo is indeed aware of how he arrived on Earth. Many years ago, he traversed the cosmos in that very vessel, a sight witnessed by both Bobo and the celestial being of that time. However, Bobo remains oblivious to the specific planet of his origin. Is it not true that no one can be indifferent to their lineage? The celestial being is no exception, learning from Houtzen that he hails from another world. Perhaps this child from the future knows precisely where he originates. Once the child emerges, he shall inquire further. It remains uncertain how long this child might linger within. A night has passed. The celestial being stood before the entrance of the spirit time capsule. The gates were firmly closed, indicating that Houtzen had yet to emerge. After calculating the passage of time, it appeared nearly half a year had elapsed within the capsule. He pondered the child's well-being, contemplating how much strength he could have regained after such a duration. The celestial being placed his faith in Houtzen's words, believing that with the passage of time, he would gradually restore his former prowess. Before long, twilight began to descend. The celestial being once again approached the entrance of the spirit time capsule, this time accompanied by Bobo. Nearly a full day had elapsed, and the state of the child remained unknown. You need not worry, celestial being. Houtzen comes from the future. His experiences must have been terrifying, Bobo reassured. Upon hearing this, the celestial being nodded, fully convinced that Houtzen's assertions were indeed truthful. For, with Houtzen's current capabilities, annihilating the Earth would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, he treated every inhabitant of this planet with profound respect, never belittling anyone due to his immense power. As long as he can safeguard this world, I shall offer him any assistance he requires. The celestial being mused. At that moment, a full day had elapsed since Houtzen entered the spirit time capsule. Chapter 40. An unexpected turn? After an interminable wait, the spirit time capsule remained unresponsive. Could it be that this child intends to spend a full 2 years within? What remarkable fortitude would that demand? The celestial being and Bobo lingered at the entrance for an extended period, yet no sound emerged from within the capsule, as if Houtzen had never entered at all. Another night passed. The celestial being arrived early at the entrance of the spirit time capsule, finding it still devoid of any activity. Glancing at the sky, he noted that in a few hours, it would mark 2 full days and nights. In other words, Houtzen had been alone for nearly 2 years. I wonder how much his combat prowess has been restored, the celestial being murmured. As time ticked away, the celestial being, a guardian of Earth who had lived for centuries, had never before perceived the passage of time as so excruciatingly slow. Beside him, Bobo had seldom witnessed such a display of unease from the celestial being. My lord, are you well? Bobo inquired. I am fine, Bobo. I merely wish to know how strong Houtzen will become upon his return. At long last, the moment had arrived. The celestial being and Bobo simultaneously directed their gaze toward the entrance of the spirit time house. However, to their astonishment, Houchen did not emerge. The celestial being could no longer maintain his composure. He was acutely aware that if the individual within the spirit time house did not exit within 2 days, the exit would vanish forever, sealing them within eternally. "Calm yourself, my lord," Bobo urged, though he too was taken aback. After a considerable pause, the celestial being gradually regained his composure. He cast one last glance at the spirit time house before departing the hall, with Bobo trailing closely behind, concerned for the celestial being's mental state. Upon reaching the threshold and gazing up at the starry sky, the celestial being murmured to Bobo, "This child originally hails from the future. Perhaps he does not belong to this world, leading to this unfortunate incident." Bobo stood silently behind him, equally perplexed as to why Houchen had not exited the spirit time house within the stipulated time. Like the celestial being, he too feared that Houchen might never return. "What a pity. I long to witness this child grow stronger," the celestial being lamented. From the moment he first encountered Houchen, he was filled with curiosity about him, his strength, his experiences. All remained a realm of mystery to the celestial being. He had intended to inquire further about Houchen's origins and whether he had any family upon his return. Yet now, it seemed he might never uncover these truths. "Celestial being, I have heard from Houchen that as time progresses, many warriors will emerge on Earth to defend it," Bobo remarked. "I believe that one day, what you wish to see will indeed come to pass." Upon hearing Bobo's words, the celestial being surveyed the world from outside the hall. He observed many individuals diligently honing their skills and saw countless others growing in strength. Though they could not yet rival Houchen, he recognized, as Bobo had said, that in the future, mightier warriors would undoubtedly arise. He turned his gaze once more toward the spirit time house, sighed, and returned to the interior of the hall. "Bobo, I feel somewhat weary," he confessed. With that, the celestial being's figure vanished within the hall. Houchen had arrived at the celestial being's palace like a fleeting breeze, only to disappear abruptly, as if he had never been there. Everything resumed its normalcy. The celestial being observed the world daily, with Bobo ever by his side. The cat sage continued to guard Kalinta, and unlike before, he now relished his favorite fish at every meal. "I wonder how that brat Houchen is faring under the celestial being's tutelage," the cat sage mused, licking his paw. Unbeknownst to him, Houchen had entered the spirit time house and exceeded the allotted time within. Meanwhile, Bulma and her father tirelessly researched the spacecraft daily. Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin practiced diligently under Master Roshi's guidance, their powers increasing with each passing day. Everything was proceeding smoothly, save for the absence of Houchen. Chapter 41, The Chosen One. Just when the outside world presumed that Houchen would never emerge, he was diligently cultivating within the hyperbolic time chamber. The conditions here were harsh, and Houchen truly wished to spend not a moment longer in this place. Yet, in pursuit of enhancing his combat prowess, he found himself compelled to remain. After all, the environment was supremely conducive to training, and the rate of improvement surpassed that of any other location. Hence, the narrative of Dragon Ball stipulated that each individual could only enter for a maximum of 2 days in their lifetime. Beyond that, the exit would vanish. However, this limitation did not apply to Houchen, allowing him the freedom to enter and exit at will. He could linger for as long as he desired. It is likely that after 2 years of absence, both the Supreme Kai and Popo were taken aback, perhaps even amused. At this moment, Houchen had already spent over 4 years within the time chamber. Initially, he had planned to exit after 2 years, having accomplished the preliminary tasks and elevated his combat power to over 100,000. Just as the time approached, the system assigned him a new task. Task announcement: cultivate in the hyperbolic time chamber for over 5 years. Difficulty level: A. Reward: tenfold King Kai Fist, no side effects. Failure to complete will result in a reduction of combat power by 100 times. Upon hearing this task, Houchen felt overwhelmed. He had already endured nearly 2 years in this place and yearned to leave. However, the prospect of losing 100-fold of his combat power was utterly disheartening. Most importantly, the reward of the tenfold King Kai Fist was tantalizing. The King Kai Fist was a formidable technique that, in the absence of Super Saiyan transformations, could exponentially increase one's combat power. It was this very technique that enabled Goku to triumph over Vegeta and others. Only upon confronting Frieza and transforming into a Super Saiyan did the King Kai Fist gradually fade from prominence. As a native of Earth, Houchen lacked the ability to transform and augment his power like beings from other planets. Furthermore, this task's reward boasted no side effects whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, Houchen accepted the task. From that point onward, he devoted himself to rigorous training, and his effort points steadily accumulated. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that the system had deceived him. One day, while resting, Houchen accessed the system's store and sought items that would provide him with the greatest enhancement. It was then that he stumbled upon infinite stamina. Infinite stamina ensured one would never feel fatigued, allowing one to maintain peak condition regardless of the duration of battle. The cost was 500 effort points. Upon seeing this skill, Hao Qian immediately resolved to acquire it. He noted that the required 500 effort points were not excessive and could be easily obtained with a slight boost in combat power. However, since entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he realized that despite his rapid increase in combat power, his effort points had hardly risen. After inquiring with the system, he learned that the accumulation of effort points was contingent upon the enhancement of his combat power. When one's combat power reaches the 3-digit realm, a mere 5 points of combat power are required to obtain 1 point of effort value. Upon entering the 4-digit realm, 50 points are necessary for the same. As one ascends to the 5-digit level, 500 points are mandated, and at 6 digits, the requirement escalates to 5,000 points for a single point of effort value. Consequently, upon entering the time chamber, his combat power was directly augmented to 20,000 through the system's lottery, necessitating an increase of 500 combat power to acquire further effort value thereafter. Most crucially, if the combat power is bestowed by the system, effort value will not be increment. Indeed, the system has intricately devised a plan to enhance my strength. Hao Qian understands that in the world of Dragon Ball, strength reigns supreme. The system within his mind is merely a tool to facilitate his ascent. Very well. With a goal established, it is time to train earnestly. In the blink of an eye, over 4 years have elapsed, and in a few months, it will surpass 5. Currently, his combat power approaches 250,000. Yet he has only amassed 210 points of effort value, leaving him still quite distant from his objective. However, the King Kai Fist, attainable upon task completion, will soon be within his grasp. The stronger one's capabilities, the more formidable the King Kai Fist becomes. Excellent. Only a few months remain. I shall intensify my training even further. Chapter 42. Are you Hao Qian? Unbeknownst to him, 5 days have slipped by. The Supreme Kai checks the hyperbolic time chamber daily. While he is certain that anyone remaining beyond 2 days can never exit, he clings to a thread of hope. Supreme Kai, you ought to rest, said Bobo, sighing. The Supreme Kai did not enter the temple, but instead walked outside. Supreme Kai, why the sigh? Upon hearing a voice from behind, both the Supreme Kai and Bobo turned to see a young man standing at the temple's entrance. You? Are you Hao Qian? The Supreme Kai scrutinized the youth before him, noting that aside from his longer hair and increased height, his attire and features unmistakably matched those of Hao Qian, who had entered the time chamber 5 days prior. At this moment, Hao Qian's visage exuded a certain gallantry, shedding much of his youthful innocence. Ha ha ha, it is indeed I. Supreme Kai, I have just emerged from the time chamber. To his astonishment, Hao Qian had managed to exit the time chamber after exceeding 2 days. 5 days equated to 5 years within. Perhaps it is due to my being from another world. While training inside, I kept track of time, but upon surpassing 2 years, I noticed the exit had not vanished, so I seized the opportunity to linger a bit longer. The Supreme Kai's anger flared upon hearing Hao Qian's words. This is sheer folly. Should the exit suddenly disappear, regardless of your level of mastery, you would be trapped for eternity. The Supreme Kai's admonition warmed Hao Qian's heart, for he understood that such ire stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being. Supreme Kai, my identity is unique. Therefore, I have encountered numerous situations that defy explanation and could only be navigated through personal experience. It turns out that many things will not be restricted for me. This time, entering the hyperbolic time chamber is also to reconfirm. Hao Qian could not explain to the deity and could only fabricate a casual excuse to deceive him. After all, he could not directly tell the deity, I am empowered by a system and am not bound by the limitations of this world. The deity scrutinized Hao Qian, and seeing no change in his expression, he believed what Hao Qian said. Hao Qian, what is your current strength? Why can I no longer sense your aura? From the moment Hao Qian exited the hyperbolic time chamber until he spoke, the deity and Bobo had not sensed Hao Qian's aura, which is why his words made them so tense. While inside, I contemplated the methods of controlling my aura in the future. My current strength is approximately 15 times what it was before I entered. Before leaving, Hao Qian specifically checked his current combat power, which had already risen to 310,000. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the deity and Bobo. To increase one's power by several times in just a few days is truly extraordinary. Observing their reaction, Hao Qian remained silent, thinking to himself, what is this? In the later stages, Goku and his companions would enter and emerge transformed into Super Saiyan 2 or 3. That is what is truly infuriating. Hao Qian did not disclose to the deity that he had mastered the Kaioken technique. Presently, the tenfold Kaioken serves as his greatest trump card. However, this is still far from sufficient. Not to mention the formidable foes that follow Frieza, such as Androids 17 and 18, Cell, and the most terrifying, Majin Buu. He still needs to grow stronger. Currently, the fastest way to increase combat power is through the system's rewards. The highest reward can boost power by over 100 times. However, the timing and location for task issuance are uncertain. Moreover, the rewards do not guarantee a 100 increase in combat power. Thus, diligent cultivation remains fundamental. At such moments, Hao Qian finds himself enviously admiring Goku's Super Saiyan lineage. His training enhances strength rapidly and significantly, with the ability to increase power after near-death experiences. And he can transform into a Super Saiyan. The array of advantages is simply enviable. Chapter 43, The Space of Another World. Currently, Hao Yan's sole advantage lies in the fact that he is not bound by the limitations of the Dragon Ball world and can enter the hyperbolic time chamber indefinitely for training. However, the passage of time within is very real. For instance, this time, he spent merely 5 days inside, yet he genuinely resided there for 5 years. Hao Yan is now 13 years old. Previously, Hao Yan had contemplated waiting a year before using the Dragon Balls to revert to a younger age. However, after spending 5 years, he truly does not wish to enter again. After experiencing so much in his original world, he has become increasingly reluctant to engage with others. Arriving in the Dragon Ball world and interacting with Goku and the others gradually opened his previously sealed heart. Spending 5 years alone has deteriorated his mental state. Were it not for the need to complete his tasks, he would have exited long ago. System, is there any solution? You may utilize effort points to exchange for a space in another world, where the environment and gravity can be altered at will. Within this space, one can create virtual adversaries, whose combat capabilities may be adjusted according to your needs. The ability to conjure opponents allows for battles that enhance one's strength and also enrich practical combat experience. System, does time flow in this otherworldly space as it does in reality? The otherworldly space requires 10 effort points to activate each time, and time flows in complete synchrony with the real world. Although activating it requires 10 effort points, there is no stipulation on the maximum duration of stay. Thus, one could remain indefinitely with those 10 points, as the time within this realm proceeds simultaneously with the outside world. Currently, there are still over 5 months left to complete the system's task, yet it remains uncertain how long Bulma will need to perfect the spaceship. There are no further means for the Kai to assist in enhancing his combat strength. With this in mind, Hao Chen offered a brief farewell to the Kai, preparing to visit Bulma's residence to inquire about the timeline. If time permitted, he wished to explore the otherworldly space beforehand. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, the Kai made no attempt to dissuade him, fully aware that aside from the hyperbolic time chamber, he had no other methods to aid Hao Chen at this juncture. Hao Chen, unaware of the Kai's unvoiced intentions, refrained from probing further, perceiving no urgency in the Kai's demeanor. After bidding farewell to the Kai and Bobo, he soared toward Bulma's home. Before long, he arrived above Bulma's residence. Peering down, he spotted Bulma and her father diligently engaged in work. Good evening, Bulma. Hao Chen, is that really you? Bulma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Hao Chen's transformed appearance. After a few days apart, he had grown significantly taller, and his youthful visage had altered. It's me, Bulma. I ventured to a peculiar place during my training, where time passes much more swiftly than in our reality, hence my change. Who would have thought such a wondrous place exists in this world? You must take me there sometime. Bulma responded, her curiosity piqued by Hao Chen's description. With a light-hearted chuckle, he redirected the conversation. No way. The conditions there are so harsh that you'd struggle to endure even 5 minutes. Bulma, how long do you estimate it will take to construct the spaceship? Currently, Dad and I are working on creating a spaceship with enhanced performance. As for the time frame, it should be ready in about 3 months. Indeed, the Bulma family lives up to its reputation, crafting a spaceship in just 3 months. The trio took nearly 2 months to reach planet Namek. If Bulma's spaceship is not completed within that time, he could always travel to Namek aboard Piccolo's ship. Arriving early is certainly preferable to rushing against the clock. If unforeseen events occur on the journey that prevent the task from being accomplished, there will be no time for tears. Chapter 44, The First Formidable Foe. Bulma, I must travel to another place for a while. Shall I return to you in 3 months? After solidifying his plans, Hao Chen prepared to enter the realm of another world. Hao Chen, you seem particularly busy of late. Moreover, I sense that the secrets you carry are multiplying, Bulma remarked. Upon hearing her words, a bead of sweat formed on Hao Chen's brow. Ah, nothing of the sort. Bulma, allow me to share a secret with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone else. Hao Chen whispered to Bulma. In truth, I am currently assisting the Supreme Kai. That rascal. Within the Supreme Kai's palace, the deity observed Hao Chen, cursing inwardly as he realized Hao Chen was using him as a shield. The Supreme Kai? Bulma exclaimed upon hearing the name for the first time. Shoo, Bulma. Keep your voice down. This is a secret. Bulma quickly composed herself. No wonder you've suddenly become so formidable. It turns out you're working with the Supreme Kai. Hearing this, Hao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he had successfully diverted her attention. Indeed, but this remains a secret. I have only confided in you, so you must keep it under wraps. Rest assured, Hao Chen, my lips are sealed. Bulma assured him with a pat on her chest. Bulma, come take a look at this wiring. A voice resonated from the room, likely her father discovering another issue. Hao Chen, please explore a bit on your own while I check on what trouble Dad has found. Hao Chen understood that even if he accompanied her, he would not be of any assistance. After Bulma departed, he entered the system. System, activate the alternate world space. Activation successful. Cost, 10 effort points. Remaining effort points, 200. As the system's voice faded, Hao Chen's form vanished instantaneously. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another realm, engulfed in darkness with no light in sight. System, is this the alternate world space? Why is there nothing here? This is the prototype of the alternate world space. It can transform according to your imagination. In a brief moment, the environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The once pitch-black expanse illuminated, and the ground beneath Hao Chun morphed into the Supreme Kai's palace. Indeed, it has changed. At that moment, Hao Chun closed his eyes once more. Shortly thereafter, the scene shifted again, this time to Bulma's home. Let this suffice for now. Next, I shall select my opponent. Images of the formidable beings from Dragon Ball began to surface in Hao Chun's mind. Just then, a purple light appeared within the space. When Hao Chun opened his eyes, he was met with an overwhelming pressure as he beheld his opponent. Although Frieza had been conjured within the alternate world space, the malevolent expression on his face instilled a sense of dread in Hao Chun. As he contemplated this, Hao Chun began to gather his strength, and in an instant, a tremendous wave of energy surged within the alternate realm. If unleashed in the outside world, this energy would likely incite considerable chaos. In stark contrast, Frieza remained with his arms crossed, watching Hao Chun with a cold smirk, utterly unfazed. 10 times. Kaioken. At that moment, a brilliant blue energy erupted from Hao Chun's body. Upon glancing down at himself, he noticed that the color of his Kaioken differed entirely from that depicted in the narrative. Goku's Kaioken radiated a vivid red, while his was a striking blue. In light of this, he decided to bestow a new name upon his technique, thereby sparing himself potential complications later on. Henceforth, it shall be called Titan Fist. With his plan set, Hao Chun assumed a stance directed at Frieza, and in a heartbeat, he launched a powerful punch toward him. Just as his fist was about to connect, Frieza vanished. Impossible. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Frieza reappeared behind Hao Chun, delivering a powerful kick that struck him squarely in the back. The force of the blow sent Hao Chun flying a considerable distance before he finally landed. As he rose to his feet, he was astonished to find blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Frieza stood with his arms still crossed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Hao Chun's earlier strike had failed to provoke any reaction from Frieza. At present, with his Titan Fist in effect, Hao Chun's combat prowess was comparable to Frieza's, perhaps even slightly superior. Yet, he was unable to land a single blow. The adversaries conjured within this alternate realm possessed combat abilities and experience that were entirely consistent with those in the real world. Furthermore, sheer power alone did not guarantee dominance over an opponent. In the heat of battle, infinite possibilities arise. The element of surprise is paramount in this world. With the system's explanation resonating in his mind, Hao Chun began to grasp the situation. Power disparity was merely one facet. Only by accumulating more combat experience could he deepen his martial prowess. Relying solely on brute strength would not suffice in a world teeming with formidable foes like that of Dragon Ball. Fixing his gaze on the distant Frieza, Hao Chun prepared to unleash his Titan Fist once more. Be careful. Chapter 45. The Importance of Experience. While he had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the system's insights, fully digesting them would take time. Meanwhile, Frieza continued to regard Hao Chun with an air of nonchalance. Despite possessing superior combat strength, he found himself unable to even graze his opponent. With each attempt to strike, Frieza effortlessly dispatched Hao Chun with mere kicks. This time, Hao Chun refrained from rushing into another assault. Many antagonists, upon their introduction, wielded overwhelming power, effortlessly dominating the protagonists. Future Trunks. A sudden thought struck him. In that tale, Trunks had unleashed immense power, augmenting his strength and muscular attributes, yet significantly diminishing his agility. Although his combat strength had increased substantially, he was still no match for Cell. At that moment, Goku had previously informed Trunks that both he and Vegeta had discovered this form. However, it was deemed unsuitable for combat, which is why neither of them had ever employed it. It appears I have made the same mistake as Trunks, blindly augmenting my strength to enhance my combat prowess without considering the multifaceted circumstances inherent in battle. After this realization, he rose to his feet and gazed into the distance at Frieza. Tenfold King Kamehameha. With the technique unleashed, Hao Chun charged once more towards Frieza. Upon reaching the optimal range for attack, he propelled himself upward, delivering a kick aimed at Frieza. As before, Frieza swiftly evaded, reappearing on the opposite side. Capitalizing on his momentum, he wielded his tail as a weapon, swinging it towards Hao Chun. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, this time, Hao Chun successfully blocked Frieza's attack. Even Frieza's smile faltered momentarily, revealing an imperceptible hint of surprise. Indeed, one must not rely solely on brute strength during combat. Keen observation of the opponent's condition is paramount. With this thought, Hao Chun seized Frieza's tail and, with a deft motion, hurled him away. Ha ha ha, not bad, little one. To Hao Chun's astonishment, Frieza spoke. You. How can you speak? Who told you that I could not? Frieza retorted. I can endow all the virtual opponents I create with genuine abilities. Conversing is even simpler. Upon hearing Frisia's words, Hao Chen realized that it was the system communicating with him through a virtual adversary. Yet, for that brief moment, he genuinely believed it was Frisia's voice. You nearly scared me to death. You are quite impressive. You've grasped the optimal combat strategy in such a short time. However, you still need to amass more combat experience. Did you not notice that my hands have remained motionless at my chest? Upon hearing this, Hao Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Frisia. Indeed, although he had just thrown him away, Frisia was still floating in the air, unaffected by the earlier attack, and his hands remained undisturbed. Combat experience necessitates relentless fighting, constant reflection, and rigorous analysis. Once you account for all these factors, your combat capability will experience a qualitative leap. With the system's enhancement, the only time he had utilized his full strength was during Goku's transformation into a great ape. Upon reflection, when Goku transformed, his combat powers surged tenfold, exceeding his previous maximum. That was why he had been defeated. The remaining foes encountered were merely victims of his overwhelming strength. Thus, one must either possess a combat power that significantly surpasses the opponent's or acquire ample experience to exploit their weaknesses. Ah, I see, Hao Chen murmured to himself. Do not worry about injuries. Unleash your attacks. In this realm, I shall restore any damage you incur. Only through continuous combat can you gain further insight. Chapter 46. Abiding by the rules? Indeed, why ponder so much when one can simply engage in practice? Tenfold. King Kamehameha. The azure gas once again erupted from Hao Chen's body. Immediately, he charged towards Frisia once more. This time, upon reaching Frisia, he did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he swiftly appeared behind him. I've seen you. Just as Frisia prepared to make a move, Hao Chen suddenly vanished from behind. What? In his moment of astonishment, Hao Chen reappeared above him. Let us see if you can evade this. With that declaration, he aimed a kick directly at Frisia's head. However, to Hao Chen's surprise, Frisia's foot, which was poised for action, instantly retaliated. Boom. Their kicks collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Not bad, little brat. Your reflexes are impressive. But you still have a ways to go. After speaking, Frisia sent another kick towards Hao Chen. He raised his hand just in time to block the attack. This is infuriating. I feel like I'm being toyed with. With that, he swung his fist at Frisia, yet still failed to compel him to use both hands. He had to be wary of Frisia's legs, not to mention that tail. Damn it, just watch me tear off your tail. With a curse, Hao Chen charged at Frisia once more. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 10 hours had elapsed in this alternate realm. During this time, Hao Chen had scarcely rested, engaged in relentless combat with Frisia. However, he had yet to force Frisia to fight him with both hands. Ultimately, after a powerful headbutt from Frisia, he was sent flying yet again. At this moment, Hao Chen's stamina was nearing its limit, and he collapsed amidst the ruins, unconscious. Keep pushing yourself, Frisia remarked as a green light enveloped his body, cascading down upon Hao Chen. His wounds began to heal at a visible rate. After completing this, Frisia vanished. Several hours later, Hao Chen awoke. He examined his body and found no scars. It seems the system has healed my injuries, he thought. System, continue to select Frisia within this space. No sooner had he spoken than a purple glow reappeared in the distance. Have you rested well? Enough chatter. Tenfold. King's fist. Without any further ado, Hao Chen charged at Frisia once again. This time, the confrontation posed significant challenges for Frisia. Most of his offensive techniques had been deciphered by Hao Chen, who successfully blocked several attacks and even managed rapid counterattacks. Frisia, are you still not using your hands? At that moment, Hao Chen flashed to Frisia's head, hands clasped together, and brought them crashing down upon him. Damn it! Frisia realized that Hao Chen's fist was about to collide with his head. His arms, which had been crossed over his chest, finally reacted. He raised his hands to shield himself from the blow, executing a swift roll and delivering a kick aimed at Hao Chen. Just as Hao Chen felt a flicker of joy upon witnessing Frisia finally resorting to using his hands, he was sent flying by the kick. You bastard! Frisia's foot struck firmly against Hao Yan's face. Hao Yan, clutching his face, shouted at Frisia, you suddenly attacked with your hands. That's a foul. Upon hearing Hao Yan's words, Frisia erupted into laughter. In battle, circumstances shift instantaneously. Your adversary will not adhere to any rules. The battlefield yields but two outcomes, victory or defeat. If you are slain by your foe, will you then seek out the underworld to complain to King Yama about the foul play of your enemy, begging for another chance at life? Spare me your naivety, you little brat. At that moment, Hao Yan's face flushed with realization. He was indeed in the world of Dragon Ball, a realm where rules were but a distant memory. Not only here, but even in his own world. Society was rife with deception and treachery. Some individuals, in pursuit of their ambitions, had long forsaken their principles. In this place, the stakes were even higher. A single misstep could lead to death. Chapter 47. Victory. No longer harbor any naive thoughts, young one. Your sole focus now should be on how to defeat me. Frisia spread his arms, floating majestically above, surveying Hao Yin like a sovereign ruler. As the cosmic emperor, Frisia exuded an aura of undeniable power. Gazing at Frisia, Hao Yin recalled his moniker, and indeed, the imposing presence was unmistakable. Rubbing his face, Hao Yin turned his attention back to Frisia. Having already forced him to resort to using his hands, the next step was to meticulously record his combat data. At that moment, after enduring Frisia's admonitions, Hao Yin's mind was singularly fixated on one thought: eliminating the enemy before him. Tenfold, King's Fist. Having gleaned Frisia's combat style from their previous encounters, Hao Yin now concentrated on Frisia's hands. Unanticipated moves often led to significant changes in the tide of battle, just as Hao Yin had not foreseen Frisia's sudden use of hands, leading to his own expulsion from the fray. With a newfound focus, Hao Yin found himself more at ease in the face of Frisia's onslaught. After exchanging punches, both fighters took a few steps back. It seems you have grown accustomed to my attacks. Now you must devise a strategy to defeat me, Frisia declared with satisfaction. Fear not, it won't be long before I bring you down. Thus, in this alternate realm, Hao Yin swiftly spent 10 days. In that time, aside from reaching his physical limits to rest, he engaged in combat with Frisia. With each encounter, Hao Yin's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Frisia, who initially handled Hao Yin's offensives with ease, began to find the skirmishes challenging. Frisia, today I shall surely defeat you. At this juncture, Hao Yin was nearing his physical limits once more. Breathing heavily, he called out to Frisia, "You seem close to your limits today. Would you care to take a rest?" "Not at all. I have completely deciphered your techniques. Today, I will undoubtedly vanquish you." After speaking, Hao Chen once again assumed a formidable stance. The Kamehameha wave. Was he truly going to unleash the Kamehameha? Observing Hao Chen's posture, Frisia remarked. At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from Hao Chen's hands, and his aura surged to its zenith. Kamehameha. As Hao Chen thrust his hands forward, the full-powered Kamehameha surged rapidly towards Frisia. Sensing the imminent danger posed by the Kamehameha, Frisia swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. The energy wave collided with the ruins behind Frisia, resulting in a violent explosion. Impressive power, but is that truly sufficient to defeat me? At this moment, Hao Chen was cradling a spherical energy attack in his hands. I am well aware that the Kamehameha may not necessarily vanquish you. However, you taught me the importance of surprise. Energy Sphere Slash. Hao Chen hurled the Energy Sphere Slash towards Frisia. Given their proximity, Frisia found it impossible to evade in time, forced to watch as the energy attack descended upon him. Hiss. The Energy Sphere Slash sliced past Frisia, soaring into the distance. Quite remarkable, Hao Chen. You are growing increasingly formidable, Frisia commented, only for his chest to suddenly split apart. Remember, the foes created within this realm, while not vastly different from those in the Dragon Ball universe, may indeed be stronger than those found here. Cherish the lessons from these battles. They will prove invaluable in your future endeavors. Gradually, Frisia began to fade away, signifying his complete defeat at the hands of Hao Chen. Surprised, Hao Chen realized that even this version of Frisia had succumbed to the Energy Sphere Slash. As Frisia vanished, Hao Chen descended to the ground, lying down. His stamina had reached its limit. System, please restore my stamina. A green light enveloped Hao Chen within the space. In no time, his injuries began to heal. Stronger than here? Hao Chen recalled Frisia's words. It seemed he would need to train even harder. Chapter 48, 200 times gravity. Despite having defeated Frisia, Hao Chen had no intention of leaving the alternate realm. After all, initiating a departure required 10 points of effort. Moments ago, Hao Chen had scanned his battle power using the system. To his dismay, the battles against Frisia over the past few days had not significantly enhanced his battle power. It appeared that he had merely gained combat experience, without a direct boost to his strength. It seems my battle power cannot compete against even stronger opponents, Hao Chen mused. Thus, he contemplated beginning his training in this realm. System, adjust the gravity in this space to 100 times. Previously, in the hyperbolic time chamber, the gravity was set to 10 times, and by the end, Hao Chen felt no resistance whatsoever. Hence, he dared to escalate it to 100 times gravity. As the gravity intensified, Hao Chen's body instinctively crouched down. Unexpectedly, the weight of 100-fold is quite burdensome. Although Hao Chen's combat prowess is already formidable, the sudden imposition of such gravity proves somewhat disorienting. It appears he must first acclimate his body to this weight. With that thought, Hao Chen engages in a series of simple exercises, jogging, handstands, and push-ups. He is careful to limit the amplitude of his movements, prioritizing his body's adaptation to this extraordinary gravity. Gradually, he intends to increase the intensity of his training, thereby maximizing his potential. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Palace, the deity had discovered 10 days prior that Hao Chen had vanished without a trace. No matter how diligently he searched, Hao Chen remained elusive. Curiously, after conversing with that girl, he had completely disappeared. This child is indeed enigmatic. 2 months have passed unnoticed. However, Hao Chen has swiftly acclimated to the 100-fold gravity. even maintaining his rest and sleep under these conditions. Today, following his training, Houchen feels no pressure from the gravity weighing upon him. There remains but a month. The system adjusts the gravity to 200-fold. As the words fall from his lips, the gravitational force in the space surges instantly to 200 times normal. The immense pressure overwhelms him, forcing Houchen to collapse onto the ground. How can it be so heavy? He had not anticipated the difficulty of even the slightest movement under such gravity. Progressing in his training under these conditions seems impossible. Tenfold King Fist. Power surges through him. And with the aid of the King Fist technique, Houchen manages to rise, albeit with great effort. It seems he must train in this state for now. Fortunately, the King Fist rewarded by the system imposes no burden on his body, allowing him to engage in basic exercises. Before long, 3 months have elapsed. Utilizing the King Fist, Houchen relentlessly trains throughout this final month, achieving an unprecedented level of physical strength. In 3 months, his combat power reaches 48. Nevertheless, he has yet to fully adapt to the 200-fold gravity. It appears he must devote more time to training in this realm. With this resolve, Houchen exits the alternate dimension, reappearing in Bulma's courtyard. Surveying his surroundings, he notices the absence of Bulma and the others. His sudden appearance frightens the small creatures in the yard. However, in the center of the courtyard, he discovers a circular spaceship. Is this my spacecraft? Houchen observes that it is significantly smaller than the deity's ship he previously encountered. Houchen, you've returned? Just as he inspects the spacecraft, Bulma's voice calls from behind. Having spent the past few months in the alternate dimension, it is inconceivable that he could have received any messages from her. He hastily concocts an excuse to deflect her curiosity. This ship may be smaller than the one you found, but its performance has been greatly enhanced. Its speed is approximately 5 times that of the previous vessel. You merely need to set the cosmic coordinates, and you can fly there autonomously. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Houchen immediately showered her with compliments, skillfully persuading her to float with delight. Originally, Bulma intended to accompany Houchen, but he declined, citing his mission for the heavenly god. Once all preparations were complete, Houchen eagerly boarded the spacecraft. How he longed to behold the wondrous Namekians. Chapter 49, Departure. System, display the coordinates of planet Namek. The first task Houchen undertook upon entering the ship was to input the coordinates of Namek. At last, he would encounter the enigmatic Namekians. This extraterrestrial race is renowned within the Dragon Ball universe for their remarkable ability to create Dragon Balls, alongside a plethora of extraordinary powers, including regeneration and gigantification. Furthermore, their reproductive capabilities are astonishing. They simply expel a massive egg from their mouths, and a new Namekian emerges. He wondered if he might learn their regenerative techniques. With boundless imagination, Houchen pressed the launch button. In an instant, the ship's underside emitted a tremendous burst of energy, propelling it skyward at astonishing speed. Before long, it vanished completely from sight. Bulma and her father gazed at the spot where Houchen had disappeared. Bulma's father inquired, "Is it safe for this child to venture into the cosmos alone?" "Don't worry, Dad. Houchen is the strongest person I've ever met." Bulma reassured him. She had intended to mention that Houchen was now working for the heavenly god, but recalling his request to keep this a secret, she swallowed her words. Observing Bulma's silence, her father surmised there was some hidden truth and chose not to press further. He understood Bulma well, even if he inquired. She would likely remain tight-lipped and might even become furious. "Be careful on your journey, Houchen." Before long, Houchen's spacecraft soared through the cosmos. Gazing through the glass dome, Earth appeared magnificently vast. In his original world, he could only witness such scenes through images or television. To experience it in person was utterly breathtaking. The boundless universe made his own existence feel so insignificantly small. No wonder some characters in the television shows he watched were so captivated by the cosmos. With a wry smile, Houchen began to examine the ship Bulma had constructed. It was not only equipped with sleeping quarters, but also boasted a bathroom. Even a refrigerator and other essential amenities were meticulously provided. Opening the refrigerator, he found it brimming with a variety of foods. These provisions could easily sustain Goku for several meals, yet Houchen, being no Saiyan, did not possess such an immense appetite. He could continue his training aboard the ship. After much contemplation, however, he ultimately dismissed this idea. Firstly, adding a gravity chamber might increase Bulma's workload. Prolonging the construction of the ship could potentially delay his journey to Namek. After parting ways with Wukong, he had been entrenched in an endless cycle of training. While his primary goal was to grow stronger, the sheer volume of his training was beginning to take its toll. Thus, he resolved to treat this cosmic journey as a well-deserved respite, an opportunity to relish the joys of interstellar travel. Moreover, it presented a chance to delve deeper into the attributes of his system. Name, Houchen. Age, 13. Strength, agility, intelligence, chi. Effort value, 234. Combat power, 480,000 skills. Kamehameha, rapid learning level 1, 1100. Flight technique, chi sphere / tenfold King Fist, Kaioken. At present, Only the rapid learning skill indicated potential for advancement, while the Kaioken lacked any upgrade attribute, implying it could not be enhanced through effort value. As for rapid learning, currently at level 1, it boasted a 10 chance of instantly mastering any observed skill. Should he prioritize upgrading this rapid learning system? How much effort value is required to elevate rapid learning to level 2? To upgrade rapid learning to level 2, 20 effort points are necessary at level 2. It provides a 40 chance of instantly acquiring any skill witnessed. This implies that with good fortune, he could learn a new skill after observing it twice. Without hesitation, Houtzen upgraded rapid learning to level 2. He reopened the system to review his attributes. Name, Houtzen. Age, 13. Strength, agility, intelligence, chi. Effort value, 214. Combat power, 480, 000 skills. Kamehameha, rapid learning level 2, 11,000. Flight technique, chi sphere slash. Tenfold King Fist, Kaioken. Having reached level 2 in rapid learning, he noted that advancing to level 3 would require 200 effort points. Observing his dwindling effort value, Houtzen refrained from further upgrades. Presently, what he desired most was boundless stamina. Level 2 of rapid learning was sufficient for his current needs. Chapter 50, Caretaker. After exiting the system, Houtzen settled on the ground, reflecting on the events that transpired in the alternate world. It could be said that the 3 months spent in that realm had yielded the most significant growth in his experience. In confronting adversaries, strength is merely one aspect. The paramount factors are speed and reaction ability. His victory over Frisia was attributable to his enhanced speed, which prevented Frisia from reacting in time, allowing him to vanquish him with the chi sphere slash. It seemed imperative to focus on increasing his speed in future training. With this thought in mind, Houtzen began to contemplate the impending storyline. First and foremost was the World Martial Arts Tournament. This time, Houtzen had no intention of participating. The champion would be a contestant impersonating Master Roshi, resembling Jackie Chan. Given Houtzen's current prowess, he would likely annihilate Master Roshi in an instant. He harbored no malevolent inclination to conceal his prowess. Rather, he preferred to engage in combat openly and secure victory through skill. Given the time at his disposal, he would rather immerse himself in the hyperbolic time chamber for an additional year of training. However, once the martial arts tournament concluded, Goku would once again embark on his journey of mastery. During this venture, he would encounter an organization known as the Red Ribbon Army. Although their combat capabilities were rather mediocre, their numbers were vast, rendering even the governmental authorities of the Dragon Ball world powerless against them. Unexpectedly, Goku single-handedly obliterated the Red Ribbon Army. Houyen understood that while the army had been vanquished, the most formidable individual among them had survived, Dr. Gero. It must be acknowledged that Dr. Gero was one of the foremost scientists in the Dragon Ball universe. The existence of the ultimate android, Cell, was a testament to his genius. The androids he had modified, androids 17 and 18, upon their introduction, nearly annihilated Super Saiyan Vegeta. From the moment Goku triumphed over the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero began to bide his time, meticulously gathering information about Son Goku with the intent of avenging his fallen comrades. This patience endured for over a decade. Regrettably, his creations, androids 17 and 18, ultimately defied his commands and led to his demise. The saga of a once great villain came to an end after the events involving the Red Ribbon Army. Houyen resolved to remain vigilant against the ultimate android, Cell, that Dr. Gero had engineered, who might begin to collect the cells of Earth's strongest warriors at any moment. Should he acquire the system's skills devoid of side effects, the consequences would be dire. The mere thought of Cell's terror sent a chill down Houyen's spine. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that he should refrain from interfering with the unfolding narrative. Goku's current strength surpassed that of the original storyline by a considerable margin, rendering the subsequent events unlikely to pose any significant threat to him. Each time he encountered formidable foes, Goku possessed the means to resolve the conflict. After all, as a Saiyan, he had the capacity to amplify his power upon the brink of death. Therefore, many occurrences were beyond his ability to influence. Yet, what if an unforeseen deviation occurred, and Goku were to perish? The Senzu Beans. Houyen had already forewarned Master Roshi to safeguard his Senzu Beans, ensuring they were not squandered by that reckless Yajirobe. Currently, he possessed a pouch of Senzu Beans gifted by Master Roshi. Once the tournament concluded, he intended to present a few of these beans to Goku, providing him with an added layer of assurance. He dared not offer too many. The last thing he needed was for Goku to exploit the Senzu Beans to endlessly augment his abilities. During the Frisia saga, Goku had rapidly enhanced his power aboard the spaceship through relentless training. For now, it was prudent to adhere to the storyline's progression. With a newfound sense of clarity, Houyen exhaled deeply. Although there remained over a decade before the Saiyans arrived on Earth, he felt an acute sense of urgency. Lacking the bloodline and the ability to transform to amplify his strength, he currently possessed only the Kaioken technique, which was insufficient for his needs. The only course of action now is to diligently enhance one's own abilities. Alas, while others traverse realms as formidable beings, I feel akin to a mere caretaker. With this thought, Hao Chun reclined upon his bed, gazing through the glass canopy into the vastness beyond. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such relaxation. He resolved to rest well over the next few days. With this in mind, Hao Chun shut his eyes, and before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. In the boundless cosmos, a spacecraft sliced through the void, akin to a shooting star. Chapter 51, Arrival. After an indeterminate passage of time, Hao Chun slowly opened his eyes. Upon checking the time, he realized he had slept for a full 12 hours. This slumber was undoubtedly the longest and most restful since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. After tidying himself and having a light meal, he commenced some basic training. Next time, he must suggest to Bulma that they equip the spacecraft with some recreational facilities. Although he initially intended to enjoy a few days of relaxation without engaging in any training, it seemed Bulma, possibly pressed for time, had equipped the ship with nothing beyond basic amenities. He could not simply remain idle all day, so to pass the time, he resorted to exercising. Thus, the days slipped by. Finally, on the 10th day, the spacecraft reached its destination, Namek. After accessing the system to locate the Grand Elder, he adjusted his weighted clothing to 2 tons before proceeding toward the objective. Hao Chun opted for such a heavy outfit primarily to compress his combat power. Throughout the journey, he refrained from controlling his energy, allowing it to flow naturally. This was a strategic choice, aimed at conveying to the Namekians that this outsider posed no threat to them. Moreover, openly exhibiting his energy without any concealment would diminish suspicion, considering the Namekians were known for their benevolence and hospitality. Indeed, after only a few steps, several Namekians approached him. Judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be of the combatant variety. "Ah, greetings. I am Hao Chun, a human from Earth," he declared openly to the group of Namekians in the distance. Given that he had come seeking assistance, it was prudent to adopt a humble stance to avoid unnecessary conflict. Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, the leader among them inquired, "Are you Hao Chun?" This left Hao Chun perplexed. "What do you mean, I am Hao Chun?" "Yes, indeed. I am Hao Chun. How do you know me?" "Welcome, Hao Chun. The Grand Elder has been awaiting your arrival. Please, follow us." With that, the Namekians began to walk ahead. Hao Chun was utterly bewildered. Did the Grand Elder truly know of his impending arrival? Moreover, the friendly demeanor of the Namekians suggested that this was likely a good omen. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow the Namekians, observing the mysteries of this enchanting planet as he walked. The sky here is unlike that of Earth. It is astonishingly green. The entire environment is remarkably comfortable, quite similar to Earth. It is no wonder that when planet Namek was destroyed by Frisia, the remaining Namekians adapted seamlessly upon their temporary relocation to Earth. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a house. This residence appeared larger than the others, suggesting it was the dwelling of the Grand Elder. A multitude of Namekians stood at the entrance, their aged skin indicating their considerable years, likely the remaining elders. "Greetings, I am Hao Chun from Earth," he said, bowing respectfully. The Namekian in the center approached him, scrutinizing Hao Chun momentarily. "Hao Chun, I am the second elder. The Grand Elder mentioned you would be arriving shortly. Please, enter. He awaits you," he instructed, gesturing towards the interior. "Thank you, second elder," Hao Chun replied before stepping inside. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a towering Namekian seated in the center of the room. It was none other than the Grand Elder. Hao Chun quickly bowed before him. "I am Hao Chun from Earth, honored to meet you, Grand Elder." "Hao Chun, you have finally arrived. I have been anticipating your visit for quite some time," the Grand Elder responded. "Did you know I would come?" Hao Chun inquired, his confusion deepening. "Indeed, I was aware of your impending arrival, and I also know the purpose of your visit," the Grand Elder replied, further astonishing Hao Chun. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the Grand Elder continued, "I shall assist you in unlocking your potential. However, I have a request of my own. I hope that one day in the future, you can aid my people in overcoming a great crisis." Chapter 52, A Quantum Leap. "Grand Elder, I do not quite grasp your meaning," Hao Chun confessed, utterly bewildered. "A future day? Are you referring to Frisia's threat, or something else?" "My child, I am aware that you are not of this world," the Grand Elder stated. Hao Chun was taken aback. How could he discern that he was not from this realm? He recalled that since his arrival, neither the Cat God nor the Supreme Kai had been able to read his mind. Yet, the Grand Elder had seen through him in an instant. "Though I cannot discern the specifics of your origins, I know you are not a malevolent being. In just over a decade, this planet will face its greatest catastrophe. I hope you will extend your hand in assistance during that time. The Namekian race is inherently benevolent and should not endure such devastation." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Hao Chun finally understood. The catastrophe foreseen by the Grand Elder was indeed the calamity instigated by Frisia. The narrative could not escape Frisia's influence, and the Grand Elder's request was precisely what Hao Chun would need to undertake in the future. Thus, there was no reason to decline. "Rest assured, Grand Elder, I am constantly striving to grow stronger, with the hope that one day I can protect my family and friends. To be candid, the planet I currently reside on is home to a Namekian who has created the Dragon Balls and ascended to the role of Earth's deity. He has imparted much wisdom upon me, and I am resolute in my commitment to safeguard him and his kin, who are also my friends." Upon hearing Howei's words, the Grand Elder smiled with delight. To think that there exists another Namekian on a different planet. That child has survived. At this juncture, the Grand Elder fell into a brief reverie. Howei was aware that the deity had been sent away from Namek by his parents prior to the catastrophic comet strike, leaving only the Grand Elder alive after the devastation. Naturally, the prospect of other Namekians' existence filled the Grand Elder with joy. "Splendid. Today I have received 2 pieces of good news. It has been quite some time since I have felt such elation." After speaking, he gestured to the open space before him. "Child, step forward." Howei understood this was the Grand Elder's way of unlocking his potential, and he promptly approached. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Howei's head, and at that moment, a radiant light began to emanate from his palm. A tremendous power surged forth from Howei's being. Power. The power is increasing. Howei immediately sensed his combat prowess ascending. To his astonishment, the magnitude of his potential was truly extraordinary. The Grand Elder, too, was taken aback, feeling as though Howei's body was an endless abyss as he drew forth his latent abilities. With the Grand Elder's exertion, Howei's entire physique erupted with brilliant light, and his combat power continued to surge upward at an astonishing rate. After approximately 10 minutes, the Grand Elder finally withdrew his hand from Howei's head, feeling an unprecedented wave of weakness wash over him. In contrast, Howei experienced an unparalleled surge of strength. System. Check my attributes. Name. Howei. Age. 13 Strength. Agility. Intelligence. Key. Effort points. 439 Combat power. 7. 201. 200 skills. Kamehameha. Rapid learning level 2. 11,000. Flight technique. Key sphere slash. Tenfold Kaioken. Kaioken. His combat power had skyrocketed by a factor of 15. Most importantly, the Grand Elder's unlocking of potential not only bolstered his strength, but also augmented his effort points. With his current combat power, combined with the tenfold Kaioken, it soared to over 72 million. Feeling the surge of power within him, Howei bowed deeply to the Grand Elder. "Thank you, Grand Elder. There's no need for thanks. My child, your potential is immense. Given my current abilities, I could only unlock so much. I believe it will not be long before you grow even stronger." Observing the Grand Elder's frail state, Howei felt a pang of sympathy. System. Is there any way to assist the Grand Elder in recovering? Super Saiyan beans, upon my enhancement, can instantly heal all internal and external injuries and extend lifespan by 50 years. Requires 30 effort points for redemption. Isn't that a bit excessive? Why must the Super Saiyan beans cost 30 points? Can't ordinary Saiyan beans suffice? At this moment, the Elder was in a state of severe physical exhaustion, as ordinary celestial beings were incapable of extending life. Upon hearing the system's words, Houchen quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The Elder had seriously depleted his life force, and it was quite possible that he might perish before the Frisia saga unfolded. Moreover, the Elder's life exhaustion was a consequence of Houchen unlocking his latent potential, prompting him to feel a responsibility to assist the Elder in some manner. Without hesitation, Houchen exchanged for a super celestial bean from the system. "Elder, consume this bean. It will aid in your recovery." He then offered the super celestial bean before him. The Elder showed no hesitation as he placed the bean in his mouth. At the moment he swallowed, his half-closed eyes fully opened wide. Chapter 53. The enhancement of the task. Upon hearing the Elder's words, the crowd, who had been standing outside, quickly gathered around. Just as they finished speaking, they were astonished to see the Elder rise to his feet. Although Hao Chen's super celestial bean had merely added 50 years to the Elder's lifespan, it brought the Elder immense joy that lasted for quite some time. Turning to Hao Chen, the Elder expressed, "Child, thank you. Please, do not thank me, Elder. I should be grateful to you for enhancing my strength so significantly." Upon hearing the exchange between the two, the crowd realized that the Elder's restoration of spirit was entirely due to this young man. Consequently, their fondness for Hao Chun increased considerably. On that day, the atmosphere on planet Namek reached an unprecedented height. The Elder not only regained some vitality, but planet Namek also gained a formidable ally. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, task completed. Task rewards have been distributed." As the system's voice faded, Hao Chun recalled that he had come to unlock potential in order to fulfill the task assigned by the system. The reward for this task was a doubling of the unlocked potential. Just then, a radiant white light began to emanate from Hao Chen's body, dazzling the eyes of everyone around him to the point of making it difficult to open them. "Elder, what is happening to Hao Chun? I am uncertain. I sense that this child's power has surged once again." Approximately 10 minutes later, the brilliance emanating from Hao Chun gradually dissipated. He could feel that he was significantly stronger than before. System, check my attributes. Name, Hao Chun. Age, 13 Strength. Agility, Intelligence. Chi. Effort points, 474 Combat power, 14, 402, 400 skills. Kamehameha, Rapid Learning Level 2, 11,000. Flight Technique, Chi Round Slash, Tenfold Kaioken, Kaioken. 14 million. Upon reviewing his attributes, Hao Chun was taken aback. His combat power had soared into the tens of millions. And with the combination of his tenfold Kaioken, his combat power had reached an astounding 140 million. He excitedly exited the system, only to discover that everyone around him was regarding him with peculiar expressions. There were doubts, fears, and astonishment. Hao-tsun, what just happened? The elder asked first. Well, elder, it seems that when you helped me unlock my potential, a part of it was not fully released. Just now, I suddenly felt a force flowing out from within me, akin to what I experienced when you assisted in unlocking my potential. Hao-tsun could not articulate it better and merely offered a vague explanation. Upon hearing Hao-tsun's words, the elder chose not to press further. He had assisted others in unlocking their potential long ago, but this was the first time he encountered such an occurrence. Indeed, this youth was no ordinary individual, the elder mused. Outside, the Namekians were awestruck as they witnessed the elder's emergence. They gathered around him, showering him with warm inquiries. At that moment, the elder turned to Hao-tsun and said, Child, could you bring that Namekian from Earth here? Hao-tsun understood that Piccolo was the son of the elder's old friend. Now, all the inhabitants of Namek were like children to the elder. Upon learning about the deity from Hao-tsun, he had longed to meet this child. For Hao-tsun, this task was exceedingly simple. He would travel to Yardrat to master the art of instant transmission. Chapter 54, Yardrat. Yardrat is a planet that appears in the later stages of Dragon Ball. There is no detailed introduction to this planet. It is merely noted that after Goku dealt with Frieza, he hurriedly boarded the Ginyu Force's spaceship to leave Namek. Ginyu had initially intended to eliminate Goku and his companions before destroying Yardrat. Hence, he had preset the coordinates for Yardrat on the ship. Unexpectedly, Jinyu's actions inadvertently saved Goku's life. The Yardratians, while not possessing formidable combat prowess, were endowed with numerous extraordinary abilities. For instance, instant transmission is a skill considered divine. As long as one can sense even the slightest trace of another's energy, they can instantly transport themselves to that location. Mission issued. Travel to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Mission difficulty, low. Mission reward, 5 effort points. Mission failure, deduction of 50 effort points. This mission was of minimal difficulty, likely due to Hao-tsun's rapid learning capability. Furthermore, there was no time constraint. Nevertheless, Hao-tsun was eager to learn this skill as soon as possible. After all, with this ability, he could traverse anywhere with ease. Eliminating the need for travel time, he thought to himself. Once all matters were settled, the elder took Hao-tsun on a tour of Namek. Although Hao-tsun wished to depart for Yardrat immediately, seeing the elder so joyous, he did not want to dampen the spirits of those around him, and thus followed closely behind the elder. Soon, the elder led Hao-tsun to the spaceship he was to board. Child, I know you have other matters to attend to, and I am truly grateful for everything you have done for me. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Hao-tsun was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the Grand Elder was already aware of his impending journey to another realm. Indeed, the Grand Elder's telepathic abilities surpassed those of Earth's deities by a considerable margin, Hao-tsun mused. Bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder, he expressed, You are too kind, esteemed Elder. It is I who must extend my gratitude to you. Rest assured, should the Namekians require my assistance, you may summon me with the dragon you have created. I shall arrive without delay. Having received such immense favors from the Grand Elder, it was only appropriate for him to contribute in some manner to the Namekians. Hao-tsun's concern lay in the possibility of adversaries arising on Namek before Frieza's arrival, foes that they might struggle to confront. The sole recourse would be to summon him using the Dragon Balls of Namek. With his current strength, he felt confident that he could contend with Frieza if the need arose. Go forth, my child. After the Grand Elder's words, Hao-tsun made his way to the spacecraft. Inputting the coordinates for Yardrat, he pressed the launch button. Amidst the waves of farewell from the crowd, the spacecraft ascended higher and higher, gradually vanishing from their sight. As he soared into the cosmos, Hao-tsun gazed back at the receding Namek, his heart brimming with introspection. This journey had not only significantly enhanced his abilities, but had also garnered him the friendship of the Namekians. He was already contemplating how, during the forthcoming Frieza saga, he would do everything in his power to safeguard the Grand Elder. Resolving this, Hao-tsun reclined on his bed. The journey from Namek to Yardrat would take 8 days. Reflecting on this duration, Hao-tsun felt a twinge of frustration. 8 days, neither particularly long nor short. The spacecraft lacked any form of entertainment to pass the time. I have a system capable of exchanging for any item in this world. With this thought, Hao-tsun promptly accessed the system in his mind. Indeed, a plethora of life amenities was at his disposal. Had he known, he could have exchanged for some items before departing from Earth. This would have spared him from idleness over the past few days. The life amenities category was undoubtedly the most economical. Acquiring a television, books, and a gaming console required merely 2 effort points. With such an array of entertainment options now available on the spacecraft, he could finally alleviate his boredom. Having enhanced his combat prowess for so long, it was high time he indulged in some leisure. With that thought, Hao Chen picked up a comic and began to enjoy it. With these new additions, the next 8 days would certainly be far from dull. As the spacecraft's speed gradually decreased, Hao Chen peered through the glass canopy and realized they had arrived at their destination. Chapter 55. The High Priest. The moment Hao Chen stepped out, he was surrounded by the inhabitants of Yardrat. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to the extraterrestrial beings seen in Hao Chen's own world: large, round heads, pointed ears, and skin of a rosy hue. "Greetings, everyone," Hao Chen boldly addressed the gathered crowd. To his astonishment, the responses were a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds. He realized he could not understand their speech. "System, how can I comprehend the language of the Yadralat aliens? With a mere effort point, I can exchange for the Yadralat language." "1 effort point? That is quite acceptable." Without hesitation, I exchange for the language of the Yadralat. "Greetings. I am an earthling from another world. An alien. This is indeed an extraterrestrial being. Their appearance is rather peculiar, with skin of a yellow hue." The crowd began to chatter animatedly. "How can you call me strange when your own appearances are quite odd?" thought Hao Chen to himself. At that moment, one of the Yadralat approached Hao Chen directly. Upon seeing this Yadralat, the surrounding crowd fell silent. "Outsider, what brings you here?" Observing the reactions of the crowd, Hao Chen surmised that this Yadralat must be a figure of authority. He bowed respectfully to the Yadralat. "Greetings, I am a martial artist, journeying across various planets to broaden my understanding of diverse techniques. This visit to your planet is also for that purpose." After hearing Hao Chen's words, the Yadralat suddenly vanished. Is this instantaneous teleportation? As he pondered, the same Yadralat reappeared before him. "Outsider, our High Priest wishes to meet you." "Very well, please lead the way," Hao Chen replied. The Yadralat grasped Hao Chen's hand, and in an instant, they both disappeared. Upon their reappearance, Hao Chen found himself in an interior space. Before him sat another Yadralat, distinguishable from the others by a larger head and a pale purple complexion. Surely, this was the High Priest of the Yadralat. Hao Chen bowed to the High Priest. "Earthling Hao Chen, I pay my respects to the High Priest." Upon hearing Hao Chen's greeting, the High Priest opened his eyes to regard him. "Outsider, you can speak our language?" With the system's assistance, mastering extraterrestrial languages is quite effortless. However, Hao Chen could not articulate this directly and thus fabricated an explanation. "I frequently traverse various cosmic realms to learn about the cultures and skills of different planets, which is why I am familiar with many languages. The language here resembles that of a planet I visited previously." After listening to Hao Chen, the High Priest nodded knowingly. He understood that the vast universe harbors numerous civilizations. "So, your arrival is to learn our culture and skills?" "Indeed, High Priest. Each planet's culture possesses aspects worthy of my study." At this moment, the High Priest approached Hao Chen. Similar to the Elder of Mechstar, he placed his hand upon Hao Chen's head. "What is this for? Will he, like the Elder, unveil my potential?" While pondering this, the High Priest withdrew his hand. After a prolonged silence, nothing seemed to happen. Just as Hao Chen began to feel perplexed, the High Priest spoke. "Child, follow me." After speaking, he walked into the room. Hao Chen, puzzled, followed closely behind. Inside the room, there was a door that, when opened, revealed a dark corridor. As the High Priest entered, the candles lining the corridor flickered to life. It was then that Hao Chen discerned the layout within. There were no furnishings, only a seemingly endless path ahead. After several minutes of walking, he was astonished to find another door suddenly appear before him. The High Priest opened the door and stepped inside first, with Hao Chen hesitating not a moment to follow in his footsteps. Upon exiting, he realized they had returned to the very room where he first encountered the High Priest. The flickering of the candles in the corridor was a test of the inner spirit of those who passed through. If the flames wavered or extinguished, it indicated a heart filled with malice. Conversely, if the flames remained steady, it signified a tranquil heart. "You have passed my test. I am willing to impart the culture and skills of the Yadralat star to you." Chapter 56. Instant Transmission. Hearing the High Priest's words, Hao Chen finally understood the purpose of his passage through the corridor. No wonder he had not seen an end, for in an instant, a door had materialized before them. "Thank you, High Priest." Hao Chen bowed deeply. Having received the High Priest's acknowledgement, he proceeded to explain his primary intent. He was aware that the prerequisite for utilizing instant transmission was the ability to sense the aura of another person. He had already begun to focus intently on perceiving the energy present on Earth. It seemed, however, that due to the relatively weak powers of Wukong and the others, he was unable to detect their auras, no matter how hard he tried. This meant that even after his studies, he would still need to travel back to Earth by spaceship. Instant transmission? This is a skill possessed by many on Yadralat star. However, mastering it requires considerable time. The fastest learner among us took nearly 3 years to achieve it. Reflecting on the High Priest's words, Hao Chen recalled that Wukong had only taken a year to learn this skill. Was it truly so? The protagonist's halo indeed. Yet, Hao Chen felt no concern, for he now possessed even greater advantages than Wukong. Rapid learning. High Priest, Would you kindly demonstrate the technique for instant transmission? It is quite simple. With that, the high priest vanished in an instant, only to reappear moments later before Hao Chun. As long as you can sense another's aura, you can teleport to their side. Moreover, not only can your body move, but any objects you are in contact with can also be transported. After this explanation, the high priest disappeared once more, reappearing before Hao Chun, this time holding a garment. Put this on, my child. This attire represents Adralat Star's acknowledgement of you. Upon hearing the high priest's words, Hao Chun accepted the clothing with both hands. The attire before him was indeed that of the Adralatarians. Hao Chun transmitted the garment into the system space, and then, utilizing the metamorphic abilities of his gravity suit, transformed it into the clothing of the Adralatarians. The moment he donned the outfit, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. However, Hao Chun found himself perplexed. Despite his rapid learning skills, he had failed to grasp the essence of the Grand Elder's instantaneous movements, which he had witnessed twice before him. Grateful, he expressed his thanks to the high priest. I did not quite catch that earlier. Could you demonstrate it a few more times? Of course, the high priest replied, proceeding to execute several more instances of teleportation. Yet, perplexingly, Hao Chun still could not activate his rapid learning skill. Observing Hao Chun's contemplative demeanor, the high priest assumed he was pondering the principles behind the teleportation. He began to elucidate the process. Although Hao Chun was listening, not a single word penetrated his thoughts, as his mind was preoccupied with inquiries directed at the system. The system's response, however, was blunt. The learning probability is 40%. There is no ambiguity. Yet, the high priest had performed nearly 10 demonstrations before him, and at such odds, it seemed implausible that he would fail to learn even once. After the high priest concluded his explanations and noted Hao Chun's continued confusion, he approached, placing a hand on Hao Chun's shoulder. There is no need to be so troubled. I shall take you to a place where you can study at your leisure. With that, the high priest activated teleportation once more. Moments later, they found themselves in an expansive area, surrounded by numerous Adralatarians. Rapid learning skill activated. Congratulations on mastering teleportation, the system announced in Hao Chun's mind as they materialized. Despite the high priest's earlier demonstrations yielding no success for Hao Chun, this singular movement had facilitated his learning. Unaware that Hao Chun had already acquired the skill, the high priest patiently began to explain again. Feel your energy and allow your essence to flow with your breath. Although Hao Chun had already learned teleportation, he chose to sit down, closing his eyes to attune himself to the high priest's instructions regarding the flow of energy. After sensing his own essence, he needed to perceive the energy of others in a similar manner, merging them together. As his essence approached that of his target, he would activate the movement skill, swiftly transferring his physical form to the location of the energy. Thus, teleportation would be accomplished. While it sounded simple, mastering one's essence and projecting it outward was a gradual process. Do not rush. Once you draw out your essence, it will become much easier. After the high priest finished speaking, he too seated himself, observing Hao Chun. At that moment, Hao Chun was attuned to the high priest's energy, transferring his essence to the high priest's side. In an instant, Hao Chun vanished from sight. The high priest, with his already large eyes, widened them to an extraordinary extent. A moment later, he appeared beside the high priest. Is that so, high priest? Chapter 57, Home. Is that so, high priest? The high priest was filled with astonishment upon witnessing Hao Chun's sudden presence beside him. However, his immediate thought was that Hao Chun had utilized his speed, creating an effect akin to teleportation. It wasn't merely speed. Rather, one must fully perceive the aura. The high priest then offered an explanation to Hao Chun. Observing the high priest's reaction, Hao Chun realized that their close proximity might have led the high priest to mistakenly assume he had moved with speed. With this in mind, Hao Chun began to sense the other Idolatrants. Once he identified his target, he vanished from his original spot once more. This time, Hao Chun held a complete outfit of Idolatrants in his hands. Upon seeing the garments, the high priest could no longer contain himself. It dawned on him that Hao Chun had indeed employed teleportation. You have actually mastered it? And in such a short time? The fastest individual on their planet took 3 years to learn teleportation, whereas Hao Chun had accomplished it in under an hour. This left the high priest questioning his own life choices. Your explanation was so clear that I grasped the essence immediately. After hearing Hao Chun's words, the high priest's doubts deepened. He had conveyed the principles of teleportation to other Idolatrants in a similar manner. One could only conclude that this child's talent surpassed that of their entire race. Good lad, your learning ability is unparalleled across this universe. Upon hearing the high priest's praise, Hao Chun bashfully scratched his head. Were it not for the system's aid, he could not fathom how many years it would take him to master this skill. Congratulations on completing the task. You have been awarded 5 effort points. The system's voice confirmed the successful completion of the task. After all, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was approaching, and he did not wish to miss such a magnificent event. Noticing Hao Chun's sudden urgency, the high priest assumed something pressing had arisen on his planet and refrained from detaining him. He merely instructed Hao Chun to return to Idolatrants when the matter was settled. After bidding farewell to the high priest, Hao Chen swiftly made his way towards the spacecraft. Once aboard, he immediately entered Earth's coordinates. With everything ready, Hao Chen discovered that the journey from Adalatrans to Earth would take 15 days, a full half-month to reach Earth. This thought weighed heavily on Hao Chen. Unfortunately, the presence of powerful beings on Earth was currently too faint. No matter how hard he tried to sense, he could not detect anyone. Fortunately, prior to his visit to Adalatrans, he had exchanged for some entertainment facilities to help pass the time. However, half a month still felt excessively long. As the spacecraft initiated its ascent, Hao Chen once again entered the system space. Name, Hao Chen. Age, 13. Strength, agility, intelligence. Chi. Effort points, 477. Battle power, 14, 452, 400. Skills, Kamehameha, Rapid Learning Level 2, 11,000. Flight Technique, Energy Sphere Slash. 10x King Kai Fist, Kaioken, Instant Transmission. Currently, my effort points have reached 477. Only 23 more are needed to exchange for the skill of Infinite Stamina. However, given Hao Chen's current battle power, he must enhance his strength by 500,000 to gain a single effort point. It seems I must strive to augment my battle power further. Presently, this is my golden hour. I must attain a battle power capable of rivaling my foes before the warrior saga commences. To outsiders, Hao Chen's current battle power may seem invincible. Throughout the universe, few can match his prowess. Yet, he is acutely aware of the terrifying adversaries that lie ahead. Before long, the spaceship had entered the cosmos. Chapter 58, The Terrifying Bulma. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. This fortnight could be regarded as the most tedious period since Hao Chen arrived in this world. Originally, he intended to enter the alternate dimension for training. However, it required 10 effort points, and the stay was limited to half a month, which seemed not worth the risk. To improve by 5 million battle power in 15 days was nothing short of ludicrous. Subsequently, he considered augmenting his weighted clothing for training. To his surprise, when he adjusted the weight to 1 ton, the spaceship nearly malfunctioned. Given that Hao Chen was a child weighing approximately 100 pounds, the sudden increase to 1 ton almost breached the spacecraft. With no other option, Hao Chen had to spend the half-month aboard the ship in a compliant manner. As the spaceship entered Earth's orbit, he gazed at the beautiful planet, yearning to leap from the vessel. At that moment, tears nearly welled in his eyes. As the ship landed, Hao Chen hastily jumped out. Ah, the fresh air. He greedily inhaled Earth's atmosphere, finding it far sweeter than the oxygen aboard the ship. After stretching a bit, he began to sense Bulma's energy. Upon detecting it, he immediately employed instant transmission to arrive at Bulma's location. Ah! A scream erupted from nearby. Hearing Bulma's cry, Hao Chen swiftly turned towards her. What happened, Bulma? He feared she was in danger. Bulma, enjoying a pleasant bath, was startled by the sudden appearance of a man, instinctively shrieking in response. Only upon hearing the commotion did she realize that the intruder in her bathroom was none other than Hao Chen. Hao Chen, you pervert! Get out of here! As he turned, he too noticed Bulma bathing, his face flushing crimson as he hurriedly fled the scene. Approximately 5 minutes later, Bulma emerged from the bathroom clad in her sleepwear. At that moment, Hao Chen resembled a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing, his head bowed, unable to meet Bulma's gaze. How could you suddenly invade someone else's bathroom? Bulma, I was unaware you were bathing. I teleported directly to your side. Teleportation? Spare me the nonsense. Bulma exclaimed. It is true. It is a skill I learned from another planet. Hao Chen said, growing anxious. He grasped Bulma's hand and sensed her father's aura. In an instant, they both vanished. Moments later, they materialized in Bulma's yard, right beside her father. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the two, Bulma's father inquired, Oh, is this little Hao Chen? Come, sample the juice made by your aunt. Hao Chen, your teleportation is remarkable. By the way, where's the spaceship? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Hao Chen recalled that he had rushed to find her, leaving the spaceship abandoned in the outskirts. After listening to Hao Chen's explanation, Bulma was instantly overwhelmed. That spaceship was a creation of tireless effort between her and her father, and Hao Chen had carelessly left it behind. Furious, she delivered a playful whack to his head. Quickly take me to find the spaceship. Hao Chen rubbed his head, though it did not hurt. It seemed prudent to avoid provoking Bulma's ire in the future. She was quite formidable. Chapter 59, Farewell to All. After dining at Bulma's home, Hao Chen utilized teleportation to reach the sacred world. You have arrived, Hao Chen, the Supreme Kai remarked. Upon hearing his words, Hao Chen realized that the Supreme Kai must have seen him when he descended from the spaceship. Greetings, Supreme Kai, Hao Chen said, bowing respectfully before recounting his experiences on Namek. It was at this moment that the Supreme Kai finally learned of Hao Chen's true heritage. So, I am of Namekian descent. After listening to Hao Chen's narrative, the Supreme Kai could not help but gaze skyward. Supreme Kai, the Grand Elder wishes to meet you, Hao Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai expressed a desire to visit Namek and behold his homeland. When shall we depart? He inquired. After 10 days. Following the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will take you there. Haochen replied, having learned from Bulma that the tournament was set to commence in 10 days. He was eager to witness the progress of Goku and the others in their training. However, most importantly, after conversing with the Supreme Kai, Haochen employed teleportation to sense the aura of Namek. To his astonishment, he successfully detected the Grand Elder's aura, indicating that he could indeed teleport to Namek. Yet, Haochen remained uncertain if he could still sense human auras on Namek. Haochen, it seems you place great importance on this martial arts tournament. Is there something special about it? The Supreme Kai observed that Haochen had mentioned the tournament on multiple occasions. In response to the Supreme Kai's inquiry, Haochen did not withhold his thoughts. After listening, the Supreme Kai nodded, choosing not to comment further. A moment later, Haochen bid farewell to the Supreme Kai, yearning to visit Korin Tower. Having been apart from Goku for so long, he greatly missed him. Sensing Goku's presence, Haochen employed instant transmission, causing his entire figure to vanish in an instant. The god of the heavens, upon Haotian's arrival at Bulma's residence through this newfound technique, recognized that the boy had acquired a new skill. At that moment, witnessing it firsthand, the deity displayed a hint of astonishment. At Kame House, Goku and the others had likely just concluded a day of training and were enjoying their dinner. The interior was filled with the sounds of chopsticks clattering against bowls and plates. Perhaps due to their long-standing camaraderie, everyone seemed unfazed and continued to eat heartily. Everyone. Long time no see. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, startling everyone and causing them to huddle together in surprise. Oh, I'm sorry for scaring you all. Ha. As they examined the somewhat familiar boy before them, none could recognize him as Haotian. Goku sniffed the air, turning to Haotian. That Sen, are you Haotian? Indeed. It's been a while, Goku. Upon hearing Haotian's words, Goku leapt towards him. Ha. It's Haotian. Truly, it's Haotian. Seeing Goku's reaction, everyone, except for Krillin and Launch, gathered around him. Haotian, how have you grown so tall? Haotian, why is your hair so long? Where have you been? Their caring inquiries warmed Haotian's heart. At that moment, he noticed Krillin and Launch still standing in place. Yamcha, catching Haotian's gaze, introduced the two. However, Krillin could be considered a winner in life, having married the beloved Android 18, whom Haotian admired. Launch, a girl who had lived at Kame House during the earlier days, possessed a dual personality. With a mere sneeze, she transformed into Super Saiyan Launch, characterized by golden hair and an aura of ferocity. In contrast, her other persona was innocent, gentle, and endearing, devoid of any flaws. Hello, Krillin, Launch. Ah, hello, Haotian. The two greeted him warmly. From Goku and Yamcha, Krillin had already learned of Haotian's formidable prowess. Meeting him for the first time, he felt an unexpected sense of nervousness. Chapter 60, The Stone Test. After dinner, the group made their way to the seaside to enjoy the night scenery. Goku, gazing at Haotian, who had grown a head taller than him, muttered continuously. Before leaving, Haotian had been noticeably shorter, yet upon their reunion, he towered over Goku significantly. Everyone shared tales of their training journeys. Haotian observed Goku and the others, each bearing a turtle shell on their backs, nearly laughing aloud. At that moment, Yamcha picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully into the sea. The stone's velocity generated a shockwave, even cleaving the surface of the water. Yamcha, you've grown stronger. Haotian praised Yamcha upon witnessing the feat truly. You are the remarkable Yamcha. At this moment, Yamcha's little follower, Puar, looked on with admiration. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Haotian, for allowing me to join this place and cultivate under Master Wutian. Without your guidance, I could never have advanced so swiftly. At that moment, Krillin picked up a stone comparable in size to the one Yamcha had thrown earlier and hurled it into the sea. Observing closely, Haotian noted that Krillin and Yamcha's strengths were nearly equal, as evidenced by the similar fissures they created upon impact. Goku, why don't you give it a try? Yamcha tossed a stone to Goku. All right, watch me. Goku responded, his movements a blur as he sent the stone flying like a cannonball, generating a shockwave that raised the sea surface nearly a meter high. Master Roshi soon approached, and upon witnessing the spectacle, he adjusted his glasses and mused. This child Goku is rapidly approaching my level. Aside from Haotian, both Krillin and Yamcha were momentarily taken aback by the force of the wave. Truly, Goku is remarkable. Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Ha ha ha, Haotian, training with the old master has only made me stronger. Goku ran over to Haotian, grasping his hand eagerly. Faced with the charming youth, Haotian felt an overwhelming urge to lift him up in joy. Haotian, I heard from Goku that you've grown stronger too. Why not give it a shot? Goku then tossed a stone to Haotian. Accepting the stone, Haotian made his way to the shore. At that moment, everyone, including Master Roshi, was riveted on Haotian. Just a little effort will suffice, he thought, and with that, he propelled the stone forward. It soared at an even greater velocity, displacing water as it neared the surface, creating waves that exceeded 2 meters on either side. The onlookers were left wide-eyed. This child may have surpassed me in strength. Master Roshi mumbled, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Haotian, You've become even more formidable. I had thought I had surpassed you. He laughed heartily. Houtzen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head sheepishly. He had intended to downplay his strength to match Goku's, but he had not anticipated how challenging it would be to restrain his combat prowess. No wonder Android 18 had been so cautious during strength assessments later on. Houtzen, are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Roshi inquired as he approached Houtzen. Such a formidable opponent was not something they wished to encounter. Upon hearing Houtzen's response, Master Roshi fell silent. He had initially contemplated that if Houtzen chose to compete, he would not need to register himself. Given Houtzen's capabilities, Goku would certainly be no match for him. His primary aim for participating was to demonstrate to Goku and the others that there are always greater powers beyond their own. Now that Houtzen had opted out, it seemed he was the only one left to step forward. It must be said that Master Roshi had truly sacrificed much for Goku. Among those present, only Goku felt a sense of disappointment. With the blood of the battle-hardened Saiyans coursing through his veins, he was innately drawn to combat. The stronger the adversary, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. Seeing Houtzen's impressive strength, Wukong felt an urge to compete against him. Thus, upon hearing that Houtzen would not participate in the upcoming match, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Observing Wukong's demeanor, Houtzen surmised his thoughts. He approached Wukong and patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, Wukong. We shall have ample opportunities to battle. Focus on your preparations this time. And let us strive to participate together in the next martial arts tournament." Encouraged by Houtzen's words, Wukong regained his spirit. "All right, Houtzen. It's settled then. We must both participate in the next martial arts tournament." Chapter 61, Completion of Training. The following morning, everyone arose early. Houtzen understood that at Master Roshi's, the day began with the rigorous training of delivering milk. Although Master Roshi had not required Houtzen to join, he wished to experience the intensity of the initial training firsthand. Thus, he accompanied Wukong and the others to deliver milk. The only distinction was that while the others carried turtle shells, Houtzen, though devoid of one, donned a gravity suit weighing 2 tons. Had others known the weight of his attire, they likely would have been utterly astonished. After delivering the milk in the morning, they proceeded with aerobic exercises, running and swimming, training relentlessly until noon for lunch and a brief rest. In the afternoon, they assisted the island's inhabitants with farming. Following their agricultural efforts, they ventured into the city to undertake manual labor, simultaneously earning some income. One must commend Master Roshi's entrepreneurial acumen. He crafted a training regimen for them while also generating revenue. Otherwise, Wukong alone might have consumed all of Master Roshi's resources. Day after day, their routine remained largely unchanged. Except during the evenings, when Lanchi occasionally transformed into Super Saiyan Lanchi to conduct extra training sessions, or when Master Roshi, overcome by his lecherous intentions, attempted to take advantage of Lanchi. Most of these attempts ended in failure. At long last, the day before the registration for the World's Martial Arts Tournament arrived. That morning, Master Roshi, donned in a suit, awaited eagerly outside. Wukong and the others, bearing their turtle shells, emerged one after another. "Today, we can finally set off." Upon hearing Master Roshi's declaration, joy illuminated everyone's faces. After such a long time, they were finally ready to showcase their training achievements. "Now, you may remove the turtle shells." "Wonderful. At last, we can shed these burdens." The moment they liberated themselves from the shells, everyone felt a newfound lightness in their bodies. "System, please check their battle powers." Master Wutian, battle power 100. Sun Wukong, battle power 85. Krillin, battle power 35. Yamcha, battle power 38. Turtle, battle power 001. Houtzen found himself speechless at the inclusion of the turtle's battle power in the assessment. Just then, Lanchi emerged from the room, cradling a box. "Everyone, I have prepared gifts for you." Upon opening the box, they discovered several suits adorned with hats. In a departure from the narrative, there were 3 complete sets. At this moment, Lanchi glanced at Houtzen, feeling a bit bashful as she spoke. "I apologize, Houtzen, but due to time constraints, I have only completed 3 sets, and yours remains unfinished. I shall present it to you upon your next visit." I must say, Lanchi with her azure hair is truly benevolent. "Thank you, Lanchi." After everyone changed into their costumes, they set off towards the airport. Once they arrived at the air terminal, Houtzen temporarily bid farewell to Wukong and the others. With the ability of instantaneous movement, he had no need to board a plane. After some contemplation, Houtzen decided to seek out Bulma first. In the original storyline, Bulma accompanied Yamcha to the martial arts tournament. Now that Yamcha is not with Bulma, Houtzen worries that she might miss this competition. Glancing at the sky, it was still afternoon. Surely Bulma was not bathing at this hour. After the previous incident, Houtzen felt a twinge of apprehension regarding his instantaneous movement. Upon sensing Bulma's energy, he teleported to her location. At that moment, Bulma was at home watching television when suddenly a figure appeared before her, causing her to tumble off the sofa in fright. "Houtzen, could you please refrain from appearing like a ghost?" Bulma exclaimed. Houtzen, feeling sheepish, scratched his head in embarrassment. Upon hearing Hao-Chen's voice, Bulma quickly stood up. I'll change my clothes, and then we can set off, she declared before dashing upstairs. Hao-Chen? Just as Hao-Chen settled onto the sofa, a voice called from behind. It was Oolong. And Hao-Chen suddenly remembered that he had not seen Oolong since asking Bulma to construct the spaceship. In his eagerness to complete his task, he had inadvertently forgotten Oolong. This was their first encounter since parting, and naturally, Oolong was unaware of Hao-Chen's transformation. Just as Hao-Chen was about to explain, Bulma hurried down from upstairs. All right, Hao-Chen, let us go. Chapter 62, The World Martial Arts Tournament. Before nightfall, Hao-Chen, Bulma, and Oolong arrived at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Coincidentally, as soon as they alighted from the vehicle, they spotted Wukong and the others gathered around the registration area. Hey, Wukong, Yamcha, Bulma exclaimed excitedly upon seeing them. Hearing Bulma's voice, Wukong and the others joyfully rushed toward her. At that moment, Master Roshi remained at the registration desk. Hao-Chen, of course, understood that he needed to register quickly under the name of Dragon. Meanwhile, Wukong and his companions, having not seen each other in a while, began exchanging pleasantries. After a short while, Master Roshi, having completed the registration, approached the group. Upon seeing Bulma, he thought she appeared even more exquisite than the last time they met. Unable to resist the temptation to get close and take advantage of Bulma, he drew near, but Hao-Chen, having experienced Bulma's fierce nature, instinctively shut his eyes. Bang! Sure enough, Master Roshi was sent flying by Bulma's strike. After this brief interlude, Wukong and the others headed to the hotel arranged for them by the tournament. That night, Bulma and Oolong, having not seen each other for quite some time, chatted until the late hours before finally retiring to sleep. At long last, the highly anticipated World Martial Arts Tournament is upon us. As the night deepens, all have succumbed to slumber, save for Hao-Chen, who lies in bed, gazing at the ceiling. Memories flood back to the first time he encountered the tournament's storyline in a comic. The excitement was palpable. Tomorrow, he will finally witness this fervent spectacle with his own eyes. Early the next day, Hao-Chen roused his companions from their sleep. Upon their arrival at the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, they were greeted by a sea of competitors, all standing in eager anticipation. It was then that Hao-Chen spotted 3 individuals donned in the iconic Turtle School GI. One cannot deny the elegance of this attire, which Goku has worn since childhood. Before they could exchange more than a couple of words, the event staff announced the commencement of the preliminary rounds. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the contenders were required to enter the inner arena, where only 8 would ultimately emerge to compete in the finals. The inner arena, being rather confined, could not accommodate all spectators, thus precluding public viewing of the preliminaries. This situation led to a heated altercation between Bulma and the event personnel. Oolong, poor. You can transform into birds and fly inside, Hao-Chen suggested to the duo. And what about you and Bulma? They inquired. Fear not, I have a plan, he replied, swiftly pulling Bulma away from her quarrel with the staff. Hao-Chen, why have you brought me here? I want to see everyone compete, Bulma exclaimed, her face a mixture of confusion and frustration. Have you forgotten? I can teleport. It's less crowded here. Our sudden disappearance won't cause a stir. Hao-Chen explained with a hint of exasperation. Oh, right. I completely forgot. This is fantastic, Hao-Chen, Bulma exclaimed, suddenly embracing him in excitement. All right, let us hurry inside. The match is about to begin. Hao-Chen chuckled softly, and in an instant, he transported them both to the inner arena. At that moment, the preliminaries had yet to commence, and participants were busy drawing their competition numbers. Just then, Yamcha caught sight of Hao-Chen and Bulma in the inner arena and rushed toward them. How did you get in here? Aren't spectators prohibited from entering the inner arena? He questioned, astonished. There's nothing we Hao-Chen cannot accomplish, he declared confidently. However, noticing Bulma's expression, Yamcha began to suspect that Hao-Chen may have had an altercation with the staff, his gaze shifting toward him with a hint of skepticism. At that instant, the final number was drawn. With the referee's signal, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Chapter 63, The 8th Finalists Emerge. Though the World Martial Arts Tournament consistently attracts skilled fighters from across the globe, they pale in comparison to Goku and his companions. As they awaited their turn, Hao-Chen, feeling somewhat idle, began to observe the ongoing matches. After a while, he found himself growing drowsy. It was not that the battles lacked intensity, but rather that his prowess was leagues apart from that of the other competitors. Hao-Chen, Goku is about to take the stage. Bulma's voice rang out from a distance. Upon hearing this, Hao-Chen immediately dashed toward Goku's match area. As Goku leaped onto the arena, derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. In that moment, Goku appeared diminutive and frail, while his opponent loomed like a mountain, seemingly capable of crushing Goku with a mere step. To everyone's surprise, the adversary was a mere child. Watch me toss you out, he declared foolishly. Upon hearing this, Hao-Chen couldn't help but retort, what did you say? Once I deal with this little brat, I'll take care of you. The giant on the stage overheard Hao-Chen's mockery and seethed with anger. Let the match commence. With the referee's command, The giant charged toward Goku. Utilizing his agile form, Goku swiftly maneuvered behind his opponent. The giant, bewildered by Goku's sudden disappearance, looked around in confusion. "I'm right here." Goku cheekily poked the giant's leg with a finger. After extensive training, Goku's strength had ascended to a new level, even without exerting his full power. An ordinary person could hardly withstand his force. The giant felt as though he had been struck by a bullet, a sharp pain radiating throughout his body. Unsurprisingly, he toppled off the arena. "Bravo! Goku has triumphed." Bulma was the first to cheer. The other spectators, however, assumed that the giant simply lost his balance and fell. Within the crowd, only Houchin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, perceived the truth. As the onlookers celebrated Goku's victory, the defeated giant, enraged by the laughter surrounding him, charged toward Houchin. The staff quickly intervened, recognizing the giant's formidable strength, which was considerable even among ordinary people. Most of the competitors merely watched the spectacle with detached amusement. "Houchin, we're here to assist you." Goku and Krillin rushed to Houchin's side. "Fear not. You need not intervene," Houchin replied before leaping toward the giant. As the giant swung a fist at him, everyone gasped in disbelief when Houchin did not get knocked away, but instead stood firmly on the giant's arm. "You still require more diligent training," Houchin declared, then flicked the giant's forehead. Boom. The giant was instantly sent flying. By the time the spectators regained their composure, the giant had embedded himself into the wall. "All is well. The trouble has been resolved. You may continue the competition," Houchin addressed the stunned staff. "That fellow is far too powerful. If I were to face him, I would prefer to forfeit." The competitors remained oblivious to the fact that Houchin had snuck in, assuming he was just another participant in the martial arts tournament. They had even resolved to forfeit if they encountered him. "Houchin, you are truly remarkable. Is that person all right?" Bulma rushed over, throwing herself onto Houchin. "Rest assured, I have mastered my powers. He shall come to no harm." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her. There were no unforeseen circumstances. Any contestant who faced off against Goku and his companions was swiftly defeated. At that moment, on another stage, yet another contestant was sent flying. Houchin looked over and recognized that it was none other than Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi. Jackie Chan had successfully advanced to the top 8. No sooner had the referee announced this than Master Roshi vanished. Yamcha advanced to the top 8. Goku advanced to the top 8. Krillin advanced to the top 8. With the referee's declarations, Goku and his friends all progressed smoothly. Upon exiting the inner arena, they found Master Roshi waiting outside. After praising the group, Master Roshi fell back into his old habits and attempted to flirt with Bulma once more. Predictably, Bulma delivered a swift uppercut, sending him flying. As they looked at the fallen Master Roshi, a singular thought crossed the minds of the onlookers. If Bulma were to compete, she would undoubtedly claim the title of the world's strongest. Chapter 64, A Mixture of Joy and Sorrow. Please gather in the inner hall. All contestants who have advanced to the top 8. With the announcer's words, the finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament commenced officially. As Goku and his friends entered the inner hall, Houchin pulled Bulma and Oolong to the front row for the best view. Shortly thereafter, the host took the stage. This host had been the MC for the World Martial Arts Tournament throughout its history. In recent times, he believed that it was not Mr. Satan who had repeatedly saved the Earth, but rather Goku, who had grown up before his very eyes. Reflecting on this, Houchin's admiration for the host increased significantly. "Now, let us welcome the contestants of our first match." As the words left his lips, two figures emerged from backstage. One of them was Krillin, who appeared visibly nervous. The other, even before stepping onto the stage, caused Houchin to furrow his brow. It was not due to a perception of the opponent's strength, but rather the foul stench that wafted from him from a distance. Sure enough, once he appeared on stage, not only did the host cover his nose, but even those in the audience seated nearby followed suit. One was Krillin, the youngest contestant in this tournament. The other was Mr. Barbarian, who had never bathed in his entire life. Upon hearing the host's introduction, everyone finally understood the source of the ghastly odor. And now, the first match begins. With that, the host hurriedly retreated, fearing that lingering any longer would lead to his demise from the stench. At that moment, Houchin felt a strong aversion. In this world, he had always disliked this barbarian. Although his strength was exceedingly weak, he had managed to advance to the top 8 through despicable and underhanded tactics, causing Krillin considerable trouble in the process. "Krillin, you have no sense of smell. You can't detect his stench. Finish him off in one go." Suddenly, Houchin shouted encouragingly at Krillin. Houchin had no intention of interfering with the narrative of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. However, he could not bear the scent of the barbarian. Had he encountered the barbarian himself, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a Kamehameha to send him flying into the sea. Upon hearing Houchin's remarks, both the barbarian and Krillin turned their gazes toward him. Krillin's eyes sparkled with gratitude, while the barbarian radiated resentment. Indeed, spurred on by Houchin's suggestion, Krillin delivered a single decisive strike that rendered the barbarian unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Observing the dazed host in the distance, Houchin called out to him, Host. You may announce the results of the match. After a thorough examination confirmed that the barbarian was indeed incapacitated, without further ado, the host proclaimed Krillin the victor of the first match. Thank you, Houchin, Krillin exclaimed as he leaped down from the ring to join Houchin's side. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have likely endured a bit more hardship. Houchin merely smiled and extended a hand, giving Krillin a thumbs up, which elicited an embarrassed grin from Krillin. At that moment, Goku dashed over, and the two children began to celebrate together, a truly heartwarming sight. Who would have thought that Krillin possessed such formidable strength? With just one blow, he had defeated the barbarian. Next up was the second match. Please welcome Yamcha and Jackie Chan, announced the host. As the words echoed, Yamcha and Jackie Chan ascended the stage. One must admit that Master Roshi's disguise was rather effective. He had been wearing sunglasses, leaving the audience unaware of his appearance beneath them. Only Yamcha, quick to deduce the truth, suspected that his opponent might be the Turtle Hermit. And now, the second match begins. As soon as the words left the host's lips, Yamcha immediately assumed a fighting stance. In contrast, Jackie Chan remained stationary, showing no intention to engage. Feeling slighted, Yamcha initiated the attack, yet every move he attempted was effortlessly evaded by Jackie Chan. Houchin, is this old man truly that powerful? Bulma inquired, observing as Yamcha struggled to land a hit. Indeed, Bulma, this grandfather possesses remarkable strength. Yamcha stands no chance against him. Upon hearing Houchin's words, Bulma felt a wave of disappointment. Although they were not in a romantic relationship, they were still friends, and the thought of Yamcha's impending defeat saddened her. Sure enough, moments later, Jackie Chan struck Yamcha with a swift palm. The speed of the blow was so astonishing that Yamcha could not react in time, and he was sent flying out of the ring in an instant. Yamcha has fallen from the stage. The winner of the second match is Jackie Chan. With the host announcing the results, the second match concluded. Chapter 65, Match Updates. Shortly thereafter, the eliminated Yamcha made his way to the audience. Despite his loss, numerous spectators offered words of encouragement along the way. It's all right, Yamcha. That grandfather's strength is indeed formidable, but it won't be long before you surpass him. Houchin, noticing Yamcha's dejection, offered words of solace. Houchin, I suspect that the elderly gentleman is none other than Master Wu Tian. Yamcha's powers of observation are truly remarkable. When Houchin was a child, he never realized that Jackie Chan was masquerading as Master Roshi. To avoid disrupting the narrative, Houchin chose not to reveal the truth to Yamcha. Left without an answer, Yamcha rushed toward the inner arena. Indeed, experience triumphs over youth. Although Yamcha is a formidable contender, he was ultimately outmatched and eliminated from the ring by the even stronger Jackie Chan. Next, we invite our third pair of competitors, Namu and Lan Fong. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Houchin immediately lost interest in watching. Namu possesses decent skills, yet his adversary, Lan Fong, is simply not up to par. Lan Fong, with her mediocre strength akin to that of a barbarian, nonetheless advanced to the top 8 through her striking appearance and charm. As Lan Fong stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in cheers, with the male spectators, save for Houchin, expressing their exhilaration. Upon sighting Lan Fong, Bulma displayed an expression of envy. Well, who could possibly be enamored with such a girl, right, Houchin? Hey, Oolong, have you seen Houchin? At that moment, Oolong was so enraptured by Lan Fong that his eyes sparkled with hearts, utterly oblivious to Houchin's whereabouts. Bulma, exasperated, delivered a playful thump to Oolong's head. Hearing the host's voice, Houchin departed from the stands, making his way to the commercial street of the martial arts tournament. As expected, Namu, after overcoming Lan Fong's charm, swiftly knocked her unconscious with a single strike. Everyone, enjoy your ice cream. Houchin, where did you run off to? That adorable girl just competed, but alas, she lost. Oolong hurriedly recounted the events of the third match upon spotting Houchin. However, he barely got 2 sentences out before receiving another playful thump from Bulma. Next up is the fourth match. Let's welcome competitors Sun Wukong and Kira. Fantastic. Finally, it's Wukong's turn. Bulma and Oolong were the first to cheer. Houchin had ventured out for snacks, not only because the previous match lacked excitement, but also because he believed that enjoying snacks while watching would enhance the experience. Given Wukong's current prowess, defeating Kira should pose little challenge. However, just then, the sky darkened, accompanied by rumbling thunder and a drizzle. Houchin effortlessly opened an umbrella, providing just enough coverage for Bulma and the others. Houchin, you brought an umbrella? Hee hee, I picked one up while getting snacks. Who knew it would come in handy? The surrounding audience, hearing Houchin's words, quickly dashed out to purchase umbrellas. Who could have anticipated that a single remark from Houchin would stimulate the economy of the martial arts tournament? In truth, Houchin knew that when Wukong first took the stage, he had not engaged his opponent. As the rain intensified, the match was inevitably postponed. It became apparent that the downpour would not subside anytime soon. And after a heated discussion among the organizers, it was decided to delay the fourth match. Let us head to the restaurant. It's time for lunch. After Houchin finished speaking, he and Bulma proceeded towards the dining hall. The rain resembled the thunderstorms from Houchin's original world, arriving with flashes of lightning and torrential downpours. However, it was not long before the thunderclouds dissipated and the sky brightened instantly. Thank you for your patience. Now, let the fourth match officially commence. Please welcome contestants Son Goku and Kira. At this moment, Kira ascended the stage first, but no matter how the host called out, Goku did not appear. It seemed that, true to the story, Goku had eaten his fill and had dozed off somewhere. As he watched Krillin and Yamcha searching frantically around the venue, Houchin shook his head. Goku certainly had a knack for causing concern. Chapter 66, The Monster Kira. Before long, Goku was unexpectedly tossed onto the stage by Yamcha. Observing Goku's dazed expression, laughter erupted from the crowd. This Goku, how carefree he is to be sleeping right before a match. Oolong exclaimed, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration. Thank you for waiting. Now, contestant Son Goku has taken the stage. The fourth match begins. After an impassioned introduction, the host promptly exited the arena, leaving only Goku and Kira on the platform. Kira, with his imposing size and considerable strength, emanated an aura of pressure that would overwhelm an ordinary person. Can Houchin's Goku defeat this fellow? He looks like a monster. Oolong trembled while observing Kira. Fear not, Oolong. Out in the forest, he would merely be a meal for Goku. Houchin reassured, patting Oolong's head. Hearing Houchin's words, Kira's veins bulged in anger as he glared menacingly at him. What did you say? Houchin's words rang true. I used to feast on dinosaurs like you often, but after training alongside the old man, I haven't had the chance since. Goku's statement was indeed factual, yet it sounded mocking to Kira's ears. You little brat. With that, Kira launched a punch at Goku. Although Kira was not weak, he fell short against Goku. Goku effortlessly caught his fist and, leveraging the momentum, seized Kira's tail, flinging him out of the ring. Splendid. He is about to fall out. Goku has won. Bulma exclaimed, convinced of Goku's victory, completely unaware of the small wings on Kira's back. After a few more attempts to attack, Kira realized he could not outmatch Goku in hand-to-hand combat. You might as well surrender. If you don't, I'll knock you down. Goku assumed a fighting stance once more. Wait a moment. Kira shouted urgently, fearing another assault from Goku. Seeing Kira's demeanor, Goku mistakenly believed he was about to concede and stood defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Kira suddenly expelled 2 rings of rubber from his mouth, ensnaring Goku. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Caught in my rubber adhesive ring, you shall be rendered immobile. This is indeed my ultimate technique. No one has ever escaped from my rubber adhesive ring. After declaring this, Kira clenched his fists and strode towards Goku. Is this contraption truly that formidable? Goku glanced down at the rubber ring encircling him and began to exert his strength. In the original narrative, Goku's tail had unexpectedly sprouted at a crucial moment, enabling him to break free from the rubber ring. However, at this juncture, as Goku summoned his power, the rubber ring began to tear. With a resounding pop, the rubber ring shattered. Kira stood momentarily frozen in place. It seems it is not as powerful as you claimed. Goku stretched his body and addressed Kira. You insufferable brat, you've actually managed to break my rubber ring. With that, Kira opened his mouth once more and unleashed another barrage towards Goku. This time, the volume of rubber expelled was double that of before, enveloping his entire body. Ha! Little brat, let us see how you escape this. This contraption is futile. After Goku's proclamation, he began to exert his strength anew. Kira, brimming with confidence in his latest rubber ring, stood by watching Goku, showing no intention of intervening. It appears that with the wind at his back, he has grown complacent, Houchin mused. Indeed, this rubber ring posed considerable trouble for Goku. Yet, with each surge of energy, the rubber encasing him began to crack once more. What? This is impossible. Kira realized immediately that despite the thickness of the rubber he had unleashed, it was on the verge of being shattered again. Arg! With Goku's furious roar, the rubber ring was once again obliterated. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, I shall commence my attack. When he glanced at Kira, he noticed that Kira was already holding a small white flag, conceding defeat. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Houchin remained silent. He had observed that Goku's tail had sprouted in that fleeting moment. Chapter 67, The Final Battle begins. Following Goku's victory, Krillin joyfully dashed onto the stage to celebrate with him, oblivious to the fact that his next opponent would be his master, Master Roshi. Master Roshi, too, was astonished by his young disciple's remarkable progress. Having trained for only a short time, he had already reached such heights. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. After Master Roshi executed a technique known as the afterimage technique, he swiftly knocked Krillin unconscious. Next, it was Goku's turn to face Nam. Nam was indeed powerful, and due to the prolonged drought in his village, he had to use his earnings to purchase water for his community. During the battle between Goku and Nam, Houchin was astonished to realize that Nam had seemingly mastered the location of Ki. When Goku employed Master Roshi's afterimage technique, Nam was able to accurately discern Goku's position. Moreover, Nam exhibited astonishingly rapid reflexes during combat. If Houchin possessed nameless reflexes, he would undoubtedly vanquish Frieza swiftly upon entering the otherworldly arena. Contemplating this, Hao Chun's gaze shifted to the platform. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Eureka! I've conceived a new ultimate move." Upon uttering these words, Goku began to spin rapidly, advancing toward Nameless. Despite several attempts to counterattack, each was effortlessly deflected by Goku, leaving Nameless with no choice but to gradually retreat. What on earth is Goku thinking? Hao Chun chuckled helplessly. As Goku inched closer, Nameless found himself cornered at the edge of the stage, on the verge of falling. In a surprising turn, Goku spun himself dizzy, collapsing at Nameless' feet. At that moment, if Nameless had simply hurled Goku off the platform, victory would have been his. Alas, in the narrative of Dragon Ball, whether in the early or later arcs, one cannot escape the theme of recklessness. Nameless, despite enjoying a favorable position, insisted on attempting yet another move, the Sky Cross Punch. With Goku's extraordinary resilience, it was improbable that such a technique would bring him down. After failing to land a hit, Nameless executed the Sky Cross Punch once more, this time leaping higher. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. His target was a moving entity. A slight shift in Goku's position rendered Nameless' attack ineffective. As he descended, Goku discerned the flaw in the technique. With a subtle repositioning and a swift kick, he sent Nameless tumbling off the stage. Out of bounds, Nameless has been eliminated. The victor is Goku. With the announcer's booming declaration, the audience erupted in jubilant applause. Congratulations. You have successfully activated rapid learning and acquired the skill, Sky Cross Punch. The system's voice echoed in Hao Chun's mind. While he deemed this technique rather futile, he resolved to keep it nonetheless. As twilight descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with excitement. The spectators remained fervent, for the time had come for the final showdown. While Goku and Jackie Chan prepared, Hao Chun noticed a figure in the distance among the audience, a man donned in sunglasses, carrying a turtle shell. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be Master Roshi, albeit with a slightly darker complexion. Hao Chun recognized him as the impersonator sent by Jackie Chan to mislead Yamcha into believing he wasn't the real Master Roshi. Clearly, Yamcha's suspicions had caused considerable trouble for the old master. Dear spectators, thank you for your patience. After 6 exhilarating matches, we have finally reached the ultimate battle. Please welcome Goku and Jackie Chan to the stage. Amidst the crowd's exuberant cheers, the two competitors stepped into the arena. At that moment, Hao Chun braced himself with utmost focus. This match can be regarded as the first dazzling contest in the early stages of Dragon Ball. I hereby declare, the finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament commence now. As the host's voice faded, Goku and Jackie Chan immediately assumed their stances. Both had a fair understanding of each other's abilities. In a situation where their strengths were evenly matched, any lapse in focus could lead to one being bested by the other. Chapter 68, The Master-Disciple Battle. The moment the host stepped off the stage, Goku and Jackie Chan clashed fiercely. Their attacks were executed with such swiftness that many spectators below the arena could hardly discern their movements. Goku, has he truly become this formidable? At that moment, Krillin's voice trembled slightly. The two were simply terrifying. Yamcha's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. It appeared that facing Goku now would lead to an inevitable defeat. At that moment, Goku and Jackie Chan separated briefly. That little rascal can actually keep up with my speed. Jackie Chan was filled with astonishment at Goku's ability to engage him in such a fierce battle. Now, let me try this move. With that, Jackie Chan crouched down, his hands coming together. Observing Jackie assume the stance for the Kamehameha, Goku curiously exclaimed, "Huh? Is that the Kamehameha from Master Roshi? You can perform this technique too?" This move is not exclusive to Master Roshi. Jackie Chan replied, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. In that case, I shall use it as well. Goku said, mirroring Jackie Chan's stance. Kamehameha. Huh. As both unleashed their energy waves simultaneously, the two blasts collided with fervor. The distance between them was minimal, and the Kamehameha soon crashed into one another, resulting in an explosive display of light that startled the entire audience. This marked the first use of energy waves in this martial arts tournament, a sight many had never witnessed before. Moments later, the Kamehameha of Goku and Jackie Chan erupted in a violent explosion, sending both combatants flying. Fortunately, they remained on the stage, not being thrown off. Hao Ian observed the two with keen attention. Just moments ago, although Jackie Chan had not exerted his full strength while employing the Kamehameha, it was still neutralized by Goku's. Alarmingly, he noted that Goku had also not used his full power. It seemed that throughout these matches, Goku had grown significantly. At this moment, Jackie Chan was once again taken aback by Goku's performance. Observing Goku's relaxed demeanor, Jackie realized that this young fighter had not exerted himself fully either. After contemplating this, Jackie Chan unleashed a variety of techniques, the Phantom Fist, the Drunken Fist, and even hypnosis. However, he had underestimated Goku's innate talent. These techniques were not only effortlessly countered by Goku, but he even managed to innovate new attacks derived from his own moves, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. At this moment, Jackie Chan was rendered speechless. However, it was Hao Chun who was even more at a loss. In such a brief span, His rapid learning ability had activated several times. Techniques such as monkey fist and rock paper scissors were all forcibly learned. Were it not for his desire to witness this martial arts tournament, Hao Chun would have fled long ago. As time gradually slipped away, both combatants found their stamina dwindling. At this juncture, Jackie Chan pressed his palms together, and moments later, a significant electrical current began to surge throughout his body. Once he concentrated this energy within his hands, they radiated a golden light. With this technique, I shall bring you to your end. Universal Thunder Palm. A tremendous electrical surge enveloped Goku in an instant. Should a mere mortal be struck by this technique, they would likely never rise again. On the arena, amidst the crackling of electricity, only Goku's agonizing cries could be heard. Goku, surrender. Yes, Goku, yield. Seeing Goku in such distress tugged at the hearts of Bulma, Krillin, and the others, who began urging him to concede. They recognized the overwhelming power of this attack. I will not surrender. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Goku showed no inclination to yield. Refusal to surrender? Then I shall have no choice but to toss you out of the ring, Jackie Chan declared, as he began to move towards the edge of the arena. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Goku. Entirely unaware of the full moon hovering above him, Hao Chun glanced up and beheld the luminous moon. It's coming. Task initiated. Prevent the great ape Goku from harming anyone. Task difficulty. Task reward, 10 senza beans. Task failure. Deduct 5 times combat power. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hao Chun was momentarily taken aback. In the original storyline, Goku transformed into a great ape upon seeing the moon, yet did not harm anyone. The task assigned by the system indicated that the great ape Goku might indeed attack others. However, Hao Chun remained completely unfazed. Even if Goku transformed into a great ape, his combat power would only be around 1,000. With Hao Chun's strength, subduing the great ape Goku would be relatively effortless. At that moment, amidst the tremendous electrical surge, Goku inadvertently caught sight of the full moon. In the blink of an eye, Goku's body began to swell. Those who had witnessed Goku's transformation into a great ape looked up at the sky. This is disastrous. Today is a full moon. As they observed Goku's transformation, Jackie Chan and Krillin exchanged puzzled glances. Goku seeing the full moon would turn into an enormous gorilla. Hearing Yamcha's words, the crowd once again turned their attention to Goku, who had now completely transformed into the great ape. Gradually, Jackie Chan's universal thunder palm lost all effect on him. Boom! The great ape landed on the arena, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The audience, upon seeing the colossal creature, scattered in fear. The participant's son Wukong has transformed into a colossal gorilla. What kind of technique is this? The host remains oblivious to the severity of the situation, continuing with his commentary. Upon hearing the host's words, the giant ape uproots the walls of the martial arts arena and hurls them towards the host. This is bad. Hao Chun initially thought the giant would target Jackie Chan first, and thus positioned himself near Jackie, but to his surprise, the beast advanced on the host instead. In a swift move, Hao Chun lunged forward and pushed the host out of harm's way with remarkable speed. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued as the wall obliterated the spot where the host had been standing. We must evacuate immediately. At this moment, the giant ape had begun its assault on Jackie Chan. Yamcha and his companions lurked in the shadows, awaiting an opportunity to sever Wukong's tail once more. Jackie, get out of here quickly, Hao Chun shouted at Jackie, who was still engaged in battle with the giant ape. No way. If I flee, I will lose the match. Hao Chun was momentarily speechless at Jackie's response. How could he still be concerned about winning or losing at a time like this? Unfortunately, the system had assigned him a mission to prevent any injuries. In that case, I shall take on your responsibilities. With that, Hao Chun swiftly darted to the rooftop of the arena. Kamehameha. A tremendous wave of energy surged from Hao Chun's hands, soaring towards the moon. The host's voice suddenly interrupted, causing Hao Chun to stumble. Look at the sky, what is missing? Jackie pointed upward. Everyone looked up, but saw nothing amiss. The moon? The moon has vanished. The host was the first to notice the moon's disappearance. Truly, he is the strongest host on Earth. Mission accomplished. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, and 10 magical beans materialized in Hao Chun's inventory. Outside the arena, the participant's son Wukong has fallen out of bounds. I hereby declare, the victor of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is Jackie Chan. Upon hearing the hostess announcement, Hao Chun turned to look at Wukong, discovering that he had collapsed among the audience. However, Hao Chun was not surprised by the outcome of the match. It was originally intended for Jackie to unleash the full-powered Kamehameha towards the moon, but after executing it, his stamina was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he ultimately triumphed over Wukong due to his exceptional prowess. At that moment, Jackie Chan had not utilized his full-power Kamehameha and still had plenty of energy left, making it impossible for Wukong to overcome him. Amidst the cheers and uproar of the crowd, Hao Chun draped a shirt he had purchased from the souvenir shop over Wukong. Before long, Wukong began to regain consciousness. Hao Chun, did I win? Chapter 70, The Astonished Master Roshi. Hao Chun gazed at Wukong's dazed expression and chuckled softly, shaking his head gently. I lost. Observing Wukong's dejection, Hao Chun was about to offer words of consolation when unexpectedly, Wukong sprang to his feet. It's all right. I will continue to train. Next time at the martial arts tournament, I will definitely win. One must admit, Wukong possesses an admirable mentality, impervious to discouragement. Indeed, Wukong, you will surely prevail next time. At this moment, Bulma approached and offered her encouragement to Goku. Although the valiant son Goku faced an unfortunate defeat, he nonetheless delivered a spectacular performance. Let us extend our applause to the remarkable son Goku. As the host's words resonated throughout the arena, the crowd erupted once more into fervent cheers. Some were even moved to tears, seemingly having forgotten the imposing sight of Goku transformed into a giant ape moments ago. At this juncture, the host leapt onto the stage once again. Let us give our warmest applause to our champion, Jackie Chan. Bravo, old man. How splendid you are. Upon hearing the audience's enthusiastic shouts, Jackie Chan's expression gradually morphed into one of cheeky mischief. Our competition has now concluded. Until next time at the next martial arts tournament, farewell. Following a rather straightforward award ceremony, the host declared the event officially over, and the crowd began to disperse. Where could Master Roshi have vanished to? At this moment, only Hao Yin and a few others remained in the arena. If I were to venture a guess, I would say he must have spotted a lovely young lady. Krillin, being well acquainted with Master Roshi, nodded in agreement upon hearing this remark. Krillin, it is quite unethical to speak ill of our master behind his back. Just then, Master Roshi approached the group and sternly reprimanded Krillin. Master Roshi? Where on earth have you been? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Well, I happened to see a beautiful girl and chatted for a bit. 3 seconds later, everyone collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Hao Yin had scarcely moved, having quickly satisfied his hunger before stepping outside the dining hall. Moments later, Master Roshi followed him out, and the two stood side by side. Thank you for your hard work, Master Roshi, Hao Yin said before the elderly master could utter a word. Master Roshi failed to grasp Hao Yin's meaning, thinking he was merely acknowledging the effort put into training Goku and the others. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized Hao Yin's true intent. He had come outside with Hao Yin because during the competition, Hao Yin's Kamehameha had obliterated the moon. He could surmise that Hao Yin's strength must far surpass his own. Reflecting on their first encounter less than a year ago, when Hao Yin was still shorter than Goku, he now stood taller than Master Roshi himself. Moreover, to Master Roshi's astonishment, he could not sense Hao Yin's energy at all. Under normal circumstances, Master Roshi would have perceived Hao Yin as an ordinary person. Observing Master Roshi's astonished gaze, Hao Yin simply scratched his head. I am currently training with the deities, which allows me to see through many things. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the deity shook his head in exasperation. This kid has once again dragged me out to serve as a shield. Upon hearing the term deity, Master Roshi's expression grew even more incredulous. Many years prior, he had ascended Korin Tower, spending 3 years to finally acquire the sacred water from the cat hermit. During those 3 years, he had heard the name of the deity from the cat hermit's lips, a height that seemed both enticing and unattainable. Upon hearing that Hao Chun has been training under the divine being, Master Roshi finally understood why Hao Chun's prowess had progressed so swiftly. Furthermore, it was evident that those chosen by the divine being are inherently virtuous individuals. With this realization, Master Roshi felt a sense of relief. What a remarkable young man. At your age, I was still utterly inept. I never imagined you would already embark on training with a divine being. Quite impressive. Haha, truly. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Noticing Master Roshi's unwavering belief, Hao Chun thought to himself. Indeed, in the current narrative, the divine being remains an enigmatic figure. Merely invoking the name of the divine being arouses no suspicion. Observing the mountain of empty plates on the dining table, Hao Chun cast a pitiful glance at Master Roshi. The 500,000 reward had scarcely warmed before being devoured in a single meal by Goku. Chapter 71. The journey resumes. After spending a night at the hotel arranged for the martial arts tournament, everyone gathered at the entrance early the next morning. Although Master Roshi suggested that Goku and his companions could venture forth on their own given their current abilities, Krillin and Yamcha rejected this notion, expressing their desire to continue training under Master Roshi. Noticing Master Roshi's crestfallen demeanor, Hao Chun couldn't help but smile knowingly, aware of the old master's ulterior motives. If the others were to depart, only Lan Chi would remain in the Kame house. When asked about his intentions, Goku declared his wish to continue traveling and training. He mentioned that the time for the Dragon Balls to regenerate was imminent, and he wished to search for the 4-star Dragon Ball while honing his skills. Upon hearing Goku's words, no one dared to object. Initially, Krillin and Yamcha had intended to accompany Goku in his quest for the Dragon Balls. But since they could not ride the flying Nimbus, they had to abandon the idea. Goku's upcoming adventure would lead him to encounter his first formidable adversary, the Red Ribbon Army. He would also narrowly escape death at the hands of the world's deadliest assassin employed by the Red Ribbon Army, Tao Pai Pai. Hao Chen pondered whether he should intervene and assist Goku in vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army. However, he was also apprehensive if the nefarious Dr. Gero were to discover his presence, and if the androids he had created were even stronger than before, it could spell significant trouble. Hao Chen. While lost in thought, a voice broke through. Bulma's. What are you thinking about, Hao Chen? With everyone's gaze fixed upon him, Hao Chen could only feign innocence, replying, Huh? I wasn't thinking about anything. Ha. What is up? We're asking you what your plans are next. Earlier, everyone had shared their intended destinations, but upon inquiring about Hao Chen, they found him lost in contemplation. I think I'll stop by your house first. Hao Chen exclaimed. Goku, if you're looking for the Dragon Balls, you should also visit Bulma's house and take the Dragon Radar along. You should be able to find the 4-star Dragon Ball in no time. Upon hearing Hao Chen's suggestion, the others looked at him with a mixture of resignation. Krillin remarked, Is that so? Ha. As Hao Chen awkwardly replied, Oh dear. After the competition concluded, an air of peculiarity enveloped you. Observing Hao Yan's demeanor, Bulma was equally perplexed. Usually unfazed, he seemed distracted today. Having made a decision, Master Roshi, accompanied by Krillin, Yamcha, and Puar, boarded a vehicle and set off towards the airport. Meanwhile, Hao Yan, along with Bulma, Goku, and Oolong, headed to Bulma's home. Initially, Goku wished to ride on his Nimbus, but as Bulma and Oolong were unable to join him, they all squeezed into the car together. Bulma's residence was not far from the martial arts arena, and soon enough, they arrived. In Bulma's private workshop, she retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, made a few adjustments, and tossed it to Goku. Upon receiving the radar, Goku was eager to embark on his quest, but Hao Yan halted him. Bulma, could you create another walkie-talkie for Goku, like the one you gave me? Upon hearing Hao Yan's request, Bulma did not inquire further. Of course, it should only take a few hours. With that, she began searching for tools to craft it. Goku, what is a walkie-talkie? Goku inquired, perplexed. The walkie-talkie Bulma is making will allow you to communicate with me, no matter where you are in the world. If you encounter any trouble while searching for the 4-star Dragon Ball, you can use it to inform me, and I will swiftly come to your aid. Realizing Hao Yan's concern for Goku's welfare, Bulma understood why he had been so lost in thought upon hearing about Goku's quest for the Dragon Balls. I see. Thank you, Hao Yan. And you too, Bulma. Not wanting to disturb Bulma as she diligently worked, Hao Yan took Goku and Oolong into the yard. While Goku played with the small creatures in the garden, Bulma emerged, holding a walkie-talkie identical to Hao Yan's. Roar. With my modifications, the signal will be stronger, and it can charge with light. Hao Yan, hand me yours as well. I will make some adjustments. Hao Yan complied, and soon the new walkie-talkie was ready. After a brief chat with Hao Yan and Bulma, Goku set off on his adventure. Watching Goku's retreating figure, Hao Yan contemplated. It was time to fulfill his promise. Chapter 72, A Return to Namek. Hao Yan, where do you wish to go next? Or will you stay at my place for a while? Bulma inquired, noticing Goku's departure. Just moments ago, Hao Yan had resolved where he intended to venture next. He planned to journey to Namek with the Supreme Kai. With the dual support of the Elder Namekian and the system, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The Elder also harbored a wish to meet the son of an old acquaintance. Bulma, could you assist me in making some modifications to the last spaceship? If you could slightly increase its speed, I may need to make another trip to an extraterrestrial realm soon. Upon hearing that Hao Chen was about to embark on another journey into the cosmos, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she insisted on accompanying him. Hao Chen, contemplating that this expedition posed little danger, welcomed the prospect of having company to converse with, and thus consented to Bulma's request. After all, whether it was 1 or 2 companions, the journey would proceed. He inquired of Oolong, who stood nearby, if he wished to join them, but to his surprise, Oolong promptly declined. Not wanting to press the matter, Hao Chen bid farewell to Bulma and utilized instant transmission to arrive at the Supreme Kai's temple. At that moment, the Supreme Kai had grown accustomed to Hao Chen's sudden appearances. Young man, are you having that girl modify the spaceship with the intention of embarking on another cosmic voyage? Hao Chen was not taken aback. It was evident he had become a focal point of the Supreme Kai's observations. Indeed, Master Kai, but it is not for leisure. I have promised the Grand Elder of Namek that I would take you to meet him. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, the Supreme Kai's interest peaked. Since learning of his origins from Namek, he had been filled with curiosity about his heritage. Several times he had wished to inquire of Hao Chen, but unforeseen events had thwarted his attempts. When shall we set forth? We can depart once Bulma has completed the modifications to the spaceship, Hao Chen replied. The Supreme Kai regarded him with a hint of confusion. Isn't this child capable of instant transmission? Why then the need for a spaceship? Anticipating the Supreme Kai's thoughts, Hao Chen elucidated. I can indeed use instant transmission to reach Namek, but I am unable to sense the energy signatures from Earth while on Namek. Upon hearing this explanation, the Supreme Kai grasped the situation. Although he was eager to see his homeland, he was, after all, the Supreme Kai of Earth, and the implications of not being able to return were indeed troubling. With this in mind, he stepped outside the temple to observe Bulma. who was diligently working on the spaceship's enhancements. Time passed swiftly, and soon 10 days had elapsed. During this period, Hao Chen engaged in daily training outside the Supreme Kai's temple, wearing a gravity suit that he had adjusted to exert a force of 10 tons. Initially, he could only increase the gravity during his workouts, as carrying the weight of 10 tons in his everyday life proved to be quite challenging. However, he was gradually acclimating to this burden. Hao Chen, where are you? Bulma's voice echoed as Hao Chen meditated. What is it, Bulma? The spaceship is ready. We can set off. Hearing Bulma's announcement, both the Supreme Kai and Bobo turned their attention toward her. At last, the moment had come to embark on their journey. In response to Bulma's words, Hao Chen instantly appeared at her side. Impressive work, Bulma, completing the modifications in just 10 days. As Bulma prepared to board the spaceship, Hao Chen interjected, Wait, Bulma. Allow me to take you to another location. There are others who will be joining us. With that, he took Bulma's hand and, with the other hand resting on the spaceship, activated instant transmission once more. In an instant, the two found themselves at the Supreme Kai's temple. The individual before us is the deity of Earth, and he shall embark on this journey with us. Upon hearing this, Bulma scrutinized the celestial being before her. Greetings, esteemed deity, she said politely, bowing slightly, while inwardly pondering the peculiar appearance of the god. Observing how Ian compressed the spaceship into a capsule, Bulma curiously inquired, Are we not departing now? No, we shall depart at once, he replied, steadying the deity with one hand while grasping Bulma with the other. Bobo, please take care of the house. The deity acknowledged Bobo before the trio vanished from sight. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on Namek, right beside the elder's chamber. Child, you have finally arrived. Chapter 73, The Deity's Origins. As Hao Yin and the others materialized, the elder sensed their presence and emerged from his quarters. Bulma was taken aback. Instead of boarding a spaceship, they had suddenly arrived on an alien planet. Observing the inhabitants, who bore a striking resemblance to the deity, she nearly gasped aloud. Greetings, elder. This is the deity of Earth, she announced. The deity, equally astonished, regarded the elder and the surrounding individuals, realizing that he indeed shared an uncanny likeness with them, confirming his identity as a Namekian. Ah, the child of Cardus? Cardus? My father is named Cardus? The deity felt a surge of excitement. He had no recollection of his early years. Yet hearing his father's name from the elder's lips filled him with exhilaration. When you were but a child, a comet hurtled toward Namek. Its massive radius rendered all attempts to avert the disaster futile. After the comet's impact, the environment of our planet deteriorated significantly. All of our kin, save for me, perished. As the elder recounted this tragic history, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he were reliving the harrowing moments of witnessing his fellow beings perish before him. The surrounding individuals were engulfed in sorrow. They were the elder's children and had not experienced that calamity, yet they could sense the profound anguish he had endured. Bulma, overwhelmed by emotion, began to weep. Fortunately, you survived. Surely, Cardus would be overjoyed. His child not only survived, but has also become the deity of Earth. The deity, listening to the elder's tale, was left in profound shock. His father had sent him away to ensure his survival, a decision that resulted in an everlasting separation. My father was truly a remarkable man, he murmured. At that moment, the elder seemed to sense a discrepancy and approached the deity, gently placing a hand upon his head. Instantly, the deity's memories flooded into the elder's mind. Ah, I see. You suffered a head injury in your youth, which is why you have no recollection of your experiences on Namek. From a young age, your abilities were remarkable, and at such a tender age, you could create Dragon Balls. Upon hearing the Grand Elder speak of the Dragon Balls, the Supreme Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Perceiving the Supreme Kai's confusion, the Grand Elder continued, The creation of Dragon Balls is a unique skill possessed solely by us Namekians. After uttering these words, he gestured to one of his companions. The Namekian promptly entered the chamber and emerged cradling a colossal Dragon Ball. This is a Dragon Ball of my creation. Upon witnessing the Dragon Ball crafted by the Grand Elder, the Supreme Kai finally comprehended why he was capable of creating 7 Dragon Balls. It was inherently tied to his lineage. In pursuit of becoming the Supreme Kai, he had forcibly severed his own malevolent side. At this revelation, the Supreme Kai bowed his head in shame. He was acutely aware of the immense troubles his malevolent side had inflicted upon Earth and the numerous lives lost due to its actions. All of this turmoil stemmed from his aspiration to become the Supreme Kai. In the not-so-distant future, your malevolent side will resurface, the Grand Elder continued, but fret not, for there will be those who will address it. After stating this, he glanced at Hao Yin, prompting the Supreme Kai to follow his gaze. It was then that Hao Yin realized that not only the Grand Elder and the Supreme Kai, but everyone around, including Bulma, was observing him. Rest assured, the Supreme Kai's malevolence can be dealt with not just by me, but by many others. The Supreme Kai understood that Hao Yin had traveled from the future and was undoubtedly aware of its trajectory. Hearing Hao Yin's words brought him considerable solace. After recounting the Supreme Kai's origins, much like Hao Yin had before, the Grand Elder guided the Supreme Kai on a tour of his planet. The Supreme Kai listened intently, while Bulma, filled with curiosity, trailed closely behind the Grand Elder. Having experienced this journey previously, Hao Yin lingered at the rear. Hao Yin, look, this place is stunning. Hao Yin, observe how peculiar this creature appears. Hao Yin, look at this. Bulma was truly behaving as if she were on an adventure. Witnessing Bulma's enthusiasm, a faint smile graced Hao Yin's lips. Chapter 74, The Supreme Kai's Subtle Thoughts. This sojourn to Namek not only fulfilled one of the Supreme Kai's long-held desires, but also allowed Bulma to revel in the joys of cosmic exploration. Hao Yin, can we travel the universe frequently in the future? Bulma remained blissfully unaware of the dangers that lurked within the cosmos. As Hao Yin pondered how to explain this to her, the Grand Elder spoke first. Child, the universe is home to thousands of races, many of which are benevolent. However, there are also those that are exceedingly violent and xenophobic. Thus, it is wise to refrain from wandering aimlessly. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, Bulma fell silent and turned to Hao Yin, who nodded in agreement. This was Bulma's first encounter with the Grand Elder, and she was not fully aware of his capabilities. Yet, upon seeing Hao Yin concur with the Grand Elder's sentiments, she began to grasp that the universe was not as idyllic as she had once imagined. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the divine being deeply bowed in reverence. However, Bulma was less inclined to comply. We've only just arrived, and I haven't had enough fun yet, she expressed. Naturally, Hao Chen was aware of Bulma's sentiments. He had brought the divine being to Namek with the intention of facilitating a meeting with the Grand Elder. While Bulma regarded this journey as a mere excursion, as the Grand Elder had mentioned, even a divine being must observe the world daily to preempt any potential calamities. Over the course of these 3 days, unforeseen events could indeed transpire. Bulma recalled the dark figure she had seen upon their arrival at the Divine Palace. Bobo is my servant. His duty is to assist me, yet he cannot wield the authority of the divine being directly, she was informed. Hao Chen, reminded of an outing from his own world, recalled a company retreat that was meant to be a picnic in the countryside. However, shortly after their arrival, a torrential downpour swept in, scattering the tents they had brought. Though Hao Chen was not particularly fond of crowds, he felt a tinge of disappointment. From Bulma's perspective, her discomfort must have been even more pronounced at that moment. Don't worry, Bulma. After we see the divine being off, I'll take you on an adventure through the cosmos, he reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. With Hao Chen's promise, Bulma's spirits lifted slightly. It is a pleasure to see you again, Grand Elder. Before departing, Hao Chen also bowed to the Grand Elder. Go forth, my child. I am grateful to you for bringing my kin to visit me. At that moment, Hao Chen felt fully acknowledged by the Grand Elder. If the ship were to be crushed under 10 tons of weight, they would truly be stranded. Throughout the journey, the divine being remained silent, absorbed in the Grand Elder's words. As it was Bulma's first time aboard a spaceship, she found the sights of the cosmos enchanting, gradually casting aside her earlier discontent. Hao Chen, however, had grown somewhat indifferent to the external scenery, preferring to meditate rather than engage in conversation with Bulma. Just then, Hao Chen perceived the divine being's voice within his consciousness. He understood that the divine being was communicating directly through spiritual awareness, inaudible to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen realized that the divine being, having learned of his origins and the calamity afflicting Namek, was experiencing empathy. It is unavoidable, divine being. I can only fabricate a narrative, Hao Chen conceded. The divine being, upon hearing this, said nothing further, merely sighing in resignation. Chapter 75, The Mightiest Brain of Dragon Ball. Divine being, we must all look forward. The tribulations faced by Namek are predestined. If external forces intervene to alter this fate, it may lead to even graver consequences. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Chen once again elucidated the trajectory of the future to the divine being, emphasizing that it was beyond interference. This time, the divine being seemed to grasp the crux of the matter with newfound clarity. After meeting with the Grand Elder, the God of Heaven's mind seemed to become remarkably more agile. He quickly discerned the considerable contradiction between what Hao Chen had previously stated and the current events. In the unfolding narrative of the future, everyone was meant to survive, not just himself. The future self had informed him that due to certain extraordinary reasons, the future had been rewritten. Thus, although he had grown immensely powerful, he found himself unable to directly assist Goku and others in resolving some formidable challenges. Any interference on his part could potentially alter the future, leading to even greater repercussions. Upon hearing this, the God of Heaven finally comprehended the situation, and his expression softened. Observing the God of Heaven's demeanor return to normal, Hao Chen let out a sigh of relief. How could one ensure that the future unfolds as it should? At this moment, Hao Chen realized that the God of Heaven had fully accepted his assertions. You may regard me as non-existent, and there is no need to mention me to anyone. If certain events diverge from the trajectory he was aware of, it would indicate the possibility of a rewritten future. If one were to speak of the sharpest analytical mind in the Dragon Ball saga, it would undoubtedly be the God of Heaven. This intricate deception directed at the god of heaven required utmost precision. Any slight inconsistency could arouse suspicion. Upon realizing that Hao Chun had indeed been a mere observer, not even participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, all doubts regarding him dissipated. After conveying this, the god of heaven truly treated Hao Chun as if he were non-existent, not uttering another word to him until their spaceship landed on Earth. Only then did the god of heaven address Hao Chun. Following this, he soared away. Hao Chun was left speechless. The notion of being treated as non-existent was meant quite literally. Hearing Bulma's words, Hao Chun nodded. Departing? Where to? He was utterly bewildered. Hadn't they just arrived on Earth? Was there a plan to venture to another planet? Hadn't she mentioned that after delivering the god of heaven, she would take him on a cosmic adventure? Upon hearing Bulma's remarks, Hao Chun was completely at a loss. I said I would take you to play if there was time. So do you have time now? Hao Chun scratched his head. Indeed, time was available, but... After Bulma spoke, she took Hao Chun's hand with enthusiasm. Upon reflection, Goku likely hadn't yet engaged in direct confrontation with the Red Ribbon Army, which meant there shouldn't be any significant danger. Thus, perhaps it would be best to accompany Bulma for a while longer. With a sigh, Hao Chun employed instant transmission to arrive at Bulma's home. Ah, little Hao Chun has arrived. I'll go prepare some juice for you. As soon as Hao Chun and Bulma appeared, her mother's voice echoed nearby. Thank you, Auntie. This time, Bulma didn't pull Hao Chun along, but instead dashed off to her room. Wait for my juice. Poor Hao Chun had now missed out on Bulma's mother's homemade juice twice in a row. Hao Chun, let us visit another planet. Bulma exclaimed. Upon hearing her, Hao Chun felt utterly bemused. It sounded simple, yet if they encountered any danger, it could become quite troublesome. Nevertheless, having made a decision, they would seek out a safe planet. The system, in its quest, sought a planet in proximity to Earth, devoid of humanity, yet bearing a resemblance to our own environment. Fortuitously, the system's capabilities rendered the search for coordinates remarkably convenient. The planet Rudix, reminiscent of early Earth, teemed with life, yet was free from human presence. Possessing an atmosphere rich in oxygen, with temperature and humidity levels akin to those of Earth. Upon receiving this information, Hao Chun input the coordinates of Rudix into the spacecraft, discovering that the journey would take a mere day and a half. With this in mind, he initiated the departure. As Hao Chun pressed the ignition button, the spacecraft ascended once more. Chapter 76, Rudix. This time, perhaps due to the absence of the deity, Bulma appeared more vivacious than usual. Within the confines of the ship, she explored various curiosities, many of which were items Hao Chun had originally exchanged through the system. Ha ha ha, Hao Chun, where did you acquire this comic? It's utterly hilarious, she exclaimed, holding up a copy of Old Master Q. It's a rarity to find it, Hao Chun replied quietly. As time passed, Hao Chun gazed out the window and discerned a distant planet, strikingly similar to Earth. It was adorned with vast expanses of blue, with land masses occupying a relatively small area. However, the azure hue of this planet was remarkably translucent, reminiscent of gelatin. It seemed that this was indeed their destination, Rudix. Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, Bulma leaped from her seat and followed his gaze. Wow, what a beautiful planet. Hao Chun, you're incredible for finding such a stunning world. Hao Chun modestly touched his nose, affirming that indeed, products from the system were of exceptional quality. Before long, the spacecraft touched down upon the surface. The moment the hatch opened, a rush of fresh air flooded in. Hao Chun immediately noted that the oxygen levels on this planet were somewhat elevated compared to Earth. In the absence of humanity, the landscape was abundant with diverse flora, and occasionally, small animals would scurry by. Wow, this place is absolutely fantastic, Bulma exclaimed, joyfully reclining on a patch of grass, stretching languidly and relishing the sensations this planet offered. Hao Chun sensed his surroundings and found that aside from a few larger creatures, only small animals remained. Given his prowess, he felt no threat from the larger beings and relaxed entirely. Hao Chun, what do you think about us living here together in the future? Bulma's suggestion startled him, causing him to spring up from the ground. Ha ha ha. Bulma erupted in laughter at Hao Chun's reaction, surveying the area, which resembled a verdant forest. Hao Chun and Bulma ventured outside after stowing away the spacecraft. After a brief walk, they arrived at an expansive plain, not far from what appeared to be the ocean of this planet. The terrain here is quite agreeable. Let us reside here for the night, Bulma proposed. Subsequently, she tossed a multifunctional capsule into the air. As the smoke dissipated, a luxurious, small house materialized. Well, I've prepared an abundance of supplies this time. After Bulma spoke, she tossed out a capsule. This capsule contained a plethora of outdoor supplies, sun umbrellas, tables, chairs, and a barbecue grill. Bulma, how long do you intend to stay here? I'm worried that something might happen to Goku. Hao Chun expressed his concern upon seeing how well prepared Bulma was, fearing she might be planning to stay indefinitely, which would pose a bit of a dilemma. Well, I haven't made any definite plans yet. Let's stay for a week, shall we? Hee. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Hao Chun felt a bit more at ease. A week's duration was manageable for him. Once everything was set up, the duo made their way to the beach. The ocean of this planet bore little difference from that of Earth, save for the water's hue, which was a more vivid shade of blue. Numerous birds soared above the surface, hunting for their prey. Hao-Chen pondered about the taste of the fish on this planet and turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, let's have fish for dinner tonight." "Hao-Chen, you're diving in without changing into swim trunks." As Hao-Chen plunged into the water, Bulma seized the opportunity to change into the swimsuit she had prepared. After a short while, several large fish leapt from the ocean's surface. One in particular was enormous, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, presenting a rather terrifying sight. At that moment, Hao-Chen resurfaced and spotted Bulma swimming in the shallow waters. "Bulma, it's fine to swim in the shallows, but don't venture too deep. There are many large fish in these waters, and they tend to be quite aggressive." He pointed at the fearsome fish he had just seen. Upon witnessing its daunting appearance, Bulma let out a shriek and hurriedly exited the water. For the remainder of the afternoon, Bulma confined herself to her room, engaging in some unknown activity. Meanwhile, Hao-Chen prepared the fish he had caught, transforming them into fillets for grilling. To his surprise, despite the unappealing appearance of the fish on this planet, their flavor was exceptionally delightful. "Bulma, come out quickly. This fish is unbelievably delicious." "Ha, I did it." Laughter erupted from Bulma's room. As she burst out, she exclaimed, "Wow, it smells incredible." Upon stepping outside, she saw that Hao-Chen had already grilled the fish fillets and was savoring one. "What have you completed?" she inquired. "Ha, this brilliant young lady has crafted a special wristband." Bulma proudly raised her arm to showcase her creation. After examining it for a while without discernible function, Hao-Chen wore a puzzled expression. Noticing his confusion, Bulma triumphantly pressed a button on the wristband. In an instant, it transformed into a device resembling a sprayer. With a swift motion, she activated it, and a resounding crash echoed as a large tree fell to the ground. Indeed, Bulma was remarkable. She had managed to create such an impressive gadget in just an afternoon. With this device, Hao-Chen felt reassured that Bulma would be safe from any danger on this planet. Over the next few days, Hao-Chen and Bulma explored many locales together. On the planet Rudix, the landmass is merely about 10% of the vast oceans. Bulma had prepared an array of supplies, yet conspicuously absent was a vessel. Next time, it would be prudent to equip herself with more versatile capsules for boats. It appears that Bulma has truly developed an affection for this planet, already contemplating future endeavors. On this day, Hao-Chen was outside his quarters, engaged in barbecuing. Suddenly, several colossal creatures emerged from the forest. They bore a resemblance to rabbits from Earth, yet possessed elongated necks and were devoid of fur, their bodies covered in scales. Hao-Chen was unfazed by their presence, familiar with these carnivorous beings that were often drawn to the savory aromas of his cooking. Just as he was preparing to address the situation, he noticed that these gigantic creatures merely passed by, sprinting into the distance, leaving him perplexed. Before long, a multitude of other creatures burst forth from the woods, their sheer numbers causing the ground to tremble. Inside the room, Bulma sensed the commotion and opened a window to gaze outside. Could it be? Was there some monstrous entity? Hao-Chen began to attune himself to the surroundings, yet despite his efforts, he detected nothing amiss. "Hao-Chen, look at what's in the sky," Bulma called down from the upper floor. Upon hearing her exclamation, Hao-Chen looked up, only to be astonished by the sight of a massive meteor hurtling through the atmosphere. Growing larger by the moment, the creatures of this planet must have sensed impending danger, fleeing the forest in search of refuge. "Hao-Chen, what should we do? We must leave at once," Bulma exclaimed, having rushed out of the house and activated their spacecraft. However, Hao-Chen remained unmoved. "Do not fret, Bulma. It is merely a small meteor. There is no need for us to retreat in panic." Bulma regarded him with a look of disbelief. While she recognized Hao-Chen's formidable strength, she found it hard to believe he could vanquish a meteor. It was understandable. During the last martial arts tournament, they had fled rather than witness how he had sent the moon hurtling away. Yet, seeing the confidence radiating from Hao-Chen, Bulma's anxiety began to dissipate. "Leave it to me," he declared, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing at the seashore. He commenced channeling his energy entirely into his hands. After such extensive training, it was time to unveil the potency of his technique. With his hands positioned before him, he began to rapidly expand the energy, compressing it from the size of a ping-pong ball to that of a basketball, and it continued to swell. The ground beneath him trembled violently from the force of his energy, and the sea began to churn, producing towering waves. "Yeah, high-energy cannon." In a thunderous roar, a colossal wave of energy surged from Hao-Chen's hands, soaring straight towards the distant meteor. A brilliant beam of light sliced across the sky, swiftly colliding with the meteorite. In an instant, the meteorite vanished, leaving only a scattering of debris in its wake. Bulma rushed over, exclaiming, "Hao-Yen, you are truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, this is a technique I devised myself, and I never expected to use it today." Hao-Yen was poised to bask in his own glory when, suddenly, his expression shifted with concern. "Bulma, quickly store everything in the hoi poi capsule." Noticing Hao-Yen's sudden anxiety, Bulma refrained from inquiring about the cause and dashed towards the house. Moments earlier, Hao Yin had sensed several powerful presences approaching their planet. Unsure of the identity of these newcomers, he decided to conceal himself and observe. Before long, a colossal spaceship appeared, landing precisely where Hao Yin had been moments before. As the hatch opened, 7 or 8 figures emerged, each distinct in appearance, yet clad in identical attire. At this juncture, Hao Yin and Bulma had already secreted themselves within the forest. Hao Yin scrutinized the individuals closely, and upon recognizing their uniforms, he concluded, these must be Frisia's subordinates. Captain, the explosion must have originated from this location. Search the area. This planet should be uninhabited. The sudden explosion indicates something amiss. With the captain's command, the remaining members swiftly dispersed. Who are they? Bulma inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she gazed at the bizarre figures in the distance. I am uncertain, but they could be the cosmic bandits the elder mentioned before. Hao Yin replied. Cosmic bandits? She echoed. Indeed, they invade a planet, pillage and wreak havoc, only to sell it at an exorbitant price to other races. Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, a chill of dread ran down Bulma's spine. Then we must flee. If they discover us, they will surely kill us. Initially, Hao Yin intended to remain hidden until these individuals left in search of nothing. However, at that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Mission issued. Eliminate the vanguard of Frisia's army. Mission difficulty. Mission reward. Reduction of 2 effort points for entry into the alternate realm. Mission failure. Frisia will destroy Earth in 5 days. Now, he had no choice but to engage. Scanning the leader of the small squad, Hao Yin noted that this enemy possessed a combat power of approximately 8,000. In Frisia's army, strength dictated leadership, the mightiest commanded respect. It seemed the remaining members would not exceed this power level. Hao Yin initially contemplated confronting the captain directly, but ultimately deemed assassination a more prudent approach, knowing these individuals would likely be equipped with combat power detectors. Moreover, this detector can also function as a walkie-talkie, capable of transmitting even across the vastness of space. If discovered by the other party and one situation reported, the repercussions remain uncertain. After making a decision, Hao Chen led Bulma to a secluded cave. Sensing the surroundings for any dangers, he offered a few instructions before soaring towards the furthest scout. At that moment, Hao Chen had mastered the art of concealing his presence, making it effortless to catch up with the scout. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the unexpected fortune of discovering such a splendid planet before even reaching their destination. The scout, blissfully unaware of the impending doom, was caught off guard when Hao Chen suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could utter a word, Hao Chen seized his neck with a swift grip, exerting force that extinguished the scout's life before he could utter a single phrase. Hao Chen removed the detector from the scout and discarded the lifeless body into the sea. Examining the device in his hand, he stored it within his system, contemplating the convenience it would provide if mass-produced in the early stages. With his plan set, he began to sense his next target. Chapter 79, Sudden Developments. As Hao Chen anticipated, among these individuals, only the squad leader possessed a combat power of 8,000. The others ranged from a mere 1,100 to just over 3,000. Without the slightest effort, Hao Chen dispatched them all. Now, only the squad leader remained. After eliminating the last scout, he soared towards the squad leader. The leader, surveying his surroundings, shared the same sentiments as his subordinates, appreciating the planet's favorable climate and environment, believing it could fetch a handsome price. This time, his team's mission did not involve Ruddick Star. They had merely landed here out of curiosity following an explosion detected on the planet's surface. The explosion he observed was, in fact, the result of Hao Chen's earlier destruction of a meteorite using a powerful cannon. The Frisia Force personnel were overly reliant on their combat power detectors. Without them, they could not gauge their opponent's strength. Had they been able to detect the immense power Hao Chen unleashed with the cannon, they would likely have fled in terror rather than descending to their demise. Meanwhile, Bulma remained alone in the cave, having spent considerable time with Hao Chen. She recognized that he would not undertake ventures without assurance. Thus, she felt no concern for his safety. Just then, a strange voice echoed behind her. Who are you? Startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure, Bulma trembled, exclaiming, Hao Chen. As the swift Hao Chen rushed forward, he heard Bulma's desperate cry. This was dire. Bulma was in peril. Without concern for concealing his power, Hao Chen immediately surged his energy to its maximum, racing towards Bulma's location. The captain's scouter suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. Who was it? Sensing the imminent threat, he dashed behind Bulma, using her as a shield against the cave's entrance. In an instant, Hao Chen appeared at the cave's mouth. Release her, and I shall ensure your safe departure. At that moment, Hao Chen unleashed his full power. The captain, even without his combat power scouter, could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Hao Chen, akin to the presence of King Frisia. No, it was even more formidable than that of King Frisia. The captain thought to himself, who are you? I will ask you once more. Let her go? Upon hearing this, Hao Chen swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, seizing the opportune moment to strike at the captain's hand that gripped Bulma. Ah! With a horrified scream, the captain's hand was pierced by the Senzu bean, flying through his shoulder into the depths of the cave. In that fleeting moment, Houchen seized Bulma into his arms. Who on earth are you? The captain was desperate to know the identity of this overpowering individual. Go to hell and ask the king of hell, Houchen retorted, unleashing a ki blast towards the captain's chest. Boom. Following the sound, only a mangled corpse remained of the captain. Houchen. Bulma was now thoroughly frightened. Seeing Houchen beside her, she threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Houchen hurriedly comforted her. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, an alarm blared from within the cave once more. Following the sound, Houchen noticed that the captain's scouter was again signaling an alert. This was bad, he thought to himself as he pulled Bulma and dashed out of the cave. Noticing Bulma's lingering fear, Houchen reassured her. After this ordeal, Bulma finally grasped the precariousness of the universe. Nodding, she retrieved a universal capsule containing their spaceship. Once aboard, they adjusted the coordinates to Earth and pressed the button, marking the end of this harrowing journey. Although his full power had been somewhat suppressed by the gravity suit, the strength he had displayed was not something the lowly members of Frisia's army could compare to. Therefore, it was highly likely that his prowess had caught Frisia's attention. For safety's sake, it was prudent to vacate this planet. Chapter 80, An Unending Heart. Intriguing. Let Jinyu check it out. Yes, King Frisia, as Houchen had anticipated. The events that transpired on planet Ruddix had indeed been reported to Frisia's army by the captain. Fortunately, Frisia was merely aware of the existence of a formidable individual, yet remained oblivious to their true identity. After all, she was still a young girl, grappling with the terrifying realization of how close death loomed. Following a series of comforting words from Houchen, Bulma's spirits began to lift somewhat upon their arrival on Earth. Upon returning home, she discovered that Oolong had vanished once more, leaving only her parents present. In the ensuing days, Houchen spent the majority of his time at Bulma's residence, keeping her company. At last, he had the pleasure of savoring the juice crafted by Bulma's mother. As time passed, Bulma gradually regained her composure. With her recovery in sight, Houchen intended to seek out Goku, only to be surprised by Goku's unexpected arrival. It turned out that Goku had successfully obliterated Muscle Tower and rescued the original Android 8. However, during the battle, the Dragon Radar had been destroyed, and he had come seeking Bulma's assistance in repairing it. After listening to Goku's account, Houchen pieced together the narrative, realizing that Goku was soon to encounter General Blue. Although General Blue possessed considerable strength, it was his psychic abilities that posed a significant challenge, catching Goku off guard and binding him along with Master Roshi using ordinary ropes. Remarkably, even Master Roshi and Goku found themselves unable to break free. Nevertheless, Houchen remained untroubled, as Yamcha was also training under Master Roshi's guidance. With Yamcha's combat prowess, dealing with General Blue should be a straightforward task. The only difference was that after Bulma repaired the Dragon Radar, she had no intention of accompanying Goku on his journey. This meant that Bulma's role was supplanted by Yamcha. With that in mind, Houchen felt reassured, yet he resolved to visit Master Roshi's place just in case. One could never know if the system might introduce unforeseen changes. If General Blue were to annihilate the main cast, it would indeed be exasperating. Once Bulma restored the Dragon Radar, Goku promptly set off. He prepared to bid farewell to Bulma as he headed to Master Roshi's. However, when Houchen expressed his intention to join Master Roshi, Bulma insisted on accompanying him. Wait a moment, are you clinging to me? Houchen thought, feeling quite helpless. Earlier, when Goku mentioned going to Master Roshi's, she had refused to join. Now, however, she was adamant about following him. I don't care. After enduring such perilous experiences, you must accompany me for some leisure, Bulma declared, leaving Houchen exasperated. It was not that he was unwilling to take Bulma along. Rather, he felt it would put him at a disadvantage should any unforeseen circumstances arise. However, after some reflection, he concluded that given his current prowess on Earth, there was little he could not handle. His primary concern remained ensuring Bulma's safety. As Houchen contemplated that Bulma must have gone upstairs to change her clothes, he settled onto the couch in the living room. To his surprise, he ended up waiting for an entire afternoon. What on earth? In bewilderment, Houchen began to sense Bulma's presence and discovered she had been sitting in her room all along. Utilizing instant transmission, he arrived in the room, where he found Bulma engrossed in welding something with her tools. Observing her intense focus, Houchen chose not to disturb her and sat quietly behind her. Done, Bulma exclaimed, holding up a universal capsule. Bulma, what are you working on? Houchen's sudden voice startled Bulma, nearly causing her to drop the capsule. Houchen, why did you sneak up on me like that? You scared me to death, she retorted. It's not my fault that you spent the entire day holed up in here, Houchen thought, feeling a sense of helplessness. Noticing his silence, Bulma continued. Since you're trying to relax, you shouldn't rely solely on your instant transmission. This capsule I modified can be used on land, sea, and air. Sometimes, it's the scenery along the journey that truly refreshes the spirit. One must admit, Bulma had a point. In Houchen's world, he preferred tranquility over chaos. Yet, whenever he traveled for business or leisure, He relished the beauty of the landscapes, which significantly uplifted his mood. Houchin, let us set off, Bulma declared, reaching for him to head outside. Don't you see what time it is? We should depart tomorrow morning instead. Upon hearing his words, Bulma finally glanced at the clock, only to realize it was already evening. There was silence throughout the night. The next morning, Houchin awoke early. To his astonishment, Bulma had risen even earlier than he. By the time he reached the dining table, she was already having breakfast. Good morning, Bulma, he greeted. It's not that early. Hurry up and eat. We'll set off as soon as you're done, Bulma urged, prompting Houchin to look out at the sun. Was it rising in the west today? The usually sluggish Bulma was unusually industrious, having risen early and prepared breakfast for him, something he typically did. Just as Houchin was about to sit down to enjoy his meal, Bulma finished and tugged him out the door. Wait, I haven't eaten yet. He protested, but before he could take a bite, she pulled him outside. As they approached the vehicle, Bulma's father's voice echoed from upstairs. Bulma, where are you going? You have exams at school today. In an instant, Bulma hit the gas and sped away from home. No wonder she was in such a hurry. It was all to skip class. One must commend Bulma's modified car. It was incredibly convenient, capable of both diving underwater and soaring through the sky, all while maintaining impressive speed. They departed in the morning and arrived at Master Roshi's island by midday. The arrival of Houchin and Bulma brought joy to everyone present, especially Master Roshi. Upon seeing Bulma in her revealing tank top and ultra-short shorts, contemplated taking advantage of her once again. Without any suspense, Bulma swiftly sent him flying into the sea with a single punch. Once Master Roshi managed to climb back ashore, Houchin inquired about Krillin and Yamcha. Indeed, Goku had arrived here the previous noon, providing an explanation, and Krillin along with Yamcha had joined him in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Shortly after their departure, another group of uninvited guests arrived on the island, the members of the Red Ribbon Army. However, with the collaboration of Master Roshi and the formidable Lan Chi, they swiftly dealt with the intruders. Seeing Houchin's arrival, Master Roshi felt emboldened against the Red Ribbon Army. After spending a few days on the small island, these days were perhaps the most delightful for Master Roshi. Lan Chi and Bulma, with little to occupy their time, donned their swimsuits to either swim or bask in the sun. Master Roshi's gaze was almost glued to the two women. Every time he attempted to take advantage of Bulma, he would be sent flying by her. When he thought to approach Lan Chi, he would invariably encounter her transformation, resulting in an even more disastrous outcome. Houchin admired Master Roshi's tenacity. He fought repeatedly despite facing defeat each time. One sunny afternoon, while everyone was enjoying the sun, Houchin sensed familiar energies approaching them. It was Goku and the others. Unlike in the original story, where Bulma concealed a large diamond in her swimsuit, this time, Yamcha was adorned with an array of treasures, presenting several exquisite diamonds to Bulma and Lan Chi. Just as everyone was reveling in the splendor of the jewels, Houchin detected an unfamiliar presence drawing near. He remained silent, having come to test the extent of General Blue's superpowers. Wow, what is that? The group was startled, and to avoid revealing any flaws, Houchin pretended to be taken aback. Ha, little brat, hand over the Dragon Balls. At that moment, a stranger entered from outside. This must be General Blue. It must be said that General Blue was indeed strikingly handsome. No, it would be more appropriate to describe him as extraordinarily beautiful. Perhaps even more so than Bulma and Lan Chi, possessing a certain delicate charm. Houchin glanced at Goku, realizing that his tail was bound, rendering him powerless. He then looked at Master Roshi, who, despite his best efforts to struggle, could not free himself. General Blue seized Goku's Dragon Ball and set a time bomb, intending to blow everyone and the island into oblivion. Just as he was about to depart, Houchin could no longer contain himself. A transvestite? You think you can just take the treasure and leave? It won't be that simple. Chapter 82, Returning to Corin Tower. A transvestite? General Blue, incensed upon hearing someone call him that, whirled around in fury. Who said that? Well, it was I who said it, you transvestite. Houchin stood up defiantly. General Blue scrutinized Houchin, realizing he was merely a child. You little brat, go to hell. Upon concluding his words, he launched a punch towards Houchin. Undeterred, Houchin received the blow squarely on his head. A piercing scream reverberated through the air, but surprisingly, it was not Houchin who cried out. It was General Blue. At that moment, it was evident that General Blue's right arm was broken, and he gazed at Houchin in terror. Such feeble strength. It was hardly more than a mosquito's sting. Houchin attentively assessed the force exerted by General Blue, which felt as gentle as a breeze. Just then, Houchin stretched his body, and the ropes that had bound him snapped effortlessly. This action delivered yet another severe blow to General Blue, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Unfettered, Houchin approached General Blue. Feeling the intensity of Houchin's gaze, General Blue attempted to unleash his superpowers. However, strangely enough, no matter how hard he tried, his abilities seemed to have no effect on Houchin. Please, do not stare at me so. I have little fondness for such peculiarities, Houchin remarked, feeling quite awkward under General Blue's unrelenting gaze. Although simmering with rage, General Blue dared not express it. Here are your Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha, I return them to you. He suddenly shifted his demeanor, grinning at Hao-san. He then tossed out a universal capsule, which transformed into an aircraft. Before boarding, he cheerfully waved at Hao-san. Hao-san, the bomb is still here. It's about to explode. A sudden voice from Yamcha echoed in the room. Oh no, I forgot the bomb. In a swift motion, Hao-san seized the bomb in his hand. Hey, you forgot your thing. With all his might, he hurled it towards General Blue's aircraft. With a resounding explosion, the aircraft was shattered into countless pieces, sending General Blue flying into the unknown, his fate uncertain. At that moment, it mattered little whether General Blue lived or died. Hao-san returned the 3-star Dragon Ball to Goku, for it was not a relic of Goku's grandfather. And Goku prepared to continue his quest for the Dragon Balls. This time, Hao-san expressed his desire to accompany Goku, knowing that Goku would soon confront his first formidable adversary, and also face a moment perilously close to death, the world's deadliest assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Concerned about potential alterations in the storyline, Hao-san deemed it prudent to stay close to Goku. Although Bulma wished to join them, Hao-san declined, explaining that she could not ride the Nimbus. After all, among those present, only Hao-san, Goku, and the black-haired Launch could ride the Nimbus. With their decision made, the two set off. Goku's Nimbus soared at a speed unparalleled by any other flying vehicle, and before long, they arrived at the location of Karen Tower. There, the Red Ribbon Army was engaged in battle with Bra. Observing his former friend embroiled in conflict, Hao-san leaped from the Nimbus to join the fray. Uncle Bra, I am here to assist you. With those words, he launched an assault on the Red Ribbon Army. Witnessing Hao-san leap into action, Wukong did not hesitate to join the fray as well. The members of the Red Ribbon Army were no match for Bra alone. And with the addition of Hao-san and Wukong, they were completely vanquished in the blink of an eye. As calm returned, Bra approached, cradling Yuba in his arms. It has been a while, Hao-san. Hello, brother Hao-san. Hao-san glanced at little Yuba, who, during his last visit, seemed unable to speak, but was now adept at greeting him. Hello there, Yuba, you've grown so much. As the group exchanged pleasantries, Wukong also approached. Uncle Bra, this is my good friend, son Wukong. Observing the interaction, Hao-san began introducing Wukong to Bra. After their introductions, Wukong was astonished to discover that Bra was holding the 4-star Dragon Ball. This is your grandfather's heirloom. You should have it back. Hao-san and Wukong recounted the origin of the 4-star Dragon Ball, explaining that it was a treasure left to Wukong by his grandfather, thus returning the Dragon Ball to him. As Wukong prepared to place the 4-star Dragon Ball alongside his other Dragon Balls, Hao-san halted him. Wukong, this is your grandfather's legacy. It would be wise to keep it close. Given that the Red Ribbon Army is also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, if they were to steal your backpack, your grandfather's Dragon Ball could be lost. After contemplating, Wukong tucked the 4-star Dragon Ball into his clothing. Hao-san, look at that tower. It seems so tall. While riding on the Nimbus, Wukong had already spotted Karen Tower, but his attention had been focused on the Dragon Ball radar. Now, with time to spare, he scrutinized the towering structure. This tower, known as Karen Tower, was said to be inhabited by a sage. Legend has it that those who ascend the tower and drink the sacred water bestowed by the sage would gain immense power. Before Hao-san could speak, Bra began recounting the tale of Karen Tower to Wukong. Is that so? Has anyone ever climbed it? Upon hearing Bra's words, Wukong suddenly felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the tower, as if it were beckoning him. Indeed, your companion, Hao-san, has ascended it before. Wukong, astonished, turned to Hao-san. Hao-san, you really climbed it? Seeing Wukong's expression, Hao-san chuckled. Yes, Wukong, while you were training with the Turtle Hermit. I came here and spent several days climbing to the top. Wukong was utterly astonished. No wonder you are so strong now. It's because you have already partaken of the sacred water. At that moment, Wukong's Saiyan blood began to stir within him. All right, Wukong declared, striding toward Karen Tower. Wukong, what are you doing? Hao-san was perplexed by Wukong's determination. I want to climb Karen Tower, just like Hao-san. With that, Wukong began to scale the tower like a monkey. What? This is not how the story goes. Hao-san thought to himself. Originally, Goku was supposed to witness Bra's demise, followed by his own defeat at the hands of Tao Pai Pai, prompting him to ascend Karen Tower to enhance his strength. However, with Tao Pai Pai yet to arrive, Goku has already begun his ascent. Hao-chun, your friend seems to be as much of a training fanatic as you are, Bra remarked, observing Goku's vanishing figure. Oh. Ha ha ha. Hao-chun could only respond with an awkward chuckle, unsure of what to say. Goku has now reached the summit of the tower. Tao Pai Pai is bound to arrive shortly. Although Bra and he are merely acquaintances, she has provided him with considerable support during his climb up Karen Tower. With that in mind, she thought it might be best to eliminate Tao Pai Pai right here, just as Bra beckoned Hao-chun towards the tent. A pillar descended from the sky. Boom. As the pillar struck the ground, a figure materialized before them. Noticing the character's chest emblazoned with the character for kill, Hao-chun realized that the newcomer was none other than the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Who are you? Bra inquired angrily. perturbed that the arrival nearly destroyed her tent. Yet, Tao Pai Pai paid her no mind, and instead produced a photograph, scrutinizing the onlookers. What? That brat isn't here? Tao Pai Pai muttered to himself. I am asking you. Who are you, and what do you want here? Bra's frustration grew as Tao Pai Pai continued to ignore her. I am the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Have you seen this brat? After presenting the photograph to Bra and the others, Tao Pai Pai discerned from Bra's reaction that she must have encountered the child in question. Tell me where this brat is, and I may spare your lives. Upon hearing Tao Pai Pai's words, Bra understood that he was undoubtedly an adversary. Uncle Bra, leave this person to me, Hao Chun declared, stepping forward. Only to be halted by Bra. Hao Chun, I am the guardian of Corinne's sacred land. This matter must be handled by me. With that, he launched an attack at Tao Pai Pai. However, the disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. Bra's assault, devastating to ordinary beings, felt no more than a mere tickle to Tao Pai Pai. Thud. Bra plummeted from the sky. Though he survived, he sustained considerable injuries. So, the world's greatest assassin, huh? Now it's my turn. Chapter 84. The Devious Tao Pai Pai. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Tao Pai Pai's gaze shifted towards him. He surveyed the individual before him. Merely a child. Humph. How audacious. These recent brats are truly infuriating. His initial mission was to eliminate Goku, yet he had not encountered him. And now a child appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Whether Hao Chen's bravado was misplaced would soon be put to the test. Tao Pai Pai's ire flared upon hearing Hao Chen's taunts. Damn brat. Die. With that, Tao Pai Pai charged towards Hao Chun. Hao Chun, be careful. At this moment, Bra also rose to his feet, observing as Tao Pai Pai advanced towards Hao Chun. He spoke up, reminding him. He had been guarding Kalinta for quite some time. Yet he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Anxiously, he pondered whether Hao Chun could withstand Tao Pai Pai's onslaught. Just then, the attack from Tao Pai Pai arrived. He perceived the figure before him as merely a small imp, incapable of possessing significant strength. At this moment, he wasn't expending his full effort. However, even with this restrained punch, he could easily kill an ordinary person. To his astonishment, Hao Chun merely lowered his head, evading the strike. Oh, there's a fruit on the ground, Hao Chun remarked, casually picking it up. Tao Pai Pai was taken aback. This little imp had such fortune, dodging his attack merely by bending down to pick up a fruit. With that thought, Tao Pai Pai swiftly aimed a kick at Hao Chun's head. As expected, Hao Chun stretched lazily, once again deftly avoiding Tao Pai Pai's assault. After dodging twice in succession, even a fool could discern that this was no mere coincidence. Damn little imp. How dare you toy with me? At this juncture, Tao Pai Pai began to take the matter seriously. His fists and feet rained down upon Hao Chun like a torrential downpour. Yet, each attack was effortlessly sidestepped by Hao Chun. With such paltry strength, how can he claim to be the best in the world? After uttering these words, Hao Chun swiftly delivered a punch to Tao Pai Pai's face, sending him flying. The impact was such that it shattered several large trees before Tao Pai Pai finally came to a halt. As he rose, blood spilled from his mouth, along with 2 broken teeth. Ah, damn little imp. Tao Pai Pai had never suffered such humiliation, his rage boiling over. Taste this. Dong Dong Wave. A surge of energy erupted from Tao Pai Pai's hand, hurtling directly towards Hao Chun. Oh, is this the ultimate technique of the turtle school, the Dong Dong Wave? The Dong Dong Wave had a much smaller range than the Kamehameha, but its power was still considerable. Boom. The Dong Dong Wave exploded where Hao Chun had stood. Ha ha ha. Let us see if you survive, little imp. As Tao Pai Pai witnessed his attack strike Hao Chun, he erupted into laughter. Well, that was close. Came Hao Chun's voice from the side. At that moment, Hao Chun clutched his chest, feigning a look of being thoroughly frightened. You actually dodged it. Seeing that Hao Chun was unharmed, Tao Pai Pai assumed a fighting stance once more. Let us see how long you can keep dodging. Dong Dong Wave. Dong Dong Wave. Dong Dong Wave. The Dong Dong Waves were unleashed in rapid succession towards Hao Chun. Heh, you fell for it. Hao Chun thought while evading. Rapid learning activated successfully. Congratulations on mastering the Dong Dong Wave. Finally, the system's voice echoed in Hao Chun's mind. His pretense of being frightened was a ruse to convince Tao Pai Pai that the Dong Dong Wave posed a genuine threat to him, thereby prompting its repeated use, allowing his rapid learning to activate. After several minutes of continuous Dong Dong Waves, Tao Pai Pai's stamina was nearing exhaustion. Yet, before him, Hao Chun had not been struck even once. He suddenly comprehended that the power of the little specter before him surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. Are you weary? Then it is my turn to act, Hao Chun declared as he approached Tao Pai Pai. As the diminutive figure drew nearer, an overwhelming sense of threat enveloped him. I beg your forgiveness. Please spare me. Tao Pai Pai, behaving unusually, knelt before Hao Chun, incessantly pleading for mercy. Hao Chun, fully aware that Tao Pai Pai's pleas were utterly insincere, intended to confront him. But at that moment, Bulma intervened. Hao Chun, he has already conceded. Please let him be. The world of Dragon Ball was indeed filled with naivety. Just as he was about to respond to Bulma, Tao Pai Pai seized a stone and hurled it at Ub. At that moment, Ub, no more than 2 or 3 years old, was utterly defenseless. Hao Chen swiftly darted in front of catching the stone mid-flight. As he turned, he noticed Bulma trembling uncontrollably. Bulma? Sensing something amiss, Hao Chen rushed towards her. At that moment, a dagger had been plunged into her heart, and Hao Chen hurriedly withdrew a Sinza bean, eager to revive her. Alas, Bulma had already breathed her last. Chapter 85, Tao Bai Bai, defeated. A wave of fury began to envelop Hao Chen. He turned his gaze towards Tao Bai Bai's position, only to discover that the little specter had vanished. Cursed Tao Bai Bai. Witnessing Bulma fall before him filled Hao Chen with an unprecedented rage. Despite his utmost caution, he had still fallen victim to Tao Bai Bai's treachery. The little specter had first thrown a stone to attack while simultaneously assaulting the nearest Bulma. Hao Chen had been caught completely off guard. Tao Bai Bai, you are doomed, exclaimed Hao Chen, unleashing a powerful aura. Goku, who was climbing the tower, was the first to sense it. This is Hao Chun's energy. Realizing the sudden surge of Hao Chun's power, Goku assumed he was in danger and began his descent. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai in the temple also felt the intensity of Hao Chun's energy, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Tao Bai Bai is in for it now. At that moment, Tao Bai Bai was hiding in the forest, intending to slip away unnoticed. However, he was suddenly struck by the terrifying aura emanating from Hao Chen. This little specter is no ordinary being. With that, he began to inch away cautiously. Hao Chen's aura had enveloped the entire forest. Not even a bird or a monkey could escape his perception. In an instant, Hao Chen appeared before Tao Bai Bai. Are you prepared to descend into hell? Hao Chen said with an impassive expression. Faced with the embodiment of death, Tao Bai Bai fell to his knees once more. I truly realize my mistake. I implore you to spare me. He began to bow his head repeatedly in supplication. Hao Chen remained silent, merely extending a finger towards Tao Bai Bai. The little specter's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Upon witnessing the appearance of Tao Bai Bai, Hao Chun's lips curled into a cold smirk. Ding wave. A surge of energy pierced through Tao Bai Bai's shoulder. Under the influence of the ding wave, Tao Bai Bai was sent flying once more. You can actually use my ding wave. No. Ding wave. Ding wave. Ding wave. After several rounds of bombardment with the ding wave, Tao Bai Bai's limbs were completely pierced by Hao Chun's attacks. At that moment, Tao Bai Bai was utterly incapacitated. Hao Chen. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. After recounting the circumstances, Hao Chen moved, patted Wukong on the back. By now, Tao Bai Bai was half dead. Turning his head, he spotted Wukong and suddenly remembered that he should have been his target. You are indeed in cahoots. Hao Chen, weary of any further dialogue, unleashed a ding wave that shot straight through Tao Bai Bai's head. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, met his demise at the hands of Hao Chen. Upon witnessing this, Wukong inquired about what had transpired. Hao Chen remained silent, directing his gaze toward the lifeless body of Bra in the distance. Following Hao Chen's gaze, Wukong also noticed Bra and the sobbing UPA beside her. As they approached, they discovered that Bra had been killed. After clarifying the situation, Wukong was filled with rage. After all, Tao Bai Bai had come seeking him, and now he was responsible for Uncle Bra's death. With Tao Bai Bai dealt with, Wukong felt he could have dealt with him properly had there been time. After burying Bra, Hao Chen turned to Wukong. Wukong, I would like to ask you for a favor. A favor? What do you need me to do? Hao Chen, I request that after gathering all the Dragon Balls, you revive Uncle Bra. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, UPA, who had been weeping, suddenly perked up. Yes, we still have the Dragon Balls. We can bring Uncle Bra back. Wukong, submerged in sorrow and anger, had momentarily forgotten that the Dragon Balls could grant wishes, despite having obtained the 4-star Dragon Ball left by his grandfather. Hao Chen, then let us seek out the remaining Dragon Balls immediately, Wukong proclaimed, preparing to set off. No, Wukong, first go to Karen Tower to enhance your strength. Hao Chen quickly intervened. Karen Tower was crucial for augmenting his abilities, and if he delayed Wukong, Hao Chen could not bear the consequences. Hearing Hao Chen's words, Wukong wavered. He had previously been informed of Tao Bai Bai's superior strength, and he wondered if there were others of equal might within the Red Ribbon Army. Rest assured, I will find a way to preserve Uncle Bra's body. With that reassurance, Wukong felt completely at ease. After gathering his things, he began to climb Karen Tower once more. Watching Wukong disappear, Hao Chen gently patted UPA's head. Do not be sad. UPA, your father will soon be revived. Chapter 86, Level Task. With Tao Bai Bai resolved, Wukong would likely no longer encounter formidable foes during the Red Ribbon era. Hao Chen expended a point of effort to ensure the protection of Bra's remains. Otherwise, once Goku gathered the Dragon Balls and wished for her resurrection, a mangled version of Bra might emerge, likely terrifying into a state of shock. For the past few days, Hao Chen had remained beneath Karen Tower, attending to who earnestly requested Hao Chen to train him, aspiring to become as formidable as his mentor. Upon witnessing resolute gaze, Hao Chen did not decline and meticulously devised a training regimen for him. One day, While engaged in training a bag descended from the heavens, nearly striking Hao Chun. Who dares to throw objects from such heights? This could be fatal. Hao Chun exclaimed in indignation. Hurried over, alarmed by his brother's outcry. What happened, brother Hao Chun? Hao Chun picked up the bag from the ground, puzzled as to its origin. Upon opening it, he was astonished to discover a 4-star Dragon Ball. Isn't this Goku's Dragon Ball? How did it come to be here? Just as Hao Chun pondered this mystery, Goku leaped down from the tower. Goku, have you completed your training already? Hao Chun inquired, astonished. Even for a Saiyan. Finishing in merely 2 days seemed utterly preposterous. Not at all, Hao Chun. That pesky cat threw down Grandpa's belongings. Goku exclaimed, searching frantically. Goku, the 4-star ball is with me. Hao Chun called out, tossing the Dragon Ball to him. This left Hao Chun and momentarily at a loss for words. As Hao Chun resumed preparing to guide the system's voice echoed once more. The Frisia force will descend upon Earth in 7 days. Mission issued. Travel to Riddick's star and thwart the Frisia force. Difficulty. Completion rewards. Failure penalties. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hao Chun was utterly bewildered. Frisia was coming to Earth? This was entirely unexpected. He opened his previous mission and found that it had neither been completed nor declared a failure. Furthermore, the rewards and penalties for this new mission were shrouded in mystery. A first in his experience. Without further contemplation, he hastily advised and utilized instant transmission to reach Bulma. At that moment, Bulma was still with Master Roshi. Bulma, give me your spaceship capsule. Upon encountering Bulma, Hao Chun wasted no time in making his request. Bulma assumed Hao Chun intended to embark on another cosmic adventure and considered asking to join him. However, Hao Chun understood that this was a first-tier difficulty mission, and bringing her along would be perilous. He declined Bulma's company and promptly boarded the spaceship, setting course for Riddick's star. In just a day and a half, Hao Chun arrived at Riddick's star. However, before the spaceship could land, a wave of energy surged towards it. Fortunately, Hao Chun sensed the impending danger and leapt from the vessel before the energy wave could impact. Upon landing, he discovered that Riddick's star, once devoid of human presence, was now populated by a considerable number of individuals. Observing their attire, Hao Chun recognized them as members of the Frisia force. Who are you? Emerged a voice from the crowd as a figure stepped forward. Upon seeing his appearance, Hao Chun identified him as Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu force. I am the guardian of this planet. Who are you, and why have you come to my world? Hao Chun began to speak nonsensically. He dared not reveal his identity as an Earthling, fearing that inciting Frisia's wrath could lead to a direct assault on Earth, given Frisia's notorious vendetta. After hearing Hao Chun's words, Jinyu pressed the button on his scouter. The data indicated that Hao Chun's battle power was a mere 20. What utter rubbish. A battle power of 20, and you dare claim to be the guardian of this planet? Hao Chun let out a cold laugh and retorted, sometimes, placing too much faith in your so-called instruments can lead to unfortunate consequences. With that, he vanished and reappeared in front of Jinyu, placing his palm against Jinyu's chest. Before Jinyu could react, an energy wave erupted from Hao Chun's hand. When the light dissipated, Jinyu had vanished without a trace. Jinyu has been eliminated. Panic ensued among the remaining members of the Frisia force. Jinyu was considered a formidable presence, and they could scarcely believe that he had been dispatched without even a chance to defend himself. Speak quickly. What is your purpose on this planet? Hao Chun demanded loudly. Addressing the Frisia force members before him, he gathered energy into his hands, directing it toward the massive starship behind them. If you do not speak, you shall all remain here. Hao Chun's mission, as assigned by the system, was to thwart Frisia on planet Ruddix, preventing him from reaching Earth. Thus, he increased his commotion to draw Frisia's attention. Sensing Hao Chun's escalating aura, several members of the Frisia force activated their scouters to assess his battle power. Before long, their devices overloaded and exploded. Those without activated scouters began to sound alarms. Humph, it appears you are the one responsible for the deaths of my men. A voice declared as a figure floated out from the ship. With horns atop his head and a purple crown, he rode a hovering vehicle toward Hao Chun. It was none other than Frisia himself. I was just preparing to scour the planets for you. Yet here you are presenting yourself, Frisia continued. Upon hearing Frisia's words, Hao Chun grasped why Frisia would arrive on Earth within 7 days. Ruddix was not far from Earth, and with Frisia's prowess, he would undoubtedly discover its existence shortly. Who are you, and what do you seek here? Hao Chun inquired. You have slain my men, including Jinyu. It seems your strength is commendable. I offer you 2 choices. 1, join my forces and dominate the universe alongside me. Or 2, I shall eliminate you here and now. Frisia concluded, his gaze fixed coldly upon Hao Chun. With a mere instant, he could dispatch Jinyu, and Frisia estimated Hao Yan's battle power to be roughly around 300,000 to 400,000, believing he could easily handle him in his first form. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Frisia? Eliminate him. Upon this command, Frisia's legion surged towards Hao Yan. Regardless of his strength, he could not withstand our sheer numbers. Kill him. Kill. Except for Frisia, who remained motionless, the others charged towards Hao Yan. The clamor was deafening. Hao Yan did not remain stationary. He too advanced into the fray. As he plunged into the throng, he resembled a wolf among sheep, mercilessly cutting down Frisia's subordinates as if they were mere vegetables. In no time, a significant portion of Frisia's forces had fallen beneath Hao Yian's onslaught. The few survivors began to grasp the terror of Hao Yian and instinctively began to retreat. What a bunch of worthless fools! Frisia snapped, eliminating a retreating member with a wave of his hand. Following this, he soared towards Hao Yian to join the battle. It appeared he had underestimated his opponent. Hao Yian regarded Frisia, surprised that this individual dared to approach him in his first form. Yet, it was not entirely Frisia's fault. Ever since Hao Yian learned to control his aura, he had been suppressing his true battle power. Unable to sense Hao Yian's true strength, Frisia assumed that Hao Yian was only marginally stronger than Jinyu. Just as Frisia aimed a kick at Hao Yian effortlessly parried it. What? Taken by surprise, Frisia was sent flying by Hao Yian's counterattack, crashing directly into a nearby spaceship. Since you wish to play, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Currently, Frisia's battle power was merely over 500,000. Seizing the opportunity before he transformed, Hao Yian prepared to finish him off. High-pressure cannon. As the words left his lips, Hao Yian unleashed his signature move towards Frisia's vessel. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the spaceship was utterly obliterated. The remaining members of Frisia's army, witnessing this destruction, scattered in panic. You cosmic scum. You've done nothing but evil. Stay here on this planet with Frisia. After declaring this, Hao Yian commenced his slaughter of the remaining forces. You bastard. While Hao Yian was engaged with the others, Frisia suddenly soared in from a distance, having transformed into his fourth form. How could this be? He is unharmed. In truth, had that full-powered high-pressure cannon struck Frisia, it would have nearly sealed his fate. However, Hao Yian's kick had also been delivered with full power, not only sending Frisia into the spaceship, but also directly into the ground. Although Frisia sustained considerable injuries, he had survived. System, scan Frisia's battle power. Frisia, in his fourth form, had a battle power of 60 million. Chapter 88, Full Power. 60 million? As Frisia approached, an overwhelming aura nearly forced Hao Yian to retreat. You damned fool. No matter who you are, today I shall surely slay you. At this moment, Frisia was consumed by a fury beyond measure, never having anticipated that he had come perilously close to meeting his demise at the hands of the individual before him. Hao Yian had never encountered such a formidable foe. Unbeknownst to him, an unforeseen twist of fate had brought him face to face with Frisia years earlier than expected. Gazing upon the staggering combat power that exceeded his own by several millions, Hao Yian understood that a mere misstep could lead to his own annihilation at Frisia's hands. With this realization, he declared, tenfold, King's Fist. As Hao Yian's furious shout echoed, the King's Fist empowered him. In mere moments, his combat power soared to a terrifying total of over 14 million. A colossal aura surged forth towards Frisia, overwhelming the remaining members of Frisia's army, forcing them to the ground beneath the weight of their energies. Sensing that his adversary's aura had once again intensified, surpassing even his own, Frisia's expression morphed into one of incredulity. You are a Saiyan monkey? This sensation was reminiscent of his greatest fear, the Super Saiyan. Frisia could not restrain himself from inquiring. What Saiyan monkey? I am Hao Yian, the guardian of this planet. With that declaration, Hao Yian launched the first strike against Frisia. At this stage, Hao Yian's strength was already double that of Frisia, and in their martial exchanges, Frisia found himself repeatedly bested by Hao Yian. Despite the terrifying prowess of Frisia's fourth form, he was still no match for Hao Yian. After several clashes, Frisia bore numerous injuries. In that instant, Frisia charged at Hao Yian once more, delivering a fierce kick, which Hao Yian blocked effortlessly. Following this, Frisia attempted a surprise attack with his tail aimed at Hao Yian's head. To Frisia's astonishment, this unexpected maneuver was deftly countered by Hao Yian, who seized Frisia's tail with ease. What? Frisia exclaimed in disbelief. A tail? I have trained for months to perfect this technique. Upon uttering this, Hao Yian flung Frisia away with a swift motion. Before he could hit the ground, Frisia abruptly turned, pointing his finger at Hao Yian. Death Beam. A violet energy wave shot forth from Frisia's fingertip, racing towards Hao Yian. The distance was negligible, and rather than evade, Hao Yian spread his arms wide to meet the beam. To Frisia's shock, Hao Yian caught his death beam with nothing but his hands, its power diminished yet still formidable. Hao Yian examined his hands, noting only a wisp of smoke rising, with no injuries to speak of. It is time to bring this to a decisive conclusion. With that proclamation, Hao Yian began to amplify his energy, enveloping himself in a radiant aura. The full-powered Kamehameha, surpassing 14 million in strength, was capable of obliterating an entire planet. Frisia, with a combat power of 60 million, stood no chance against such an assault. The immense Kamehameha burst forth from Hao Yian's hands, hurtling towards Frisia in the distance. It is over. As he witnessed Frisia unable to evade the impending attack, Hao Yian proclaimed his victory. The energy wave swiftly enveloped Frisia. However, to Hao Yian's astonishment, the Kamehameha that struck Frisia did not result in a violent explosion, but rather halted upon making contact with him. Do not underestimate me, the Emperor of the Universe. With a furious roar, Frieza astonishingly redirected the Kamehameha's trajectory, sending it hurtling back towards Houchen. Witnessing his own attack approaching him, Houchen hastily attempted to evade, causing the Kamehameha to soar into the sky. How is this possible? Houchen's expression was one of disbelief. How could Frieza, with a battle power of 60 million, withstand his technique? Turning to face Frieza, he discovered that Frieza had already materialized before him and unleashed a punch aimed squarely at his face. Thud! The punch landed solidly, propelling Houchen away with such force that he crashed into the distant forest, toppling who knows how many trees before finally coming to a halt. This marked the first time Frieza had struck Houchen since the battle commenced. Damn, that really hurt. Houchen rose, rubbing his face, and looked up at Frieza hovering above. This scene was eerily reminiscent of the otherworldly space. Self-deprecatingly, Houchen mused. At this moment, Frieza appeared distinctly different, much more robust than before. System scanned Frieza's battle power. Frieza, in his fourth form, at full power, registered 120 million. Chapter 89, The Frenzied Frieza. Has he begun to unleash full power? Observing Frieza emanating a terrifying aura, Houchen remained unfazed. After all, his current battle power still greatly surpassed that of Frieza. You damned little brat. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Frieza glared down at Houchen, who remained unmoved in the face of his full power. The Emperor's pride had been deeply trampled. In an instant, Frieza lunged toward Houchen, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. To Houchen's surprise, despite the vast difference in their battle powers, he found little advantage in the engagement. On several occasions, he was even pressured by Frieza. Fortunately, Houchen's physique was extraordinarily robust, and Frieza's attacks posed no serious threat. Frieza, too, was taken aback that in his full-powered state, he could not best the individual before him. In a moment of fury, Frieza's anger reached its zenith. If that's the case, I shall obliterate both you and this planet. Frieza resolved, willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Houchen. Observing Frieza suddenly halt, Houchen wondered if Frieza was nearing exhaustion. Well then, esteemed Emperor of the Universe, since we are at an impasse, shall we call it a day? Upon hearing Houchen's words, Frieza burst into laughter. Call it a day? Ha! You have no comprehension of the terror that is Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. With that, Frieza began to ascend slowly into the sky. The individual in question harbored no noble intentions. As Frieza's power continued to escalate, Houchen began to feel an unsettling anxiety creeping in. No matter what you intend to do, I will not allow you to succeed. Upon uttering these words, he concentrated his energy, channeling it into his hands, manifesting his unique technique, the high-energy cannon. Humph. At this distance, do you truly believe your attack poses any threat to me? As he spoke, Houchen abruptly vanished from sight. What? Disappeared? Just as Frieza was reeling in shock, Houchen materialized behind him. Full-power high-energy cannon. Upon hearing Houchen's voice from behind, Frieza turned, only to find the high-energy cannon already aimed at him. How is this possible? A roar escaped Frieza's lips as the high-energy cannon engulfed him entirely. The combination of instantaneous movement and a surprise assault caught Frieza off guard. Moments later, Houchen, panting heavily, descended to the ground, gazing at the spot where Frieza had stood, now utterly vacant. I did it. Believing he had vanquished Frieza, Houchen reclined on the grass, inhaling the fresh air that still bore the remnants of their recent battle. Suddenly, a foreboding sensation surged over him, compelling him to leap to his feet. Fixating his gaze on the sky, upon looking up, a cold sweat trickled down his brow. In the distant horizon stood Frieza, battered and bloodied, his purple blood nearly coating his entire form. He was still alive? Houchen was astounded. The full-powered high-energy cannon had struck Frieza directly, yet he remained unyielding. It seems I have underestimated his physical resilience. You wretch! How dare you reduce me to this state? I shall not let you escape my wrath. Frieza declared, gathering a massive amount of purple energy in his hands. I will ensure that you and this planet vanish together. Planetary destruction sphere. As he concluded his declaration, the energy sphere surged forth towards Houchen. That maniac! Houchen sensed the terrifying potency of the energy sphere. In a flash, he retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and swallowed it, instantly revitalizing his strength to its zenith. Kamehameha. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full force of the Kamehameha in an attempt to intercept Frieza's energy sphere. Ha ha ha. Futile. Your primitive techniques can never obstruct my assault. Prepare to disappear along with this planet. Chapter 90. An unexpected turn. This can't be. I cannot withstand this energy sphere. As the planetary destruction sphere drew ever closer, Houchen braced himself to utilize instant transmission to escape to Namek. Just then, violent spatial fluctuations erupted around the planet Rudix. Frieza surveyed the surroundings, mistakenly attributing the disturbance to Houchen's machinations. You scoundrel! What are you plotting now? At this moment, Houchen was perplexed. This was not something he had instigated. He initially assumed it was a peculiar fluctuation occurring before the planet's destruction. Suddenly, he realized that his teleportation ability had inexplicably become unusable. System, what is happening? My teleportation cannot be activated. Observe the spatial fluctuations. A fragmented voice echoed in Hao Chen's mind. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with anything else, as he was acutely aware that the planet-destroying blast was about to strike him, and his teleportation was rendered ineffective. Although he possessed formidable strength, survival in the cosmos was beyond his capabilities. What fluctuations? Think of something quickly, Hao Chen exclaimed in desperation. Abruptly, he discovered that not only was his teleportation disabled, but even the Kamehameha wave he had unleashed was gradually diminishing. Panic overtook him entirely. Just as the Kamehameha in his hands faded into nothingness, Frisia's planet-destroying blast hurtled towards him. The destructive force seeped into the ground until it vanished from sight. Suddenly, Radik's star began to exhibit violent internal fluctuations. With a thunderous boom, Radik's star was obliterated, reduced to mere cosmic dust. Floating in the void of space, Frisia gazed upon the complete annihilation of Radik's star, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Gradually, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! I, Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, am an invincible being. No one can defeat me. After several confirmations, and finding no trace of Hao Chen's energy, Frisia finally felt at ease and soared deeper into the cosmos. Time passed, though Hao Chen remained disoriented when he opened his eyes. Where am I? Am I dead? He found himself in a mountainous forest, surrounded by undulating peaks. Hao Chen attempted to harness his energy, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not summon it. The system. He suddenly recalled the system mentioning some fluctuations that had rendered his skills ineffective. In the end, even the Kamehameha wave had been unsustainable. There was no response. As if the system had never existed at all, Hao Chen felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. He clenched his fist and struck the elderly man before him. Ah! Instead of the sound of a tree falling, a cry of pain escaped Hao Chen's lips. Looking down at his right hand, he noticed the skin had broken under the force of his punch. The tree, however, remained unchanged. Under this dual blow, Hao Chen staggered and lost consciousness. At that moment, a figure approached and paused beside him. Observing the unconscious Hao Chen, the figure smirked before lifting him effortlessly and heading into the depths of the mountains. Goku, have you seen Hao Chen again? Uncle Bra, has Hao Chen visited? Lord Kai, do you know where Hao Chen has gone? Ever since then, it was as if Hao Chen had vanished into thin air. Bulma and Goku exerted every effort to search for Hao Chen, even resorting to the power of the Dragon Balls. Uncertainty clouded their hearts. They were oblivious to whether Hao Chen was alive or dead, to his whereabouts, and even to the very existence of Hao Chen himself. A living soul had aided them time and again, yet now the dragon claimed ignorance of Hao Can's existence. The Supreme Kai, upon learning this, exhibited no bewilderment. Why then did the dragon assert that it could not ascertain Hao Can's existence? Chapter 91. Has Hao Can perished? As time inexorably flowed, Goku continued his training while searching for Hao Can. Each day, Bulma would call out Hao Can's name through the intercom. The moment she heard whispers of Hao Can's presence, she would rush to investigate. On several occasions, she encountered Master Roshi and Yamcha, yet each time, disappointment awaited her. Hao Can, where have you truly gone? During Hao Can's absence, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament took place. The Demon King Piccolo was freed from his seal by the Pilaf gang. Goku trained in the Supreme Kai's palace and ultimately triumphed over the young Piccolo. The Saiyans, including Vegeta, also arrived on Earth, but were ultimately defeated by Goku. Everything unfolded according to the original narrative. Save for one poignant distinction, the memory of Hao Can lingered in the hearts of all. The Supreme Kai often gazed skyward, as though conversing with the cosmos or seeking answers. If he were still here, perhaps the Earth would be more serene. At this moment, Goku was embroiled in a fierce battle with Frieza on Namek. Casting a glance at his companions, Frieza suddenly appeared invigorated. Those around you remind me of a previous adversary. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Goku paused, while Bulma, who had previously shunned confrontation, boldly inquired, "Your adversary? Who might that be?" Observing Bulma's reaction, Frieza deduced their connection. "Ah, it seems you are acquainted. Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. That little brat was slain by me. Ha ha ha. However, you need not fret. I shall soon reunite you with him." Frieza's mocking words pierced their ears like shards of glass. "Impossible. You could not have killed Hao Can." Goku shouted vehemently at Frieza. He had always believed that Hao Can was an extraordinarily powerful being, capable of resolving any predicament with ease. Even during their childhood training, Hao Can had consistently surpassed him. How could he possibly fall to Frieza? Humph. While he did present me with considerable trouble in my final form, he could never hope to be my equal. Soon, you shall witness the terror of this emperor. Following this declaration, Frieza commenced his transformation. Sensing the impending danger, Goku urgently urged his companions to flee. For Frieza's power had already eclipsed his own, and he felt no assurance of victory against him. At this moment, Gohan had brought Bulma and the injured Piccolo to a distant location. Gohan inquired, "Who exactly is Hao Yan?" Piccolo had heard the name Haoyan numerous times before and was astonished to learn that even Frisia was aware of him, igniting a profound curiosity within him. I have never met him. I've only heard my father and others frequently mention Uncle Haoyan's name. They say Uncle Haoyan's strength far surpasses that of my father. However, many years ago, Uncle Haoyan mysteriously vanished, and even the Eternal Dragon could not locate him. Judging by Frisia's reaction, it seemed that Uncle Haoyan might have perished at his hands. After Gohan spoke, Piccolo gazed into the distance at Frisia, contemplating how terrifying Haoyan's power must have been if he could confront Frisia years ago. Impossible. How could Haoyan have died at his hands? Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Bulma could no longer contain her sorrow and began to weep uncontrollably. She refused to believe in the grim reality of Haoyan's demise. Yet she was acutely aware of Frisia's formidable strength. If Haoyan had not perished at Frisia's hand, then why had he not reappeared after all these years? However, the Eternal Dragon's response was unequivocal. If Haoyan were dead, it could resurrect him. Yet, the dragon searched through all the deceased and found no trace of Haoyan. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. Where on earth are you, Haoyan? Bulma lamented, her heart breaking further. Chapter 92, Androids. Krillin. Just as Bulma was engulfed in her sorrowful tears, a voice echoed from afar, Goku's cry. Looking up, she realized Krillin was no longer in sight. At that moment, Goku's energy was surging rapidly. You not only killed Haoyan, you also killed Krillin. I will take you down. With a furious roar, Goku's energy intensified. His hair began to stand on end, turning a brilliant gold. His pupils shifted from black to green. Indeed, this was Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. From a distance, Frisia, witnessing Goku's transformation, recalled the immense pressure Haoyan had once exerted upon him. Goku was now consumed by rage, and the only way to quell his fury was to utterly vanquish Frisia. At last, the tyrant Frisia was defeated by Goku. Before departing, the elder spoke meaningfully to the gathered crowd. That child will not perish. A year later, a sudden wave of powerful, malevolent energy swept across the skies of Earth. Those who had journeyed to Namek immediately sensed one of the energies belonged to Frisia. As they strategized their battle, an even more potent force erupted. In mere moments, Frisia and his companions were utterly obliterated. According to his account, in the years to come, Earth would face an even greater threat. Two extraordinarily strong androids, created by Dr. Gero, would annihilate all the warriors. Furthermore, he recounted to Goku that he was the offspring of future Bulma and Vegeta. Piccolo's hearing surpassed that of others. Despite standing at a distance, he could hear distinctly. The anticipation of a more formidable adversary was palpable. Upon hearing this, Goku felt not trepidation but an increasing excitement. It was evident that the Saiyan blood coursing through him was at play. One must admit, at this juncture, Goku exhibited a certain selfishness. Consumed by thoughts of his own battles, entirely oblivious to the potential calamity that could befall countless innocents should Trunks' words come to pass. Thus, several years swiftly elapsed, heralding the arrival of the androids as foretold by Trunks. Goku and the others arrived ahead of time at the small town where the androids were located. Before long, a fierce battle erupted. At this moment, the power level of Earth's inhabitants was evidently insufficient. Yamcha and Krillin had indeed become significantly stronger than before. However, when faced with the androids, they found themselves utterly incapable of putting up a fight, relegated to mere logistical support. Goku's prolonged overexertion of the Kaioken technique had severely threatened his heart, yet fortunately, future Trunks had delivered a miraculous antidote, sparing Goku from the fate that awaited him in the future. Thankfully, through rigorous training, Vegeta had successfully mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and at this moment, his strength surpassed that of Goku. He swiftly dispatched Android 19 with ease. No, these are not the androids that exist in my world. When Trunks returned once more, he discovered that these two androids were entirely different from those he had encountered in the future. Seizing the moment while everyone was momentarily stunned, Dr. Gero, having transformed himself into an android, stealthily made his way to his secret laboratory. By the time the others arrived, they found two unfamiliar figures had appeared. Upon seeing them, Trunks instinctively took several steps back. It is them, androids 17 and 18. The two androids, seemingly oblivious to the group, began examining the two incubation chambers nearby. 16 and 22. Doctor, it seems you have created even more androids. After speaking, Android 18 prepared to open the two incubation chambers to release the androids within. No, they are still incomplete. Let them go, they could kill us. Stop immediately, Dr. Gero exclaimed, desperately attempting to halt Android 18. However, before he could even touch her arm, Android 17 dashed forward and effortlessly eliminated Dr. Gero. Hearing Dr. Gero's warning, Trunks, having experienced the terror of the androids firsthand, unleashed a full-power energy wave, obliterating Dr. Gero's secret base. You fool, what are you doing? Vegeta had intended to wait until all the androids emerged to deal with them collectively, but he did not foresee this unfamiliar Super Saiyan demolishing everything. You do not comprehend the horror these two embody. If, as Dr. Jero indicated, the remaining androids are even more powerful, the Earth is doomed. Chapter 93. Is Android 22 Houchin? As the smoke cleared, the onlookers discovered that, apart from the fragmented remains of Dr. Jero, two androids and their respective incubation chambers had vanished without a trace. On a nearby hill, androids 17 and 18 appeared, each carrying an incubation chamber. Without uttering a word, they launched their attack, resulting in the destruction of one chamber, which could only be opened. After 18 had spoken, she proceeded to open the chamber she had brought. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from within. His imposing stature was complemented by armor adorning various parts of his body, and he sported a mohawk hairstyle. It was Android 16. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Android 18 scrutinized 16 closely, posing a few questions, yet he remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others noticed their presence and flew toward the hill. "Let us see this," exclaimed 17 as he opened the remaining incubation chamber. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon opening the chamber for Android 22, no one emerged. Android 18 approached for a closer inspection and even touched Android 22, but there was no response. "TCH. It seems this android has failed," she remarked, and without further concern for Vegeta and the others, she took flight into the distance. At this moment, the Supreme Kai was observing the unfolding events. Upon seeing the individual within Android 22, a look of shock crossed his face. Once the androids had flown away, Vegeta, feeling overlooked, pursued them despite Trunks' efforts to restrain him. Trunks, unable to deter Vegeta, reluctantly followed suit, leaving Krillin behind. Krillin had intended to join them, but, driven by curiosity, he approached the incubation chamber of Android 22 to ascertain the appearance of this android. When he finally discerned the visage of Android 22, he instinctively covered his mouth in disbelief. Hao-chun. It's Hao-chun. At that moment, it was unmistakably clear that Android 22 bore the likeness of Hao-chun, who had vanished for so many years, now transformed into an android by Dr. Jero. Resolute, Krillin lifted the unconscious Hao-chun and soared toward Master Roshi's abode. Upon witnessing the unconscious figure before him, Master Roshi scrutinized him for a considerable time. Aside from being slightly taller, his appearance had undergone no significant change. Eventually, Master Roshi confirmed that the individual was indeed Hao-chun without a doubt. Shortly thereafter, Goku and his family arrived at Master Roshi's house. Although Goku had suffered a heart attack, and despite having taken an effective medication, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yamcha, who had accompanied Goku, immediately spotted Hao-chun lying on the bed. "It's Hao-chun. Truly, it is Hao-chun. How wonderful." Overcome with excitement, Yamcha nearly leapt onto the bed, only to be restrained by Master Roshi and Krillin. "We must inform Bulma." Yamcha rummaged through a drawer in Master Roshi's house and unearthed the intercom Bulma had crafted. "Bulma, we found Hao-chun. He is right here with Master Roshi. Do you hear me, Bulma? I'm on my way." The urgency in Bulma's voice resonated through the intercom. After a while, Vegeta and his companions arrived at the Kame house. It was evident that they had suffered greatly at the hands of the androids. However, Trunks noticed that those who remained at the Kame house did not appear anxious. Rather, they seemed considerably more relaxed. Upon entering the room, Trunks was taken aback to find Android 22 lying on the bed. Instantly, he assumed a defensive posture, ready to launch an attack on Hao-yin. Observing Trunks' sudden aggression, his familiar companions quickly positioned themselves in front of Hao-yin. "What are you planning to do?" Although they recognized Trunks' formidable strength, the warriors of Earth showed no sign of retreat, for the figure lying on the bed was their friend. "He is an android created by Dr. Jero. If he awakens, we will all be in grave danger," Trunks hastily explained. In the future, the mere presence of androids 17 and 18 had turned the Earth upside down. Not to mention the addition of androids 16 and 22. "You're talking nonsense. He is not some android. He is Hao-yin, our friend." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta and Piccolo scrutinized Hao-yin carefully. They had only ever heard of him and were astonished to discover today that he was indeed an android created by Dr. Jero. "Then it seems we must subdue you first before dealing with this android," Trunks declared, preparing to attack the group. "Who dares to harm Hao-yin?" A furious shout erupted from outside the house. Trunks turned, instinctively exclaiming, "Mom?" Chapter 94, The Divine Answer. "Who is your mother?" Bulma stormed into the Kame house, positioning herself protectively in front of Hao-yin. "This is wrong. This is all wrong," Trunks thought to himself. By his calculations of the future timeline, Bulma should have already had a child with Vegeta. Yet, as he observed the two, they appeared to be complete strangers. The sight of his mother so fiercely defending this android left him utterly perplexed. Seeing Bulma's distress, Trunks finally lowered his hands and, in a state of dismay, stepped outside the room. "What has happened to Hao-yin?" Bulma questioned the others, her face filled with confusion. Krillin then recounted to Bulma, Piccolo, and the others the details of their discovery of Hao-yin. Upon learning that Hao-yin had been transformed into an android by Dr. Jero, Bulma could no longer contain herself and broke down in tears, embracing Hao-Yin. Dr. Gero had collected data on all of Goku's companions, and he recognized Hao-Yin immediately. Instead of killing him as revenge against Goku, he chose to modify Hao-Yin, intending to use Goku's friend to eliminate him. Such a twisted scheme could only be conceived by the vengeful mind of Dr. Gero. Cough, cough. At that moment, Goku stirred awake, the special medicine evidently having taken effect. Upon seeing Hao-Yin beside him, he leaped up in excitement. Outside, Trunks, upon hearing Goku awaken, divulged all his uncertainties to him. In the future world, there was no individual named Hao-San, and his parents were Vegeta and Bulma. However, in this timeline, everything was different. Goku, with his already expansive imagination, found himself perplexed after listening to Trunks. Perhaps the Supreme Kai could provide some answers. Goku had initially intended to take everyone to train under the Supreme Kai, fully aware that, as things stood, they were no match for the androids. Coincidentally, it was an opportune moment to train at the Supreme Kai's palace and inquire whether the present and future were intertwined in any way. Once Goku concluded his thoughts, the group prepared to set off for the Supreme Kai's palace. Yet, despite everyone's persuasion, Bulma insisted on accompanying them. Thus, Goku cradled Hao-San while Yamcha supported Bulma, and together they soared towards the Supreme Kai's abode. Upon arriving, the group did not hasten to train, instead opting to first consult the Supreme Kai regarding the events surrounding Hao-San. To their dismay, the Supreme Kai was equally perplexed by Hao-San's sudden transformation into an android. The Supreme Kai, upon hearing Goku recount that Frieza had battled Hao-San over a decade ago, noted that according to Frieza, he had defeated Hao-San. Yet, here stood Hao-San, alive and well, suggesting that Frieza had not, in fact, killed him. It was plausible that Hao-San had been gravely injured at the time and subsequently captured and modified by Dr. Gero. True to his reputation as the foremost strategist in Dragon Ball, the Supreme Kai's deductions were remarkably close to the truth. However, if Hao-San had indeed fought Frieza, then the fluctuations of their battle should have been detectable to all. Yamcha voiced his inner doubts. Just then, Bulma exclaimed loudly, "I remember. A decade ago, just before Hao-San disappeared, he urgently sought me out and requested my spaceship. I had intended to accompany him, but he warned me of potential dangers. After that, I never saw Hao-San again." Upon hearing Bulma's account, realization dawned upon the others. That fateful journey into space must have been his confrontation with Frieza. Humph, what a fool. Clearly, he underestimated Frieza's might, venturing alone to battle him and ultimately losing his life. Vegeta scoffed after listening to Bulma. "Bastard, what did you say?" The friends of Hao-San bristled with anger at Vegeta's taunt. "How dare you judge him?" Unfazed, Vegeta regarded Earth's warriors with disdain, believing that only the Saiyans were true warriors in his eyes. "Had Hao-San been here during your first arrival on Earth, he would have easily dispatched you," the Supreme Kai remarked calmly. "From my understanding of Hao-San's capabilities, his decision to confront Frieza suggests that Frieza had posed a significant threat to Earth. Over a decade ago, one could stand against Frieza. Do you truly believe that, given your current prowess, you could rival Hao-Yin?" Chapter 95, Spatial Fluctuations. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai, Vegeta's expression grew grave. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he held Earthlings in contempt, even among his fellow Saiyans. He scorned those of lesser combat abilities. The hierarchy of planet Vegeta was divided into 3 tiers: elite warriors, intermediate warriors, and lower-tier warriors. Proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta belonged to the elite class, while Goku, who had been sent to Earth as a child, was classified as a lower-tier warrior. To Vegeta's astonishment, this seemingly insignificant lower-tier warrior not only surpassed him in strength, but had also mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan long before he did. Thus, after joining the others on Earth, he embarked on an intense training regimen, determined to ensure that Goku, this lower-tier warrior, would not surpass him. Most importantly, it was his pitiful pride that fueled this ambition. "Humph, since he is so remarkable, when he awakens, I shall be the first to challenge him. I will ascertain whether his strength truly measures up." Although Vegeta was impulsive and combative, it did not imply a lack of intellect. Observing the admiration everyone held for the unconscious youth before him, he began to believe their words. Now that Hao-Yin had been located, the primary task was to address the remaining 3 androids. Vegeta calmed himself, and the Supreme Kai commenced an analysis of the situation. Within the sacred world of the Kais, there existed a chamber known as the hyperbolic time chamber. One could spend a year inside, while merely a day passed in the outside world. However, this chamber had its limitations. An individual could only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, and a maximum of 2 individuals could enter at once. Should they exceed this time, the exit to the outside world would vanish, trapping the occupants indefinitely. After explaining, he turned to gaze at the unconscious Hao-Yin, recalling how the once young boy had spent 5 days within. "I shall enter first." Today he was soundly defeated by Android 18, further trampling his already bruised pride. Now, his singular focus was to grow stronger. Seeing Vegeta enter, Trunks pondered for a moment before following suit. The remaining individuals also busied themselves, each finding a place to train. At this moment, Only the Supreme Kai and Bulma remained by Hao Yin's side. Supreme Kai, what has happened to Hao Yin? Why can he not awaken? Bulma, visibly distressed, watched as the Supreme Kai conducted another examination of Hao Yin's condition. He found that, aside from his unconscious state, everything else appeared normal. Yet, no matter the method he employed, Hao Yin remained unresponsive, akin to a dormant plant. Hao Yin, even if you cannot awaken, I shall care for you for all eternity, Bulma declared, cradling Hao Yin's head and speaking tenderly to his unconscious form. Unbeknownst to her, Hao Yin had come to occupy a significant place in her heart over time. The once impish boy had gradually become indispensable to her. You must awaken. Open your eyes. Please, open your eyes swiftly. In that moment, amidst a dark void, a series of calls echoed through the emptiness. Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was enveloped in a realm of profound darkness. You have finally awakened. At that instant, a flicker of white light materialized in the void, revealing that the voice had emanated from this very luminescence. Who are you? Where's this place? I am the observer of the world, the very system you have been incessantly invoking. Upon hearing these words, Hao Chun felt an overwhelming urge to tear the figure apart. He recalled vividly that he had been engaged in a fierce battle against Frisia when, without warning, all his abilities had vanished. It could be said that he had been ensnared by the system. This was not merely a conflict of tens or hundreds of combat power, but rather one exceeding billions. A mere moment of respite could alter the course of the battle. Ah, you have finally revealed yourself. You brought me to Dragon Ball, enabling my continuous growth and strength. Yet at a crucial moment, you abruptly stripped away all my powers. In response to Hao Chen's inquiries, the luminescence began to elucidate. At the final moment, a new temporal wave disrupted this world. Concurrently, in other parallel universes, fierce battles were raging at the same time and location, tearing apart the fabric of the universe's spacetime. It was this very wave that affected my abilities. Since you were orchestrated to enter this world by me, it indirectly impacted you as well. Your disturbance nearly cost me my existence. What kind of disturbance could affect you? Hao Chun roared at the system. The other observers in the parallel universes, I have previously informed you that in your original world, there are numerous observers like myself who select different individuals to enter diverse realms. It was the fluctuations of space that forcibly opened the domains of two observers, leading to the gradual loss of my powers. Chapter 96, A Slumber of Over a Decade. Hao Chun surveyed the surrounding void and posed a question to the system. Floating in such a place was becoming increasingly unbearable. Your body underwent modifications during the loss of my abilities, and I am currently assisting in your recovery. However, I can awaken your physical form right now. Without waiting for Hao Chun to respond, the ethereal light began to shrink. Once it had diminished to the size of a mung bean, it darted towards Hao Chun's head, entering his mind. Once my abilities are fully restored, I shall continue to enhance you in every aspect. After the system finished speaking, a force from afar surged toward Hao Chun. With a piercing scream, he was drawn into this force. At that moment in the celestial temple, the deity had gone to guide others in their training. Besides Bulma, Piccolo approached Hao Chun, displaying a keen curiosity about him. Since Goku's initial confrontation with Hao Chun, he had been incessantly speculating on what might transpire if Hao Chun were present. During the years of Goku's marriage, Piccolo even ventured out in search of Hao Chun. Little did he expect that Hao Chun would appear as an android. His hand, it moved. Suddenly, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, everyone swiftly gathered around. What's the matter, Piccolo? Yamcha asked, appearing perplexed. I just saw his hand move, Piccolo asserted with certainty. At that moment, the group shared a profound bond with Piccolo, possessing unwavering confidence in his perceptive abilities. His declaration indicated that Hao Yin had indeed moved. All eyes converged on Hao Yin, with Bulma fervently calling out his name. Soon enough, Hao Yin's hand twitched once more. Unable to contain their excitement, the crowd began to chant Hao Yin's name. Amidst their jubilant cheers, Hao Yin's eyes gradually fluttered open. Hao Yin, you've truly awakened. Bulma, closest to him, was the first to notice the movement in his eyes. The moment Hao Yin opened his eyes, he beheld Bulma, who appeared to have shed some youthful innocence, now radiating a more mature beauty. Bulma, what happened to you? Ha ha ha, Hao Yin, you're finally awake. Turning towards the source of the voice, he recognized the now-grown Goku. Is that you, Goku? How have you grown so much? Krillin, Yamcha, even Tien and Kaiatsu, whom I've yet to meet. Hao Yin exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? Piccolo, all green and scaly? Overwhelmed by the revelations, Hao Yin nearly fainted again. Wasn't I told to wake up? This must still be a dream. Yet, lying on the ground with his head resting on Bulma's lap, the sensations were undeniably real. Hao Yin, you've been missing for over a decade. What? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Hao Yin sprang to his feet in shock, startling those around him with his sudden movement. Completely bewildered, he struggled to comprehend how, just moments ago, he was battling Frisia on planet Rudex. And now over 10 years had passed in an instant. Seeing the incredulity etched on his face, the others hesitated to speak further. Hao Yin, you've just awakened. Please try to remain calm. The Supreme Kai approached him, offering reassurance. Noting that the Supreme Kai had not changed, Hao Yin felt a sense of kinship. The Supreme Kai glanced at him and said, "Come with me." He then proceeded toward the temple. Although everyone wished to accompany Hao Yin, they ultimately remained seated, understanding that awakening after a long absence would likely be overwhelming. The Supreme Kai, being Hao Yin's first mentor in training, would be better suited to provide the necessary explanations. Chapter 97. Shock Supreme Kai, could you please enlighten me on what has transpired? Once inside the temple, Hao Yin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of the Supreme Kai, "Hao Chun, should you not first enlighten me regarding the events that transpired prior?" Upon hearing this, Hao Chun recounted to the celestial god the ominous aura he sensed descending upon Earth. Thus, he had preemptively journeyed to another planet in an attempt to thwart this malevolent force, only to awaken just moments ago. The celestial god nodded in understanding. During the confrontation with Frisia had remarked upon sensing a familiar presence upon encountering Krillin and the others. This familiarity stemmed from a battle many years prior, where Frisia had faced an individual whose essence closely resembled that of Krillin and his companions. At that moment, the celestial god deduced that the person who had contended with Frisia years ago must undoubtedly be Hao Chun. Little did he know, that brief moment of unconsciousness had spanned over a decade. The extraterrestrial adversary he had fought was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia, who had been vanquished years ago by Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Hao Chun realized they had reached the saga of the warriors. Lamenting that he had not witnessed Goku's initial transformation. "Curse system," he silently cursed. "You were discovered by that little monk named Krillin." "Oh. I recall my last fleeting impression of being ensconced within the forest. I surmised that I had been rescued by someone. Otherwise, had I remained in the wilderness, I would likely have perished long ago. It was Krillin who saved me," he mused with a smile, pondering his fortunate fate, albeit lamenting the lengthy lapse of unconsciousness. "No, it was not Krillin who saved you," the celestial god murmured. Hearing this, Hao Chun cast a puzzled glance at the celestial god. "Was it not Krillin who discovered me? Why then was it not Krillin who rescued me?" he wondered. At this juncture, the celestial god decided to dispense with ambiguity. "The one who saved you is Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, and he has transformed you into an android." Hao Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is the meaning of this? How did I become entangled with Dr. Gero?" The celestial god was unaware of the specifics surrounding Hao Chun's discovery by Gero, but he could only convey that within Gero's final secret base, there existed a cultivation chamber marked with the number 22. Upon its opening, the occupant within was none other than Hao Chun. In other words, the current Hao Chun was now android number 22. Hao Chun was utterly flabbergasted. He had not only been unconscious for over a decade, but had also been transformed into an android by that mad scientist. No wonder the system indicated that my body had been altered. Now it all made sense. Hao Chun mused. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Now that he had awakened, could it be that the system had also restored itself? System, check my attributes. Name, Hao Chun. Age, strength, agility, intelligence, ki, effort value, combat power, skills. To Hao Chun's astonishment, aside from his name, none of his attributes were displayed. With confusion, he inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Restoring," was the only cold response he received, repeated thrice. "Restoring. It appears that Hao Chun's system has not yet fully restored." Once the celestial being relayed all the recent events to Hao Chun, he emerged from the celestial palace. After all, the trajectory of events mirrored that of the original narrative perfectly. The androids 17 and 18 made their appearance, alongside the future Trunks. "Wait, Trunks?" Hao Chun turned to Bulma, surveying her with curiosity. At that moment, Bulma presumed that Hao Chun had suffered a sudden shock, causing his mental state to falter. With reddened eyes, she reassured him, "No matter how you change, I will find a way to heal you." Observing Bulma's demeanor, Hao Chun realized she had misunderstood him. "Bulma, haven't you had a child?" This unexpected question rendered everyone present speechless. "Hey, Hao Chun, you've been missing for so many years. Bulma has been searching for you all over the world. How could she have had a child?" Krillin remarked, now convinced that Hao Chun, after such a long slumber, had become somewhat delusional. Chapter 98. A complete examination. "So, in this timeline, Bulma has not been with Vegeta and has not given birth to Trunks? Bulma has been searching for me." Hao Chun turned again to Bulma, who blushed and lowered her gaze. Just then, Yamcha approached and informed Hao Chun that shortly after his disappearance, Bulma had gone to great lengths to find him, even launching satellites into space. For the past decade, they had seldom seen Bulma. Upon hearing this, Hao Chun reflected that while he had been in a coma, for him, time had merely slipped by in an instant. However, for Bulma, it had been a grueling decade. From the moment he first met Bulma to their last encounter, she had always adorned herself with meticulous care and vitality. A closer examination revealed the exhaustion etched across Bulma's face. "Thank you, Bulma," Hao Chun said as he stepped closer to her. Upon hearing his words, Bulma smiled, though tears continued to stream down her cheeks. In that moment, she felt that all her efforts over the years had been worthwhile. The others, sensing the intimacy of the moment, discreetly stepped away, leaving Bulma and Houchen together. They understood that Bulma likely had much to express to Houchen. Bulma took a seat, and Houchen joined her at her side. Houchen, where have you been? You vanished after taking the spaceship. When we were on Namek, we encountered a formidable individual who claimed to have killed you. However, after gathering the Dragon Balls, I was unable to resurrect you, which is why I believed you must still be alive. Hearing Bulma's inquiry, Houchen felt a wave of frustration. He could have countered Frieza. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could have at least escaped safely. After all, the task assigned by the system at that time was merely to thwart Frieza, preventing him from leading his army to Earth. Regrettably, human calculations fall short of celestial designs. He recounted the series of events to Bulma, including the possibility of being transformed into an android. Upon hearing this, Bulma gazed at Houchen in astonishment. During her time at the Supreme Kai's palace, it was the first instance she had encountered the notion of androids. If it pertained to technology, she believed she could be of assistance. Indeed, Bulma's father was a world-renowned scientist, rivaling even Dr. Gero himself. Surely, if she were modified, he could devise a solution. Houchen mused. As Houchen took Bulma's hand, preparing to use instant transmission, he suddenly remembered that his abilities were currently unavailable. No matter how he concentrated, he could not transfer his energy elsewhere. Bulma, I can't use instant transmission right now. Frustrated, he noted that all his powerful skills were now shrouded in uncertainty, leaving him in a passive state. Houchen, let me help you. Goku approached at that moment. Thank you, Goku. Just take us directly to Bulma's house. Goku nodded and grasped both Bulma and Houchen. And in an instant, they vanished. Moments later, the trio appeared in Bulma's home. I'll return to see you once this matter is resolved. In Goku's eyes, Houchen had transformed into an ordinary person. Moreover, even if Houchen retained his former strength, he would not stand a chance against the androids. After all, Goku's current power could easily obliterate Frieza. Even so, he felt slightly daunted at the prospect of facing the androids. Upon hearing Goku's words, Houchen remained silent. He understood Goku's straightforward nature. He did not mince words. His candor provided a sense of safety. Meanwhile, Bulma anxiously sought out her father, preparing to conduct a comprehensive examination for Houchen. As soon as they entered, Bulma's father called out. Before long, Houchen found himself on the examination table, attended by both Bulma and her father. After the examination, Bulma discovered that many of Houchen's organs had been modified, and most alarmingly, he harbored a super bomb within him. It appeared that Dr. Gero had placed it there as a precaution. Houchen was well aware of this fact, and not only him, androids 16, 17, and 18 also possessed similar devices. Chapter 99, Bulma's Intentions. Once the examinations were complete, it was determined that the bomb within Houchen posed a threat, but the other modified organs would not impede his normal life. Furthermore, Bulma's father noted that one of the modified organs contained an immense energy source, seemingly inexhaustible, continuously supplying power throughout Houchen's body. Initially, Bulma's father intended to remove this organ for further study, but both Bulma and Houchen promptly refused. Bulma's rationale was that since Houchen had only just awakened, extracting these organs could pose unforeseen risks to his well-being. Though his abilities had yet to be fully restored, Dr. Gero's desire to control Houchen was utterly futile. Observing the collective opposition from those around him, Bulma's father refrained from voicing any objections and commenced preparations to perform surgery on Houchen, intending to extract the bomb from within him. At that moment, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. Despite the administration of copious amounts of anesthetic, Houchen remained startlingly alert, showing no inclination towards slumber. With no alternative, they could only urge Houchen to endure the pain as they prepared to perform the incision. This left everyone in a state of astonishment, for Houchen, at that juncture, felt no trace of suffering. Furthermore, upon the removal of the bomb, his wounds began to heal autonomously. It seemed that this was all a testament to Dr. Gero's prowess. Houchen mused. He was particularly intrigued by Bulma's father's mention of the mysterious energy organ within his body. He had intended to inquire with the system, yet the response was persistently limited to the phrase "in recovery." With no other recourse, he resolved to explore this matter on his own. Just as Houchen completed the surgery, he suddenly sensed two formidable auras approaching from a distance, one of which felt strikingly familiar. Rising from his bed, he attempted to attune himself to the locations of these two energies, only for them to vanish almost instantaneously. What was happening? Houchen found himself feeling quite perplexed. At that moment, Bulma entered the room. Unlike before, she now appeared radiant and refined, the weariness and despondency that had previously marred her features completely absent. She had exchanged her athletic attire for an elegant shirt and a pair of form-fitting jeans, accentuating her shapely figure. It was undeniable that during Bulma's teenage years, Houchen harbored no romantic interest in her, viewing her solely as a younger sister. Especially considering he was already in his 30s prior to his arrival in this world and had never experienced love. Now, however, Bulma was of a comparable age to his original world, and she exuded a mature allure that captivated Houchen. Noticing Houchen's unwavering gaze, Bulma smiled confidently, clearly pleased with the effect she was having. Those familiar with Bulma knew her to be audacious, and her demeanor evidently conveyed her affections towards Houchin. In truth, upon entering the Dragon Ball universe, the person Houchin most eagerly anticipated meeting was not Goku, nor Bulma, nor Krillin, but rather Android 18. In his original world, she was his favorite, her strength and beauty both enchanting him. At that moment, while Houchin had begun to develop feelings for Bulma, he remained inexperienced in matters of love, both before and after his journey. Bulma, you still look so beautiful, he managed to stammer after a prolonged silence. Upon hearing his words, Bulma laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. As Houchin scratched his head in confusion, Bulma approached him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. I missed you so much, she confessed, her voice trembling with emotion. Tears of genuine joy streamed down her face as Houchin reciprocated her embrace. Thank you, Bulma. Just as the two were lost in their moment, Bulma's mother entered the room. Honey, would you like a snack? Upon hearing her voice, Houchin and Bulma immediately pulled apart. Bulma's mother paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of their flushed faces, before breaking into a smile. She placed the snacks on the table and swiftly exited the room. Hoo, our Bulma has found her beloved. At that moment, Houchin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He absent-mindedly grabbed a handful of snacks and stuffed them into his mouth, only to find that his taste buds seemed to have vanished. Bulma's face was also flushed, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment or the intrusion of her mother spoiling the moment. Observing Houchin's reaction, Bulma couldn't help but laugh again. She advised him to rest well before heading toward the door. Moments later, her voice echoed back, Mom, don't you ever knock before entering my room? Thus, Houchin settled in for the night at Bulma's home. In truth, after undergoing surgery, his external injuries had healed remarkably quickly. However, he refrained from seeking out Goku and the others, acutely aware that he currently lacked any significant power and could potentially become a burden to the warriors. Besides, he relished the opportunity to spend more time with Bulma. Although their relationship had yet to advance further, both were tacitly aware of their mutual feelings. As night descended and the world prepared for rest, others found solace, but Houchin felt increasingly anxious. He knew that, with the unfolding of the warrior saga, the adversaries he would soon confront would become ever more formidable. If he did not seize the time to regain his strength, he would only find himself in a more precarious position. Damn it, he thought, recalling the confidence he had possessed before his coma. He believed he could manipulate the course of events and wield the system as his ultimate weapon. His power had far surpassed the narrative's progression. He had once fought Frieza at full capacity over a decade ago. The mere thought of Frieza ignited his fury further. Just wait. When I get the chance to descend into hell, I will make sure to give you a thorough beating. At that moment, he heard the door to his room creak open. Bulma entered, holding a glass of warm milk. I thought you might have trouble sleeping, so I brought you a cup of hot milk. With a smile, she placed the drink on the bedside table. Thank you, Bulma. The moment Bulma stepped in dispelled all of Houchin's earlier frustrations, lifting his spirits to new heights. Rather than leaving, Bulma chose to sit on the edge of his bed. Upon witnessing Bulma's actions, Houchin felt an immediate tension envelop him. That Houchin, Bulma stammered. What is the matter, Bulma? Houchin inquired, his anxiety surpassing hers. See, could you be my boyfriend? After a brief hesitation, Bulma summoned the courage to voice her feelings. In truth, she had hoped Houchin would take the initiative to express his affection first. However, after observing his nervous demeanor that afternoon, she surmised that he was quite shy. Thus, she resolved to shatter the glass wall of uncertainty herself. As Bulma articulated her feelings, Houchin remained silent, his gaze fixated on her face. To her surprise, Houchin's unwavering stare made her feel bashful as well. I'm asking you a question, Bulma reiterated. Still, Houchin did not respond. Instead, he embraced her. I would certainly like that. After a moment, their lips met in a deep kiss. For someone as inexperienced as Houchin, resisting Bulma's allure was an impossible feat soon enough. He began to respond in kind. Gradually, their lips parted. Bulma, do you think this is happening too quickly? Houchin panted, still catching his breath. After all, he had just awakened from a long slumber, and everything felt like it had transpired in an instant. No, Houchin, Bulma tenderly caressed his face. I have waited for over a decade. Those years have felt unbearably slow to me. You are the most important person in my life. With that declaration, she leaned on him once more, kissing him again. That night, they solidified their relationship and indulged in the sweetness of forbidden fruit. By the time they fell asleep, the clock had already struck midnight. Chapter 101, Secrets of the Body. The following afternoon, Houchin groggily awoke. Bulma's parents had wisely refrained from disturbing them, understanding well the exuberance of youth. Glancing at Bulma beside him, he noticed a gentle smile gracing her features. This slumber had been the most peaceful he had enjoyed in years. Captivated by her charming visage, he pressed a soft kiss upon her cheek. Bulma seemed to sense his affection, stretching languidly as she stirred awake. You're awake, Bulma. Upon opening her eyes and meeting Houchin's gaze, she immediately embraced him again. Their closeness palpable. All right, it's already noon. We should get up. At Hao Yan's words, Bulma reluctantly disentangled herself from him. Once they donned their clothes and exited the room, they discovered Bulma's mother had prepared a lavish lunch. Ah, you're awake. Bulma's mother beamed at them, which made Hao Yan feel rather bashful. Hello, auntie. Oh, come and eat. Bulma's mother exclaimed, her knowing smile suggesting she understood their bond. It seems we should choose an auspicious day to host a splendid wedding for you both. As Hao Chun was dining, he nearly spat out his food upon hearing Bulma's mother's words. In contrast, Bulma surprisingly did not refute her mother's statement. Instead, she broke into a smile. This was, of course, what she had hoped for. Am I truly going to marry Hao Chun? I must become a good wife. After listening to her mother, Bulma began to envision her life after marriage. In truth, the prospect of leading a simple, unadorned life with Hao Chun filled him with joy as well. However, he pondered the implications of marrying Bulma. What would happen to her if he were to leave one day? His system was currently incapable of assisting him. Well, he thought. One step at a time. He chose to dismiss the troubling thoughts, believing that the system would eventually restore itself. At that moment, a noticeable tremor shook Bulma's home. Oh no, an earthquake. Bulma's mother remarked, unfazed by the minor quake, confident in the strength of their home. Yet, Hao Chun felt differently. This was no ordinary earthquake. He sensed several powerful energies approaching from afar, one of which was the familiar presence he had sensed the day before. The tremors were a result of these energies. Noticing the serious expression on Hao Chun's face, Bulma surmised that this earthquake was indeed significant. Hao Chun, I need to step out for a moment. Will you wait for me at home? Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, Bulma's heart was filled with 1,000 objections. They had just established their relationship. What if something unexpected happened while he was out? Hao Chun understood Bulma's concerns, but there were certain matters he felt compelled to address. Given his current state and the ineffectiveness of his system, he had to locate androids 17 and 18 before Cell did. It was crucial to uncover the nature of his present condition. Could he remain ignorant of the truth for a lifetime if the system never recovered? After listening to Hao Chun's explanation, Bulma ceased her protests. While she had initially wanted to accompany him, she recognized that he might not be able to protect her against such formidable foes. With that, Hao Chun departed. As he stepped outside, it suddenly struck him. Damn. I no longer have my skills. How will I get there? Frustrated, he cursed softly. Surely he couldn't take a taxi at the rate of a car. By the time he arrived, everything would be over. Just then, a remarkably fast car sped down the street, and the driver, startled by the sight of Hao Chun standing in the middle of the road, slammed on the brakes. As the vehicle approached, Hao Chun reacted quickly, darting across to the other side of the street. When the car came to a halt, the driver found that no one had been hit, and the figure standing in the road had seemingly vanished into thin air. Convinced it was a figment of his imagination, the driver muttered a few curses and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Hao Chun was astonished to find himself standing several hundred meters away, marveling at his newfound speed. With just a quick motion, he had covered such a distance. It appears that my current physique harbors significant secrets. Contemplating this, Hao Chun once again sensed the two formidable auras. Upon confirming his destination, he swiftly sprinted toward the location. His speed was astonishing, stirring quite a commotion along his path. Passers-by merely perceived a peculiar gust of wind that swept through and vanished, with no one able to discern what had just transpired. Chapter 102. The Convergence of Artificial Beings? As Hao Chun ran, he attuned himself to the state of his body. To his astonishment, despite exerting his utmost in this sprint, his energy remained perfectly stable. It felt as though this vigorous exertion was as effortless as a casual stroll or conversation, without any sign of discomfort. The powerful auras originated from a distant island. Without hesitation, Hao Chun traversed the sea. What an exhilarating sensation. Hao Chun's velocity even surpassed that of his pre-coma mastery of the sky dance technique. On the island, two individuals were engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was Android 17, while the other was Piccolo. Hao Chun recognized the familiar aura emanating from Piccolo. It turned out that the deity had discovered the ultimate android, Cell, who had traversed from the future to this realm within the temple, and thus chose to merge with Piccolo. This fusion significantly enhanced Piccolo's power, enabling him to contend with Cell's initial form. Regrettably, Cell, the android in question, exhibited a lack of martial ethics when faced with a challenge. He fled and began to voraciously absorb human energy, growing increasingly potent. Unable to locate Cell, and having received news of androids 17 and 18, Piccolo resolved to eliminate these two androids first. With so many adversaries at hand, he would tackle them in order of priority. The familiar aura sensed by Hao Chun was, in fact, a faint trace of the deity's presence emanating from Piccolo after their fusion. However, Piccolo was unprepared for the realization that even in his ultimate form, he could not overcome Android 17 and was being suppressed, all while Androids 16 and 18 remained idle. As the battle between the two intensified, everyone noticed a small wave forming on the distant sea, rushing toward them at an incredible speed. With his heightened perception, Piccolo quickly discerned that the surface disturbance was not merely waves, but rather a person. It was him. Upon recognizing the figure, Piccolo immediately identified Hao Chun, who had awakened and was now sprinting toward him at an extraordinary pace. Could it be? Piccolo felt a surge of anxiety. He knew that Hao Chun had been a friend of Goku and the others during their childhood, but had subsequently vanished. When Hao Chun was rediscovered, he had already been transformed into an android by Dr. Gero. At that time, Hao Chun had seemed like an ordinary person, but now, he evidently possessed greatly enhanced abilities. Moreover, his objective might very well be to rendezvous with these androids. In other words, Hao Chun is allied with these individuals. Piccolo, unaware of the events that transpired at Bulma's residence, conjectured that since they were both androids, it was highly likely they were adversaries. Alas, Piccolo contemplated. Is that number 22? At that moment, number 18 also recognized the figure. It was indeed the individual from the incubation chamber designated for number 22. It seems they have awakened. Just as Hao Chun was about to reach the shore, Piccolo unexpectedly hurled an energy wave in his direction. Hao Chun could hardly fathom that Piccolo would launch an attack against him. Caught off guard, Hao Chun was struck directly by Piccolo's energy wave. He hit the target. Piccolo was taken aback, astonished that he had so easily landed a hit. He had merely intended to test his opponent's strength. Had he known, he would have unleashed his full power from the outset. As the smoke cleared, Hao Chun re-emerged in the sky, landing before Piccolo. Piccolo had not anticipated that a single attack would incapacitate the person before him. Yet, despite the direct hit, Hao Chun appeared unscathed. Seeing Hao Chun standing defiantly before him, Piccolo braced himself for a battle. Piccolo, are you out of your mind? Why are you attacking me? Hao Chun felt a wave of frustration. He had come to offer assistance and had never wronged Piccolo, so why was he being greeted with an assault upon their first encounter? However, under Piccolo's onslaught, Hao Chun became increasingly convinced that his current physique was far from that of an ordinary person. While dashing across the ocean's surface, he recalled that the Supreme Kai had fused with Piccolo, making the latter a Super Namekian. Although Piccolo had not exerted his full strength in that strike, Hao Chun remained entirely unharmed. This indicated that his own body was indeed formidable. He would settle this score later. After stating this, Hao Chun turned and made his way towards the position of Android 17. Upon arrival, he realized that it was indeed number 22. And Android 17 displayed no signs of hostility towards him. I have a few questions for you, he said. Chapter 103, Obeying Orders. Oh, what questions? Hearing Hao Chun's words, number 18 approached as well. At this moment, Hao Chun seized the opportunity to scrutinize number 18, a character he had admired most in his original world. With her golden hair, striking features, a blue vest on top, a matching blue skirt below, and black leggings accentuating her long legs, she was indeed a sight to behold. I already have Bulma. Perhaps I should let this go, Hao Chun pondered. I'm asking you a question. What do you want to know? Number 18 reiterated with a hint of impatience. One could hardly blame her. Hao Chun had approached with an inquiry, yet seemed transfixed upon her, utterly unresponsive. The onlookers began to wonder if Hao Chun had experienced another malfunction. Who could have imagined that his thoughts were consumed by such matters? My apologies. At this moment, Hao Chun finally realized that this was not the time for such thoughts. We have all been transformed into artificial beings by Dr. Gero. Yet I am utterly unable to perceive my own strength. Do you possess any methods to assist me? Upon finishing his words, Hao Chun looked at androids 17 and 18 with anticipation. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. It seemed that the malfunction of android 22 had not yet been resolved. This was the conclusion they both reached simultaneously. Why is it necessary to sense one's own power? From a distance, the voice of android 16 resonated. Hao Chun turned to look, and there sat 16, resting beneath a massive rock, adorned with numerous small birds that seemed utterly unafraid of him. Every individual possesses varying degrees of strength, whether great or small. What truly matters is the purpose behind that strength. If it is to protect one's family, beloved, and companions, even the smallest power can burgeon into formidable force. When faced with a formidable adversary, if your strength is great, yet you dare not strike, then your might is no greater than that of an ant. The magnitude of your power is contingent upon your inner resolve. After delivering his thoughts, Android 16 turned his attention away from Hao Chun and resumed playfully interacting with the small birds on him. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, puzzled. So, did you all comprehend what Android 16 just conveyed? Hao Chun queried as he turned to Android 17 and 18. It was evident that the two had grown accustomed to 16's manner of speaking, which could be summed up as incomprehensible. Hao Chun then glanced at Piccolo, who remained silent. With a sigh, Hao Chun realized that he would need to ponder 16's words deeply. After all, in the original narrative, Android 16 was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed profound insights. Seeing that Hao Chun had finished asking questions, Android 17 turned to him. What is your mission? Android 22? Dr. Gero has stated that your power is exceptionally formidable and could potentially annihilate us all. Was your creation intended to eliminate Son Goku? After Android 17 spoke, Hao Chun scratched his head. It was pointless to speak of any mission when he was unaware of his own modification. Upon reflecting on the thoughts in his mind, Hao Chen discovered that his mindset remained unchanged from before. He harbored no animosity toward anyone, nor did he possess any desire to defeat or kill anyone. Except for one individual, that abominable Frisia. Yet, Hao Chen was well aware that Frisia was a matter predating Dr. Jero's involvement. Thus it could only be deemed a personal concern of his own. I just considered it, and I have no mission. Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, the three androids, including Android 16, found this notion implausible. Dr. Jero's hatred for Son Goku had reached its zenith. How could he possibly create an immensely powerful android without assigning any mission? Could Dr. Jero be so benevolent? The answer is, of course, a resounding no. Aside from Hao Chun, the other androids present, including Android 16, were modeled after Dr. Jero's own child. On the 17th and 18th, they were initially abducted by Dr. Jero, who subsequently transformed them into artificial beings. This explains the profound animosity that both 17 and 18 harbor towards him. As for Hao Chun, he was inadvertently discovered by Dr. Jero and subsequently modified. However, the three of them were given a specific directive to eliminate Sun Wukong. That old scoundrel, why did he only issue orders to us? 17 recalled Dr. Jero and felt a surge of anger. You refer to him as an old scoundrel. Does that not render his commands insignificant? Hao Chen interjected. Unexpectedly, upon his utterance, both 17 and 18 turned to him with astonishment. Did I say something amiss? Chapter 104, A Ceasefire. You despise him so, yet why adhere to his commands? You are not like 16, who is a mere amalgamation of machinery and data. Perhaps my early release from your grasp accounts for my indifference towards Dr. Jero's nonsensical orders. Since you are capable of vanquishing Dr. Jero, it proves that. Although he altered you, he did not entirely supplant your consciousness. Observing the incredulous gazes of 17 and 18, Hao Chen expressed his thoughts. In his original world, he found it perplexing that 17 and 18 would not follow Dr. Jero's directives, even going so far as to kill him. Nevertheless, they continued to seek out Sun Wukong. Thus, their disposition did not exhibit the same malevolence as that of future Trunks' timeline, which was steeped in violence and destruction. Moreover, upon their emergence in this world, aside from commandeering a vehicle and acquiring a few garments, 17 and 18 had not committed any grievous acts. Well, apart from thoroughly thrashing Vegeta and the others. Yet, upon reflection, it is notable that after their release, they initially endured a full-force strike from Trunks. Rather than retaliate, they liberated the fellow artificial being, 16. Naturally, due to Hao Chen's own modifications, he too was set free. They then disregarded the aggressive Trunks and his companions, soaring away instead. This led to an enraged Vegeta seeking confrontation, while Piccolo and the others, unable to deter him, reluctantly pursued. Consequently, they were soundly beaten, which was entirely to be expected. You come to bully me, yet expect me not to retaliate? If such actions are deemed villainous, consider this. During his battle with 18, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated a car, with the driver still inside. Meanwhile, the transformed Lan Chi, in her Super Saiyan form, exhibited a brutal nature, often resorting to robbery and murder. In comparison, the deeds of 17 and 18 seem trivial. This is why Hao Chun holds such admiration for 18 in the Dragon Ball universe. She is inherently not a villain. Of course, this does not extend to the 17 and 18 of Trunks' era, for those two are genuinely malevolent. After listening to Hao Chen's analysis, androids 17 and 18 fell into contemplative silence. Ever since their emergence, the figure of Sun Wukong had lingered in their minds, and the directive issued by Dr. Jero was to eliminate him. That old scoundrel had met his own demise. Why should they adhere to his orders? If they were not to pursue Sun Wukong, then what were they to do? Android 17 retorted to Hao Chun. As for me, I have numerous aspirations, Hao Chun replied. I wish to earn money, support my family, marry, and live a fulfilling life. There is nothing complicated about it. Observing Hao Chen's candidness, both 17 and 18 seemed to be stirred internally, taking a seat in pensive silence, lost in thought. At that moment, Hao Chen approached Piccolo, who assumed he was about to be attacked, and immediately prepared for combat. Piccolo, are you really going to strike me? I am here to broker peace. Hao Chen expressed his exasperation. Why are you so defensive? Our primary concern is not with you two, but with Cell. Upon hearing the name Cell, Piccolo was taken aback. If only the Supreme Kai were still around, I wouldn't need to explain this to you, he lamented. Since Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai, he was unaware of all the discussions Hao Chun had previously held with him. After a brief explanation, Piccolo realized that Hao Chun had indeed arrived from the future. Although shocked, he recalled Trunks' earlier revelations and began to accept it. Having clarified matters, Hao Chun then brought Piccolo to where androids 17 and 18 were situated. Your battle is utterly futile. A formidable adversary now exists who will absorb you into his perfect form. He is another of Dr. Jero's creations. No, he is the ultimate android. His name is Cell. Chapter 105, The Super Android. Our unified enemy is Cell, a being devoted solely to destruction and slaughter. Should he absorb you as well? No one would stand a chance against him. Hao Chen commenced his account of Cell's origins. Before he could finish, Piccolo noticed a shadowy figure approaching from a distance. Alarmed, he gazed toward the figure, prompting the others to follow his gaze. Who else could it be but Cell? As he advanced, a tremendous aura began to emanate from him. He has grown even stronger. Piccolo realized, sensing that Cell's power now far exceeded his own. It appeared Cell had absorbed countless humans to amplify his strength. Meanwhile, Goku and the others at the Supreme Kai's realm sensed Cell's overwhelming energy, filling them with trepidation. Cell's current power surpassed that of everyone present. They could only hope that Vegeta and Trunks would emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber soon. Ha! I found you. 17, 18. Cell exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, androids 17 and 18 reacted, recognizing him as the ultimate android that Hao Chen had mentioned. Cell's gaze was fixated solely on 17 and 18, completely ignoring Hao Chen and the others. Observing the creature resembling a large beetle, known as Cell, Hao Chen felt a sense of curiosity. Although Cell exuded an unmistakably formidable aura, it did not seem to affect him in the slightest. System, how is your recovery progressing? Hao Chen inquired, as he could only rely on the system at this moment. Recovering, came the familiar three-word response. When on Earth will you be fully restored? Hao Chen exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, Cell was already preparing to launch an assault on Android 17. A peculiar phenomenon occurred. While Piccolo failed to react to Cell's movements, Hao Chen could see everything with clarity. No matter, I shall give it a try. With that proclamation, Hao Chen charged towards Cell, who was poised to attack 17. To everyone's astonishment, Hao Chen's strike sent Cell hurtling away, crashing into a distant hill. With a resounding boom, the hill was reduced to ruins. Piccolo, who had intended to lend assistance, stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 22 is remarkably strong, Android 16 remarked to Android 18, having witnessed Cell being sent flying. In truth, it was evident to all, none had anticipated the sheer power of Hao Chen's recent blow. Indeed, Hao Chen mused, clenching his fist as he gazed at the now distant Cell. After leaving Bulma's residence, he had endured a powerful energy wave from Piccolo without sustaining any injury. This had led him to suspect that, following Dr. Gero's extensive modifications over the years, his abilities had undergone a dramatic transformation. However, with the system's disappearance, he was unable to ascertain the exact nature of his current strength. Judging by appearances, his prowess was certainly on par with Android 16. Moments later, Cell emerged from the debris, having been singularly focused on absorbing Android 17, neglecting everyone else. To his surprise, a figure of formidable strength had appeared unexpectedly. You bastard! Who are you? Cell demanded, finally scrutinizing Hao Chen, noticing that he bore no resemblance to Piccolo and, like Android 17 and 18, appeared to be a human from Earth. Me? Hao Chen pointed to himself, suddenly struck by an idea. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Super Android 22. You may also call me Hao Chen. With that declaration, he struck a pose. Though not as grandiose as Gohan's, it left the onlookers bewildered. Super Android 22? Cell pondered Hao Chen's words, rapidly processing the information. He, too, hailed from another dimension, yet he had no recollection of any Super Android 22. In contrast, he had been granted the title of Ultimate Android by Dr. Gero. Where did this Super Android spring from? You are an android as well? Cell questioned Hao Chen skeptically. Did that old bastard Gero not inform you? He wouldn't he have only told you that you could absorb 17 and 18 to become your perfect form, without mentioning that 22 can also absorb you. Hao Chen retorted before launching yet another assault on Cell. This time, Cell directed all his attention towards Hao Yin. However, to his astonishment, despite his intense focus on Hao Yin, he found himself unable to decipher his opponent's attacks. In an instant, the once formidable Cell was rendered powerless against Hao Yin's onslaught. Ha! This feels incredible, Hao Yin exclaimed as he relentlessly pummeled Cell. The scene felt oddly surreal. After being unconscious for over a decade, Hao Yin awoke to discover that his system and skills were inoperative. He realized he would have to survive cautiously until his system was restored, which was essential for his survival. To his surprise, Dr. Gero had transformed him into such a formidable being. Hao Yin felt an overwhelming urge to drag Dr. Gero from the ruins and shower him with affection. Chapter 106, The Mix-Up. Perched atop Cell, Hao Yin rained blows upon his face. The commotion instilled considerable fear in the distant figures of Piccolo, Androids 17 and 18. Even Tien, who had rushed over to assist, was momentarily stunned in midair. Is that Monster 16? Who among you is stronger? Android 18, witnessing Hao Yin's actions, was equally startled. She could sense that Android 16 was indeed exceptionally powerful. Yet, she was uncertain about how Hao Yin compared to him. He could kill me, 16 remarked flatly, observing the battlefield. Hao Yin was not like those Saiyans. After suffering a setback at the hands of Frieza, he had learned that in a favorable situation, being reckless often led to defeat. In his previous life, While watching the anime, he noticed that both Piccolo and the androids had opportunities to eliminate Cell's first form, yet they hesitated. When Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he too could have easily dispatched Cell, but he chose to toy with him instead. The consequence was nearly catastrophic. Earth was on the brink of destruction, Goku lost his life, and several others, including King Kai, were affected. Thus, upon realizing that the current Cell was no match for him, Hao Yin decided to seize the moment and eliminate him. Just as Hao Yin was reveling in his attacks, Cell's tail stealthily slithered around behind him. "Be careful," Piccolo shouted. No sooner had the warning left his lips than Cell's tail lunged towards Hao Yin's back. "By absorbing you, I will also grow stronger," Cell roared. At the moment Cell's tail pierced Hao Yin's back, Hao Yin swiftly grasped the tail's sharp end with both hands, planting his feet firmly on Cell's body. "Is this what you call a sneak attack?" Hao Yin retorted, applying force. With a scream, Cell felt Hao Yin yank his tail off with brute strength, discarding it to the side before delivering a powerful kick that sent Cell flying. This time, Cell used his flight technique to halt his descent midair. "Damn you," he cursed, as a new tail rapidly sprouted in place of the severed one. "Cursed. I forgot this creature possesses Piccolo's cells and has regenerative capabilities. I was so focused on the fight." In the air, Cell assumed a stance that was immediately recognized by everyone present, save for a few androids. Kamehameha. A colossal Kamehameha surged forth from Cell's hands, hurtling towards Hao Yin. "Kamehameha? By the time you learned that technique, I was already far beyond you," Hao Yin declared, mirroring Cell's pose. Kamehameha. His hands thrust forward towards Cell. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from Hao Yin's position, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground trembled once more, and Bulma, at home, felt the intense vibrations. "Hao Yin, you mustn't be harmed," she silently prayed. "Ha! What a so-called super android. Merely a brute." Cell laughed heartily as he descended to the ground. It turned out that Hao Yin had indeed mimicked the Kamehameha stance, astonishing all onlookers. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite Hao Yin's precise posture, no energy blast emerged from his hands. Consequently, he was struck squarely by Cell's Kamehameha. Piccolo and others harbored the same thought as Cell. That bothersome fool has been dealt with. Now it's your turn. Cell cast his gaze upon androids 17 and 18. Unlike before, Piccolo, android 16, and Tien stepped forward, shielding 17 and 18 behind them. "You too, run. We'll hold him off," Piccolo urged. "Ha! You pitiful insects think you can stand against me?" Cell scoffed, striding towards them. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from Hao Yin's previous location. What? Cell's eyes widened in disbelief at the massive crater he had created. He had been certain that his Kamehameha had annihilated Hao Yin, leaving no chance for survival. "Damn it, I forgot that I couldn't utilize my skills. Damn system." Hao Yin cursed as he crawled from the crater. Indeed, Cell's strike had landed solidly on him. Fortunately, Dr. Gero had augmented his body to be extraordinarily resilient, preventing him from being obliterated, though he had sustained various injuries. However, his wounds began to heal slowly, albeit not as swiftly as Cell's. "Are you done playing? Now, allow me to absorb you, Cell." At this moment, Hao Yin appeared more villainous than Cell himself. Chapter 107. Cell's Dread. Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, an unexpected fear welled up within Cell. Not only Cell, but even Piccolo and the others began to wonder if Hao Yin had truly succumbed to darkness. They were perplexed. There was no discernible aura emanating from Hao Yin, yet the sense of dread he exuded was palpable. You monster." Cell, once brimming with confidence, now found himself retreating. He had come to the grim realization that Hao Yin genuinely intended to absorb him. Did Dr. Gero create me solely to serve as his sustenance? Cell now found himself grappling with existential doubts. He chuckled wickedly. "Come, allow yourself to be absorbed. Your very existence is destined to nourish me." Hao Chen, with a sinister grin, taunted Cell, eager for him to experience the sheer terror of being dominated. At this moment, Cell contemplated retreating, seizing the opportunity to escape, and subsequently absorb some humans before returning for androids 17 and 18. Solar Flare. As Hao Chen approached, Cell unleashed Tien Shinhan's technique, the Solar Flare. The brilliance of Cell's attack blinded everyone, and when the light faded, he had vanished from sight. "Damn it, did he escape?" Piccolo cursed, beginning to sense Cell's energy. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not locate Cell's position. He had concealed his energy. It was likely he had not gone far. Hao Chen realized that if Cell had fled with all his might, a trace of his energy would have been detectable. Yet, everyone sensed nothing of Cell's presence, indicating that he was likely hiding nearby, either planning a surprise attack or making his escape. Hao Chen felt an overwhelming frustration. If only his abilities were restored, he could easily find Cell, regardless of his concealment. Although he possessed the strength to suppress Cell, he lacked any skills and dared not stray too far from androids 17 and 18. Currently, Cell's primary objective was undoubtedly to absorb the two androids, as this would rapidly augment his power to defeat Hao Chen. Piccolo shared this thought, aware that he could not contend with Cell alone, thus remaining close to Hao Chen. After a thorough search yielded no results, Houchin concluded that they were at a disadvantage. 17, 18, let us depart from this place together. He had resolved to take everyone to the sacred world of the Kais. As long as the two androids were not absorbed by Cell, he would not gain significant strength, regardless of how many humans he consumed. As for those who perished at Cell's hands, they could simply be revived by the Dragon Balls later. Through their recent battle, androids 17 and 18 had shed any animosity towards Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, thus agreeing to Houchin's proposal. Just as they prepared to fly away using the flight technique, they noticed Houchin remained grounded. "Aren't you coming, 22? Android 18 turned to see Houchin standing still and inquired. "I can't use my flight technique anymore. That's why I ran over," Houchin admitted awkwardly. Despite his formidable power, he found himself devoid of any skills. Just as Cell had remarked, he was left with nothing but brute strength. Then, Android 18 wrapped her arms around Houchin's waist, lifting him into the air. As long as it's not a Princess Carrie, Houchin thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. Once everyone had taken flight, amidst the ruins of the earlier island, Cell emerged slowly. "Wait for me, 22. Before long, I shall eliminate you." On this occasion, Piccolo inquired of Houchin regarding their intended destination. When Houchin articulated his thoughts to Piccolo, the latter concurred that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Thus, the group set forth to soar towards the heavenly temple. "Number 22, your prowess is astonishing. Yet, during our battle, I sensed not a trace of your aura, as though you were a mere phantom." Number 18, accompanying them, expressed admiration for Houchin's combat abilities, while simultaneously pondering the absence of any energy fluctuations emanating from him. "I cannot ascertain the reason. I remain oblivious to the machinations of that old scoundrel, Jero." Reluctantly, Houchin resigned himself to attributing the blame to Dr. Jero. "Furthermore, is it true that you claimed you would absorb Cell?" During the conflict, Houchin had asserted that Cell would willingly succumb to his absorption. Except for Piccolo, the others were convinced. Haha, how could that be? I am no monster. My assertions regarding being a super android and absorbing Cell were mere fabrications, strategies to instill fear in him, thereby facilitating his demise. Houchin's words resonated with the group, prompting laughter from Piccolo and Tien. The recollection of Cell's fearful expression was indeed gratifying. Chapter 108, The Brink of Confrontation. As the group journeyed towards the heavenly temple, they engaged in conversation. Numbers 17 and 18 recounted their harrowing experience of abduction by Dr. Jero and the subsequent transformation into androids. Upon learning of their backgrounds, Piccolo and Tien felt a profound emotional connection. When inquiries arose regarding number 16's origins, he remained mysteriously silent. After all, number 16 was a purely mechanical being, unlike numbers 17 and 18, who were human modifications. Yet, Houchin understood that beneath his mechanical exterior, number 16 harbored a deep kindness. However, his programming included directives to eliminate Goku. Upon arrival at the heavenly temple, Houchin pondered the need for caution should a conflict ensue between these two. "Houchin, how were you transformed by Dr. Jero?" Number 17 questioned him. "So, you have been under Dr. Jero's influence for over a decade?" Number 18 exclaimed in astonishment. "No wonder your strength is so formidable. I suspect that Dr. Jero restricted your abilities out of fear that you might awaken and elude his control. Hence, he imposed certain limitations upon you." Number 18 contemplated this seriously, regarding Houchin with an expression of understanding. It must be so." Houchin, unsure of what to say, merely nodded in agreement with number 18's assertions. Before long, they reached the heavenly temple. Goku and the others had already sensed the approaching auras of Piccolo and Tien. Moreover, they noted the sudden disappearance of the malevolent energy. Goku presumed that Cell had been vanquished by the combined efforts of Piccolo and the others. However, upon their arrival at the heavenly temple, they were taken aback to see standing behind Piccolo none other than androids 16, 17, and 18. With number 18 holding Houchin in a firm grasp, everyone believed that Houchin had been captured by the androids. "You, release Houchin at once." As soon as Wukong's words fell, those training in the divine temple immediately assumed their stances. Clearly, there was a misunderstanding. After all, their training in the time chamber of the divine temple was precisely to confront these androids. Upon witnessing their arrival, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Calm down, Houchin rushed forward. "They are not our enemies." Piccolo also addressed Wukong. "Not enemies?" Hearing Piccolo's words, the crowd was taken aback. "Hey, Piccolo, are you confused? They are androids. They nearly killed Vegeta," Krillin said, looking at the group before him. "Piccolo is right, Krillin. They are not foes." Houchin stepped forward as well. He proceeded to recount the origins of the androids and the recent battle on the island, including the story of Cell. After listening, the group's hostility towards the androids diminished significantly. The unpredictability of life is astounding. Mere days ago, they were adversaries, and now they were allies. However, it was evident that android number 16, upon seeing Wukong, was unconsciously emanating a murderous aura. After all, his programming dictated that he eliminate Wukong. And now that Wukong stood before him, his directives began to take effect. 16. Remain calm. I understand your mission, but this is not the time for battle. If we do not first deal with Cell, this world will be devastated. Though 16 was a purely mechanical creation, he had developed his own consciousness. He understood that now was not the moment to engage Wukong. While he suppressed his murderous intent, hostility towards Wukong lingered. At that moment, the time chamber within the temple opened. Vegeta and Trunks emerged. Ha ha ha. I have surpassed Super Saiyan. What are these androids to me now? Merely refuse. As he stepped out of the hall, Vegeta's arrogant voice echoed. Trailing behind him, Trunks had noticeably grown taller, his muscles more defined, and his long purple hair was tied back. It must be said that Trunks was quite striking. Just as Vegeta prepared to boast to Wukong, he suddenly noticed several androids standing behind him. Trunks also spotted them immediately and unleashed a powerful aura. Kid, they are my opponents. Sensing Trunks' energy, Vegeta stepped in front of him, glaring fiercely. After saying this, Vegeta released his own immense aura, a stark contrast to before. Androids 17 and 18 were taken aback by Vegeta's energy, instinctively taking a few steps back. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 109 Doubt. Stop it, Vegeta. They are not our enemies. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta, Goku hastily positioned himself in front of him. At this moment, Vegeta's power had eclipsed Goku's by a considerable margin. The formidable energy radiating from Vegeta compelled Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan to withstand it. Kakarot, you fool. They are androids, Vegeta exclaimed, perplexed by the situation. He had spent a year training in the room of spirit and time, while only a day had passed in the outside world. How could it be that upon his emergence, Kakarot was mingling with these androids? Subsequently, Goku recounted all the events that had transpired within that day to both Vegeta and Trunks. Meanwhile, Vegeta turned his gaze toward androids 17 and 18. To prevent them from being assimilated? Then we should eliminate them here and now, thus avoiding any concern over that creature, Cell, achieving his perfect form. With that declaration, Vegeta strode toward androids 17 and 18. The only one capable of halting Vegeta was Trunks. However, Trunks remained motionless, for in his reality, androids 17 and 18 had not only slain all warriors aside from him, but had also left his world in ruins. Therefore, he harbored no fondness for them. Goku attempted to intervene and stop Vegeta, but with a single strike, Vegeta sent Goku flying. Kakarot, do you think you can thwart me in your current state? You underestimate yourself. With that, he resumed his advance toward the androids. At that moment, Houchin and Android 16 positioned themselves in front of Vegeta. Is it you? Vegeta's attention was entirely fixed on androids 17 and 18. The absence of any discernible aura from Houchin and Android 16 meant that Vegeta had only just recognized their presence. You are the one who battled Frieza over a decade ago, are you not? Vegeta inquired, and Houchin affirmed with a tinge of nostalgia, recalling the battle against Frieza that had brought him nothing but sorrow. Are you attempting to prevent me? Vegeta stated, crossing his arms disdainfully as he addressed Houchin and Android 16. He sensed that neither of them possessed any significant power. Perhaps, years ago, Houchin had indeed been formidable. But in Vegeta's eyes, he was now inconsequential. Regardless, we are friends now, and I cannot allow you to harm a friend. Furthermore, our true enemy is Cell. Your conflict with 17 and 18 is utterly meaningless. Houchin had no desire to engage Vegeta in battle. Firstly, since 17 and 18 had allied with them, they were considered comrades. Moreover, Houchin was uncertain if he could match Vegeta's might. Thus, persuading Vegeta was the preferable course of action. Yet, Vegeta was a man of immense pride. With his attention solely on Goku, he had little regard for Houchin's words. Get out of my way. Vegeta unleashed a powerful surge of energy, causing everyone to stagger backward. This rogue's strength was overwhelming. Houchin, feeling the intensity of Vegeta's aura, realized he was no match for him. The might of Vegeta resonated not only within the sacred realm, but rippled across the entirety of Earth. At this moment, Cell was contemplating the selection of another city to voraciously absorb energy and augment his power before targeting androids 17 and 18. Suddenly, a formidable key emanated from Vegeta, striking fear into Cell's heart despite the distance. This aura was significantly more potent than that of the previous fool. With this thought, Cell chose not to enter the city, but instead ventured deeper into the forest. Vegeta, please, remain calm. I have told you, they are not our enemies. Goku once again intervened to restrain Vegeta. Get out of my way, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted at Goku, pointing accusingly at Android 18. That woman, I must eliminate her today. Vegeta, brimming with arrogance, regarded no one before him as a threat. His singular focus was clear. He could disregard 17 and 16. But 18 had to be destroyed to avenge the humiliation he suffered at her hands. As Vegeta and Goku grappled, Houchin swiftly seized the hands of androids 17 and 18, propelling them into the hyperbolic time chamber. By the time Vegeta broke free from Goku's grasp and pursued them, he discovered that Houchin and the two androids had completely vanished. Where did they go? Vegeta roared in frustration upon witnessing their disappearance. They must have entered the hyperbolic time chamber, Bubbles informed the group. What? The hyperbolic time chamber only allows 2 individuals at a time. How could all 3 enter? Vegeta recalled the limitations imposed by the Supreme Kai and shouted at Bubbles. Could it be that the Supreme Kai deceived us? How could the Supreme Kai deceive you? The hyperbolic time chamber indeed permits only 2 individuals at a time, and each may not exceed 2 years within. However, that child, Haochin, had entered it over a decade ago and remained for a full 5 years. Chapter 110, Re-entering the Time Chamber. What? Haochin spent a full 5 years inside. Upon hearing Bubbles, everyone was instantly unsettled. If the Supreme Kai stated that the time chamber had restrictions, it must be true. There was no way the Supreme Kai would make such claims lightly. Moreover, those who had previously entered the time chamber knew the environment and gravity were exceedingly harsh. An ordinary person would struggle to remain for even a few days. Even the formidable Goku and Vegeta had to possess an unyielding resolve and purpose to endure a year within its confines. I remember, Goku suddenly exclaimed. Many years ago, Haochin visited us, and I noticed he had grown taller and his hair had lengthened considerably. Mr. Bubbles, could it be that Haochin had already entered the time chamber back then? Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Bubbles nodded. Indeed, that time Haochin entered the time chamber was with the Supreme Kai's permission. Additionally, the Supreme Kai had explained the limitations of the time chamber to him. However, that child never emerged for over 2 days. At that moment, the deity believed that Haochin would be eternally trapped within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Unexpectedly, after 5 days, the child emerged from its depths. Perhaps, this child harbors many unforeseen secrets. After Bobo spoke, silence enveloped the gathering. The constraints imposed were undoubtedly genuine, which indicated that Haochin was far from ordinary. Even if he was not bound by the limitations of the chamber, what of it? He still fled in terror. Among all present, only Vegeta displayed a disdainful expression. He often heard Goku and the others speak of Haochin's immense power and had longed for an opportunity to confront him in battle. Yet, their encounter had resulted in Haochin's swift retreat. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's contempt for Haochin deepened. Goku, upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, surprisingly refrained from retorting. After all, Haochin had indeed fled with the androids. Although they were within the hyperbolic time chamber, its restrictions barred Goku and the others from entering. Originally, the plan was for Goku to train with Gohan after Vegeta's exit, but Haochin's actions had disrupted their strategy. Presently, their foremost adversary was Cell, a creation of Dr. Gero. Haochin had nearly defeated him, yet Cell's ability to conceal his energy allowed him to escape. However, as long as he could not absorb androids 17 and 18, he would be unable to transform into his perfect form. With the current strength of Vegeta and Trunks, they could easily vanquish him. Having sensed the energy of Vegeta and Trunks, Piccolo assessed the situation. But if Cell could conceal his energy, how would they locate him? Goku inquired. Without androids 17 and 18, Cell would inevitably seek out populous areas to absorb humans in his quest for power. I will remain vigilant over Earth. Should there be a rapid decline in human energy signatures, it will surely be Cell's doing. At that point, Vegeta and Trunks can set out to eliminate him. In an instant, Piccolo formulated his battle plan. The consensus was that this was their only course of action. Unable to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku decided to take Gohan to train with King Kai. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others remained in the Supreme Kai's palace. Vegeta's current intention was to wait idly in the Supreme Kai's sanctuary, either for Cell's appearance or for Haochin to emerge with androids 17 and 18. He was determined to avenge the previous humiliation. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, as Haochin brought in androids 17 and 18, a familiar sensation enveloped him. Where's this place? 17 inquired, gazing into the void. Just moments ago, he had sensed that he might be swiftly dispatched by Vegeta. Yet, after their entrance, they discovered that Vegeta had not followed. This place is called the hyperbolic time chamber, and due to its restrictions, Vegeta cannot enter. After explaining, Haochin closed his eyes and sat down. The primary reason for bringing in 17 and 18 was his concern for their safety against Vegeta. There exists another reason for concern, the fear that Vegeta's reckless nature might resurface, potentially leading him to capture androids 17 and 18, only to offer them up to Cell. After all, in his own world, while watching the anime, Vegeta had the opportunity to eliminate Cell in his second form, but chose to refrain, allowing Cell to absorb android 18. Trunks attempted to intervene, only to be met with a blast of energy from Vegeta. Consequently, he found himself questioning his very existence after being overwhelmed by the fully formed Cell. Presently, Vegeta, confident in his strength, disregards Haochin entirely, which infuriates Haochin. Doesn't your system require time to recover? Is a year sufficient? If not, would 2 years suffice? Haochin is prepared. If the system does not restore itself, he will remain inside. Once he emerges, he intends to deal with those who have put on airs. Chapter 111, Restoration. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, aside from eating, Haochin spends most of his time meditating. Androids 17 and 18, however, cannot remain idle. Though they are unaffected by the chamber's gravity, The monotony of their surroundings proves excruciating. They had initially planned to search for Goku while exploring the area, treating it as a vacation. Yet, shortly after their departure, they encountered Cell, followed closely by Vegeta, nearly losing their lives. Hey, 22, do you think sitting here all day will yield a solution? Android 17, reclining on the ground, poses the question as Android 18, restless, surveys the chamber. Unable to contain herself any longer, she turns to Haotzan and speaks. There will be a solution, though I cannot say when. At this moment, Haotzan's sentiments mirror those of Android 18. He too hopes for a swift restoration of the system. At the very least, he wishes to regain his energy. For energy attacks are a formidable weapon. Upon hearing Haotzan's words, Android 18, only partially understanding, wanders off to explore elsewhere. In the Supreme Kai's realm, the warriors diligently practice. Save for Vegeta and Trunks, who sit in quiet meditation. Piccolo, on the other hand, remains vigilant, observing the lower realm for any signs of Cell. Yet he is puzzled. Since Haotzan's victory over Cell, the latter has not reappeared nor attacked any other human settlements. Previously, news of Cell had saturated the media, but now, it is as if he has vanished without a trace. I consider this a positive development. Perhaps, after being defeated by Haotzan, Cell realized his inability to win and chose to hide away. Krillin, knowing Cell has not reemerged, feels a wave of relief wash over him. What a fool. Piccolo mutters under his breath. After merging with the Supreme Kai, he had once defeated Cell, only to see him escape. Now, with Cell's power significantly increased, and having been defeated by Haotzan, he has fled once more. It wouldn't take long before Cell began his assaults on another city. Given Cell's nature, it is improbable he would shy away from confrontation after being bested by Haotzan. Moreover, in the face of Haotzan, Shalu endured a resounding defeat, compelling him to urgently enhance his own strength. However, half a day had passed without a single word from Shalu. Piccolo, feeling increasingly anxious, sensed that Shalu must be orchestrating a grand scheme at that very moment. With this thought, Piccolo clenched his fists, his entire being radiating tension. Behind Piccolo stood Bobo who, upon witnessing Piccolo's demeanor, began to share in his concern. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Haotzan found himself enveloped in a realm of black void. The very space he had occupied prior to his awakening, where he had conversed with the system. Since entering the chamber, Haotzan had sought ways to re-establish communication with the system. After what felt like an eternity, he finally re-entered this void. "System, are you present?" Haotzan called out, his voice echoing in the emptiness. At that moment, a radiant white light began to emanate from his head. Shortly thereafter, the light surged forth, hovering before him. "System, you are indeed here," Haotzan exclaimed, recognizing the brilliance as a sign of success. "Long time no see, Haotzan. I sincerely apologize for making you wait," the system responded, as the light expanded, forcing Haotzan to shield his eyes. Once the luminescence dissipated, the black void had transformed entirely, revealing the visage of the system's space. This is the system's domain. Does this signify that you have fully recovered?" Haotzan inquired, excitement illuminating his gaze. "Indeed, the temporal fluctuations have been completely restored. My energy has returned as well," the system affirmed. That's splendid, truly splendid." At that moment, an immense surge of energy erupted from Haotzan's body, palpable to those nearby. Number 22. What has happened to him? Though this energy was not as formidable as Vegeta's, it instilled an inexplicable fear in them. Just then, Haotzan rose to his feet, declaring, "Name, Haotzan age, 28 strength, agility, intelligence, key, effort value, 507 combat power, 1. 5 billion skills, flying cross punch, monkey fist, whole wave, Kamehameha, rapid learning level 2, 11,000, instant transmission, high interest cannon, infinite energy." Chapter 112, The Prominent Package, Vegeta. Upon hearing Haotzan's hearty laughter, androids 17 and 18 approached. Having spent considerable time with Haotzan, they felt that he was more than just an individual. He seemed to emit no discernible energy, rendering him imperceptible even during battle. Yet, he had suddenly unleashed such overwhelming power. Haotzan then explained his actions, compressing his energy rapidly into his hands and launching it into the distance. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy erupted in the distance, resulting in a colossal explosion. Observing the site of the detonation, both Android 17 and Android 18 were left utterly astonished. What brought the greatest joy to Haotzan was not merely the restoration of the system, but rather the fact that, thanks to the modifications made by Dr. Gero, he had acquired the remarkable ability of infinite energy. This implied that Dr. Gero had indirectly aided him in conserving 500 effort points. However, Haotzan was disheartened to discover that despite his battle power soaring from over 10 million to now several billion, it did not translate into effort points. In other words, Dr. Gero's enhancements were not recognized as self-training, but merely as an augmentation of his combat prowess. Nevertheless, retaining those 500 effort points would allow him to exchange for many valuable items. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Mission to thwart Frisia completed. Rewards have been issued. Upon hearing this, Houtzen recalled that it was the system's directive to prevent Frisia that had led him to planet Redix, which ultimately resulted in the system crash. Opening the system space, Houtzen beheld a golden gift box. Was it a lottery? Previously, his gift boxes yielded random rewards, but he had never encountered a golden one. Without hesitation, he opened the box. Congratulations, you have received 20 effort points and a 30x Kaioken. He had received 2 rewards in one go. Moreover, his Kaioken had escalated from 10x to an astonishing 30x. This was phenomenal. Empowered by the 30x Kaioken, he felt confident that even against a fully powered cell, he could hold his ground. Watching Houtzen oscillate between silence, jumping, and laughter, Android 17 and 18 wondered if the programming of Android 22 had gone awry. How long have we been here? Houtzen inquired. It must have been over 6 months, came the reply. Then time outside has only progressed for half a day. After contemplating this, Houtzen turned his gaze towards 17 and 18. Although they were not yet friends with the warriors, they were certainly no longer enemies. Moreover, both Android 17 and 18 harbored small explosives implanted by Dr. Jero. It would be prudent to dismantle these bombs first, as an accidental detonation could lead to chaos. With this thought in mind, Houtzen prepared to escort 17 and 18 out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Are we leaving now, 22? Asked Android 18 as she watched Houtzen make his way to the exit. Sensing the aura Houtzen had just released, both 17 and 18 clearly felt that it was still insufficient to defeat Vegeta. Furthermore, as fellow creations of Dr. Jero, their affinity for Houtzen was naturally heightened. They did not wish for any harm to befall him. Rest assured, we will all be fine. Houtzen understood their concerns and reassured them before he opened the door to the chamber. Upon hearing the sounds from within, the group outside realized that Houtzen and the others had emerged. Humph, are you finally coming out, knowing there's no escape? Vegeta immediately rose from the ground, casting a glance at the chamber. Upon witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, both Krillin and Yamcha tensed with apprehension. Although Houtzen was a childhood friend, he and his companions were no match for the formidable Vegeta now. The sound of footsteps grew louder as the three emerged from the hall, the atmosphere within the Divine Temple having plummeted to an icy chill. Are you still going to try and stop me from eliminating them? Vegeta was the first to speak. Before Houtzen could respond, Android 16 suddenly leaped forward to stand beside him. The current scene resembled a battle between humans and androids. Vegeta, Houtzen, and Goku have stated that our true enemy is not them but Cell. Krillin shouted, unable to bear the sight any longer, as he and others positioned themselves in front of Vegeta. TCH, are you all intent on obstructing me? Then I shall dispose of you first before confronting Cell, Vegeta declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan in an instant. His overwhelming aura sent the weaker fighters flying. Meanwhile, far away at King Kai's, Goku sensed Vegeta's energy. Has Cell appeared? He mused, then, alongside Gohan, used instant transmission to arrive at the Divine Temple. Upon arrival, he found Vegeta causing a commotion once again. Vegeta, I have already told you that Houtzen and the others are not our enemies. Goku attempted to reason with him, but Vegeta, now at his peak strength, dismissed Goku's words entirely. Goku, take Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will never understand that there are greater powers beyond him. Chapter 113. The waves are a Saiyan matter. Don't be this way, Houtzen. Vegeta is being excessively impulsive. You must not act rashly. Our enemy is Cell. Upon hearing Houtzen's words, Goku turned to persuade him as well. Houtzen understood this principle, yet Vegeta's relentless aggression made it challenging. Moreover, he recognized that with someone like Vegeta, one could only persuade him if they were stronger. Otherwise, Vegeta, with his pride, would never heed anyone's counsel. Rest assured, Goku, we are merely sparring. You should head into the hyperbolic time chamber quickly. Upon hearing Houtzen's assurance, Goku ceased speaking. He knew Houtzen well. He never undertook actions without confidence. Houtzen's current assertion clearly indicated he had surpassed Vegeta's strength. Do not go too far, Goku remarked as he led Gohan into the Divine Temple. This place is not suitable for combat. Let us find another location. Houtzen glanced around, thinking it better not to engage here, lest Vegeta's impulsiveness lead to the destruction of the temple. TCH, dealing with you will be a matter of moments. Is it necessary to change locations? Vegeta's arrogant words left the others uncomfortable, including Houtzen, who resisted the urge to charge at Vegeta and instead flew out of the temple. Android 16, 17, and 18 followed closely behind. Reluctantly, Vegeta trailed after them, while Trunks contemplated for a moment before deciding to join. The remaining individuals initially wished to spectate, but ultimately thought better of it. After all, the true adversary, Cell, has yet to make an appearance. At this moment, any enhancement in strength could significantly bolster the chances of survival in the battles to come. Hao Yin led a few companions to a secluded, desolate area, where even the most thunderous commotion would scarcely affect the city. Is this the graveyard you have chosen for yourselves? Quite fitting indeed, Vegeta remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, directing his words at Hao Yin. Enough with the incessant chatter. Are we here to fight, or to engage in verbal sparring? Hao-Yin retorted, his patience wearing thin as Vegeta continued his relentless banter. "Curse you!" Vegeta exclaimed, incensed by Hao-Yin's words, and he immediately began to amplify his energy. A tremendous force erupted from Vegeta, causing the surrounding rocks to levitate in response to his overwhelming aura. "I will show no mercy," Vegeta shouted defiantly, feeling Vegeta's energy. A slight smirk crept onto Hao-Yin's lips. "You underestimate me." Although Vegeta was unleashing a colossal aura, Hao-Yin discerned that he was not exerting his full power. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us," Hao-Yin declared, commencing to elevate his own energy. Tenfold. King S punch. Boom. Hao-Yin was not like Goku, who would temper his strength out of consideration for Vegeta's feelings. Thus, he unleashed a tenfold increase in his power right from the outset. The surge of energy compelled onlookers to shield themselves. This presence, it belongs to Hao-Yin. Even those far away in the Supreme Kai's palace sensed the explosive energy emanating from Hao-Yin. Prior to this, Vegeta's energy had left them in awe, but now, Hao-Yin's aura rendered Vegeta's presence utterly insignificant. Piccolo stood in the Supreme Kai's palace, closely observing Hao-Yin and his companions, his shock causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. Vegeta, who stood closest to Hao-Yin, was stripped of his earlier arrogance, wearing an expression of disbelief. "How can you be so powerful? I have warned you before. There are realms beyond your comprehension. Do not assume that the warriors of Earth are inferior to you Saiyans. Let me share another secret. I have yet to unleash my full potential." With that, Hao-Yin charged at Vegeta with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. A casual punch sent Vegeta hurtling through the air. Hao-Yin did not relent in his assault, pursuing the direction in which Vegeta had been flung. "That scoundrel!" Vegeta muttered under his breath, just as Hao-Yin reappeared before him. "What?" Before he could make any move, Hao-Yin's hands came crashing down upon Vegeta's head, driving him forcefully into the ground. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Vegeta was driven into the earth, creating a crater. Hovering above, Hao-Yin raised his hand toward Vegeta's position. "Huh!" A simple energy blast shot forth from Hao-Yin's palm, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. "Daddy!" Trunks could no longer contain himself. He sensed that this android harbored intentions of annihilating Vegeta. Upon witnessing Hao-Yin's energy blast, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forth in a desperate attempt to intervene. Alas, he failed to thwart Hao-Yin's onslaught and was sent flying by the sheer force of the energy blast. Chapter 114, The Bomb Within. Hao-Yin, of course, had no intention of eliminating Vegeta. Though he held a disdain for him, Hao-Yin was not a bloodthirsty individual. Mere verbal exchanges would not incite him to murder. Moreover, in Hao-Yin's eyes, the current Vegeta was but an insignificant insect. Vegeta's presence had vanished. Those in the heavenly temple felt the instantaneous disappearance of Vegeta's energy, indicating that he had been bested by Hao-Yin. With Hao-Yin around, this cell should be of little consequence, Krillin remarked, half in jest, observing the battle intently. Piccolo was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that Hao-Yin, having entered the hyperbolic time chamber, had acquired the power to obliterate Vegeta in a mere half-day. Furthermore, this was not even Hao-Yin's full strength. Meanwhile, Trunks, affected by Hao-Yin's energy blast, sensed Vegeta's energy had dissipated. Enraged, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Future Trunks was likely the only Saiyan who remained steadfast, given his vastly different upbringing. In his world, all had perished at the hands of the androids. If he were to act recklessly, no one would be left to defend the Earth. This was a significant reason why Hao-Yin held admiration for future Trunks. Yet, it proved futile. Upon completing his transformation, Hao-Yin scanned Trunks' combat power with his system, discovering it to be merely around 4.5 billion. Insufficient to even reach 1/3 of his own. Vegeta was unharmed, simply unconscious. Hao-Yin realized that Trunks believed he had slain Vegeta, thus preparing for a desperate confrontation. While Hao-Yin was unafraid, he deemed unnecessary conflict to be best avoided. Upon hearing Hao-Yin's words, Trunks calmed down and began searching for Vegeta amidst the ruins. As expected, when he unearthed Vegeta, he found him severely injured but merely unconscious. Hao-Yin remarked, "When he awakens, I shall inform him that we are not adversaries, and he should cast aside his pitiful pride as the Saiyan Prince. There are always greater powers beyond our own." After saying this, Hao-Yin departed with several androids. Trunks gazed at Hao-Yin's retreating figure, suddenly intrigued by his identity. In his world, Hao-Yin did not exist. His strength was such that all believed in him, protected him, and even these androids followed him. Once Mr. Son Goku emerged, he would inquire further. With this thought, Trunks hoisted Vegeta and soared toward the heavenly temple. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. As the battle between Hao-Tsun and Vegeta raged on, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from Hao-Tsun, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within all onlookers. Just moments ago, had Hao-Tsun engaged them, it would have been as effortless as crushing an ant. "What expressions are you all wearing?" Hao-Tsun inquired, noticing the unusual demeanor of his companions. Number 16 appeared unaffected, merely observing Houtzen with heightened curiosity, while numbers 17 and 18 grew tense and hesitant in their responses. Forget it. I shall take you to a location to undergo a procedure to remove the explosives embedded within you. Upon hearing Houtzen's words, numbers 17 and 18 recalled the presence of the bombs within their bodies. Number 16, however, bowed his head to inspect himself in silence. He was aware of the explosive within him and possessed the ability to control it, a final weapon bestowed upon him by Dr. Gero, self-detonation. Intended as a precaution against Son Goku. He felt a profound conflict. On one hand, his programming dictated he eliminate Son Goku, yet on the other, he recognized he was no match for him, and number 22 would not permit him to engage Goku. Houtzen, discerning 16's internal struggle, resolved to have Bulma and her father completely overhaul number 16's programming, transforming him into a companion rather than a foe. Although number 16's combat prowess had diminished by the later stages, he remained a formidable presence beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Bulma's residence. Houtzen joyfully called out, for despite only being absent for a few days, he had spent over 6 months in the time chamber and longed for Bulma's company. Chapter 115, The Enraged Houtzen. In what was typically a lively home, an eerie silence now prevailed. Upon entering Bulma's yard, Houtzen noticed the small animals scattering in alarm. Sensing the surroundings, he was struck by the absence of any life force emanating from Bulma's home. Anxiety surged within him as he began to search frantically, yet found no trace of anyone. Number 22, come here. Just then, a cry from the backyard broke the stillness, calling him to the scene. Upon rushing over, he discovered several outfits meticulously laid out on the ground. One a white lab coat, another a pair of women's fitted trousers with a camisole, and the last unmistakably the attire Bulma had worn when they parted. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Houtzen was overwhelmed by a wave of fury. The intensity of his emotions surged into his consciousness, unleashing a tremendous aura that caused the surrounding structures to tremble violently. Number 22. Remain calm. The others, unsure of the unfolding events, found themselves once again pressed to the ground by Houtzen's formidable presence. So, you wretched fiend. I will see you dead. System, locate cell's position. Sheru is not present in the current timeline. He has traversed through the time machine to another dimension. The system's message echoed in Houtzen's mind. No matter where you flee, I shall eliminate you. After a furious roar, Houtzen's emotions calmed slightly, and he suppressed his aura. Once he finished speaking, he sensed the location of Namek and utilized instant transmission to arrive there. At this moment, Namek was no longer the planet Houtzen had previously visited. It had been utterly destroyed by Frieza. However, thanks to the super sense of being he had bestowed upon the Grand Elder was still alive and well. Upon seeing Houtzen's arrival, everyone expressed their enthusiastic welcome. Having met the Grand Elder, Houtzen promptly stated his purpose. He sought assistance to resurrect Bulma and her companions using the Dragon of Namek. It has been a long time. My child, you are our friend. Feel free to share your concerns, the Grand Elder replied, recognizing Houtzen's urgency and understanding that he must be facing a significant dilemma. After Houtzen revealed his intentions, the Grand Elder smiled, for granting wishes with the Dragon Balls was a simple matter for him. He then summoned the other elders to bring forth the Dragon Balls. Under the Grand Elder's incantation, the Dragon of Namek, Purunga, was summoned. Child, you may make 3 wishes. I wish to bring back Bulma and her parents from Earth. Purunga responded, and his eyes glowed a brilliant red. Moments later, Bulma and her parents materialized beside Houtzen. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell, Purunga declared before gradually fading away. Bulma slowly opened her eyes to find Houtzen standing beside her, and she immediately rushed towards him. Houtzen. In that instant, she clung to him and began to cry, feeling aggrieved. Where am I? What about that creature that resembled a bug? I was terrified. I thought I had perished. Meanwhile, Bulma's parents surveyed their surroundings, inquiring about what had transpired. With Bulma revived, Houtzen's spirits lifted. He comforted her and subsequently pressed her father to repair the spaceship's hatch, leveraging their lives as leverage. This was inherently a simple task, yet unexpectedly. Once the hatch was fixed, Sheru absorbed several individuals. After hearing Bulma's account, Houtzen realized the narrative had shifted. In the original storyline, Sheru would have absorbed androids 17 and 18, achieving his perfect form and challenging Goku and others. However, influenced by Houtzen, Sheru had not absorbed 17 and 18 and had instead commandeered a time machine to escape to another dimension. Regrettably, he made the grave mistake of targeting Bulma. At Bulma's residence, Android 16 quickly bonded with the small animals in the yard, while Androids 17 and 18 admired the scenery surrounding them. At that moment, Houtzen arrived with a few companions. Upon seeing unfamiliar faces in her home, Bulma felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Worry not, they are all my dear friends. Houtzen reassured her. Like me, they have been modified, with bombs implanted within them, and they seek your father's assistance to have them removed. With Houtzen's explanation, Bulma gradually relaxed. Observing the influx of androids, her father became excited, eager to conduct further research. Uncle, that android is purely mechanically modified, while assisting him in removing the bomb. Could you also alter his internal commands to completely erase the directive to eliminate Goku? I no longer fret over Android 17 and 18, but it would be prudent to modify Android 16 if possible. Following this incident, Houchin resolved to have Android 16 remain at Bulma's residence as a bodyguard. After ensuring everything was in order, Houchin prepared to take his leave. Where are you going, Houchin? Bulma grasped his hand. Although she had been revived, the terror instilled in her by Cell lingered. Houchin gently embraced Bulma, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. I am going to avenge you. Chapter 116. The Cell games. At this moment in the sacred world of the Kais, Piccolo was still in search of Cell. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others were diligently training. Vegeta, evidently having consumed a senzu bean, sat on the steps of the sacred world, filled with both anger and frustration. He could hardly comprehend how he had been swiftly defeated by that android in an instant. Trunks, standing beside Vegeta, having never witnessed his father in such a state, was at a loss for words to comfort him. Just then, a figure appeared. It was Houchin. You bastard, what are you doing here? Vegeta charged at Houchin upon recognizing him. Ignoring Vegeta, Houchin approached Trunks instead. How dare you disregard me? Vegeta exclaimed, preparing to launch an attack on Houchin. At that moment, Houchin was already feeling quite irritable. He cast a cold glare at Vegeta. Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I shall end your life. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of fear, Vegeta realized that Houchin was not jesting. With Vegeta subdued, Houchin turned to Trunks. May I borrow your time machine? It was no secret that Trunks had traveled from the future. Where do you intend to go? Trunks queried, remaining still. I am going to confront Cell. The revelation left everyone in shock. Houchin, I have been observing. Cell has not made an appearance. Where do you plan to find him? Piccolo approached, questioning Houchin. There is no need to search any longer. Cell has utilized another time machine to escape to a different timeline. Therefore, he is no longer in our world. Since he has fled to another timeline, we are safe here. We need not worry about him any longer. Krillin exclaimed joyfully. No matter where he has escaped, I will hunt him down. He has killed Bulma. Houchin coldly addressed the crowd. What? At that moment, everyone, save for Vegeta, was taken aback. Particularly, Trunks felt a surge of emotion. Although in this timeline, Bulma was not his mother, the familiarity he felt towards her made her well-being paramount to him. The news of Bulma's demise at the hands of Cell ignited his fury. Fear not, for I have implored the dragon of Namek to resurrect Bulma. However, this incident cannot be dismissed. Houchin declared with palpable intensity. Thus, Cell must perish. With that proclamation, his murderous aura intensified. Upon hearing Houchin's words, Trunks hesitated not a moment longer and cast forth the capsule containing the time machine. Having confirmed Cell's precise coordinates through the system, Houchin wasted no time in boarding the time machine, gradually vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Once he fully materialized, Houchin surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a desolate desert, eerily reminiscent of Earth. After stowing away the time machine, he had yet to sense Cell's presence when two formidable auras emerged. One belonged to Cell. Unlike on Earth, Cell's energy here was immense, indicating he had absorbed the versions of androids 17 and 18 from this timeline. How fortuitous that you presented yourself, Houchin exclaimed before utilizing instant transmission to close the distance. At that moment, Cell was locked in a standoff with Goku. The earlier energy signature merely a result of their energies colliding, yet no combat had ensued. Suddenly, a figure materialized between them, startling all present. Who are you? Is it you? Both Cell and Goku inquired simultaneously. Did you think I would be unable to find you after you escaped? With a fierce glare directed at Cell, Houchin ignored Goku. Ha ha ha. Escape? I merely came to this timeline to absorb androids 17 and 18. I have now achieved my perfect form. It is fortuitous that I can eliminate both of you here. Cell roared, escalating his energy in a frenzy. The inhabitants of this world, including Goku, were momentarily overawed by the sheer force of Cell's aura. Goku, leave this to me, Houchin stated confidently. This declaration left Goku perplexed. He knows me? Goku pondered, yet he stepped back from the arena. Who is he? Krillin approached Goku, inquiring. I do not recognize him. His aura is unlike anything I have encountered before. Yet, he seems quite familiar with you. Goku remained silent, his gaze fixed on Houchin. The arena now stood empty save for Houchin and Cell. Welcome to the Cell Games. Cell sneered wickedly. I am no longer the weakling I once was. The suffering you inflicted upon me will be repaid tenfold. With that, Cell's energy surged once more. Who told you that I rely solely on brute force? Chapter 117, The Cell Games 2. Suddenly, Houchin began to elevate his aura. Shara was taken aback. In his memory, the individual before him possessed only brute strength, devoid of any energy fluctuations. How could such a formidable presence erupt so unexpectedly? It was far too early for astonishment. 30-fold. King's fist. With Houchin's cry, energy surged forth from within him. In that instant, even the less powerful Yamcha and Krillin were pushed back several steps. Meanwhile, Those hiding in the distance, including Satan, were sent flying. No, this is impossible. How could you possess such overwhelming energy? At that moment, Sheru was thoroughly intimidated by Houtzen's might. There is a saying, a person should be viewed with fresh eyes after 3 days apart. Initially, I had no intention of exterminating you completely. However, you should never have killed Bulma. Wow. A tremendous force radiated from his abdomen, causing Sheru to spit out a mouthful of purple blood. Before Sheru could react, Houtzen's subsequent assault followed swiftly. In this world, Goku and the others stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. The very Sheru who had caused them immense trouble was utterly powerless against the individual before them. Who is this person? Vegeta gritted his teeth and inquired. Indeed, regardless of the timeline, whenever Vegeta encountered someone stronger, he would question his very existence. Kakarot, he clearly knows you. Who on earth is he? I truly do not recognize him, but I just heard him say that Sheru killed Bulma. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately flew off in the distance. Until now, Vegeta had been entirely focused on Houtzen, failing to pay attention to what he had said. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta hurriedly soared toward Kame House. After all, in this world, devoid of Houtzen's influence, Vegeta was still with Bulma. At this moment, the arena lay in ruins, ravaged by their battle. Since the onset of the conflict, Houtzen had been relentlessly overpowering Sheru. Despite Sheru's formidable strength, he could not contend with Houtzen. Damn it, this is impossible. As a perfect being, how could I not even have a chance to retaliate? Sheru was filled with resentment. Dr. Gero, who created him, had assured him that after absorbing androids 17 and 18, no one in this world would be his match. To achieve this, he had exhausted every means at his disposal. Ultimately, at some point in the future, he killed the future Trunks, seized his time machine, and traveled to the past. However, just as he was about to absorb androids 17 and 18, Houtzen appeared out of nowhere, completely derailing his plans. With no other option, he repaired the time machine and ventured into an alternate timeline. Here, he successfully absorbed the androids of this era, finally becoming the perfect being he had long coveted. A surge of immense power flowed within him. He realized that Dr. Gero had not deceived him. He had truly become the most powerful individual in this world. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance, determined to eliminate every obstacle that stood in his path. To his bewilderment, he discovered that there was no one by the name of Houchen in this world. Only a multitude of insignificant beings he deemed unworthy. Unexpectedly, Houchen presented himself, and even more astonishingly, in his complete form, he proved to be no match for Houchen. I refuse to accept this. I will not resign myself to defeat. With a furious roar, Cell's energy surged once more. In a matter of moments, lightning began to encircle him. Observing Cell's transformation, Houchen remained unfazed. Originally, it was after his self-detonation that Cell had awakened this electric form. Yet now he had grasped it through sheer determination following a severe beating. The system initiated a scan of Cell's combat power. Android Cell in lightning form. Combat power, 41 billion. Alas, the adversary he faced was nothing short of the most formidable advantage in this realm. After all, regardless of his opponent, even if he could not secure victory, his capacity for self-preservation was more than sufficient. Damn you, I will see you dead, Cell bellowed as he charged toward Houchen. What if you've transformed into lightning? It changes nothing. Houchen smiled faintly and advanced to meet Cell. The outcome was predictable. Although Cell had elevated his combat power by approximately 20 billion in a short span, he still fell short by around 50 billion. After evading Cell's powerful strike, Houchen swiftly maneuvered behind him, seizing one of Cell's legs and forcefully hurling him into the sky. Descend into the abyss and repent. Chapter 118, the end of Cell's game. As Houchen spoke, he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. To his surprise, Cell erupted into laughter. Ha! You fool. Do you think you can frighten me with an attack you cannot even execute? It was no wonder Cell felt this way. Throughout their battle, Houchen had not employed any energy-based techniques. I told you, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Kamehameha. At that moment, a tremendous surge of energy radiated from Houchen's hands. Impossible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cell understood that Houchen was not merely posturing. Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy hurtled towards Cell. The distance between them was minimal. And though Cell attempted to flee, it was far too late. Perish. The Kamehameha engulfed Cell in an instant. No, I refuse to accept this. As Cell was enveloped by the energy attack, his physical form began to dissolve until he vanished completely. When Houchen ceased his energy, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. The warriors of this world stood at a distance, their eyes fixed upon Houchen, their expressions a mixture of awe and uncertainty regarding this stranger's terrifying power. Yet from his demeanor, they surmised he was not an enemy. Curse be you, Kakarot. Bulma is unharmed. Vegeta, having returned from a fruitless endeavor, landed and immediately began to vent his frustrations at Goku. What was that light just now? Observing the silence around him, Vegeta began to sense the lingering energy in the atmosphere. Upon discovery, it became evident that Cell's presence had completely vanished. Kakarot, did he eliminate Cell? Indeed, and the identity of this individual raises considerable suspicion. During their confrontation, it was apparent from Cell's words that they were not only acquainted, but had also engaged in battle previously. When Houtzen unleashed the Kamehameha, Goku began to harbor doubts about him. Observing the gazes of those around, Houtzen felt reluctant to offer extensive explanations, for he was not a native of this world. His sole purpose for arriving here was to eradicate Cell entirely. Wait, who exactly are you? Goku inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as Houtzen turned to depart. Me? Like him, I am not from this timeline. Houtzen indicated towards Trunks. With that, he retrieved a capsule containing a time machine and tossed it forth. As the smoke dissipated, the time machine came into view. Trunks' eyes widened as he rushed over. This is my time machine. After inspecting it closely, Trunks concluded that it indeed belonged to him, for it bore his own handwritten markings. How did my time machine end up in your possession? Why are you here? Trunks now regarded Houtzen with increasing intrigue, having never encountered him in his own world. Have you heard of the multiverse? Houtzen began. At any given moment, numerous distinct timelines exist. This time machine belongs to the version of you from the second timeline. However, that version of you was slain by Cell. Cell then used it to traverse into my world, which is the first timeline. In contrast, the version of you from the third timeline was not killed by Cell. Instead, he utilized the time machine to arrive here, which can be regarded as the fourth timeline. In simpler terms, both my version from the first timeline and your version from the third timeline have simultaneously arrived in the fourth timeline, hence our shared possession of your time machine. The group found themselves bewildered by Houtzen's explanation of the multiverse, with only Trunks grasping the concept. Before his journey to the past, future Bulma had elucidated the intricacies of causality to him, just as the future Trunks witnessed the demise of all his companions. A new multiverse emerged, one where the future was bleak and another where all survived. I harbor no hostility. Just as you arrived here to empower everyone to combat androids 17 and 18, my presence stems from Cell having slain my closest kin in my timeline. I followed him here solely to exact vengeance. Noticing the group had fallen silent, Houtzen ascended into the time machine. By the way, I must mention that your abilities are still rather insufficient. In my world, you are all deemed invincible. Thus, further effort is essential. Houtzen's intention in delivering this remark was primarily to motivate them, encouraging greater diligence in their training, so that when faced with Majin Buu in the future, they would possess the strength to contend with him. Chapter 119, Rooting Out the Problem. After sensing that everyone remained in the Temple of the Gods, Houchen utilized instantaneous movement to arrive there as well. Have you located Cell? Piccolo approached Houchen, inquiring. I have found him and eliminated him, Houchen replied. Upon hearing that Cell had been vanquished, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then collectively exhaled in relief. There are certain matters I shall discuss in detail once Goku returns. Houchen concluded, soaring down from the temple. Quit with the theatrics, Vegeta retorted, though he made no move to leave. Instead, he reclined within the temple to rest. There was still one task left for him. The Cell of this world had yet to be dealt with. With the assistance of the system, Houchen swiftly arrived at the designated coordinates. Before him lay an expanse of mountains, no doors, no caverns. Even if someone were to stumble upon this place, they would never suspect that it concealed the most formidable artificial being in history. With a flick of his wrist, Houchen unleashed an energy blast that carved a hole through the mountain. Indeed, upon entering, he discovered an array of equipment and instruments. To his astonishment, there were even blueprints for the modifications of androids 17 and 18. Upon further inspection, he was shocked to find blueprints of his own modifications. After studying them briefly, he realized he could not comprehend the intricacies. Indeed, there exists a vast chasm between the academically inclined and the academically challenged, Houchen mused self-deprecatingly. Venturing deeper, he halted before a substantial observation vessel filled with nutrient solution. At its center was a form resembling an embryo. A closer examination revealed it bore a slight resemblance to an insect. Surrounding it were mechanical devices, incessantly supplying the embryo with sustenance. Houchen recognized immediately that this was the embryonic form of Cell. You appear innocuous now, yet how could you become so brutal in the future? It's no wonder, for you were created by Gero. Truly, Gero embodies true malevolence, Houchen remarked, placing his hand against the vessel, aiming at the embryonic Cell. Farewell, he declared, releasing a surge of energy that obliterated the entire apparatus along with Cell's embryo. Meanwhile, Bulma and her father were engaged in surgery on Android 16, first removing the bomb, then rewriting the program. The bomb was easily extracted, but altering the program proved to be a complex task. Bulma's father, elated, began to scrutinize the data. So that is how it is. This genius truly is remarkable, he exclaimed, lost in his excitement, alternating between astonishment, laughter, and soliloquy. I understand now. Come on, Bulma. We must continue our work, he shouted, pulling Bulma into the workshop. Bulma, who had intended to converse with Houchen a while longer, was forcibly whisked away by her father. How did it turn around like this? Houchen chuckled at the sight of the father-daughter duo. With nothing else to occupy his time, he strolled into the courtyard. On the 17th and 18th, Houchen greeted them. Upon hearing that Houchen had journeyed to other realms and vanquished Cell, they were both incredulous. They could surmise that Cell's obsession with achieving his perfect form stemmed from the immense power it would confer upon him. Yet, the fact that Houchen had so effortlessly dispatched him left them in awe and deepened their admiration for him. Tomorrow, you two shall accompany me to the Temple of the Gods. There are matters I wish to discuss with you, Houchen declared. Without hesitation, they readily acquiesced. In their eyes, Houchen was not only one of their kind, but also their benefactor, and most importantly, his formidable strength had thoroughly captivated them. This, perhaps, was what one might call the legendary sense of security. Chapter 120, Family. After Bulma's father acquired the blueprints for the androids, he swiftly rewrote the programming for Android 16. To his astonishment, he discovered that, aside from the directive imposed by Dr. Gero to eliminate Goku, 16 had developed a consciousness of his own. In essence, the only distinction between 16 and a human was that he was an artificial creation. Dr. Gero was undoubtedly a genius. Bulma's father was unconcerned with the troubles Dr. Gero had caused. In the realm of science, every mad scientist invariably harbors a profound curiosity for the unknown. Bulma's father, at present, had attained a deeper understanding of the androids crafted by Dr. Gero. Shortly thereafter, 16 emerged from the workshop. How do you feel, 16? He inquired. 16 examined his body and noted that it felt largely unchanged. What about Goku? Houchen cautiously probed. Goku? 16 responded, pausing for a moment. There's nothing particularly special. I recall I was supposed to eliminate him, but that thought has since dissipated. Houchen nodded in affirmation, pleased to see the modifications had been a success. Now, it's time for androids 17 and 18. Bulma led them into the workshop to continue their work. Meanwhile, 16 settled in the garden, where small creatures gathered around him upon his return. 16, now that you are completely free, do you have any thoughts? He glanced at Houchen, then turned to the cat nestled in his arms. I am uncertain. My previous objective was to find Goku and eliminate him. Now, I feel a sudden sense of confusion, not knowing what my next step should be. Houchen empathized with 16's predicament. After all, without a goal, anyone would feel like a mere shell of their former self. You may stay here. This is your home now. Bulma and her parents are your family. In due time, I shall ask Bulma's father to assist in modifying your external mechanical armor, so that you may blend seamlessly with normal humans. Houchen's intention was clear. He wished for 16 to remain in this place. At the very least, encountering some unexpected circumstances, number 16 can lend a hand as well. Thank you, number 22. After listening to Hao Yan's words, number 16 smiled at him. From the battle against Cell to their subsequent visit to the sacred temple, number 16 had observed Hao Yan's actions closely. He understood that although they were both artificial beings created by Dr. Gero, there were aspects of Hao Yan's conduct that he deeply envied. Hao Yan possessed the autonomy to disregard Dr. Gero's directives and pursue his own desires. This freedom was something he greatly admired. Now, with the mandatory instructions lifted, Hao Yan had even arranged his future for him. He had a home and a family of his own. Seeing number 16 agree brought Hao Yan great joy, and he plopped down beside him. However, as soon as he sat, the little creatures that had been gathered around number 16 scurried away in fright. Why do these small animals fear me, but not you? Hao Yan was ever so curious about why number 16 had such a magnetic appeal to these creatures. Even in the wild, various animals perpetually surrounded him. That is because your heart has not found stillness. When your heart harmonizes with everything around you, the little creatures sense no threat from you, and they will naturally grow fond of you, number 16 remarked earnestly. In contrast, Hao Yan remained utterly baffled. Hours later, numbers 17 and 18 emerged. The operation was a resounding success. The bombs within them have been removed, Bulma proudly announced to Hao Yan. Moreover, we discovered that the energy substance within 17 and 18 is remarkably similar to yours, albeit not as immense. Upon hearing Bulma's words, numbers 17 and 18 began to comprehend why Hao Yan's power vastly surpassed theirs as fellow artificial beings, even besting Cell in combat. It seems Dr. Gero had great expectations for you, number 18 teased. Who would have thought that his prized creations would completely disregard his orders? Ha ha ha, number 17 added. This elicited laughter from everyone present, including a sheepish smile from Hao Yan. He mused to himself, if it weren't for the system that had cleared the directives imposed by Dr. Gero, one could only wonder what might have transpired. Chapter 121, The Multiverse. That evening, everyone gathered around the dining table. The events of the past few days felt surreal, as if they had all been living in a dream. Cell had suddenly appeared at Bulma's home, murdering her and her parents, only to be resurrected by Hao Yan using the Dragon Balls. Bulma's parents even experienced an extraterrestrial adventure. In an attempt to vent his frustration, Hao Yan piloted the time machine to annihilate Cell across alternate timelines. The androids, rather than wreaking havoc, had integrated seamlessly with Bulma. Number 16 decided to remain at Bulma's home, assisting her father while protecting this newfound sanctuary. After all, this was now his home as well. Bulma's family welcomed everyone warmly. 17, 18. Do you have any plans for later? Bulma inquired of the two. Now that 16 had a place to go, these two still had no arrangements. After all, unlike 16, who was a product of machinery, they, like Hao Yin, were comprised of human bodies, which meant their consciousness was more profound. I intend to reside in the countryside. The urban environment does not appeal to me, 17 replied, taking a bite of a snack as he spoke to Bulma. I see. Bulma thought to herself that if the two had nowhere else to go, she could offer them a place in her spacious home. After all, there was ample room. And she felt a deep sympathy for them. They, like Hao Yin, were once living humans who had been forcibly transformed into androids, which fostered an inexplicable bond. And what about you, 18? Will you join 17? Bulma turned to ask 18. I don't plan to go just yet. I haven't made up my mind. 18 hesitated. Then you should stay in my home. Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon hearing 18's response. All right, okay, 18 nodded in agreement. Wonderful. Now our home will be even livelier. Bulma exclaimed. Everyone, don't just chat. Eat more. At that moment, Bulma's mother approached with a lavish spread of dishes. The table was filled with food as Bulma and 18 chatted together, while 17 and Bulma's father engaged in a drinking contest. Occasionally, 16 helped Bulma's mother with tea and water. Watching the lively gathering, Hao Yin couldn't help but smile genuinely. It had been years since he felt such a familial warmth. In that moment, he silently vowed that no matter whom he faced in the future, he would protect his family and friends at all costs. The night passed in silence. The following day, just before noon, Hao Yin awoke. Checking the time, he realized that Goku would soon emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. It was time to head to the sacred world of the Kais. Everyone was awaiting Goku's arrival, as Hao Yin had clearly stated the previous day that they needed to gather everyone before discussing any matters. Good afternoon, everyone. At that moment, Hao Yin appeared in the sacred world of the Kais, accompanied by 17 and 18. Vegeta had been intently focusing on the surrounding energy, and despite his concentration, he had not sensed Hao Yin's arrival. Is that instant transmission? Yes, I learned it from the Yardrats over a decade ago, Hao Yin responded. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Over a decade ago, he had not only dared to confront Frieza, but had also visited Yardrat. It seemed this individual harbored many secrets. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Hao Yin shifted the topic. Has Goku not emerged yet? Just then, Piccolo approached, looking inside the temple. It should be emerging shortly. Just as this was being said, two distinct auras emanated from the temple. Sensing these auras, everyone except Hao-Tsun was awestruck. Everyone is here. Wukong greeted those around him with enthusiasm. At this moment, Wukong retained his Super Saiyan form, while Gohan beside him had also mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Sporting a head of golden hair. Damn Kakarot, he has grown stronger. Vegeta mused internally upon sensing Wukong's aura. Alright, Hao-Tsun, Wukong has also emerged. If there is something to say, then please do so. Piccolo addressed Hao-Tsun after Wukong's arrival. Very well, what I am about to discuss pertains to the multiverse. Upon hearing Hao-Tsun's words, the crowd looked at him with curiosity. Multiverse? What is that? Chapter 122, The Future World. Subsequently, Hao-Tsun recounted to Wukong his pursuit of Cell, which led him to other timelines. Wukong was astonished, as he had not anticipated that during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Hao-Tsun had already vanquished Cell. Moreover, this was not even in this timeline. The Cell that arrived here was not from this dimension either. Just yesterday, I discovered the Cell of this timeline. He is merely an embryo at present. In order to absorb androids 17 and 18, the future Cell would choose to come to this timeline. However, he was thwarted by me, which led him to opt for a time machine to traverse to another timeline. At this point, Piccolo had already grasped the implications. So, it means that androids 17 and 18 still exist in our timeline, and it is possible that cells from other timelines may choose to come here, correct? Indeed. The first strategist of Dragon Ball truly lives up to his reputation. That is correct. Hao-Tsun nodded. Although I have slain Cell, it is still possible that cells from other timelines may arrive. Hence, everyone must continue their training. At the very least to elevate their strength to a level capable of easily dealing with Cell. This enhancement applies to everyone, including androids 17 and 18. After Hao-Tsun spoke, Vegeta scoffed. Why complicate matters? Just eliminate those two, and everything will be resolved. Upon hearing Vegeta's remark, everyone looked at him as if he were foolish. Previously, he had already been thoroughly beaten by Hao-Tsun over this issue, and now he dared to speak so boldly. Hao-Tsun ignored him and proceeded to outline the subsequent plan. First and foremost, the hyperbolic time chamber is a sacred ground for training, but due to its limitations, prolonged practice is not feasible. Currently, the strongest, Hao-Tsun, cannot tear through the dimensional barriers of the hyperbolic time chamber as Cell did. Moreover, all the Earth warriors, due to their limits, are unable to elevate their power to that of a Super Saiyan. Thus, the only ones capable of preventing such incidents are Wukong and the other Saiyans, as well as androids 17 and 18. Furthermore, they are the focal point of this strategy. Having expressed his thoughts, the crowd offered no objections. As for Hao-Tsun, I shall refrain from entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Given my current level, even if I were to enter a few more times, it is unlikely that my strength would see significant improvement, Yamucha remarked to Haoyan. Ah, I feel the same way. It would be better for you to go in. With just Yamucha and me, we can save 2 slots, Krillin added after hearing Yamucha's words. We place all our hopes upon you, for you are the strongest earthling. It was not that these two did not wish to enter. As Yamucha pointed out, no matter how many years they trained, they could never match the pace of the Saiyans. However, Haoyan was different. He was not a Saiyan and did not possess the ability to transform, thereby exponentially increasing his combat power. Yet, his strength could easily surpass all existing Super Saiyans, which filled both Yamucha and Krillin with pride, the pride of the entire Earth. Upon hearing their words, Haoyan did not refute them. Then let us wait until everyone has finished training. You two can enter afterward. Any improvement is better than none. With Haoyan's words, Krillin and Yamucha nodded in agreement. Trunks, your current strength should allow you to handle Cell with ease. Just be cautious, Haoyan advised. Trunks nodded, aware that his current mission did not revolve around Cell, but rather the 17 and 18 of his timeline. At that moment, Trunks felt a deep sense of frustration. His parents in this timeline were virtually strangers to him, and he himself did not exist here. Haoyan's timeline was vastly different from his past one. The landscape was littered with ruins, and the few pedestrians he encountered hurried along, fearful of encountering something terrifying. Hearing her son's voice, Bulma joyfully emerged to greet him. Trunks, you've grown taller, and your hair is so long. After recounting his experiences in the past, Bulma began to understand. By the way, Mom, do you know a earthling named Haoyan? Haoyan? Bulma pondered carefully. I haven't heard that name before. Why do you ask? It was evident that even his mother did not recognize this individual. In the past timeline I visited, there was a warrior named Haoyan, who was also transformed into an android by Dr. Gero. Yet, his mind remained unshackled, granting him immense power. Even Uncle Goku and Dad were no match for him. Bulma simply smiled at this revelation. After all, each timeline could undergo significant changes. She did not dwell on it further. Her only wish was that her Earth would not be reduced to such devastation. At that moment, a powerful energy erupted in the distance. Damn it, it's them. Trunks called out to Bulma before stepping outside. Be careful, Trunks. At this point, Trunks had undergone a remarkable transformation. Don't worry, Mom. They are no match for me now. Chapter 123, Androids, in-game. Trunks was confident that he possessed the strength to confront not only Androids 17 and 18, but even Cell in his second form. Sensing the presence of 2 malevolent forces, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared into the distance. In the metropolis, Androids 17 and 18 were wreaking havoc on a grand scale, leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. Cease your destruction at once. Should you continue, we shall retaliate. A considerable military force, complete with tanks, had gathered nearby. 17 let out a chilling smirk and casually unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the distant army. Pathetic fools, he scoffed, preparing to launch an assault on the remaining survivors. At that moment, Trunks finally arrived. Witnessing the devastation and countless casualties among the humans ignited a fury within him. Stop! He bellowed, positioning himself defiantly before the androids. 18 approached, her expression taunting. I thought it was someone significant, but it's merely you, a worthless pest. Have you come to meet your demise? She had refrained from ending Trunks then, merely intending to prolong his suffering. In the past, when you followed Uncle Haoyan, you weren't this vile. I never anticipated that in this timeline, you would descend into such depravity. Compared to their former selves, these two had become utterly corrupt. Haoyan? Who is Haoyan? Spare me your riddles. My patience wears thin, and it seems there is no longer a need to spare your life. As soon as she finished speaking, 18 lunged at Trunks. To her astonishment, he effortlessly evaded her swift punch. Surprised, she thought back to their previous encounters. How could he possibly have dodged her attacks? It must have been sheer luck. Resolving to attack again, she charged at him, but no matter how fiercely she struck, she couldn't even graze his attire. This guy seems to have grown significantly stronger. 17 observed from a distance, murmuring to himself. 18. Enough of this folly. Finish him swiftly. 17 shouted, sensing the shift in momentum. Damn it, I am giving it my all. 18 retorted, frustration evident in her voice. As she narrowly missed Trunks once more, he seized her attacking hand with one hand, while placing his other in front of her. Perish, he declared, unleashing a tremendous energy wave from his palm, blinding everyone in its wake. When the brilliance faded, 18 had vanished entirely, leaving behind only half of an arm clasped in Trunks' grip. What? You monster! You actually killed 18. 17 exclaimed in disbelief. Next, it would be your turn. Trunks, having dispatched 18, coldly turned his gaze towards 17. Realizing that Trunks had easily eliminated 18, 17 understood that Trunks' power now far exceeded his own. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled into the distance. Thinking you can escape? Naive, Trunks declared, swiftly pursuing 17. In the blink of an eye, he had positioned himself directly above him. What? He's so fast. As soon as the words left his lips, Trunks executed a powerful slam, sending Android 17 crashing to the ground. Immediately following, a colossal energy blast was hurled towards the spot where 17 lay. The resulting explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, obliterating 17 entirely. A multitude of onlookers, witnessing the demise of these two formidable foes, erupted in cheers. Ha! They are dead. Dead. Hooray. Many approached Trunks, showering him with praise. Slightly bashful, Trunks scratched his head in embarrassment and, after a brief moment, found an excuse to slip away. A mysterious golden-haired youth had finally vanquished the two tyrants. Peace had at last descended upon the land. Meanwhile, news of the annihilation of androids 17 and 18 spread across the television screens. Bulma, at home, naturally caught the broadcast. What a remarkable son I have. Goku, Vegeta, did you see? Trunks has triumphed. He truly is my child, she exclaimed, giving Trunks a hearty pat on the shoulder. Yet, despite the accolades, Trunks wore a grave expression. What troubles you, Trunks? Bulma inquired. Though the immediate crisis had been averted, her son appeared increasingly serious. Chapter 124 draws to a close. The narrative unfolded just as Hao-Tsun had foretold. At this juncture, only Trunks possessed the time machine. Contemplating his next move, he began to channel his full sensory abilities, determined to detect Cell at the earliest opportunity. For days on end, even in slumber, he remained vigilant, attuned to his surroundings. After all, he was the sole warrior in this world, relying solely on himself. Indeed, after several days, Trunks finally discerned Cell's presence. Mother, I must step out for a moment. Observing the gravity of Trunks' demeanor, Bulma surmised that her son was preparing to confront someone once more. Having endured countless battles, she did not hinder him, merely cautioning him to be careful before allowing him to depart. In a secluded mountain range, a surge of energy erupted from within, heralding the emergence of a green creature, Cell of this era. Have 17 and 18 been eliminated? He muttered, sensing no signs of their activity. Just as he pondered his next move, a formidable aura approached from the distance. Who is that? Cell squinted towards the sky. Soon, Trunks materialized before him. Who are you? Cell inquired, still processing the information transmitted by Dr. Gero. I have come to eliminate you, Trunks declared, launching himself at Cell. Taken off guard, Cell was sent soaring by Trunks' powerful punch. You dare to ambush? Such a lack of honor. As Sheru cursed, wiping the purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he charged towards Trunks. Unfortunately, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Even if Trunks stood still and allowed Sheru to strike, he would still be unable to breach Trunks' defenses. Damn it. If I could absorb androids 17 and 18 to become my perfect form, I could crush you effortlessly. Upon hearing Sheru's words, Trunks replied, Indeed. If you were to achieve your perfect form, I would not stand a chance against you. However, you shall not have that opportunity. Feeling a power far superior to his own, Sheru experienced fear for the first time. How could you be so strong? According to Dr. Gero's data, you should not even be a match for androids 17 and 18. Humph. Do you not wonder why those two have vanished? With this revelation, even the dim-witted could deduce that androids 17 and 18 had met their demise at the hands of this very youth. No, please don't kill me. I just emerged from the laboratory and have done nothing wrong. You cannot kill me. Yet, from the future world of Hao-Tsun, he learned that Sheru had killed Bulma's entire family to escape. Although Bulma was not his mother in that era, it did not diminish his feelings for her. Go to hell and repent, Trunks shouted as he charged at Sheru once more. Faced with the unwavering determination of the boy before him, Sheru had no choice but to unleash his full power. Even so, he was utterly dominated by Trunks. No, please don't kill me, Sheru pleaded from the ground. At that moment, Trunks appeared more devilish than ever. I said, go to hell and repent. After uttering these words, Trunks unleashed a full-power energy blast that struck Sheru. In the end, Sheru was reduced to dust by this energy attack. Trunks, sensing that Sheru had been completely vanquished, finally reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Having resolved the threats in this world, he believed it to be safe. Chapter 125, Trunks returns once more. Reflecting on Hao-Tsun's words, Vegeta resolved to be the first to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. However, to his dismay, he found no one willing to join him. Goku intended to accompany Gohan, and once Goku's time was up, Gohan would enter with his father. No, rather, with his teacher, Piccolo. Tien and Kaiatsu would pair together, while Yamcha and Krillin teamed up. And androids 17 and 18 would go together as well. Humph. I require no assistance. I can enter alone. With Hao-Tsun as the only remaining option, Vegeta would rather perish than team up with him. Hao-Tsun, please do not take Vegeta's demeanor to heart. That's just how he is, though he is not truly malevolent. Goku remarked to Hao-Tsun, observing Vegeta's attitude. Hao-Tsun recognized that while Vegeta could hardly be considered a good person, he was also not an evil one. As long as he does not provoke me, I shall not initiate any confrontation with him. Hao-Tsun is not bound by the constraints of the hyperbolic time chamber. That is to say, regardless of who is training inside, he can enter alongside them. However, he has no intention of joining Vegeta within. Who knows what that fellow might do once he gains strength in there? If he were to challenge me repeatedly, it would be utterly tiresome. Just as he was pondering this, a familiar presence wafted through the air from a distance. This individual, who had only just departed, was returning once more. Indeed, it was none other than future Trunks. Everyone, it has been a while. Trunks greeted the group politely upon seeing them. What do you mean it's been a while? You barely left an hour ago. Ah, that's because I set the time coordinates shortly after my last departure. In my timeline, for years have actually passed, Trunks explained, prompting the group to understand his situation. Is there something specific you wish to discuss? Hao-Chen inquired with curiosity. I have come to inform you that a formidable enemy has emerged in the future. Trunks' revelation captured even Vegeta's attention, who was preparing to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. What enemy? Where did this one come from? This enemy is none other than Uncle Hao-Chen. What? Are you kidding me? Hao-Chen was left utterly speechless at Trunks' declaration. What does this have to do with me? The others were equally perplexed. Was it not the case that Trunks had never encountered Hao-Chen in the future? How had he suddenly become an adversary? Trunks then recounted the events of his future. The King of Earth, in honor of a great moment, constructed a grand statue of Trunks himself, placing it in the heart of the nation. Rather than growing complacent after Cell's demise, Trunks dedicated himself even more fervently to his training, fearing that a foe even stronger than Cell might one day appear. Years passed, and Earth basked in tranquility. However, one fateful day, his statue was shattered by an inexplicable attack, which indiscriminately ravaged all in its path. When Trunks rushed to confront this aggressor, he was stunned to find that the foe bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Hao-Chen. The sole distinction was that this Hao-Chen relentlessly referred to himself as Android 22. I told you, this guy is in league with those androids. Vegeta exclaimed, his aura surging once more. Yet, the others remained still, gazing at Vegeta as though he were a fool. What the hell are you all staring at? Vegeta, Trunks comes from a future world. From the moment he arrived, our reality has been altered. The villains of his future may not necessarily be villains in our present, Krillin explained, somewhat exasperated. Upon hearing this, Vegeta finally allowed his aura to subside. Trunks, please continue. Hao-Chen disregarded Vegeta and urged Trunks to continue. Trunks nodded. Upon encountering Android 22, the two erupted into battle. However, Trunks proved to be no match for the formidable android. His fighting style was starkly different from the present-day Hao-Chen. He resembled a cold, emotionless killing machine, incessantly muttering about Dr. Gero. At this revelation, Hao-Chen felt utterly bewildered. He was acutely aware of his origins, having traversed from reality into this realm. Why then? Was there another version of himself who had also encountered Dr. Gero and been transformed into an android? Could it be that a parallel entity from his world had also crossed over? Chapter 126, The Frustrating System. Dazed, Hao-Chen struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. It seemed he must consult the omnipotent system. After a brief explanation, the system fell silent. No, if you understand, please communicate, he implored. Confirming now, please hold. This prompted Hao-Chen to speculate that his current system was merely a counterfeit. Confirmation successful. Android 22 from the future is, in fact, you. The system's declaration only deepened Hao-Chen's confusion. No, I am right here. How could that android possibly be me? Years ago, you were transformed into Android 22 by Drive. Gero, to eliminate the modified aspect of your being, I expelled that part of you and cast it into an alternate dimension. My recent verification indicates that the future realm is indeed where Android 22 resides. With the system's response, Hao-Chen finally grasped why Trunks remarked that the individual bore his likeness. In essence, that was indeed himself. Yet, how could a person as optimistic as he be transformed into a villain in a future world? That is because Android 22 lacks any semblance of your consciousness. It is merely a program created by Dr. Gero, tasked with exterminating Goku and all warriors. Now, aside from Trunks, no warriors remain. Android 22 will become akin to Androids 17 and 18, a mere instrument of destruction, perhaps even worse. After hearing the system's explanation, Hao-Chen sighed. This was an unfortunate fragment of his fate, coincidentally thrust into the future and into Trunks' timeline. Well, it exists, so let it be. It has no bearing on our world. Hao-Chen had no intention of intervening. Since Trunks had arrived, he would continue his training to grow stronger and ultimately vanquish his future self. Mission initiated. Lead at least 3 warriors to the future dimension and eliminate Android 22. The sins committed must be atoned for by oneself. Mission rewards. All warriors will survive, each gaining a doubling of combat power, while you will experience a 5-fold increase in strength and randomly enhance your existing skills. Mission failure. With the demise of each warrior, your combat power will be reduced by a factor of 1. Upon completion of the mission, no reward shall be granted. Should all 3 perish, a deduction of 10-fold your combat power will ensue. The mission concludes without recompense. Should Trunks fall, Android 22 will seize the time machine and arrive in this timeline, threatening the annihilation of this world. Within a month, it is imperative to venture into the future. Failure to do so will result in the mission being deemed a failure. incurring a tenfold deduction in combat power, as Android 22 will be transported into this realm. Difficulty level, extreme. By the heavens. At this revelation, Houchin could not contain himself, uttering a curse. The others regarded him with puzzled expressions. Aware of his own lapse in decorum, Houchin scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. Damn this system. What do you mean I must reap what I have sown? What does Dr. Gero's modifications have to do with me? Isn't it your fault for malfunctioning during my battle with Frisia? I have yet to settle the score with you. In the confines of the system space. Houchin roared in frustration, feeling as though the system had shifted the entire burden onto him. Please remain calm. I am your observer. Which signifies that we are one and the same. What nonsense. Since Frisia's arrival, how many times have you led me astray? Houchin was now certain that this system was indeed a counterfeit. Yet I preserved your life. Preserved my life? What do you mean? Houchin was now bewildered. The fluctuations in time and space were caused by another observer's host, who shared a similar mission with you. During the confrontation, your fates intertwined, resulting in a collision with another observer. At this, Houchin remained utterly perplexed. And what of it? The other observer of the parallel timeline abandoned their host, perishing alongside Riddick's star in that cataclysmic battle. With the system's words, Houchin felt an unsettling calm wash over him. Upon his arrival here, he had learned that if he were to die in the Dragon Ball universe, it would signify his ultimate demise. By the way, system, I have long wished to inquire. If I were to perish in the Dragon Ball world, could the Dragon Balls resurrect me? Negative. Should you fall, you shall truly die. Thus, after your transformation by Dr. Gero, regardless of the method employed, the Eternal Dragon cannot ascertain your existence. Chapter 127, Preparation. At that moment, he deduced that resurrection via the Dragon Balls would not be an option. Once he regained his composure, Houchin began to meticulously examine the mission issued by the system. The difficulty level was rated as extreme, indicating that this task surpassed the challenges faced in the confrontation against Frisia. Crucially, this mission necessitated that he lead 3 warriors into the future, further amplifying the uncertainties surrounding the endeavor. Trunks, having faced Android 22, how would you assess his strength? Contemplating Houchin's query, Trunks responded, he is formidable. I unleashed my full power in a single strike, yet did not inflict a scratch upon him. Moreover, with a mere move, he nearly brought me to my end. Were it not for my timely concealment of my energy, I might not have survived. Following Trunks' statement, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Currently, Trunks may not hold the title of the strongest warrior, yet he ranks among the elite in power. Even so, he narrowly escaped a lethal encounter with number 22. Houchin nodded in acknowledgement, with his own strength. Achieving a one-hit knockout of Trunks in full power would not pose a significant challenge. This implies that number 22 from the future world likely possesses a power level comparable to his own. System, can you skin the combat power of number 22 from the future world? Negative. Houchin was left speechless by the response. Trunks articulated the purpose of his journey, to which Houchin merely nodded, as the system had already issued a mission before Trunks spoke. We initially intended to engage in rigorous training. In light of this, after our training session, we shall embark on a journey. Goku declared first, recognizing that Trunks had indeed rendered him considerable assistance. Indeed, Trunks, hand over the time machine to me, and I shall present it to Bulma so she can construct additional units. In the meantime, we shall take turns entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Ultimately, we will select the strongest among us to accompany Trunks to the future and eliminate number 22. Upon hearing Goku's agreement, Houchin began to organize their plans. After receiving the time machine from Trunks, Houchin utilized instant transmission to arrive at Bulma's residence. He instructed Bulma that she must successfully produce 4 time machines within a month. Bulma and her father readily consented, as replicating from a sample was not a daunting task. At that moment, Houchin noticed that Vegeta and Trunks had vanished, presumably having entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Houchin opened the chamber and stepped inside. Observing Houchin's entrance, Goku grew curious and prepared to see if he could enter as well. Bobo had informed you that Houchin is not bound by the restrictions of the hyperbolic time chamber, while others are. Inside the chamber, Houchin immediately sensed 2 immense energies clashing against one another. It was Vegeta and Trunks engaged in combat. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Houchin. This guy truly is not restrained by this place. Seeing Vegeta abruptly cease his actions, Trunks also turned to look. Trunks, I have brought you some senzu beans. After saying this, Houchin retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to him. Trunks stared at the senzu bean in bewilderment. But Houchin's next words nearly sent him into despair. I will unleash my full power and deliver a strike to you. Through this, gauge the strength comparison between myself and number 22 from your future. Wait, am I to be your test subject? Trunks thought. Yet he recognized it as the optimal method to evaluate the strengths of Houchin and number 22. I understand, Houchin. After Trunks spoke, he unleashed his full power. This is the entirety of my strength when I faced number 22. After sensing the energy, Houchin refrained from concealing his own power any longer. 30 times. King Kai Fist. With a resounding shout from Houchin, a deep blue aura began to emanate wildly from him, enveloping the surroundings. This fellow, how incredibly powerful. Upon sensing the full force of Houchin, Vegeta finally comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from Houchin. Trunks, be cautious. After uttering these words, Houchin assumed a fighting stance before Trunks. Chapter 128, Vegeta, yielding. At that moment, Trunks also felt the overwhelming energy surging within Houchin. The oppressive sensation rendered him as insignificant as an ant. Not daring to let his guard down, Trunks scrutinized Houchin intently. I will unleash my full power in a single strike. If you sense anything amiss, evade immediately. For good measure, Houchin reiterated his warning to Trunks. Subsequently, he began to compress his energy entirely into his hands. With his feet planted firmly, he prepared to execute the legendary technique of Master Roshi, the Kamehameha wave. Came. A colossal energy wave surged rapidly toward Trunks. As the energy wave approached, a singular thought raced through Trunks' mind. It's over. He understood that if he were to be struck by this attack, his demise would be inevitable. Just as the Kamehameha was about to collide with him, he swiftly dodged to the side. Naturally, Houchin would not allow the Kamehameha to strike Trunks. With a flourish of his hands, he redirected the energy wave, sending it soaring into the distance. Moments later, Houchin released the Kaioken technique, and his aura dissipated. Vegeta, having experienced Houchin's full power, was left in a state of shock. Trunks, still reeling from his narrow escape, felt a wave of relief wash over him. What do you think, Trunks? Between the two auras, which do you perceive as more oppressive? Uncle Houchin, just now. The sensation indicated that your combat prowess must greatly exceed that of Android 22 from the future. However, I cannot ascertain whether Android 22 fought at full strength during our encounter. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Houchin nodded in agreement. He had yet to encounter the future Android 22. However, based on the difficulty level assigned by the system, it was likely that the opponent's combat power was comparable to his own. Moreover, according to Dragon Ball conventions, it was generally observed that a clone was often significantly more powerful than its original. Take, for instance, Demon King Piccolo. The original deity possessed only a few hundred in combat power before merging with Piccolo, yet Piccolo's strength soared thousands of times beyond that. Nonetheless, in all the tasks previously assigned by the system, none had ever been labeled as certain death or unavoidable defeat. The provision of a month's time could very well be intended for him to further cultivate and enhance his abilities. No more dwelling on it. I shall face whatever comes my way. Resolving this in his mind, Houchin glanced at the long and used weighted training suit. He began to increase the gravity to suppress his combat power, halting only when it matched that of Vegeta and Trunks. Thereafter, the three of them engaged in their training together. Before long, both Vegeta and Trunks sensed something amiss with Houchin. The once formidable Houchin now appeared to be moving sluggishly. Houchin did not conceal the truth. He removed his gravity-defying attire without hesitation and tossed it before the two. A resounding crash echoed from the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. Vegeta now comprehended the weight of Houchin's clothing. No wonder his strength was astonishing. Wearing such garments must be akin to constant training. Vegeta had always believed his own training methods were extreme, and being overshadowed by Goku had left him feeling disgruntled. However, witnessing Houchin's attire, he finally found admiration for this individual before him. Do you have more of these garments, Houchin? Could you spare me a set? Vegeta stammered. Wait, what? Houchin and Trunks were taken aback. Was this truly the words of Vegeta? Had the sun risen in the northwest? Well, I could, but you must agree to one condition. Houchin replied. Vegeta realized that since their first encounter, he had incessantly provoked Houchin. It was only natural for the latter to be reluctant to provide him with such a gravity suit. What condition? I'll agree to anything, Vegeta declared. Since we are heading to the future, the fewer people, the better. I plan to take only 3 individuals with me. If you choose to accompany me, you must adhere to my orders and not act independently, Houchin stipulated. He had been contemplating whether to bring Vegeta, aware of his formidable prowess. Yet his personality often posed a challenge for everyone. If, by chance, they ventured into the future and Vegeta acted on his own, it could lead to disaster, potentially giving away a life to number 22. Houchin would not only forfeit any rewards, but also face a deduction in combat power. Is that all? I agree. Vegeta thought it would be a daunting request, only to find it so straightforward. Well, a true man must honor his word. Seeing Vegeta's swift agreement, Houchin reiterated his point to ensure Vegeta would not backtrack. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how could I ever fail to uphold my word? With Vegeta invoking his royal Saiyan honor, Houchin felt assured of his commitment. Subsequently, he exchanged 20 effort points from the system space to obtain 4 sets of gravity suits. 2 were given to Vegeta and Trunks, while the remaining 2 would be reserved for Goku and Gohan upon their arrival. Thus, the trio destined for the future was finalized. Chapter 129, Bottleneck. After explaining the use of the gravity suits to Vegeta and Trunks, they eagerly donned them. With the enhancement of the gravity suits, The difficulty of their training markedly increased, yet their strength grew at a significantly accelerated pace compared to before. In the days that followed, Hao Shan and his companions devoted themselves to relentless training, with none working harder than our Saiyan prince, Vegeta, with the gravity suit. He felt that surpassing Hao Yin and Wukong was merely a matter of time. Vegeta, too, found himself unable to break past Super Saiyan 1, despite his relentless efforts. It appeared that a pivotal moment was necessary for Vegeta to achieve another breakthrough. At long last, a year had elapsed, and Vegeta and Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Shortly thereafter, Wukong re-entered, accompanied by Gohan. Hao Yin, I sense that Vegeta and Trunks' strength has increased remarkably, Wukong remarked as he began to chat with Hao Yin. Subsequently, Hao Yin presented the remaining 2 gravity suits to Wukong and Gohan. After a thorough explanation, Wukong and Gohan were elated, especially upon learning that these suits could be customized to their liking. Gohan, still a child at heart, was particularly excited and began to experiment with changing the suit's appearance. However, Gohan's aesthetic choices were rather awkward. While Gohan was engrossed in his playful experimentation, Hao Yin approached Wukong. Wukong, who do you believe is stronger now, you or Gohan? Upon hearing Hao Yin's question, Wukong was not taken aback. He understood that Hao Yin, with his power, might have discerned something. As of now, Gohan's strength surpasses mine. He merely requires a key to unlock his true potential. I can sense that once Gohan breaks through, his power will undergo a significant transformation. Indeed, this was the case. Gohan's overall strength was already greater than that of the lightning cell. As for Wukong, his training pace was already swift, and a breakthrough would be even more advantageous. After all, at this juncture, Gohan was the most formidable weapon among them. Gohan, it's time to cease your play. We must commence. Hao Yin called out to the still enthusiastic Gohan. He then reset the weight of the gravity suit to 0 and unleashed his full aura. Wukong, I will train with Gohan first. No matter what occurs, do not intervene. Hao Yin's warning to Wukong was to prevent any impulsive interference that might arise from his protective instincts towards his son. Upon hearing this, Wukong could surmise that the upcoming training would be quite intense. Yet, he was also aware that the adversaries they would face were likely to possess unfathomable power. Regardless of the means, any enhancement to their strength would increase their chances of victory. Rest assured, Hao Yin, I have complete faith in you. Having grown up together, Wukong harbored unwavering trust in Hao Yin. With Wukong's agreement, Hao Yin raised his hand and fired an energy blast toward Gohan. Fortunately, Hao Yin did not unleash his full power King Fist, or else that blow might have caused Gohan serious injury. Uncle Hao Yin, why did you suddenly attack me? Gohan exclaimed. Son Gohan, merely dodging will not enhance your strength. Hao Yin shouted amidst his assault. Damn it, Gohan muttered under his breath before instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. After that, Hao Yin's energy attacks proved ineffective against Gohan. Haha, Uncle Hao Yin, your attacks are futile. Is that so? Upon hearing Gohan's words, Hao Yin discreetly activated the tenfold King Fist. A blue aura enveloped Hao Tsun in an instant. Soon after, a more terrifying assault was launched towards Gohan. To his astonishment, Gohan had not anticipated that Hao Tsun would suddenly amplify his strength. Just as he had relaxed, he was struck squarely by one of Hao Tsun's energy blasts, sending him hurtling away. Is this truly all your power? Pathetically weak. Hao Tsun taunted as he watched Gohan struggle to rise from the ruins. You must understand, in the future world, everyone perished to protect you, leaving only you and Trunks behind. What a pity, a waste is a waste. Not only have you failed to grow stronger, but you also allowed the androids to kill you. How disappointed everyone must be in you. Hao Tsun sneered, his disdain palpable. In this moment, he felt even more contemptible than Cell. Silence. Chapter 130, a major breakthrough. Unable to endure Hao Tsun's scorn any longer, Gohan charged at him. Yeah. As Gohan closed the distance, he threw a punch aimed directly at Hao Tsun's face. Surprisingly, Hao Tsun did not evade the blow, allowing it to land squarely. However, his stance remained unwavering, not even a tremor passing through him. Uncle Hao Tsun, Gohan gasped, taken aback by Hao Tsun's lack of reaction. Humph, is this your strength? Utter rubbish. After delivering his scathing remark, Hao Tsun retaliated with a punch of his own, sending Gohan flying once more. Rubbing the spot where Gohan struck, Hao Tsun scoffed. Tsh, even a mosquito possesses greater strength than you. I need not exert my full power. I could easily end you. It was evident that although Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was not fighting at full capacity. Otherwise, his power would be comparable to Hao Tsun's. Since you wish to play, do not blame me, Hao Tsun declared, prompting Gohan to finally take things seriously. With a mighty roar, Gohan's energy surged exponentially, causing the already compact hyperbolic time chamber to tremble violently. Gohan's full power felt impressive, and Hao Tsun nodded in acknowledgement. If only this child possessed even half the dedication of Goku or Vegeta, perhaps the outcome would be different. As Hao Tsun pondered this, Gohan suddenly lunged at him. Goodness! Hao Tsun was caught off guard by Gohan's abrupt assault. Lost in thought, he barely registered the fist that loomed larger before him. Bang! Once again, Gohan's fist connected solidly with Houtzen, but this time, fueled by his full power, Gohan sent Houtzen flying away. In the distance, Goku witnessed the scene unfold, utterly astonished that Gohan's attack could land on Houtzen. Damn it, I was just saying Gohan was being reckless, and now I seem even more reckless than him. This punch was Gohan's utmost effort, and blood trickled from Houtzen's mouth. How careless, still too weak. After Houtzen rose, he did not forget to continue mocking Gohan. At this point, Gohan's strength was nearly on par with his own. This pressure was no longer a significant concern for Gohan. Subsequently, Houtzen unleashed a 20-fold King Fist, significantly elevating his combat prowess once again. Let us continue, exclaimed Houtzen, as he instantly flashed to Gohan's side. Although Gohan could somewhat discern Houtzen's form this time, his body could not keep up with his eyes. No matter how he counterattacked, he failed to land a single hit on his opponent and instead found himself battered and bruised. Seeing that it was about time, Houtzen retrieved a Senzu bean from his possession and tossed it to Gohan. Upon consuming the bean, Gohan's injuries were instantaneously healed. However, before he could revel in his recovery, Houtzen's assault came crashing down once more. The relentless training regimen that Houtzen imposed was becoming unbearable even for Goku. Out of sight, out of mind, Goku retreated to a distance, occasionally feeling Gohan being sent flying again. Thus, each day, Houtzen and Gohan engaged in the same rigorous training. Every hair stood on end, and their bodies crackled with electricity. Sensing Gohan's energy, Goku curiously rushed over. You did it, Gohan. You've broken through. At this moment, Gohan exuded an aura that was markedly darker than before, especially evident in his disdainful gaze. After declaring this, Gohan began to amplify his energy once more. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Goku could not withstand this overwhelming presence. Gohan has completed his training. Now it's your turn, Houtzen directed the conversation towards Goku. For some inexplicable reason, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Goku's face. Houtzen, is there any chance we could train in a different manner? Of course not. You cannot be trained the same way as Gohan. Your opponent is not me, but Gohan. Chapter 131, Ascension. What? My opponent is Gohan. Goku felt a wave of despair wash over him. Losing to Houtzen was one thing, but to be defeated by his own son would be a blow to his pride. Right now, your best method of improving is to battle Gohan, Houtzen remarked before turning his gaze to Gohan. Gohan, he is in your hands now. Treat him as I instructed you, but do take care to go easy on him. Upon hearing Houtzen's words, Goku was rendered speechless. I understand, Uncle Houtzen, Gohan replied, his expression serious. Dad, you better be careful. With that, Gohan approached Goku. Well then, let us see what you can do after your breakthrough. After all, you're a Saiyan. Even if he is my son, the desire to battle a strong opponent is undeniable. Summoning all his strength, Goku charged at Gohan, while he himself adjusted his gravity training suit to its maximum limits, beginning his own training regimen. After all, he could not rely solely on Gohan and the others. As they grew stronger, the odds of victory on their side naturally increased. However, relying solely on oneself proved to be the most prudent approach. Thus, Houtzen commenced his own training regimen. Every day, Wukong and Gohan engaged in fierce battles. It must be noted that the rapid enhancement of Wukong's prowess astonished both Houtzen and Gohan. Each time they neared a stalemate, Gohan would elevate his own strength. But before long, Wukong would catch up again. It seemed that, in due time, Wukong would achieve a breakthrough. Houtzen mused to himself, feeling a sudden pang of urgency. The system's task necessitated that he eliminate Android 22 in the future to amplify his combat power fivefold. Yet, he needed to devise a transitional strategy. This thought was not unfounded. He had now spent approximately a year and a half within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, his battle power had not seen significant growth, barely reaching 1.6 billion. System, do you possess any means to enhance my combat power? Contemplating his reliance on the system, Houtzen entered the system space to inquire. He received a prompt about upgrading the Kaioken technique with effort points. The maximum level for Kaioken was stated to be 50 times, requiring 100 effort points for each increment of 10 levels. Currently, Houtzen's Kaioken had been elevated to 30 times through task completion, leaving a gap of 20 levels to reach the pinnacle. In other words, fully upgrading Kaioken would require 200 effort points. Without a moment's hesitation, Houtzen expended the effort points to maximize his Kaioken. The expenditure of 200 effort points would grant him an additional 20-fold increase in power, a highly advantageous trade-off. Nonetheless, earning effort points through training had become exceedingly arduous. Subsequently, Houtzen re-entered the system, scrutinizing the effort point exchange interface. With over 300 effort points remaining, he sought other valuable options. What is this? He noticed a section labeled Assimilation, yet it was presented in black. Regardless of his selections, there was no response. System, what is this? Why can't I access it? A reply came forth. This option is restricted and requires the completion of specific tasks before selection. Specific tasks? Houtzen pondered, perplexed. With this query lingering, he perused numerous pages, discovering that not only this option but many others were also displayed in black, rendering them inaccessible. Are all these options tied to specific tasks? Indeed, the system's voice echoed, leaving Houchen devoid of further interest in continuing his search. Presently, the avenues for enhancing his strength appeared to be nearly exhausted. What curious options lay ahead with their respective specific tasks? He resolved to take one step at a time. With that thought, Houchen resumed his training, now armed with a 50-fold enhancement from Kaioken. An increase of 1 billion in combat power effectively equated to a rise of 50 billion. A towering edifice rises from the ground. One must lay a solid foundation. Chapter 132, The Cad. It was nearly time for him to depart. Before leaving, Wukong implored Houchen not to inform Vegeta of his newfound ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. After inquiring about the reason, Houchen was left speechless. Goku unexpectedly revealed that he was suppressing himself to avoid demoralizing Vegeta. Frankly, there are moments when Houchen finds it difficult to comprehend Goku's thoughts. Despite possessing formidable strength, Goku insists on holding back when facing adversaries. Concealment aside, should peril arise in the future world, one must unleash their full potential. If anyone were to perish due to your restraint, I would not forgive you. Houchen, concerned about Goku's reckless tendencies resurfacing, offered a preemptive caution. Rest assured, Houchen, if danger presents itself, I shall exert my utmost effort. Upon hearing Goku's assurance, Houchen finally felt at ease. Subsequently, Goku departed from the hyperbolic time chamber, and shortly thereafter, Piccolo entered. At this point, Piccolo's strength had surpassed that of Super Saiyan Gohan. His visit was purely for companionship. He wished to witness the growth of his beloved son. As a Super Namekian, Piccolo's power had also significantly increased, which he augmented through relentless training. This aspect was quite reminiscent of Houchen's own journey. Months later, it was time for Gohan to leave the time chamber. To Houchen's bewilderment, Piccolo accompanied Gohan as well. In Piccolo's words, he intended to wait until everyone else had completed their training before entering himself, as Houchen would undoubtedly select someone other than him for the journey to the future. Sometimes, an individual's intelligence can render them less endearing. Although Piccolo's appearance hardly aligns with the notion of charm, just then, the voice of Android 18 resonated from the entrance of the time chamber, declaring, "We've arrived." Number 22. Following her was number 17. The ensuing training would involve the three modified androids. The strength of numbers 17 and 18 could not be augmented through rage. They could only enhance their combat abilities through rigorous training. Nevertheless, they held an advantage over Piccolo and several Earthlings, as Dr. Gero had implanted them with equipment that provided limitless energy. Thus, the two would never experience fatigue, allowing them to train at a pace significantly faster than that of the Earth Warriors. Houchen did not harbor expectations for a substantial increase in their strength during this year. However, considering that numbers 17 and 18 had not existed for long, their abrupt transition to training in the time chamber was noteworthy. Number 17 seemed unfazed, while number 18 appeared somewhat distracted. Here, number 18 lacked the destructive tendencies of her future counterpart, showcasing more of her human side. Being a woman, she often found herself yearning to explore, to see, and to play. Although she understood that this training was primarily for her and number 17, the monotony of these days irked her somewhat. 18, what is bothering you? Houchen inquired, having just concluded a spar with number 17 and noticing her sitting on the ground, lost in thought. Number 22, why do you train so diligently to grow stronger? What is the purpose? Why? To ensure my own survival, Houchen mused to himself. Yet, his expression bore an air of righteous determination. Of course, it was all in the name of safeguarding the Earth and protecting everyone around me. With you by my side, even if Cell were to appear, you could help me drive him away. Upon hearing Houchen's words, number 18 immediately replied. This left Houchen feeling somewhat awkward. However, I cannot be here at all times. What would happen if Cell showed up while I am absent? Then, wherever you go, I shall follow, ensuring that we are together at all times, and you may protect me continuously. It was evident to even the most oblivious that number 18 was confessing her feelings to Houchen. Houchen harbored deep affections for number 18. Yet he was already in a relationship with Bulma. Moreover, in both his world and the Dragon Ball universe, monogamy was the norm. In his own world, he had never even dated, thus could not be labeled as a cad. The sudden confession left Houchen at a loss. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. Now, let us engage in battle. Number 22. Observing Houchen's reaction, number 18 burst into laughter, subsequently issuing a challenge to him. All right. Houchen stammered, his mind elsewhere as he followed number 18. At that moment, he was hardly in the mood for combat. Chapter 133, The King of Control, Tien Shin'an. Thus, at the very least, they had secured their own self-defense abilities. If the two joined forces, defeating Cell would be more than feasible. Throughout the year, the trio's powers had significantly increased, and number 18 grew bolder in her interactions with Houchen, often teasing him playfully. Initially, her antics left him flustered, but gradually, he became accustomed to it, and even began to relish the sensation. Nevertheless, Hao Chen never crossed the line, for outside the room of spirit and time, Bulma awaited his return. All right, it has been nearly a year. You may now exit, and once the others have completed their training, you can choose to re-enter. Hao Chen was aware that both number 17 and number 18 had long wished to leave. Not only them, but he too was nearing his limit of confinement. Let us depart then, number 18. After number 17 spoke, he took the lead toward the exit. However, number 18 did not move. Instead, she approached Hao Chen. What is it? Number 18? Hao Chen inquired, perplexed by her presence. Kiss. Hao Chen touched his cheek, staring blankly at the door of the room of spirit and time. Number 18 was bolder than Bulma. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion arose at the entrance. Two figures appeared, one with 3 eyes, adorned with robust muscles, and the other with a pale complexion, reminiscent of a paper doll from Hao Chen's world. It was Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Hello, Hao Chen. The two greeted him politely. They were not well acquainted with Hao Chen, having primarily heard of him through Goku and Krillin. Greetings, Tian Kaiatsu. Upon seeing Tian, Hao Chen's eyes lit up. Tianjin Fan is undoubtedly one of the most gifted contenders, particularly with his refined technique, the new Kamehameha. Thus, a saying has circulated widely. 1 pack of Senza beans and 1 pack of cigarettes. I can control Cell for an entire day. Mastering the new Kamehameha is essential for me. It is indeed a formidable weapon, Hao Chen mused. With boundless energy at his disposal, he was confident that, even against a stronger opponent, the combination of his energy and the new Kamehameha would enable him to prevail. Let us commence our training. Tianjin Fan, you shall face me first so that I may gauge your overall strength. Hao Chen understood that Jiaozi's participation would merely serve as a companion for Tianjin Fan. After scanning Jiaozi's combat power, he noted it was just over 1,000. Even with a miracle, Jiaozi would struggle to confront formidable foes directly. Remember, Tianjin Fan, go all out. After uttering these words, Hao Chen tossed a Senza bean to Tianjin Fan. With ample sustenance provided, Tianjin Fan unleashed his full potential and charged at Hao Chen with unrestrained vigor. Unfortunately, with battle power in the hundreds of thousands, it was utterly insufficient against Hao Chen. He did not even attempt to evade Tianjin Fan's relentless strikes. He allowed the barrage of punches to rain upon him. Indeed, this fellow is stronger than I anticipated. Acknowledging the disparity between them, Tianjin Fan ascended into the air, using the air dance technique, fervently amplifying his energy in his hands. Subsequently, he crossed his arms, focusing the energy within his palms toward the ground where Hao Chen stood. It was coming. This posture could only signify the new Kamehameha. Sensing the immense energy emanating from Tianjin Fan's palms, Hao Chen felt not trepidation, but rather anticipation. This guy truly possesses an extraordinary edge, just as Krillin had remarked. As Tianjin Fan recalled Krillin's previous jest, he prepared to unleash his technique. New Kamehameha. A colossal wave of energy surged forth, radiating light as it hurtled toward Hao Chen. In an instant, the ground beneath Hao Chen was transformed into a vast crater. The pressure was indeed formidable. Hao Chen, however, withstood the full force of the new Kamehameha. Though it inflicted no harm upon him, he felt an undeniable weight pressing down. Well done, Tianjin Fan. Can you amplify its power further? Hao Chen called out. The primary reason for his earlier failure to execute the rapid learning was evident. He had not successfully activated it while under the force of the attack. Gazing down at Hao Chen, Tianjin Fan realized that the new Kamehameha had little effect on him aside from a slight bow of his head. At that moment, Hao Chen's voice echoed again, prompting Tianjin Fan to prepare to enhance the energy of the new Kamehameha. New Kamehameha. This time, Tianjin Fan unleashed the technique at full capacity. Compared to the previous attempt, the power had increased by 2 or 3 times. Yet, it still posed minimal challenge to Hao Chen. While it did influence his movements, the effect was negligible. Rapid learning activated successfully. Congratulations, you have mastered new Kamehameha. The system's voice finally resonated. The new Kamehameha had been acquired. Enough, Tian, exclaimed Hao Chen, as he descended from the sky, having mastered the new Ki Blast technique. Panting heavily, Tian ate the Senza bean that Hao Chen had given him. This move, while powerful, had considerable side effects for Tian. Observing Tian's exhausted state, Hao Chen lost interest in continuing their sparring match. After all, the disparity in their strengths was astronomical. He could serve as a training partner, but it offered little enhancement to his own abilities. Yet, with Tian present, it felt remiss not to offer some guidance. Suddenly, Hao Chen recalled some items he had come across while idly browsing in the system space. Among them was the Vegetable Man, a creature with an evil aspect purged, possessing a combat power range of 1,000 to 3 million, redeemable for 15 effort points. At the time, he had merely glanced at it, deeming it of little utility. After all, with a maximum power of 300,000, it seemed inadequate against the formidable foes they would face later. However, it would serve perfectly as a sparring partner for Tian, Krillin, and Yamcha. Redeem, Hao Chen declared, and in an instant, a seed-like object appeared in the system space. He understood that this was the prototype of the vegetable man, and the system generously provided a shovel and watering can. Digging a hole, he buried the seed and began to water it, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tien, how do you have this? Tien and Kaiatsu pondered, recalling that the same seed had been planted when Vegeta and Nappa first arrived on Earth. Oh, this? I stumbled upon it many years ago during my travels in the universe, Hao Chun replied, inventing an excuse. But this creature has low combat power, Tien remarked, perplexed. Though he had once struggled against the vegetable man, his own strength had since undergone a tremendous transformation. My vegetable man is of premium quality. Its combat power should be comparable to yours, Hao Chun asserted. Just then, the ground began to stir, and soon a green creature emerged, resembling an anthropomorphized cabbage. Is this creature's combat power really near mine? Tien questioned skeptically, sensing no aura emanating from the vegetable man. Only one way to find out, Hao Chun chuckled, whispering to the vegetable man, you should aim for a combat power of around 200,000. After issuing the command, he stepped back. Upon receiving the instruction, the vegetable man swiftly adjusted its combat power to 200,000. Before you stands your opponent, you may begin, Hao Chun announced, and the vegetable man immediately charged at Tien. What? Caught off guard, Tien had underestimated the vegetable man, and in a moment of distraction, he was sent flying by the seemingly inconspicuous creature. Never underestimate any adversary, he reminded himself. After Hao Chun finished speaking, he departed without a second thought. Damn it! Tianjin Fan naturally heard Hao Chun's words, spat disdainfully, and charged toward the vegetable man. Hao Chun had not the slightest interest in their skirmish. To him, it was akin to a child's quarrel. At this moment, he had just mastered the key cannon and was eager to find a suitable venue to demonstrate his newfound skill. He pondered what level he could achieve when combined with his boundless energy. Chapter 135, The Overwhelming Showdown. Hao Chun dared not employ this technique against Tianjin Fan. If a Super Saiyan were present, he would have been bold enough to use it. I also have the space of another world. I can venture in there and select some formidable opponents to test my skills. Upon concluding this thought, Hao Chun promptly expended 8 effort points to enter the alternate dimension. Tianjin, Hao Chun, and then Hao Chun vanished. In the distance, Dumpling, while keeping an eye on Tianjin Fan, occasionally glanced at Hao Chun. Just as he turned his head, Hao Chun disappeared, startling Dumpling. He might have gone out. Best not to worry about him for now. This guy's vegetable man is indeed quite formidable. At this moment, Tianjin Fan found dealing with the vegetable man quite laborious. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he refocused on the battle. Upon entering the familiar realm of the alternate dimension, everything remained as it had been during his last visit. Given Hao Chun's current strength, encountering Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form would likely result in instant annihilation. The reason for choosing such a powerful opponent was primarily to test whether his newly acquired key cannon could inflict damage on Super Saiyan 3 Goku. With long golden hair cascading behind him, Goku's visage appeared somewhat sinister, possibly exacerbated by his lack of eyebrows in this form. This resemblance evoked memories of several notorious actors in Hao Chun's world, whose terrifying appearances stemmed from their lack of brows. With your current strength, selecting Super Saiyan 3 Goku as an opponent is tantamount to suicide, the system coldly remarked, referencing Goku before him. I do not wish to engage you in battle. Rather, I seek your assistance in testing my new key cannon. Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, Goku fell silent and simply sat down. Then go ahead and try. Indeed, strength signifies everything. Observing Goku's demeanor ignited a flame of indignation within Hao Chun. Just wait, you shall soon see. With that thought in mind, Hao Chun employed the sky dance technique to soar above Goku's head. He then began to concentrate his energy into his hands. Sensing the energy in Hao Chun's hands, Goku looked up at him. This energy is indeed impressive. Goku praised. Is that all? You will soon find out. No, key cannon. With Hao Chun's furious shout, an enormous burst of energy descended toward Goku below. Boom! The alternate dimension mirrored the surface of the outside world. Hao Chun's new key cannon created a colossal crater in the ground. No, it was no mere crater. It was a chasm. Upon completion, Hao Chun first took a moment to sense his own aura. As expected, with the infusion of boundless energy, this technique posed no adverse effects for him whatsoever. Splendid. What are you laughing at? Just as Hao Chun reveled in his joy, a voice echoed from the abyss, belonging to Wukong. Subsequently, Wukong executed his sky dance technique and began to ascend. No, Kamehameha. Without uttering another word, Hao Chun unleashed the new Kamehameha towards Wukong. What is going on? Though this new Kamehameha wouldn't inflict the slightest harm upon Super Saiyan 3 Wukong, the sense of pressure it exerted was formidable. If this continues, I shall retaliate, Wukong declared, soaring upward once more. New Kamehameha. Denying Wukong any opportunity to ascend, Hao Chun pressed his attack and positioned himself right before Wukong. You force my hand, Wukong shouted, his aura surging with tremendous intensity. Gazing down into the abyss, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Is this the legendary notion that when you stare into the abyss stares back at you? Hao Chun, too, held nothing back, instantly deploying a 50-fold king fist. Yet, even so, Wukong's aura still bore down upon him with immense pressure. Whoosh! Wukong darted towards Hao Chun at astonishing speed. No, Kamehameha. Hao Chun intended to launch another Kamehameha, but before he could, Wukong's fist struck his face. Hey, I thought we were just testing techniques. Why are you hitting back? This punch nearly knocked Hao Chun's teeth out, leaving him incensed. Your pressure is substantial, but it can't injure me in the slightest. Can't you find it tiresome to keep using that? Moreover, your modifications grant you infinite energy, implying you could use that technique endlessly. I can't merely serve as a punching bag for you. It won't enhance your strength, nor can I assist you. After absorbing Wukong's words, Hao Chun pondered deeply. It appeared that, like Tin Shinhen, he too could control opponents whose strength vastly exceeded his own. Yet, why was it that you could strike me earlier? Need I explain? My current power level is astronomically different from yours. Even if your technique is rather underhanded, as long as my speed and reflexes are superior, your technique cannot touch me. Chapter 136, a further enhancement. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Hao Chun understood that in a one-on-one duel, even with the new Kamehameha, he could temporarily suppress a formidable foe. However, should the opponent's strength vastly surpass his own, there existed a likelihood that his technique could be broken. No matter how powerful a move, if it cannot be executed, it is utterly useless. What is your current battle power? In full power mode, over 210 billion. Hearing Wukong's words, Hao Chun nearly stumbled in shock. With the enhancement of the 50-fold King Fist, his battle power soared to over 80 billion, almost 3 times greater than his own. Your technique has a flaw. The wind-up time is excessively long. If your opponent does not grant you the time to execute your technique, it can be effortlessly countered. Thus, a slight modification is in order. Alternatively, when you employ this technique, having someone to distract your opponent could afford you the necessary time to unleash it. With patience, Wukong elucidated this to Hao Chun. Upon hearing this, Hao Chun felt invigorated. Indeed, if he could achieve instantaneous execution, he could catch his foe off guard. This realization had dawned upon him during his previous contemplations in this realm. After articulating his thoughts, Hao Chun commenced his own experimentation. Originally, Wukong had more to convey. But noticing Hao Chun had closed his eyes, he refrained from further words and transformed into a scattering of luminous particles, gradually fading away. Thus, in this alternate dimension, Hao Chun incessantly focused his energy, omitting many unnecessary movements, solely aiming for the ability to unleash his technique in an instant. However, this training proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Time passed incrementally. Unbeknownst to him, Hao Chun had lingered in this space for nearly half a year. His mastery over energy had ascended to a new level, and the execution of energy techniques had become significantly swifter. Nonetheless, he still could not achieve instant activation. After all, regardless of how rapid his energy accumulation became, there remained a temporal constraint. Moreover, the greater his energy, the slower the accumulation process. In a normal state, Hao Chun's speed in executing the King Fist at 50 times its usual power, coupled with a new energy cannon, was considerably slower than his ordinary state. No wonder. When I employed the King Fist, I was sent flying by Wukong's punch. What a dilemma. With a sigh, Hao Chun reclined. For the past few months, he had scarcely rested, wholly engrossed in practice. At that moment, brilliance began to emanate within the space, heralding the manifestation of a Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. Your training has been commendable. Wukong's praise, though well-intentioned, struck Hao Chun's ears with an unsettling resonance. Given my current speed and utilizing skills, would you be able to interrupt me? Extremely easily, came the blunt reply from Wukong. Hao Chun was left utterly speechless. Actually, you have another option. You can exchange 300 effort points with me for a skill, instant activation. Instant activation? What is that? And it requires 300 effort points? Hao Chun pondered, having reviewed the system space multiple times, yet he had scarcely paid attention to the skill bar. After all, with his rapid learning ability, he could simply engage in a few sparring sessions with someone and master any skill he desired. Instant activation is a passive skill. Once learned, it allows one to disregard all skill activation delays while maintaining the damage output of techniques. What? Disregard all skill activation delays? Does that mean I can instantly unleash any technique I wish without compressing my energy? Indeed, with the system's affirmation, Hao Chun finally comprehended why such an unassuming passive skill demanded 300 effort points. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'll exchange for it. Hao Chun gazed at the spatial panel, noting that his effort value had barely exceeded 300 points. Nevertheless, the passive skill he yearned to acquire was indispensable. He successfully exchanged for the skill, instantaneous release. Remaining effort value stood at 33 points. With his current prowess, accumulating further effort points was an arduous endeavor. It required a staggering 50 million combat power to gain a mere point. Having obtained this instantaneous release skill, Hao Chun resolved to thoroughly examine the skill bar in the system space at his earliest convenience, particularly focusing on those skills demanding several hundred effort points for exchange. With a mischievous grin directed at Goku before him, Hao Chen declared, "Now, let us continue with your role as my sparring partner." Upon finishing his words, he activated the sky dance technique and soared into the air. This time, he refrained from exerting any energy, merely adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave. In an instant, the immense energy of the new Kamehameha erupted from Hao Chen, hurtling straight toward Goku. Wonderful. This is the sensation. As he unleashed the first of his new Kamehameha blasts, he reveled in the thrill of this instantaneous skill. New Kamehameha. Rapid fire. Hao Chen exclaimed, firing off blasts nearly every second. Ha ha ha. Goku below him was rendered speechless. Chapter 137. The Method of Cultivation. Goku, why not try your full power? Hao Chen called down from his lofty perch. Moments later, he sensed Goku's full power surging forth. Then I shall unleash my full power as well. Upon uttering those words, Hao Chen activated the 50-fold King's Fist and simultaneously released another Kamehameha wave directed at Goku below. This time, even with his full power, Goku found himself unable to evade Hao Chen, who struck him back into the abyss with the Kamehameha fueled by the King's Fist. Ah, how exhilarating. System, why didn't you inform me sooner? At that moment, a sense of vindication coursed through Hao Chen. He had spent nearly half a year in this space, only to discover that the system's revelation rendered his efforts seemingly futile. Yet, it could not be deemed entirely in vain. At least his mastery over energy had ascended to new heights, bolstering his combat prowess. I initially intended to inform you, but seeing your fervent training state, I refrained from interrupting, Goku remarked as he swiftly emerged from the depths. Haha, I won't hold it against you for now. Let us test out some other skills. After declaring this, Hao Chen spread his arms wide. In an instant, 2 energy spheres manifested in his hands. Beware, energy sphere, dual slash, he proclaimed, sending the spheres hurtling towards Goku. This technique was a reward for completing a task, rendering all defenses moot. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 full power state, Goku dared not take the blows head on. After evading the first 2 strikes, he had yet to regain his composure when Hao Chen hurled another pair of energy spheres at him. Soon, a relentless barrage of energy spheres surged toward Goku, each one more formidable than the last. The current state bears a striking resemblance to the shadow clone technique of shurikens in Naruto. Although Goku's combat prowess is significantly higher at this moment, he cannot withstand Hao Chen's 0 cooldown time. Soon enough, wounds began to appear on Goku's body. I believe I have tested enough skills. Now it is my turn to retaliate. Upon uttering these words, Goku ceased evading and began to gather energy to strike back against Hao Chen's energy arc slash. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Due to the vast disparity in strength, Hao Chen's energy arc slashes were swiftly subdued by Goku's full power in his Super Saiyan 3 form. It is indeed quite bothersome. However, if the difference in power is too great, one can still be suppressed. Thus, continuous training is essential. After they paused, Goku turned to Hao Chen and spoke. Hao Chen naturally understood the underlying truth. Nevertheless, this ability could serve as a formidable weapon for him. Even when facing an opponent of similar strength to Super Saiyan 3 Goku in the future, if he cannot win, he can still be a nuisance to them. Moreover, with his infinite energy, he could outlast his adversary. Indeed, this journey has not been in vain. Having resolved this dilemma, Hao Chen began to adjust the gravity and environment within the space, embarking on his formal training. After all, the training conditions here are far more arduous than those in the hyperbolic time chamber. The only difference lies in the disparity of time flow between the two realms. If I train in this alternate world within the hyperbolic time chamber, does that count as a glitch? With a self-deprecating smile, Hao Chen commenced his exercises. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Tien Shinhan diligently trained every day, seizing every opportunity to spar with the vegetable warrior. Through his training, he sensed a strengthening of his abilities. Yet, he was puzzled by the fact that in his battles against the vegetable warrior, he still suffered more defeats than victories. As if the vegetable warrior was also enhancing his strength through training. At this moment, Tien wished to inquire of Hao Chen whether his suspicions were correct. However, nearly a year had passed since Hao Chen's last disappearance, and he had not reappeared. Tien had begun to suspect that Hao Chen had exited prematurely. When the time finally came, Tien stepped out of the temple, only to find no trace of Hao Chen. After inquiring with others, they too confirmed that Hao Chen had not emerged. This left everyone perplexed. The most anxious among them were Bulma and Android 18. Indeed, Bulma had appeared at the temple at some point. Upon hearing of Hao Chen's disappearance, she felt compelled to rush into the hyperbolic time chamber to search for him. However, they were halted by Piccolo. According to his analysis, Hao Chen was likely engaged in a unique form of training somewhere within the hyperbolic time chamber. After all, Hao Chen's strength far surpassed that of Tien by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. If Hao Chen concealed his energy, Tien would have no hope of locating him. While this statement slightly wounded Tien's pride, it held a kernel of truth. With this, they managed to ease their concerns. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha and Krillin also ventured inside. By the way, there is a vegetable warrior inside that Houghton has placed there to serve as your sparring partner. Seeing the two hastening to enter, Tien called out urgently. Where did this fellow acquire the vegetable man? Vegeta mused to himself. After all, the vegetable men were an inadvertent acquisition of their Saiyan lineage, employed only against opponents of lesser strength. It appears that Houghton harbors numerous secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 138. Masterpieces of the World. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Krillin and Yamcha encountered the vegetable man that Tien had mentioned, standing in the center, seemingly lost in thought. As they focused their senses, they realized they could not detect Houghton's energy. It seemed that, as Piccolo had indicated, their power levels were too inadequate. If Houghton chose to suppress his energy, it would be impossible for them to sense him. This must be the training partner Tien referred to. Observing the immobile vegetable man, Krillin spoke first. Suddenly, a flicker of anger ignited within Yamcha. He recalled how, during Vegeta's first arrival on Earth, he had been careless and was ultimately defeated by a vegetable man Krillin. Allow me to engage this foe, he declared, striding toward the vegetable man, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yamcha. The vegetable man turned to face him and assumed a combat stance. Regardless of your status as a training partner, I shall trample you underfoot, Yamcha shouted, launching himself at the vegetable man. When the vegetable man was initially cultivated, Houghton had calibrated its combat power to 200,000, primarily because Tien's strength hovered around that figure, allowing for rapid growth in power through comparable training. However, at present, Yamcha's combat power was merely around 100,000. Consequently, his assault proved utterly ineffective against the vegetable man. Damn it, why is this vegetable man so formidable? Frustrated by the futility of his punches and kicks, Yamcha resorted to his unique technique, the Spirit Ball. This move, having been refined by Yamcha, had significantly increased in potency. Behold my technique, Yamcha commanded, directing the Spirit Ball towards the vegetable man with his fingers. Yet, the vegetable man merely tilted its head, evading the rapidly approaching Spirit Ball with ease. What? This is impossible, Yamcha exclaimed, astonished, and his fury intensified. Yeah. With both hands gesturing like a conductor, he sent the Spirit Ball hurtling toward the vegetable man once more. Each of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized by the indifferent vegetable man, who appeared to mock him. Yamcha's rage eclipsed his rationality, as the vegetable man swiftly maneuvered behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamcha directed the Spirit Ball once again in its direction. Just as the Spirit Ball was poised to strike the vegetable man, it evaded once more, resulting in the attack crashing heavily into Yamcha himself. Boom! Yamcha! Krillin shouted in alarm, witnessing the scene unfold. As the smoke cleared, Yamcha lay on the ground. A similar occurrence transpired once again. What is happening? Came a voice from afar, filled with confusion. Klin turned his gaze and discovered it was Houghton. Houghton! The vegetable man has defeated Yamcha. Sensing Yamcha's weakened aura, Houghton swiftly moved to his side. Goodness! This resembles a world-renowned painting of the tea god. Lacking a camera, Houghton lamented that he could not capture the moment before him. He retrieved a mystical bean from his pocket and fed it to Yamcha, instantly healing all his wounds. Houghton, you've arrived. Upon opening his eyes, seeing Houghton beside him filled Yamcha with a profound sense of security. I don't understand. This guy is far too powerful. None of my attacks can affect him, Yamcha explained, feeling utterly humiliated. Houghton, puzzled, glanced at the vegetable man and began to understand. He had set the vegetable man's minimum combat power to 200,000. After scanning Yamcha and Klin, he found Yamcha's combat power to be 110,000 and Klin's to be 120,000. How could they possibly be a match for the vegetable man? Scratching his head awkwardly, Houghton adjusted the vegetable man's combat power to 110,000. Now, should you engage him again, your strengths will be relatively matched. After making the adjustments, Houghton addressed the two. Hesitant yet determined, Yamcha launched another attack on the vegetable man. With this adjustment, there should be no issues, he thought, settling beside Klin to converse. From Klin, Houghton learned that once their current training was complete, neither he nor Yamcha intended to pursue further cultivation. They both felt that despite their efforts, their growth in strength was exceedingly slow. In truth, aside from Houghton, their abilities were akin to that of deities among all the inhabitants of Earth. They could easily establish their own sects, both being legendary figures. Sadly, neither had plans to continue their martial training. Everyone has their aspirations, Houghton thought, choosing not to dissuade them. Ultimately, what matters most is finding joy in whatever one pursues. Chapter 139, The Heart of a Woman. Houghton had spent nearly a year in the otherworldly space, experiencing a modest increase in power. However, he realized that relying solely on cultivation was no longer a viable path for rapid enhancement. It was imperative to complete the tasks assigned by the system to make substantial progress. Having concluded his thoughts, Houghton bid farewell to Klin and Yamcha, preparing to leave the time chamber. Houghton, are you leaving? asked Clint. Yes, like you, my growth has slowed considerably. Even if I stay here, I won't see significant improvements. Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, Clint and Yamu Cha exchanged glances. You're so abnormal, don't compare yourself to us. They all shared a laugh as Hao Chun made his way to the exit. Good luck to you both, he called before stepping out. As he emerged, the sky had darkened. The few individuals remaining in the Divine Temple continued their respective training. Everyone, I'm back. Although Hao Chun had only been gone for a few days. To him, it felt as if several years had passed. Therefore, seeing everyone again was undoubtedly exhilarating. Hao Chun, you're back. Bulma was the first to leap into his embrace. Indeed, Bulma, I have missed you dearly. Unfazed by the onlookers, Hao Chun reciprocated her embrace wholeheartedly. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed that Goku and Gohan were absent. After receiving Bulma's confirmation, Hao Chun lifted her into his arms and, accompanied by androids 17 and 18, soared toward the city. By the way, Bulma, weren't you busy with the time machine? How did you end up at the sacred world? On the way, Hao Chun suddenly realized. Oh, the time machine is already in the process of being replicated, and it won't be long before it's completed. I asked Android 18 to bring me here. Bulma replied. Upon hearing this, Hao Chun turned his gaze to Android 18, only to find her blushing and avoiding his eyes. Glancing down at Bulma, he noticed her cheeks were also flushed. What is going on? Hao Chun was utterly bewildered by their reactions. Android 16 remained in the laboratory, diligently monitoring the machinery for the time machine's replication. At present, 16 had become a valuable assistant to Bulma's father, and it was likely that he would soon take over Bulma's role entirely. Bulma, shall we go out and have some fun tomorrow? After dinner, while strolling in the yard, Hao Chun suggested to Bulma. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to truly explore and enjoy himself. In his youth, Bulma had invited him to play several times, but he had always declined in pursuit of greater strength. This time, however, he had come to a realization. Life should not revolve solely around relentless training and self-improvement. A balance between work and leisure was indeed the best approach. Even Goku understood this principle, and now, so did he. That sounds wonderful. What is it, Bulma? Hao Chun inquired, noticing Bulma suddenly come to a halt. I have something to tell you. While you were training, Android 18 came to see me. It was then that I asked her to bring me to the sacred world. Upon hearing this, Hao Chun recalled why Bulma had visited the sacred world. Did something happen between you two? He asked, his face filled with confusion. Android 18 told me that she likes you very, very much. At Bulma's words, Hao Chun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Bulma. The normally loquacious Hao Chun was at a loss for words. No. I can't find the words to say. Bulma burst into laughter at Hao Chun's flustered reaction. Tonight, I'll be sleeping with Android 18, so you'll have to sleep alone. Consider this a punishment. With that, she continued walking ahead, seemingly unbothered. Wait, Bulma. It's only been a few days in the real world, but I've spent years in the sacred world. No matter how Hao Chun pleaded, Bulma remained firm in her decision not to spend the night with him, insisting that she wanted to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Android 18. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, after breakfast, we'll go out and have some fun. After Bulma spoke, she headed towards Android 18's bedroom. Chapter 140, Leisure Moments. A night without conversation. Upon awakening in the morning, Hao Ian was greeted by the enticing aroma of breakfast. After dressing, he swiftly made his way to the dining area, where he discovered that both Bulma and Android 18 had risen early to commence their meal. Good morning to you both. You're up so early. Didn't you say you were going out? Of course, one must rise early to prepare, Bulma replied, her cheerfulness evident. Hao Ian wondered what the two spirited souls had conversed about the previous night. After finishing breakfast, the group prepared to head out. Just as they were about to leave, Android 17 entered the dining room, ready to eat. Are you coming along to play? Hao Ian inquired politely. To his surprise, Android 17 declined without a second thought, stating that he wished to discuss life philosophies with Android 16, leaving the others momentarily bewildered. Subsequently, Hao Ian, Bulma, and Android 18 set off in a car. On the way, Bulma outlined the day's itinerary for Hao Ian. First, they would shop at several large malls in the city. By noon, they would find a nice restaurant for a hearty meal. After lunch, they planned to spend the afternoon enjoying the amusement park, and later in the evening, they would go to the movies. It appeared that the two had organized the day's activities while sharing a bed last night. Although Hao Ian was not particularly fond of shopping, he harbored no grievances about accompanying these two lovely ladies. In fact, he felt a sense of anticipation. Upon entering the mall, the two women eagerly dove into various clothing stores, trying on anything they deemed attractive. Bulma and Android 18 were already strikingly beautiful, and the garments accentuated their allure and grace even further. Often, a crowd would gather at the entrance, captivated by their presence. Some bold individuals approached to flirt, even attempting to take advantage of the situation. In the past, Hao Ian would have intervened, but this time he remained remarkably composed. After all, Android 18 was not one to be trifled with. With a simple word of caution from Hao Ian to refrain from inflicting serious harm, Android 18 effortlessly incapacitated the audacious souls with a mere flick of her hand. Witnessing the juxtaposition of her angelic visage and her fierce demeanor, no one dared to approach her again. The entire morning was spent as Bulma and Android 18 purchased an uncountable number of clothes and accessories, with Hao-Ian earning the title of Best Bag Carrier. After enjoying lunch, the trio arrived at the largest amusement park in the city. It has been so many years since I last visited this place, Bulma exclaimed, gazing at the familiar sights before her. Hao-Ian understood that during his years of unconsciousness, Bulma had tirelessly searched the world for him, leaving little time for leisure activities like visiting amusement parks. This thought stirred a profound sense of emotion within him. Android 18 remained silent. She could not recall the last time she had been captured by Dr. Gero. It seems that I have never set foot in an amusement park either. Come on, what do you want to play? I shall accompany you. After Hao-Chen spoke, he took the hands of the two and ventured inside. For an entire afternoon, the trio reveled in childlike joy, eager to try their hand at everything. Not only Bulma and Android 18, but Hao-Chen also realized he had scarcely visited amusement parks in his lifetime, let alone experiencing the unbridled laughter that filled the air at that moment. He sincerely wished this feeling could endure forever. Time slipped away swiftly, and the daylight gradually faded. The three of them entered a cinema. The audience was sparse. Hao-Chen found himself seated in the middle, flanked by Bulma and Android 18 on either side. Perhaps due to the movie's tedium, it wasn't long before Bulma succumbed to slumber, leaning against Hao-Chen's shoulder. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, he felt movement from his other shoulder. Turning his head, he was taken aback to discover that Android 18 had also drifted off to sleep, mirroring Bulma's position, resting against his other shoulder. Moreover, Android 18 had completely wrapped her arms around one of his, as though it were a cherished pillow. This left Hao-Chen in a rather awkward predicament. After all, his official girlfriend was Bulma, and she was right beside him. He contemplated waking Android 18, but seeing her adorable expression in sleep, he chose not to disturb her. For the remainder of the time, Hao-Chen sat rigidly, anxious that even the slightest movement might disrupt their peaceful dreams. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma had already begun to smile sweetly in her slumber. Chapter 141, Time's Arrival. The three of them thoroughly enjoyed this carefree sensation. It must be noted that this was all thanks to Bulma. Her family, in the Dragon Ball universe, belonged to the ranks of the wealthiest. Had they come from a more ordinary household, like Goku and Chi-Chi's, they would likely have depleted their funds after a few days of amusement. Nevertheless, as a man, Hao-Chen felt he could not rely solely on the comforts provided by others. Days passed in an indeterminate flow, and one morning, they gathered for breakfast as usual. Android 16 approached them. Android 22, the time machine you requested has been completed. Upon hearing 16's words, the cheerful atmosphere abruptly turned somber. The completion of the time machine signified that Hao-Chen's departure was imminent. They all understood that with each passing day, they were one step closer to his journey. Witnessing the expressions of his companions, Hao-Chen couldn't help but smile. Moreover, this trip to the future was simply to assist Trunks with a minor matter, devoid of any real danger. He could only offer such reassurances to Bulma and Android 18. Upon hearing his words, Bulma's forlorn expression softened somewhat. Android 18, well aware of Hao-Chen's intentions to console them, chose not to expose the facade. Then, I shall make a trip to the Supreme Kai's realm to inform everyone. With that, Hao-Chen utilized instant transmission to arrive at the Supreme Kai's domain. To his astonishment, everyone was gathered there, and among them stood an unfamiliar figure. However, from his appearance, Hao-Chen deduced that this must be the new Supreme Kai of Earth, Dend. After all, the fused Piccolo possesses formidable combat prowess and cannot remain in the Heavenly Palace indefinitely. Greetings, Hao-San. I am Dandy, he said politely, often hearing the elders' praises about him. Under the elders' influence, the existing Namekians hold Hao-San in high regard. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather at Bulma's residence, and then we will embark on our journey. This time, 4 time machines have been constructed for our venture into the future. Apart from Trunks and myself, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta will accompany us 3. The others shall remain here. Upon hearing this, the trio felt no fear about the impending journey. Instead, they were filled with a sense of eager anticipation. Presently, Bulma and Android 18 were not preoccupied with the idea of adventure. They merely wished to spend quality time with Hao-San. Throughout the day, regardless of Hao-San's attempts to enliven the atmosphere, the two remained unable to shake off their melancholy. As evening descended, they found themselves on a beach, sitting side by side in silence, watching the sun gradually sink below the horizon. Hao-San, please be careful on this journey, Bulma finally said, unable to contain her emotions any longer, as she clung to his arm and wept. Rest assured, my prolonged stay in the Heavenly Palace was to enhance my strength. With my current combat capabilities, few could rival me. Although he was unaware of the true strength of Android 22 in the future world, he could only comfort Bulma in this manner. I want to go with you too, Android 18 suddenly declared after Bulma felt reassured. Hao-San could not possibly agree to this. To contend against Android 22, whom even Trunks could not defeat, would be tantamount to courting death. I requested Bulma to construct only 4 time machines. The remaining 3 have already been allocated. Hao-san provided a rationale, dissuading 18 from her notion. Chapter 142, A Winner in Life. That night, Bulma kept Hao-san company. After several rounds of playful activity, she lay atop him. Hao-san, I am truly worried about you. And what about Android 18? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Hao-san was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Bulma continued, Now, you seem completely unsettled. In his memory, Bulma was a person who could not tolerate even the slightest imperfection. In the original narrative, she initially dated Yamcha, but ultimately broke up with him due to his perceived infidelity. Bulma's sudden admission caused Hao-san, who usually maintained his composure, to feel anxious. Haha. Observing Hao-san's flustered demeanor, Bulma burst into laughter. I was merely teasing you. Over the past few days, I've been sharing a bed with 18. And she mentioned that she really likes you. Since you helped and guided her from the start, she has always seen you as a remarkable person. Moreover, both of you are androids modified by Dr. Gero, creating an inexplicable bond between you. I have spoken with number 18. In our world, a man can only marry one wife. Therefore, the person you are destined to marry must be me. However, she appears indifferent to this notion. She has expressed that as long as she can be with you, that is sufficient. Although I feel a twinge of reluctance in my heart. Number 18's plight is so pitiable that I shall turn a blind eye for the time being. After finishing her words, Bulma graciously patted her chest. Upon hearing Bulma's declaration, Hao-chan embraced her tightly. He understood that Bulma's decision must have been exceedingly difficult for her. Reflecting on all that Bulma had sacrificed for him, he could no longer contain himself and fervently pressed his lips against hers. Unexpectedly, Bulma was caught off guard by Hao-chan's sudden kiss, and she found herself pinned beneath him. Hao-chan, why did you react so unexpectedly? Bulma stammered. Hao-chan withdrew his lips from her face. Thank you, Bulma, for everything you have done for me. As she gazed at Hao-chan's countenance, Bulma broke into a smile and, in a swift motion, flipped him over to pin him beneath her. Are you proposing to me? Who proposes like this? Observing their current predicament, it was indeed not the most suitable moment. All right then, it's settled. Hee, Bulma declared before kissing Hao-chan once more. The following morning, Hao-chan awoke to find Bulma still asleep beside him. A soft smile graced his lips as he kissed her cheek and proceeded to prepare breakfast. After all, the two had engaged in quite a lively endeavor until the midnight hour. With boundless energy, Hao-chan felt no weariness. Good morning, number 22, he greeted as he cracked eggs, only to be greeted by number 18's voice from behind. Good morning, why are you up so early? Hao-chan wondered, surprised that number 18 was awake at such an hour. Have you forgotten? I am an android. Sleep is inconsequential, she replied, leaning against the refrigerator while brushing her golden hair back. For a moment, Hao-chan was utterly mesmerized. Oh, you shouldn't always remind yourself that you are an android. You are fundamentally human, he said, rubbing his nose to alleviate his earlier embarrassment. Understood. Number 18 replied before turning to leave. Hao-chan found her demeanor rather perplexing. Once breakfast was ready, Bulma, rubbing her eyes, entered the dining room. Upon seeing the abundant spread before her, she leaped into Hao-chan's arms and planted a kiss on him. Honestly, Mom and Dad are so spontaneous. Announcing a trip out of the blue. Thank goodness you are here, otherwise I would starve. While Hao-chan took Bulma and number 18 on leisurely outings, Bulma's mother, observing their joyful escapades, yearned for a taste of long-lost romance and insisted on dragging Bulma's father along for a trip as well. With number 16 assisting at home, Bulma's father now had some leisure time to enjoy. Rest assured, I will prepare your meals every day. After some affectionate moments, Hao-chan sensed several formidable presences approaching his direction. They are coming. After Hao-chan finished speaking, he walked towards the door. Soon, all the warriors had gathered at Bulma's doorstep. The sudden arrival of so many individuals caused quite a commotion. Observing the crowd before him, Hao-chan mused, this assembly represents the mightiest coalition on Earth. Should we adopt a stylish entrance akin to the Ginyu Force? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that only Gohan among them might be inclined to agree. Chapter 143, Arrival in the Future World. Hao-chan led everyone to Bulma's backyard. Number 16 emerged from the laboratory, holding numerous universal capsules. With a series of loud bangs, several time machines materialized in the yard. We have also maintained the most primitive time machine and replaced some outdated equipment. Number 16 stated to the assembled group in a matter-of-fact tone. Among the various time machines, it was nearly impossible to discern which one belonged to Trunks. Had it not been for the unique markings on his, he might not have recognized it himself. All right, let us prepare for departure, Hao-chan declared, moving to embrace Bulma. Despite his efforts to comfort her the previous night, Bulma was still reduced to tears. Just as Hao-chan was about to board the time machine, number 18, fully equipped, approached. Hao-chan assumed she had come to bid him farewell and stood still. To his surprise, number 18 merely smiled at him before sitting down inside the time machine before him. What is happening? Number 18's actions left Hao-chan utterly bewildered. Number 18. Come back quickly, he exclaimed. Just then, number 16 interjected. This time machine was modified by Bulma and me, converting it from a single passenger to a double passenger model. Therefore, you can travel together with number 18. Upon hearing number 16's words, Hao Chun looked at Bulma in confusion. I am just an ordinary person. I cannot assist you in battle. However, number 18 is exceptionally strong, and I feel reassured with her by your side. Hao Chun was initially touched by Bulma's words, but then responded, but this could also pose a danger. Moreover, I will not be alone. Goku and the others will accompany me. Bulma glanced at Goku and the others before replying. Them? A bunch of grown men should be able to take care of themselves. Number 18 is a woman and will be more attentive. Besides, did you not say last night that there would be no danger on this trip? Now it seemed he had inadvertently misled Bulma to comfort her. With the situation at this juncture, he decided to include number 18 after all. He would just have to ensure she was well cared for, or perhaps even prevent her from entering the battlefield altogether. Among those traveling to the future, number 18 was currently the weakest. Regardless of the circumstances, her safety must be prioritized. Once aboard the time machine, Trunks shared the temporal coordinates with everyone before they began to depart in succession. On the 18th, the future's 22nd might prove to be even stronger than I am. So it is imperative to avoid any impulsive actions. Before departing, Hao Yan cautioned 18. Rest assured, my sole purpose in accompanying you this time is to look after you. My current strength may not be of assistance in battle. In fact, I might become a burden. Therefore, I shall refrain from participating in any confrontations. Now let us embark. After confirming their intentions, Hao Yan pressed the activation button, and the time machine ascended into the sky until it vanished from sight. At Bulma's residence, the warriors and Bulma remained in place. In the future world, upon Hao Yan and 18's arrival, they found themselves in a desolate suburban area. Goku and his companions had already arrived ahead of them. Is this truly the future world? They pondered as they walked, observing their surroundings. This place was in stark contrast to their own. The roads were nearly deserted, and many buildings lay in ruin. Yes, this is indeed my world. Previously, it was ravaged by the androids 17 and 18. Although I eliminated them years ago and the nation has begun to rebuild, this area remains neglected, and shortly thereafter, Android 22 emerged. Trunks lamented, surveying the desolate environment. The weight of solitude bore down on him. Should he fall, there would be no one left to safeguard the earth. Hao Yan placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. Fear not. We shall resolve the issue with 22, and your world will know peace again. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded onward, with Hao Yan and the others following closely behind. Chapter 144, Future Bulma Evil. A demon. It's that demon. As they traversed the path, a passerby suddenly shouted, pointing at them. The outburst startled the group, especially Trunks, who instinctively assumed a defensive stance, scanning the vicinity with a serious expression. Is it Android 22? Seeing Trunks so gravely concerned, Hao Yan and the others also readied themselves, attuning their senses to the surrounding energy. However, to their perplexity, no unfamiliar aura emerged. Soon after, the pedestrians began to shout and cry for help in succession. Finally, Hao Yan grasped the situation. The demon the bystanders spoke of was none other than 18, standing beside them. It seems that in your future world, you have indeed caused quite a stir. Hao Yan gestured awkwardly towards 18. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she silently turned her head away, seemingly miffed. Realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding, the group reacted. To avoid unnecessary commotion, let us continue our journey through the air, Trunks suggested. With no objections, they took to the skies. In no time, they arrived at Bulma's home. The future world's residence bore a stark contrast to its past incarnation. Trunks called out, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a door opening resonated from within the room. After Bulma finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards Trunks behind her. It's Goku. Looking at Bulma, who bore the marks of time upon her face, Goku greeted her with a warm smile. Hello, future Bulma. You are Gohan, the young Gohan, Bulma exclaimed. Vegeta. Faced with these familiar faces, Bulma could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, covering her mouth. However, what caught Bulma off guard was that Vegeta looked at her as though she were a stranger. Just as she was engulfed in confusion, Trunks quietly interjected, Mom. In the past, you were not with Dad, but with Uncle Hao Yan. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Bulma turned her attention to the unfamiliar young man beside Goku. Her intuition told her that this boy must be Hao Yan, as Trunks had described. Hello, I am Bulma. Despite the weariness etched on Bulma's face, a tinge of sadness welled up in Hao Yan's heart, for this was a future world. You have endured much, Bulma. Bulma offered a faint smile, only to suddenly notice that standing behind Hao Yan was Android 18. She is Android 18. How could she be here? Bulma's reaction was anticipated by everyone, as the future warriors had been annihilated by androids 17 and 18. Naturally, there was a deep-seated resentment towards these two androids. She is the past Android 18. And she hasn't done anything wrong. She is our friend now. Goku, Witnessing Bulma's reaction promptly clarified. Although he had heard Trunks' account, witnessing it firsthand was still hard to believe. Why had the past 17 and 18 changed for the better, while the future world had become so dire? Mission issued. The task to eliminate Android 22 has now become a prerequisite. Upon completion, subsequent tasks will be immediately assigned. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed. It has become a prerequisite? Yet, there is no indication of what the subsequent tasks entail. It seemed urgent to first deal with Android 22. With a heavy heart, Bulma invited everyone into her home, though her demeanor towards Android 18 was less than cordial. Android 18 understood the reason and chose to remain silent. Hao-Yin gently patted 18's back, offering her a comforting smile. Mom, I brought everyone here hoping to leverage our collective strength to eliminate Android 22. This Android 22 should be Uncle Hao-Yin, Trunks stated, causing Hao-Yin to feel a bit awkward. The system's sudden intervention had transformed him into the future world's antagonist. Recently, Android 22 had not made an appearance, and the news had been rife with speculation about his whereabouts. After hearing Bulma's words, Hao-Yin began to broadly sense the specific location of Android 22, but to his dismay, he could not perceive anything. System, please disclose the exact location of Android 22. If he could not sense it, then he would resort to using the system. To Liang Haochen's astonishment, even the system was incapable of detecting the whereabouts of the android number 22. The reason lay in the fact that 22 had been forcibly severed from its previous constraints, rendering its existence akin to that of a void. It appeared that the only means of locating 22 would be for it to reveal its own position. No other method could lead them to it. Chapter 145. The plan evidently, the difficulty level assigned by the system was substantial, partly due to the fact that android number 22 had escaped his control. Everything in this realm mirrored their own world, with the sole distinction being the absence of Hao-Chen. This included the circumstances surrounding how he and Vegeta had united, ultimately giving rise to Trunks. At this juncture, Vegeta disdainfully curled his lip. I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly associate with a foolish woman like you? Upon hearing Vegeta's retort, Bulma did not take offense. Instead, she chuckled. Vegeta, you remain as you always were, utterly dishonest and unappealing. The moment Bulma's words reached his ears, Vegeta's cheeks flushed unexpectedly. Silence. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, woman? Laughter erupted among the others at Vegeta's flustered expression. Who would have thought that the usually stoic Vegeta could be so thoroughly flustered by Bulma's few words? Noticing the easing of the group's mood, Hao-Chen seized the opportunity to address the task before them. If we simply wait idly, we remain too passive. I believe we should disperse and search. Goku and I can instantaneously teleport. Upon locating the target, we must refrain from immediately engaging in battle. Instead, we should swiftly elevate our energy levels, allowing Goku and me to rush in and assist at the first opportunity. As Hao-Chen articulated this plan, he deliberately cast a glance at Vegeta. Among them, only Vegeta presented a degree of unpredictability. Hao-Chen feared that in a moment of impulse, Vegeta might charge in and confront 22 directly. Catching Hao-Chen's gaze, Vegeta snapped. What are you staring at? I already promised I would not act independently. This is a guarantee made in pride as a Saiyan prince. Hearing Vegeta's declaration, Hao-Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Android 18, you will remain here. Do not venture out. Otherwise, if we fail to locate 22, you may frighten this world's inhabitants half to death. After Hao-Chen's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Understood, Android 18 replied, falling silent thereafter. Subsequently, Hao-Chen scrutinized the task once more. The most crucial element, Trunks. The system has assigned a task that entails the death of a warrior, resulting in a deduction of one-fold combat power. However, there exists an option for task completion, albeit without any rewards. Should Trunks perish, android number 22 would directly arrive in his world, annihilating it entirely. This would equate to a total failure of the task. Therefore, the focal point of this mission must be Trunks. Trunks, I will accompany you. After all, you are of this world, making your target significantly larger. It is quite likely that android 22 is relentlessly probing you. After hearing Hao-Chen's words, everyone found them to be quite reasonable. Currently, among them, the most formidable fighter is indeed Hao-Chen, and having him accompany Trunks is the most prudent course of action. Once the battle plan was established, they prepared to rest at Bulma's residence for the day, with plans to commence their search the following day. Although Hao-Chen possesses boundless energy, the others still require their rest. Thus, they relaxed at Bulma's home. That evening, Bulma prepared a lavish feast. Although the individuals before her were not from her world, it did not diminish her warm hospitality. Regardless of past or future, the bonds forged over the years are irreplaceable. At this moment, Bulma's home was no longer comparable to what it once was. Nevertheless, there were still plenty of rooms available, and having one bedroom each was sufficient. Looking at Bulma, Hao-Chen felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Yet, he understood that this world was devoid of his own, meaning that all developments in the storyline remained unchanged. Although he wished to offer Bulma more comfort, he noticed that this world's Bulma treated him like a slightly familiar stranger. Instead, most conversations revolved around Goku and Vegeta. Sigh. Why the sigh? Just as Hao Chen exhaled, he heard Android 18's voice at the door. 18. What brings you here? Like you. I couldn't sleep, she replied. Hao Chen recognized that Bulma was warm to everyone except for 18, with whom she held a palpable enmity. In the previous world, the two were inseparable friends, so it was understandable that 18 felt discomfort under such circumstances. Don't overthink it. After all, this is not our world. Bulma's discontent towards you is quite normal, considering this world has been thrown into turmoil by you and 17, Hao Chen teased. 18 remained silent. Observing her demeanor, Hao Chen feared he had misspoken. I was just joking, please don't take it to heart. At that moment, 18 approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside. I don't hold you responsible. From the way strangers have treated me today, I can only imagine how dire the future will be for me and 17. However, there is one thing I do not understand. Why is there such a stark difference between me and my future self? All day, I have been pondering whether there exists a terrifying darkness within me. Will I, too, one day revel in destruction and the thrill of taking lives? Just like my future self? Yet, no matter how I think about it, I cannot fathom committing such acts. After 18 spoke, Hao Chen understood that she was projecting herself into her future. He stood up and joined her by the window, both of them gazing out together. I believe it is primarily due to Trunks. In his quest to alter the future, Trunks utilized the time machine to arrive in our world. This directly compelled Dr. Gero to prematurely release both you and Android 18. Thus, it seems the modification program by Dr. Gero was far from completion. Had it reached its full extent, it is likely that you and Android 17 would have indeed transformed into the malevolent beings akin to those from the future. So what about you? Is it also because I released you early that you retain a significant portion of your humanity, allowing you to resist Dr. Gero's commands? Was it you who set me free? Upon hearing Android 18's words, Hao Chen widened his eyes in astonishment. Yes, at that time, when 17 and I awakened prematurely, we discovered two modification chambers nearby. One was yours, and the other belonged to Android 16. That boy named Trunks did not utter a word before launching an energy attack at us. With no other choice, I had to move your chamber as well, otherwise, you would have been obliterated. Android 18 playfully winked at Hao Chen. So, everyone claims that it was Krillin who discovered me? That is because, after I opened your modification chamber, regardless of how I called to you or touched you, you remained unresponsive. Moreover, Dr. Gero mentioned that you were still a work in progress, leading us to believe that your early release had rendered you completely incapacitated. Android 18's analysis was fundamentally accurate. At that moment, Hao Chen comprehended how he had been discovered. So that was it. Hao Chen lowered his head in contemplation. Had he not been lifted out by Android 18, but rather left in Dr. Gero's laboratory, following Trunks' attack, he probably would not have faced life-threatening danger, yet he might have been buried under the rubble. Very well, to express my gratitude for your assistance in moving the chamber, allow me to treat you to a splendid meal. A mere meal is all you think will suffice? Android 18 crossed her arms, leaning against the wall, tilting her head as she gazed at Hao Chen. Then what would you like as a form of repayment? As long as it is within my capacity, I shall comply. Android 18 approached Hao Chen as she spoke. I want you to accompany me tonight. With those words, she pressed her body against his. Gazing at Android 18's face so close, Hao Chen could no longer restrain himself and leaned down to kiss her. In that moment, the emotions between them erupted entirely. Since Hao Chen arrived in this world, he had yearned to meet Android 18. However, ultimately, he found himself moved by Bulma, developing feelings for her. After awakening from his recent unconsciousness, he discovered Android 18's presence. Throughout all that transpired afterward, he unconsciously gravitated towards her. Yet, Hao Chen was not the type to shirk responsibility. Hence, neither had crossed the line until last night, when Bulma shared her thoughts with Hao Chen, prompting him to reconsider his relationship with Android 18. Their lips intertwined for what felt like an eternity before they reluctantly parted. On the 18th, Bulma conveyed to me that I could not marry you, and I wonder if you would consent. As for everything else, I care not. I merely wish to remain by your side, willing to do anything. After speaking, Bulma once again kissed Hao Yin, and the two tumbled onto the bed together. Chapter 147, A Turning Point. A Night of Spring Colors. The following morning, Hao Yin arose early and dressed himself. Establishing a relationship with Bulma was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. However, the pressing matter at hand was to first address the situation with Android 22. Matters of the heart could be set aside for the time being. For Hao Yin certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall Bulma. This time, I cannot assist you. You must be exceedingly cautious, Bulma remarked as Hao Yin was getting up, having already awakened. Noticing the grave expression on Hao Yin's face, she could surmise that he was troubled by the current mission and offered some words of comfort. After speaking, Hao Yin gently embraced Bulma's head. At that moment, voices from outside the room indicated that Goku and the others had also risen. After breakfast, the group began actively searching for traces of Android 22, following Hao Yan's arrangements from the previous day. As they ventured into various towns, Hao Yan and Trunks slowed their pace to attune themselves to their surroundings. During this time, Hao Yan observed that many cities lay in ruins, utterly devastated, likely the handiwork of Android 22. This scoundrel! A surge of anger welled up within him, and his purple hair began to shimmer, hinting at a transformation into a Super Saiyan. Trunks, remain calm, Hao Yan shouted. Sensing Trunks' agitation, the latter suddenly began to elevate his energy, potentially alerting others to their discovery of Android 22's whereabouts. I'm sorry, Uncle Hao Yan. Seeing the city in this state makes me. Hao Yan understood Trunks' emotions well. As the sole protector of Earth, he naturally did not wish to witness such destruction. It's all right. Once we find and eliminate Android 22, we can rebuild the cities, Hao Yan reassured him before closing his eyes to concentrate once more. Regrettably, he realized he should have brought Piccolo along. Hao Yan felt a twinge of regret for not having included him. Although Piccolo's strength was not overwhelming, he possessed a portion of the Kai's essence, which would have made locating Android 22 a simpler task. Ah, the sacred world of the Kai, Hao Yan exclaimed, seizing Trunks and ascending rapidly into the sky. Uncle Hao Yan, where are we going? Trunks was startled by Hao Yan's sudden action, having remained silent until now. We are heading to the sacred world of the Kai. Before long, they arrived at the sacred world of the Kai. Uncle Hao Yan. The Kai has vanished since Uncle Piccolo was killed, Trunks said. Hao Yan remained silent. The moment he arrived at the sacred world of the Kai, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Mission initiated, locate a new Kai. Upon completion, you may earn 2 effort points. Failure to complete the mission will result in the deduction of 2 effort points. Mission difficulty. It seems that there is still hope. After Hao Chen concluded, he amplified his senses. At last, on a distant planet, he detected the presence of the Namekians. Utilizing instantaneous movement, he swiftly arrived at an unfamiliar world. Who are you? A human from Earth? The Namekians, upon observing Hao Chen's appearance, recalled having seen someone resembling him on Earth. Greetings. I am a warrior from Earth. Previously, the deity of Earth was slain by enemies, and I seek the Grand Elder's assistance to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, the Namekian before him appeared to recall a sorrowful event. The Grand Elder passed away many years ago on Earth. Hearing this, Hao Chen remembered that in his world, he had exchanged Super Saiyan beings with the Grand Elder, thus prolonging his life. The Grand Elder, in a normal course of events, had succumbed to the end of his lifespan after Frieza was defeated. I am truly sorry. After expressing his regret, several elderly Namekians approached from a distance. Hao Chen recognized them instantly. They were indeed the Elder and his companions. You have come to revive our kin. I believe you are a person of kindness. Therefore, there is no need for you to undergo a trial, the Elder proclaimed, after which the Namekians behind him brought forth the Dragon Balls. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 148. The Warriors Reassemble. After placing the Dragon Balls upon the ground, the Elder invoked the unique incantation of the Namekians to summon the eternal dragon, Purunga. Earth's warrior, you may state your first wish. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Chen addressed the Elder. I wish for the dragon to resurrect Piccolo, who was slain by the androids on this planet. Upon hearing this, the Elder nodded thoughtfully, contemplating. It seemed that this young man was indeed solely intent on reviving his comrade. Subsequently, the Elder relayed Hao Chen's wish to Purunga. Purunga's eyes glowed red, and moments later, Hao Chen sensed a familiar aura manifesting on this planet. After years of death, Piccolo was finally resurrected at that moment. At that very instant, in the heavenly realm of Earth, the deity also made his appearance. Deity, you have resurrected. Bobo exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing the suddenly appeared deity. Trunks was equally astonished by the scene before him. Could it be that this was the work of Uncle Hao Chen? Your wish has been granted. You still have 2 wishes remaining, Purunga announced, prompting Hao Chen to begin contemplating. Perhaps I should resurrect Goku first? After this thought, he conveyed his inner desire to the Elder. This time, Purunga's eyes, just like before, turned red. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Hao Chen was taken aback by Purunga's words. Goku cannot be resurrected due to death by illness. It was then that Hao Chen realized the truth. If one died of natural causes or illness, it was impossible to resurrect them using the Dragon Balls. In a future world, Goku had never even engaged in battle with androids 17 and 18. Instead, he departed from this realm due to a viral heart ailment. It seems that this world had become completely detached from Goku. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Yan resolved to resurrect Gohan first. As for the final wish, Hao Yan enhanced the overall strength of Earth, anticipating that a fierce battle would ensue upon locating Android 22. And he wished to prevent any inadvertent destruction of the planet. Meanwhile, Piccolo, once revived, found himself among the gathered crowd, slowly realizing he had returned to life. Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, resurrected Gohan rushed to his side, exhilarated to see Piccolo, who had perished while saving him. Gohan, it's wonderful to see you alive, Piccolo exclaimed. Not quite, Uncle Piccolo. I was defeated by Android 17 in a previous battle and met my end. Have you also been resurrected? Just then, both of them noticed Hao Yin standing a short distance away, who then recounted the events that had transpired after their demise. Before departing, Hao Yin made a request to the elder to take Dandy with him, ensuring that the heavenly temple would once again be vacant. Furthermore, their mission entailed the search for a new Supreme Kai. The elder readily acquiesced to Hao Yin's request, acknowledging the considerable assistance they had received from Earth's warriors. Uncle Piccolo, Brother Gohan. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared individuals, Trunks was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have earned 2 effort points. Echoed the system's voice in Hao Yin's mind, signifying the completion of the task. However, Hao Yin was indifferent to these points. His singular desire was to swiftly locate Android 22 and eliminate him. Having articulated his thoughts, the Supreme Kai began to grasp the magnitude of the threat they faced. After all, the combat prowess of Android 17 and 18 had left them all astounded. Piccolo, focused solely on merging with the Supreme Kai to augment his strength, paid little heed to the whereabouts of Android 22. This is strange. I feel a presence reminiscent of my father, Gohan remarked as he began to sense energy. And he quickly recognized Goku's aura. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from within Hao Yin, astonishing those around him. This guy possesses such formidable power. Moments later, Goku, accompanied by Gohan and Vegeta, materialized in the heavenly temple. It's really you, Dad. The future version of Gohan could no longer contain his emotions and rushed forward to embrace Goku. You are Gohan? Goku responded, bewildered. In the midst of Goku's confusion, future Gohan noticed a child standing beside his father, himself as a young boy. At that moment, Gohan comprehended that the Goku before him had traveled from the past to this place. Initially, I had intended to resurrect Goku as well. However, his demise was due to illness, and even the power of the Dragon Balls cannot bring him back to life. After Hao Chen finished speaking, Gohan lowered his head in profound disappointment. Now that the Supreme Kai has been revived and the Dragon Balls restored, we can simply request Shenron to bring everyone back. Nevertheless, I advise that you refrain from participating in this battle. Upon concluding his words, Hao Chen approached the Supreme Kai, who was stationed at the periphery of the temple. I implore you, esteemed Supreme Kai. Having the Supreme Kai observe from within the temple is far superior to a few individuals floundering about aimlessly. Moreover, with the Dragon Balls now restored, even if this number 22 emerges to wreak havoc, we can wish everything back to normal. At this juncture, Goku and the others felt a slight sense of relief and began to converse within the Supreme Kai's temple. Future Gohan, upon hearing Goku mention that his younger self could already transform into a Super Saiyan, felt a surge of frustration within his heart. If only my father were alive, my strength would surely surpass what it is now. After all, it was only in recent years that I painstakingly learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. Observing the despondent Gohan, Goku felt a twinge of discomfort in his own heart. Do not worry, Gohan. Regardless of the world you find yourself in, I believe you will become the strongest person. With something precious to protect and a steadfast belief, you will continue to train and grow stronger. With your talent, surpassing everyone will come easily. After Goku spoke, he turned to glance at the young Gohan. Future Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Trunks approached as well. Gohan, I have learned many new training methods from the past world. Once we have dealt with this enemy, I will share them with you. Trunks was the most delighted among them, for the revival of the Supreme Kai signified that his loved ones could also be brought back to life. With this thought in mind, Trunks glanced at Hao Chen, who stood beside the Supreme Kai, and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Hao Chen. At this time, Hao Chen was not in the mood for idle chatter, as the primary reason for reviving the Supreme Kai was to locate number 22. The longer he was unable to find number 22, the more anxious Hao Chen became. With the system proving unhelpful, they could only rely on the Supreme Kai's meticulous search. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai emitted a sound of confusion. What is it, Supreme Kai? Hao Chen perked up. Have you found a lead? This individual bears a striking resemblance to you. Yet he emanates no energy, making it impossible to discern whether he is friend or foe. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Hao Chen felt convinced that this person was about 80% likely to be their target. Whether he is an enemy or an ally will be revealed upon meeting him. Supreme Kai, please share his coordinates with me. Everyone, I will proceed to probe this individual. If it turns out to be number 22, I will unleash my energy. And Goku, you can use instant transmission to bring everyone over. After acquiring the coordinates from the Supreme Kai, Hao Chen swiftly flew toward the target. At that moment, in a desolate desert, a figure lay upon a massive stone, gazing vacantly at the sky, lost in thought. At that moment, Hao Chen soared into the air. One was in the sky, the other on the ground, and they exchanged glances. This fellow emanated no earthly aura. After pondering this, Hao Chen gradually descended. Who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? The figure lying on the colossal stone sat up and inquired, directing his gaze at the distant Hao Chen, seemingly lost in thought. I am android number 22. And who might you be? Unsure if the person before him was indeed the target, Hao Chun opted to masquerade as number 22, a precaution deemed wise. I am the genuine android number 22. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating me? Moments later, Hao Chun began to amplify his energy rapidly. It's the energy of Uncle Hao Chun. The few individuals from the Heavenly Temple immediately sensed Hao Chun's presence. It appeared that he had indeed located the target. Kakarot, take us there. Vegeta stepped forward, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Are they foes? For Dr. Gero's sake, it seems I must eliminate you. Just as number 22 was poised to launch an attack, Goku and his companions materialized. Observing the figure before them, identical to Hao Chun, they realized this must be the target. Number 22's gaze fell upon the newly arrived group, and suddenly, it locked onto Goku. So it's the target, Son Goku. Now, I can fulfill my mission. For Dr. Gero,